What's going on, everybody? What's going on, Diane? Starting off on my phone. Just give me a minute because the computer I just plugged in, so I'm just giving it 30 seconds, and then I'll get on that because you know, had it dead totally. So I don't know if I probably can turn it on right this second, but I just plugged it in, so I'm just giving it, a minute. Anyways, good evening, everybody. As you can see, the topic of the show where we're gonna, start at is, the fear of the Lord, fear of God. And I think this is obviously a very deep subject, a subject we could talk about for a lifetime. But we're going to start there. And as usual, if the show goes in any other direction, that's more than welcomed. And I hope we do go in other directions, so we build on whatever we're talking about. So whatever we're talking about, we go farther into it and get into depth. But to start, I would like people to try to, stick to this, the topic to start, and we'll go through some scriptures as usual. And then, we can all see how we view it, because I'm sure if you ask 100 different Christians, or 1,000 or 1,000,000 different Christians, or 1,000,000,000 different Christians, what is fear of the Lord to them, you're going to get a lot of different answers. So, and also Jewish people or Muslims or anybody. So not to just, broadly label Christians, because fear of God means a lot to everybody. It doesn't matter what denomination or what religion you think you are, or believe in. Fear of God is something I think every human being has, an opinion on. So we'll get into that. What's going on, Sherry? So yeah, just give me a second, guys, and I'll get downstairs. So I'll get the laptop. I'll put the link in the chat, and we'll start, sharing scriptures, because I don't know how to do it on my phone as far as sharing scriptures. So I'll get going here. But I welcome everybody in, and I hope everybody's, had a good day. I know Mondays are always not fun, but, just maintain, and God willing, make it to tomorrow, and, wait to the weekend again where we can have our Sabbath and rest, and start over and do it again. And, not to get diverted immediately, but I think that's a big reason why, the Sabbath being a day of rest is important. If all of us could reset ourselves each week on the Sabbath and just prioritize what's important, remember God, and, also just rest to, make life manageable for ourselves, then, we see the Sabbath isn't this duty. Excuse me, I'm walking down the stairs here. We see keeping the Sabbath or celebrating the Sabbath isn't a big deal. It's not a hard task. It's more of a celebration. So, like I just said, the word celebrate is more accurate. So if we celebrated each week the Sabbath, it'd be, good for all of us. But anyways, it's a Monday. I'm about to get the link in the chat for others to come in. And I also will start sharing scriptures, because I just got downstairs, and we'll get the laptop set up here, because right now, like I said, I'm on my phone. So just bear with me a minute if you're trying to get in. I don't know if I can add the link yet. Just give me a minute, because the computer's fine. So I just got to get on there. And like I said, I don't know how to share scriptures from my phone either. I don't think I don't know if it's possible or not, but most people who, come on the show on their phone obviously don't share their screen. So I think they also, have the same issue as me. I don't think it's the fact I have a Samsung phone or anything. But anyways, we'll be hopping on the computer in a second, and we'll get going here. All right. Bear with me. All right. But yeah, this is a real important topic. It came to mind because talking about Deuteronomy yesterday, there was a verse where the Israelites told Moses, like, it's good if only Moses went to God. And, we're all familiar that Moses was the mediator for the Israelites, but God also said to Moses that that was a good, sign from them, that they feared God, and if only their hearts would always stay that way, then all would be well with them. So yeah, that was interesting to me for many reasons. Like I said before, there's a verse in Isaiah, I think it's either 65 or 66, where God, says, people that say, keep away from me, you're too holy for me, are like smoke in his nostrils. So that's an interesting comparison to how he was pleased with the Israelites choosing to want to go through Moses only and to stay away because they feared they were going to die if they went near him. But again, different situation, since in this situation we know Moses and Aaron were God's elected leaders too. So, there's obviously multiple variables involved in that. But yeah, I'm about to hop on my computer, so I'll probably have to lower the volume on the phone. So just bear with me, guys. Let me. That's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of. Let me make sure I turn my volume off on the phone so I can hop in here. All right. Is the sound echoing? The sound's still echoing now? Diane or Sherry, if you guys are still in there, can you tell me, is the sound, just put a 1 in the chat or say if the sound's all right now? I don't know if somebody in the chat could tell me if the sound's all right now. Just let me know, because I know it was just echoing. Whenever you go on two devices, it always acts funny for a second there. But all right, thanks, Diane. Cool. All right. Thank you too, Sherry. Thank you, both of you. All right. So I just put the link in the chat. And what I'll do is I'll go back on my phone and tag it. I actually needed to get my charger, which I just forgot from my phone. But we'll leave that alone for now. We'll wait till hopefully some other people are up here, and then I'll grab my charger for my phone. Just pin it. I don't know. Bear with me, guys. I'm just pinning the link for people. I don't know why it's being so complicated. There we go. All right. We're in business. Okay. All right. So, yeah, the whole point of this show is to start off on the fear of the Lord. And again, like I said, the scripture that made me, think about this yesterday, which if you go through the Bible, there's tons of verses, and they're not just Old Testament, which some people say, well, this seems like a concept that's mainly Old Testament, when it's not. There's also plenty in the New Testament, and just examples of, where fear in God's important. So what I'll say is that the verse yesterday that provoked this was not a one-off. Obviously, it was a common theme. It's a common theme throughout the Bible, but it was in Deuteronomy 6. So I'll show you guys what I was speaking. Deuteronomy 5. Excuse me. What I was speaking on. Maybe it was 6. Hold on. Let me find this one for you. Sorry, guys. Anyways, I could just get into other verses. I don't have to go here, but I know it's like right around here. I think it's at the end of chapter 6. That's where it was. No, it's not. All right, I'll just get into my other verses and I'll find out where those were later on down the line here. So that's what we'll do. As you can see on the screen, one verse that I always bear in mind that is important is Proverbs 9:10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is insight. So we have plenty of verses that tie directly to that in other parts of the Bible and in Proverbs also. So one verse I like to, use to compare and cross-reference and basically just complete or add on to what is being said here is Job 28:28. So we see here, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is insight.
So if you go to Job 28:28, which we'll do right now, you'll see it fits well with this verse that's on the screen because it completes it. It'll tell you the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and to shun evil is either insight or knowledge, depending upon your translation. But we'll go to it and show you guys. So yeah, we're just getting going here. Hopefully, we get some people to come in and do the usual conversation. Like I said, can go in whatever direction as it always does, and we'll go from there. But anyways, here we see, like I said, Proverbs 9:10 says, "And the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is insight." And right here in Job 28:28, it says, "And he said to man, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to turn away from evil is understanding." So right there we see one of the extra components that isn't in the Proverbs 9:10 verse is to turn away from evil is understanding. So already it's enough information for us to just start making right decisions in life just from those two verses. But we can go out through the whole Bible and see many examples of the fear of the Lord, and also see the value of it in many situations, and how God has anointed people that are wise in the fear of the Lord, and people that understand God is sovereign and can do whatever he wants when he wants. But this Job 28:28, is a good expounding upon Proverbs 9:10, because to turn away from evil is understanding. So this is just something we can apply every day in our lives. Whenever you have a moment of should I do something or not, and you don't know what you're supposed to do, you're kind of undecided. If it's a sin, or if it qualifies as evil, then turn away from it. I don't know why this is probably behind right now. That is behind. Okay. But we'll get to more scriptures that coordinate with this concept. So again, I like to link Job 28:28 with Proverbs 9:10, and I guess you guys can see the obvious reasons why. Then we'll go to Proverbs 1:7. This is again very similar to these two verses that we're starting at. And we're gonna not just read scriptures that are explicitly telling you about the fear of the Lord and the value of it, because we could do that all day. But what we'll also do is we'll go through and we'll see examples of actual characters in the Bible, practicing the fear of the Lord and the value of it and the reasons why it's a good thing, and so on and so forth. I mean, these are all kind of rhetorical concepts, but I mean, we all fail at it sometimes. So it's something we have to continually work on also. So we'll get rid of that banner at the bottom of the screen, because I'm sure other people, are trying to see the bottom of the screen. It's kind of blocking it. I like to have the banners at the bottom. But anyways, welcome Babel, welcome Pam. Anybody else that comes is also welcome to come in as usual. So we're just getting started here, guys. You didn't miss much. Just getting into the topic, and everybody can see the title of the show. And it's something that I think is good to have discussions on, because we know there are verses in the New Testament, like it's in one of the 1 John or 2 John or 3 John, I believe. I think it's in 1 John in the New Testament letters. I'm pretty positive it's 1 John, where it says, like, within the love of the Lord, there's no fear. So that's really a hard thing to correlate with all these other verses telling us to fear the Lord, because I'll have to find that John verse, because I didn't have that one ready. That's why I like to have my cell phone charged, which I'm gonna have to grab the charger at some point because it's 4%. But I'll get it right now. Good old Google will get it for me. I mean, all right. So it's 1 John 4:18. So I'll show it so we can all be on the same page here. So it's 1 John 4:18. Because honestly, 1 John 4:18 is essentially a contradiction. You can use whatever word you want for it, but it's essentially a contradiction to the fear of the Lord verses that we see. But again, like I said, I don't see contradictions as being a negative thing. I see them as being logical. So yeah, this is the opposite concept when you see this God is love, 1 John 4:18 here. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. For fear has to do with punishment, and whoever fears has not been perfected in love. So right here we see a concept that is telling us, essentially, if we have fear of something, that we're not perfected in love. So how do we take this verse in 1 John 4:18 and also apply all the other lessons that's God's given us throughout the Bible in the rest of the Old and the rest of the New Testament? Clearly, the people that feared Jesus weren't making mistakes. You know what I mean? It's not like the person that feared the authority of Jesus was making a mistake. So, and I could go through. I have some verses written down to show you guys, obviously in the New Testament too. Um, but how do we coordinate when verses have slight contradictions like this? How do we manage it? It's not an easy thing. I mean, people that say it's easy, they're deceiving themselves, because it's not easy. It's something we all have to work on. We have to say, well, what is this verse telling me? Because we already have been taught throughout the entire Bible that fear of God is a good thing. Um, so how do we coordinate it with 1 John 4:18? There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear, for fear has to do with punishment, and whoever fears has not been perfected in love. Because you don't want to be the person who reads this verse and says, well, if I fear God, then I haven't been perfected in love. But I can see how somebody can read this verse and think that exact thing. So it's a paradox. What's going on, Arctic Timberwolf? What's going on, Babel? Everybody else, like I said, feel free, guys, to join in. Hit the link and give your perspective, because I'm just one person, and I'd like to hear from you guys too. Doesn't matter if you're on the panel or not. You could give your opinion from the chat too, and I'll try to keep up with it and post it. But yeah, we'll come back to this 1 John 4:18 verse. But like I said, I think this is an important verse to talk about, because there'll be people like Randall or Carrie or Perry that they'll take this 1 John 4:18 and they're going to read it very differently than somebody like me or Mike or Jamie Russell or Lou or Jesse. Other people are going to read it. I mean, we're all going to read it differently, but I think some of us are going to read it and not just throw out everything else we know about God as far as respecting and fearing him. And then the antinomianism people like Randall, Carrie and Perry and all those guys over there, Tim and all the regulars over on that channel, they're going to read this very differently. And they're going to say, well, if you fear God, you haven't been perfected in love, So, we'll have to come back to this verse. And also, like I said, when somebody has a perspective that's different than mine, we'll come back here and try to address it. And I think it'll be good for us to read through, the whole chapter here for the context. But, this is something that is relevant in the fear God conversation. We do have to be aware that there are verses in the Bible that also say things like this, because we have to be able to, figure out what's best, figure out what's the best thing to do. Obviously love, conquers everything. So God wants us to love him more than fear him. But at the same time, if you truly love somebody, you should have fear. Fear of the Lord, Pam, is the topic, and how to do it, how to apply it, what does it mean? What's the whole reason God teaches people to fear the Lord, examples of it in the Bible, so on and so forth. All right, so we'll keep moving here. All right, so Proverbs 2:1, and like I said, I get just a diet of the car going other. So if you guys want, more opinion, but we'll keep going until people get in here. I'm sure one or two people will probably stop by at some point. All right, the value of wisdom. So Proverbs 2:1, my son, if you receive my words and treasure up my commandments with you, making your ear attentive to wisdom and inclining your heart to understanding, yes, if you call out for insight and raise your voice for understanding, and if you seek it like silver and search for it like hidden treasures, then you will understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God. So think about that. This is, King Solomon and his wisdom. I mean, most people give King Solomon credit for writing Proverbs. And he's telling you in the first 4 verses, what you got to do. And I think a big part of also why I'm having this conversation is because fear of God ties in with humbleness and humility. So just like we were going through the prodigal son yesterday and the lost sheep and the lost coin, breaking down Luke 15, we learned a lot in the prodigal son about fear of the Lord and how the prodigal son returned to God. Well, in the parable, his father, but we all know it's a parable about God and us. And the parable son said, Father, I've sinned against you in heaven. I am unworthy. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Treat me like one of your hired servants. So that's just what we're supposed to do as far as humbling ourselves. And humility, humbling yourself, and fear ties into this discussion. And just like the video we watched with Chris did yesterday, Chris Lucas, he talked about hell. And so these things all tie together. So we'll get into talking about hell too. And I say we because I'm hoping at some point other people will come up here. But if not, I'll ramble about hell too and try to tie all these things together. What's going on, Jess? What's going on, David? You guys are all welcome to come up. Jess or David, it's been a while since one of you guys have come up on the panel. Feel free to hop up here if you guys would like, because you guys always have great insight. You've been doing this a lot longer than me, Dave. So, you've been, studying this word for a lot longer than me, Dave. So, I would love to have you come up again soon. Don't be shy. That's all I got to say about that. Jessica, obviously, too, always welcome. Everybody's always welcome. And like I said, I saw a couple new people on Jamie's channel. So one or two of them have subscribed. So hopefully, at some point we get some new people to come up here too. So it's not just, the same people over and over, but new people. But again, I'm very happy with the core group of people that are here. I wouldn't want, 1,000,000 subscribers and to lose you guys. So I wouldn't trade you guys for 1,000,000 subscribers because I'd rather have real fellowship, people who have genuine hearts. I've spoken with, a few of you, in emails or just our relationship on here. And, I very much value it. And I know Jessica's tried to get me into the Discord, but I'm not, too adept at that yet. And it's not something I'm too interested in yet. I guess at some point I'll start treating Discord like other social media because I do go on social media, for 15, 20 minutes, half hour every day, checking my Facebook or whatever. So maybe I'll start treating the Discord more like that because it seems like Discord's just another social media site. So I got to get into that and communicate with you guys off, over in Discord more because I know you guys have a better relationship over there than I do because I'm not in it yet. But anyways, Proverbs 2:1-5. My son, we'll just read it again. And this is in the ESV. You guys know I prefer the ESV. I have no problem with King James. I have no problem with other versions. But I think also, not to get totally on this topic, but I do think there are times, especially when somebody is like King James only, like Perry or Randall, probably Carrie, I'm sure, anybody that comes from that branch, that the King James is clear if you compare it with other translations. So, like in the comparison, like in the other day when I compared with Randall the verses in Luke when the widow was fasting and only staying in the temple, and in the King James is clear. It says, we'll just go to it so people can see what I'm talking about because I do just want to talk about this for 30 seconds here. But yeah, I think people who only are King James, they're confusing some verses at times or not getting the full meaning. And the only way you can do it is if you read other translations. So being King James only isn't a strength. Like I said, I was showing Randall this verse the other day. And I don't think it really, like right here, verse 37. So right here in the ESV, it's real clear. She did not depart from the temple. So it's real clear in the ESV, what this woman Anna, this prophetess, is doing. And I don't want to get into the whole, context of where she is. I mean, Jesus Christ is a child getting blessed in the temple. That's the context. This woman, Anna, is in the temple. She sees the child Jesus with Mary and Joseph after he got blessed in the church or the temple, excuse me, because it would definitely be a temple and in the synagogue. And she prophesizes here in the last verse about and coming up at that very hour, she began to give thanks to God and to speak of him to all who were waiting for the redemption of Jerusalem. So she sees the child, Jesus Christ, and she speaks about the redemption of, the Israelites, the redemption of Jerusalem. But the verse above it right here in the ESV is real clear. It says she did not depart from the temple. So now we'll look at the King James, and it's so clear if you can compare it with what you already know and read here. She did not depart from the temple. But just think, if you're just King James only, if this is something you could mess up, because you could. It's not. It is clear if you compare it with the other versions, but if you're not really understanding what the language is saying here, it can be somewhat confusing. Even though it is clear when you already understand that it's trying to say she did never departed from the temple. So let's read it right here. And she was a widow of about 84 years, which departeth not from the temple, but served God with fastings and prayers night and day. So it's pretty clear now that we know that it's saying she didn't depart from the temple. But when somebody can read this, if they don't know the other translation, this isn't this isn't the order that we phrase our words, which departeth not, from the temple. This isn't the order that we, speak in. This isn't how English in modern times is spoken in. So, what's your real advantage of, reading a biblical translation that, can cause confusion? And this isn't like a major example of it by any means, but it is, like I said, which departeth not from the temple. You have to understand that means that she never left the temple. And it's pretty clear. And I know this is like a bad example of what I'm trying to say. I know it's not like the greatest example, but it is still a good example, because my whole point is these words aren't in the order that we speak in today, which departeth not. If I say I'm not leaving somewhere, I'm not going to say which departeth not. I will not. I departeth not. If I say I'm not going to leave somewhere, I don't stand there and say I departeth not. You'd look at me and be like, "What is this dude? Who is this guy?" So this is just one verse in the Bible. There's obviously 31,102 verses in the King James. But if your entire reading of the text involves this extra task, because this is an extra task, you have to sort this out in your head and make sure you're not getting it wrong. You have to make sure you're not messing this up. You have to understand this means she will not depart from the temple, which I know in this situation, like I said, this is far from like the best example, but it's still a good enough example for my point. My point is we don't speak in this vernacular. So it's not the order that we speak. So if you're going to have to understand the Bible to the best of your ability, and you're just adding an extra challenge of sorting these words out to say them in the correct order, I don't think it's helpful. That's all I can say. Because I mean, when we read this with Randall the other day, I don't know if he understood it right away in this translation, which departeth not. And I won't speak for him, but I know that it's not the most helpful thing to have to add an extra challenge of putting those words in the right order to understand it. It's better to just be able to read the Bible and understand what's being said, in my opinion. So that's why, a little tangent there, why I prefer the ESV. And that's, like I said, far from me trying to pick out an amazing example in the King James where there's confusion or anything. I'm just showing that you're adding an extra task of putting words in order that you won't have to do if you just use other translations. That the people that translate it, they're still keeping God's word, correct. But believe it, God's word was written, in a certain order. It wasn't always in the vernacular that King James spoke either. That's a English language, a 1600s English language. It's not what they were speaking in Jerusalem. So the people like Perry that think King James is like what Jesus and the disciples were speaking in, Jesus wasn't saying I departeth not either. So, you got to stop, having that crazy adherence to King James only for some people, is what I'll say. I think, it's good for all of us to look at all translations. Like, I think there's plenty of, value in looking at the King James, just like there's plenty of value at looking at the ESV or any other translation. Sometimes I like to see other translations. I don't want to only adhere to one translation personally. I think that's limiting. I mean, obviously, we go to the interlinear and we try to get definitions. So it's good to look at what other translations did with certain words at times, because that way you don't have a bias. Like, sometimes it's good to compare 10 different, ways of saying it. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Arctic. You don't speak that way, but that's not like me digging for an amazing example either, bro. That's me like just noticing from the conversation the other day with Randall that I don't think he really grasped what that was saying. I could do way more better, show or example of the King James being unnecessarily confusing. For instance, partiality, respect, and I don't want to get too far off on the subject, but like God not showing partiality. So if you go to like Romans 2:11, because this is one example I have off the top of my head that I remember, it'll say like God isn't a respecter of persons. So what's respect of persons? It means God doesn't show favoritism. But people read that and they'll literally think, well, God doesn't respect people. God only respects divine beings, or God only respects um angels or righteous beings, supernatural beings. He doesn't respect people. So that's me trying to show it a little easier, or a little more, I guess. If you want me to start, I could do a show on this one day and find some really serious confusion or just errors, because I know right here, Romans 2:11 is just the tip of the iceberg here. But it says, for God does not show partiality, and that's what it means. That's what the verse means. But if you go to Romans 2:11 in the King James, it's going to say, for there is no respect of persons with God. And I've watched Perry's show and I've watched him break down what this means. And he says, God doesn't respect people. People don't mean anything to God. And if you're reading this and you just think, well, what is respect in our modern language and persons? That's not like a crazy way to read this and interpret it. But really, what it's saying is God doesn't show partiality, for there is no respect of persons with God. In the King James language is trying to say there's no partiality. It doesn't show favoritism. But instead, it just says, for there is no respect of persons with God. So if somebody like Perry reads that, they can go through and say, oh, see, God doesn't respect people. He only respects the angels or righteousness. He doesn't respect people because they're just worthless. Totally butchering the fact that this is trying to tell you that it's talking about partiality. And again, I have other, examples like in Revelation where it says, you'll worship in the King James at angels' feet, which I don't agree with. It should be bow down, or in Hebrews, the book of Hebrews, it says something about Joshua when it's really supposed to. It says Jesus in the King James, but it's supposed to be Joshua. I mean, I don't want to turn the whole show into breaking down some King James things, because I don't even have a ton prepared. But those are just a couple off the top of my head. But the point of the matter is, you don't want to be adding an extra task. So when I'm reading and it says God isn't a respect of persons, I don't want to be going through when I'm trying to understand what God's word said and have to be fighting a battle to understand the nuances of a language that I don't speak. All that proves is the King James is the perfect test of the hearts and thoughts of men. See, I could tell you're a King James guy because you did say something about you preferred King James. Come on up, Arctic. I mean, we can have this discussion. Like I said, I'm not prepared for it, but the perfect test of the hearts and thoughts of men. Why would why, if you're reading respect of persons and it really means God doesn't show partiality, why is that a good thing? Why is that a good way to test somebody? Why wouldn't somebody, just read that and say, well, God doesn't respect people? Most people, I would read that and just say, God doesn't respect people. He respects divine things, but it's saying God doesn't show favoritism. So why is that good? You can't tell me that's a good thing to constantly, the way you're putting it, to test the hearts of and thoughts of men. You're making it like God's like putting out some information that's kind of unclear to see who really truly believes in him. But that's not what he's doing, and that's not what the King James is doing. That the King James is just a language that we don't speak because it's a vernacular that like they spoke in Shakespeare times, and it's just creating different orders of words, and it has different words like thither that nobody speaks in today but have like common meaning back then. So tell me, what does thither mean? I mean, thither's in the King James too. Tell me what thither means. I mean, you can't say it's a good thing to create unnecessary challenges for people to understand God's word. I don't agree with that at all. That's not a test. That's confusion. Testing would be like, should you cut the baby in half? Like when King Solomon said, give me a sword, I'm going to cut this baby in half. That's how God tests your heart, to see if you're going to cut the baby in half or say, no, let the baby be kept by the other person. I don't care. When two women are arguing over the baby, because, we all are familiar with the incident. The one mother killed the baby at night, then she stole the other woman's baby. That's God testing your heart. Having the word thither in the King James is not testing anybody's heart, Arctic. I mean, I'm sorry. That's not testing your heart. That's just a word that was common in a language that isn't in the actual biblical writings. The prophet Isaiah didn't write thither. And it's written for a king at a certain time. So it's going to have biases to help that king understand it. Yeah, I mean, scholars, nobody speaks that way. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but to say people speak that way is not accurate. To say Americans speak that way is definitely not accurate. I mean, who speaks that way? English people? I don't think people in England are speaking that way either. I mean, I don't want to go through and turn the whole show into a King James thing, but I gladly will if you want to talk about it. Let's just look at these then. We'll look at them in the King James, and you can tell us what they mean, and then we'll look at them in the other translations, and we'll see what they mean. So you can tell us. You can prove God's testing your heart, and you're passing the test right now, Arctic. That's a good idea. And I'll just find one or two examples with the word thither. Let's see. All right. Hastily escape thither. Abraham said, beware that thou. The woman said, only bring not my son thither again. So in this situation, my understanding of thither is bring it here, but we'll have to look in other translations. But like, I'm trying to understand what thither means here. So let's just be honest. When all of us look at this sentence, none of us know what they mean by thither, but my brain is trying to think, well, what does this mean? And we're reading every other word in the sentence that we do understand to understand what thither means. That's not good. that doesn't help me understand the Bible better. It's not an advantage. There's no advantage to it. It's a disadvantage. Where's the advantage? I have to read every other word and try to say, okay, thither probably means here or a location. It's not an advantage, man, especially if you're just picking up a Bible for the first time and you don't even know that there's other translations, because that's what I did. I picked up the King James for the first time as my first Bible, and it was more confusing. And then when I finally got the NIV, I was like, oh, wow, this is a much easier thing to read and understand. and I liked it a lot more. And now I was like, oh, okay, I like the ESV better than the NIV because it's a little closer to the most accurate word for word. The interlinear, it does a better job staying true to what the Hebrew words were. That's it. So, haste thee, escape thither. So let's look at the other translations at what thither means in all these contexts. See how the other ones translate it. All right, so just so we're all understanding, thither in the New King James, they change it to there. Notice in the New King James how they make a word like thither clearer so people don't confuse it. They write there. All right, let's look in the NIV, but flee there quickly. ESV, escape there quickly. So I guess thither, now I guess we all learned something too, because I never knew what thither meant. So that's why this whole topic came up. Thither, I guess, is a location. Thither is there or something like that. So at least I learned something about the King James. So next time I see thither, I'll see there. Let me see. And he came thither unto a cave. I think thither just means there if I'm going to go by what that other verse said, but let's just check it with this verse too. All right. And he came thither unto a cave. Also, this unto, like, how does that help? I mean, situations like doest, I understand is easy. It's like, okay, that's do. But like unto, I heard people just say, well, that's just to, like in our language. But in our language, we have three uses of to. You know what I mean? We have to, too, and then two. So too and to are different usages. So I don't know. Are we always supposed to just change unto into to? Because right here we see into is being used in the New King James. So instead of this unto, it's not thither to a cave, but into a cave. And then the NIV is using into. And then the ESV says, then he came to a cave. So they're just translating unto to two in the ESV, but these other ones, like the New King James, said into a cave. So there's just some, differences. I mean, it's not really a big deal. If you prefer something, go ahead and stay with it. But like I said, the word thither, I guess we all learned means there. But I'll do a show on it, and I'll find a whole bunch of words in the King James, and I'll find a whole bunch of situations because this is just something I'm just randomly talking about. This respect to persons in Romans 2:11 is a good example. Like I said, it's for God shows no partiality in the ESV, but then you read it in King James and it says, God isn't a respecter of persons. I watched Perry teach a show and he said, God doesn't respect people. And he started going off on, that. But it makes sense if you're just reading it and you think of what respect is and so forth. So, Perry read this verse in the King James and I was watching him say, God doesn't respect people. You're just a lowly human, blah, blah, blah. When really it means God doesn't show partiality in every other translation. So, these are the dangers that I'm talking about, Arctic, more than anything. It's clear in the other translations, it's talking about God doesn't show partiality, God doesn't show favoritism. And you'll see this is the most confusing one. Like if you read this sentence compared to all these other ones, the New King James corrects it. So it's not just me saying these things need to be corrected, it's the people that translate the newer version of the King James felt it was necessary to correct it too. So it's not like just Ryan's crazy making a ridiculous argument. Whatever. It is what it is. We'll get back on the fear of God. I'll do a show on this sometime though, because I definitely do want to point out that the King James causes unnecessary confusion in my opinion. Where if you're King James only, you're gonna stumble. If you're King James, but you're going to concordances and you're reading other translations, then I don't think it's a bad thing. If you prefer King James, you like the language, the poetic beauty of it, cool, stay with it. Keep it as your primary Bible copy. Just make sure you are looking at concordances, interlinears, and other translations. Don't just say King James only like Perry or Randall or other people, because that's stupid. I'm not sitting here saying I'm ESV only. Like, I want to see the concordances. I want to see what the King James says. I want to see what other translations say. So there's just there is a bad problem of people being King James only that I think is detrimental to the understanding of the word. But anyways, that was a tangent. And King James is the most popular version, you know. So I saw one thing that said 50% of people, and another one said more like a third of people own King James. So for whatever reason, King James is the most popular version. Um, I think it's because, you know, if somebody has a King James, they're gonna refer a King James to their friend type of thing. That's just kind of life, you know what I mean? If you drive a certain car, you're gonna or drink a certain soda, you know, you're gonna recommend what you do. So I think that's part of the reason that King James is the most popular. But I do know that the NIV is growing more popular. Um, like I said, I think the ESV is the best version for me. It's closer to the word for word than the NIV, and it closer than the King James too. But it also just stays truer to the text. But yeah, just to wrap up, I'll just show people this chart that everybody's already seen if you've watched my show before. But there's just misconceptions that the King James is the closest to the Word of God, and it's just not true. I'll show this other chart because this one doesn't have everyone on it. All right, hold on. Zoomed in a lot here too. This is a good chart, or you can look at that colored chart too. But here we are. Let me make it bigger for everybody. Boom. Because people would lie and say the King James is the most accurate word for word. It is not. Here's the interlinear on the far left, and I'll zoom in because these Bible versions on the right aren't as important to me. The word for word is on the left of the chart. The thought for thought is on the right. I have a serious problem with paraphrased versions of the Bible. So if you get really far over on this thought for thought, I am not a fan of your Bible. So these like this living and CEV and GNT or NIRV, I'm not a fan of these. I know some people like the NLT. It's not the worst, but it's definitely lower on my list. This side of the chart I try to stay away from because this is the interlinear over here. So this is the most accurate word for word. Does it mean if you have the most accurate word for word, it's the best version? No, it doesn't. Because if somebody says a chicken crossed the road and you don't know they're talking about a coward and not a literal chicken, then you have a serious problem. That's why the interlinear, the translation of just the exact words, is unreadable. And you don't get the syntax and you don't get the thought of the language and you don't understand what's going on. So scholars don't think that the exact word for word is the best approach. Scholars actually prefer the NRSV. So according to scholars, and that's people that teach the Bible in college and, you know, just the people that can read Hebrew, can read Greek, actually understand the thought for thought of it, they prefer the NRSV. And that's according to the James Tabor guy who, you know, knows more scholars than I do. He teaches in, you know, the University of North Carolina for 40 years. He's the one who wrote the translation that I have for Genesis. He speaks Hebrew, he reads Hebrew, speaks Hebrew and Greek. You know, they know the language, they know the history. They prefer the NRSV. So we see the NIVs here. So it's closer to thought for thought and farther from word for word. But like I said, the scholars are preferring the New Revised Standard Version. And we see the Revised Standard Version is closer to the actual word as far as literal word for word. But apparently, scholars prefer this because I guess if you're closer to the word for word, sometimes you can lose thought. You won't understand. So just being word for word doesn't make it better. But for me, and I think a lot of people, you know, being word for word does matter a lot. So I do like the fact that I'm reading something that's closer to the original word. So for me, since I've read the NIV already, and you know, we look at the interlinear and stuff a lot, I do prefer the ESV because I want to know exactly what God wrote as best as I can in the actual scripture because there's nothing like the poetic beauty and wording of God. But we see, you know, the King James is closer to the NRSV, but the ESV is closer to the interlinear, but they're very close. So, or V or RSV or if you're in any of these I mean, in this area from the middle of the chart over, I have no problem. Do whatever you like. Just be willing to look at all of them. Don't go around spreading lies saying the King James is the actual word of God. That's the interlinear, which is the actual word. And don't say all these other translations aren't, because they are just as accurate in different ways. Like some are closer to the thought for thought, like the NIV, and some are closer to the word for word, like the ESV. So it's actually good where the King James is. It's in a good spot. But so is the ESV, so is the NRSV, so is the NIV. Going on what he said about scholars preferring the New Revised Standard Version, I definitely put a lot more weight in that. That's not what I personally own. Like I said, I own the ESV, but I think anything in this ballpark is a good translation. So King James only people do kind of get on my nerves. I won't lie about that, because they don't know what they're talking about when they try to say it's the most accurate word for word, because it is not. It's actually the New American Standard Bible is actually the closest to the word of word for word, if you want to be technical. And then the ESV, the NET, then the KJV. But again, just being word for word doesn't make you better. So that's the moral of that story. That's my thought. But that King James is the closest. That lie needs to stop. That story needs to end, because it's not scholarly and it's not accurate. It's just sometimes people will say the earliest is better, but really there was the Geneva Bible before it. There was all the other translations that we actually have in Greek and Hebrew before it. The King James in no way was the earliest. It was just the most popular English version in 1600s. 1611 obviously is the King James when it was put out, so 1611. But anyways, that was a tangent on that. We'll get back to the fear of the Lord, and nothing personal to anybody that wants to own a certain version. We all get attached and defend our versions. If I'm reading ESV, I want to defend it. If I'm reading King James, I want to defend it. If I'm reading NIV or NLT, I want to defend it. It's just human nature. We get attached because we don't want to seem like we're idiots or doing something wrong or whatever. But yeah, use multiple versions is all I can say. But we will do a show on the confusion of the King James one of these days when I actually, prepare for it. We'll get back to this though. That was a long tangent. And that's what happens when I'm up here by myself. I'm just up here arguing with myself. So nobody can stop me from the madness. So I apologize, guys. All right. Proverbs 8:13. It's just hard when you have Perry in the back of your head and you're hearing his voice saying, the King James is perfect. And you're just, he did an actual 1-minute clip on it about me, because I went on and showed him a couple errors, where it said, worship an angel instead of bow down, and where it said Jesus. And the error in Hebrews is a big error. I think it's 4:11. Let me just check that one last thing before but Perry made a video on me about it. So I'm like half thinking of Perry in my head while I'm having this discussion. How he's saying the King James is perfect. The King James is perfect. No, it's not 4:11. I can watch the video Perry did on me and get it real quick. Anyways, I do want to show people this error though, because it's important. Because Yeshua does translate as Joshua. Oh, you made a video, Dirty, huh? Dirty Varmint's got a channel now. We all got to subscribe to that. Come on in, Dirty, if you want. Hit the link. I could use some other help. I'm glad I inspired you to make YouTube video. But yeah, this is a big error. We got to find it. Where is it? just gonna watch Perry's video on me to find it because he goes, the King James is perfect, and just talks and calls me a sinner, you know, the usual Perry stuff. But yeah, we also got to subscribe to Dirty Varmints channel. I don't know if his name's got to just be his name, obviously. But yeah, we'll have to check that out, Dirty. Perry the preacher, the preacher. It's only a 2-minute video, and I need to laugh, so we'll watch Perry trash talk me about the King James. He made 3 videos about me, so I'll be able to. But more importantly, I'll be able to show you guys the Joshua verse that I'm looking for, because it says Jesus in the King James, and it's supposed to be Joshua, the priest that led him into Canaan, or the ruler that led him into Canaan. Here it is, right here. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's got 3 of them on me. Gonna have to find which one it is. Let's see which one it is. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Maybe he erased it because he realized how dumb he sounded. That's doubtful, though. No. Of course it's still here. So here we are. We won't watch the whole video, actually, because he's just so
notice that Ryan has to shit on the King James. And
I love his slow motion, though, and music. We will have to watch this because his editing's too great. The slow motion and the trash talking is too good. So, yeah, we'll get it.
In order to try and sell you a knockoff.
Here we go. These are the type of people that I was addressing. For anybody that's unfamiliar with Perry, these are the type of people I was addressing when I said, don't be King James only and don't lie and say it's the closest to the Word of God, because it is not.
Because the King James doesn't lie. I want everybody to notice that Ryan has to shit on the King James in order to try and sell you a knockoff. He's got to shit on the King James to try and sell you a knockoff. But the reality of it is the King James is perfect the way it is.
The King James, that's a huge error.
No, it's
King James is wrong, and I'm showing you the error right here. That the King James, he had it wrong. That the King James has errors. Actually, this is a bad tip. That the King James has errors. King James is wrong, and I'm showing you the error right here.
All right, so this is the error I'm talking about. So we'll just get here because he's just one of those King James perfect only. But Hebrews 4:8 is a big error in the King James, and I will show you the other error. But I'm not saying other translations don't have errors. Other translations have errors too. To be honest with you, I don't think there's one version that's perfect. You know what I mean? I mean, I prefer the ESV, but I'm not going to sit up here and say the ESV is the perfect Word of God. I won't say the one scholars prefer the NRSV is the perfect Word of God. I'm not going to sit up here and argue that any version is the perfect Word of God. I just think it's important to know, what you're reading. What's going on, Dirty? Let me just point this one thing out. So Hebrews 4:8 is, like I said, in the ESV, it's clearly saying Joshua, who's the priest who led him into the land of Canaan. The book of Joshua, Moses' assistant. For if Joshua had given them rest, would not have spoken of another day later on. So then there remains a Sabbath rest for the people of God. For whoever has entered God's rest has also rested from his works as God did from his. So this is Joshua. And if you look at it in the King James, it's going to say Jesus. So that's a serious, serious problem because you got to read the verses before it for context too. But it's saying, for if Joshua had given them rest, basically saying very clearly, Joshua didn't give them rest. So why would it make sense to have Jesus' name in here? You would be implying that Jesus didn't give us rest, which we know the rest of the scriptures tell us Jesus gives us rest. That's why some people don't even practice the Sabbath, because they say that Jesus is their rest. So look at the way this sentence is worded. For if Joshua had given them rest.
Yeah,
So,
that's interesting.
oh yeah, well, look at every other translation here. King James is the only one that says Jesus.
Hmm.
Do you think it's a problem, Arctic Timberwolf? Do you think it's a problem that it has the wrong name and it's actually putting the Son of God's name somewhere where it's telling you it doesn't give you rest? Look at every other translation. Are you telling me this is like a minor error? This is minor? Just throwing Jesus's name in a place it doesn't belong because Jesus and Joshua are the same in Hebrew. So the King James translator translated Yeshua as Joshua because it's the same name. That's why they translated it wrong, because Yeshua and Joshua is the same. It's like Jim and Jimmy. So it's easy to translate wrong. And the King James translated it wrong in Hebrews 4:18. So if I'm only reading the King James Bible for the first time, I'm going to read a verse that tells me the Messiah has not given me rest. For if Jesus had given them rest,
Yeah, that's pretty messed up, dude.
that's very, very messed up. You need to read other Bibles. You can't be lying to people saying it's the perfect word of God, blah, blah, blah. It's not the perfect word of God. It's a translation, just like all these. Look at how every other translation makes sure it doesn't put the Messiah's name, the Son of God, God's name in the wrong spot. Joshua, 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 Jesus. In the DBY and WB, they messed it up too. So these must be older translations that messed it up. But anyways, you're supposed to have Joshua there, friends. Hebrews 4:18.
So he's a KJV only. Is that what Perry is?
That's what Perry is.
Yeah. I found a couple of problems with KJV too. I can't remember what they are, but
I'll show you another one. I mean, I'm not even doing a show on this topic, but I'll show you another important one. Revelation 3:9. It says, and Jesus said for people to bow down to angels when Jesus wouldn't tell you to bow down to anybody but God. So right here, it says in the ESV, well, sorry, it says worship in the KJV. That's what I meant to say. Jesus is never going to tell you to worship anybody but God, right? I mean, let's just think of Jesus Christ. Is he going to tell you to worship Peter? Is he going to tell you to worship an angel? No, he's not. Is he going to tell you to worship anybody but God? No, he won't. And this is obvious. So in Revelation 3:9, behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. Behold, I will make them come and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. So bow down in the ESV makes a lot of sense because Jesus is just saying, I'm not going to let the satanic people hurt you. They're going to have to come and bow before you. But look at what it says in the King James. It's going to say worship. Worship.
Really? This is
Worship.
Jesus talking?
This is Jesus talking. Jesus is going to tell people to worship at your feet.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. He'll tell people to worship at your feet. You want to know why it makes even less sense? Because if you read the rest of Revelation, let's just let people soak this in. Revelation 3:9 is Jesus Christ speaking. And in the King James, and even in the New King James, they don't correct it, which is odd because in most of the newer King James translations we've seen here, they have, updated to what it should be, bow down. We see in the NIV here it's saying acknowledge, you know what I mean? Other translations.
Yeah, acknowledge. Yeah, that one sounds really...
It's better than worship.
Yeah, dude.
ESV has bow down. NIV has acknowledge. A lot of these have bow down.
Yeah.
It's not going to, Jesus Christ isn't going to tell you to go worship an angel. He's going to tell who.
No, dude.
Let's
I'm taking notes.
Who's Jesus Christ going to tell you to worship? The Father, God.
Right.
And that's it. So
yeah, dude.
This is a huge error. So those were the two errors I showed Perry. Revelation 3:9, worship before thy feet should be bow down. Huge difference, not a minor error. Hebrews 4:8, they used Jesus' name instead of the priest Joshua. Huge error, saying Jesus hasn't given us rest. And I'll show you why this is even more of a huge error and obvious. This is Jesus speaking, saying, I will make them worship before thy feet, talking to the angel in the church of Philadelphia in Revelation chapter 3. Let's go to Revelation 19:10, and then we'll go to 22:8 to see what angels say when John tries to bow down to worship them. Let's see what the angels themselves would say in that situation, if they would accept worship or not. Then I fell down at his feet to worship him. So the ESV makes sure it even uses the word worship. And I fell down at his feet to worship him. But he said to me, "You must not do that. I am a fellow servant with you and your brothers who hold the testimony of Jesus. Worship God."
Yeah.
For the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. So an angel in Revelation 19:10 wouldn't even accept worship from God.
I
So-
got a question. Is
Yeah, go ahead.
that worship? Is that the same word in the Greek?
We'll have to look at that. But that's a good question. Actually, we should look at that right away. But the point of the matter is an angel's not going to accept worship, because God is the only one who's going to accept worship. And that's good right now, Dirty, to do. That's what we should do.
I mean, because I'm doing another.
No. Let's look at it. Proskino. That's
Okay.
CF Proskinos in Revelation 3:9. And I'm not positive, so I'm actually glad we're doing this study, because that's a good thing to check right here. See if it's Proskino or not.
Yeah.
Good question, Dirty. Good way
To be sure,
Yeah, nah. I could be wrong. I'm a little nervous right now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know the answer of this. I am a little nervous right now. I'm not gonna lie. Dirty did put me on the spot where I better make sure. Oh look! It is Proskino. Gotta be careful there, huh?
I'm gonna put that in my top 10 Revelation video.
Well, let's make sure we get the definition of what Proskino means.
I mean, because worship.
But see, this is the King James translation count. It's saying 60 in the King James, but
it kind of means like pay
angel,
obeisance or something.
This is what the word means in the translation. So it is the same word, but there are plenty of words that mean different meanings of the word. So we see here among the Orientals, especially the Persians, to fall upon the knees and touch the ground with the forehead as an expression of profound reverence. In the New Testament, by kneeling in prostration to do homage to one or make obedience, whether in order to express respect or to make supplication. So it's to me, not like, it's the same word, so it has to mean worship.
Yeah, it could be used to just pay respect.
Ways of doing it. Yeah, it's saying in the first definition there to kiss the hand, token of reverence. So all I know is common sense tells me Jesus isn't going to tell me to go worship an angel. All right, the angels themselves are rejecting the worship, but the fact that it is the same word is why there's confusion in the translation. Like, let's be honest. That's the same reason the Joshua was translated incorrectly too, is because there was the same word there. It was Yeshua, and they translated it to Jesus instead of Joshua. So the fact it's the same word, honestly, doesn't make me change my position at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's more meanings to one word than just there's multiple meanings to one word.
Exactly. There's hundreds of meanings to some words, and we just saw there's like 10 different definitions right there. But right here, this is another example. I, John, am the one who heard and saw these things. And when I heard and saw them, I fell down to worship. So it's going to be the same word again, proskino or whatever, right? So let's just look. It's going to be the same word. Revelation 22:8 and 19:10, the same word.
I'm taking notes, dude. I'm going to be writing the top 10.
It's the same word again.
Okay.
So if it's the same word and both, it's proskino in all three of the verses, Revelation 3:9, Revelation 19:10, and Revelation 22:8. It's the same word, and the word is to worship in the English in two of the three in the ESV, but they change it to bow down in Revelation 3:9 when Jesus is saying that he's going to make the people bow down before the angel. Because why would Jesus be telling them to worship an angel? And then in Revelation 19:10, the angel says to John, no, don't worship me. I'm a fellow servant. Worship God. And then the angel does the same thing here in 22:8 and 9. I, John, am the one who heard and saw these things. And when I heard and saw them, I fell down to worship at his feet of the angel who showed them to me. But he said to me, you must not do that. I am a fellow servant with you and your brothers, the prophets, with those who keep the words of this book, worship God. So how inconsistent and illogical would it be for in verse Revelation 3:9 for the King James to have Jesus saying worship an angel when we see two examples in Revelation 19:10 and then 22:8 and 9 here of an angel saying, no, don't do that. Only worship God. So it makes no sense in
That's
Revelation.
a good eye, dude. I never caught that before.
Well, it's an error in the King James that the people that are like the King James.
I mean,
when I showed it, dude, when I showed it to Perry, Perry was like, "Oh yeah, you are going to be worshiping me. All the non-believers will be worshiping the believers. You better believe that you're going to be worshiping me."
I mean, he thinks the angels are going to be worshiping him too, right?
I don't know, but all I'm saying is that's how people that are King James only can read that and misinterpret it. They're gonna like a Hebrew Israelite probably do the same thing as Perry. They'll read it and be like, "Yeah, you are gonna be worshiping me." See, look, Revelation 3:9. If you're in the synagogue of Satan, Jesus is telling you to bow down. When he's telling the people to bow down to an angel, not worship the angel, dude. I mean, if you read the Bible and you can't understand the concept, Jesus isn't gonna tell you to bow down and worship an angel instead of worship God only, then you missed the entire message of what Jesus came and said to do.
Yeah.
Jesus ain't telling you to worship anything but God. And we have two examples in the same book, Revelation, of angels saying, don't worship me, worship God.
Exactly, dude.
So there you go, Arctic. There's just two that I had in the chamber for you. Revelation 3:9 and also Hebrews 4:8. So anybody that wants to keep this. And thither we had to learn was there. I'm going to do a show on this now because it is long overdue. The people that act like the King James is this perfect interlinear version of the Bible. It's
you should write those down, man. Make a top.
I already had those. Yeah, I'm going to get a whole bunch.
Right. That's cool. Yeah, you inspired me to make a video, man.
Yeah,
I got up the courage, coming up on the panel.
Hit the link. Don't be a coward and troll me now. Just because I told you the King James isn't the authority Bible translation, you don't have to hide in the comments. If you have to disagree, just disagree. It's cool to disagree, man. It's nothing personal. I'm not attacking who you are as a person or your belief in God. I'm just saying I don't go around saying the ESV is the perfect word of God. So why are you going around saying the King James is? I don't think there's not one translation that's the perfect word except for the actual Hebrew and the actual Greek. If you're reading the Hebrew and the Greek, and even then you got to combine those to find it because they have slight variations at time too. So the only perfect words are the Hebrew and the Greek. If you're reading
the best way to do it,
translation, you don't have the perfect word if it's in English.
Dude, the best way to do it is just to have them all side by side,
Exactly. Yeah.
Just look at them all.
Exactly. Why would you not want to read them all? Why would you say one is like Perry insists, Randall, and it seems like Arctic too insist on the King James only. So they're going to read certain verses and not understand them because they're only going to see it in the English that is, for Shakespeare and stuff, and it's going to confuse them. Or there's going to be a word like thither that they never heard and they don't know what it is. And the only reason we understand it now that it's like there or here is because I just looked at it in English to compare it. If you only picked up one book and you didn't look at any other interlinear or concordances, you wouldn't know what thither means because you don't say that word ever in your life.
I know, dude.
But anyways. See, this is Arctic, man. You drank the Kool-Aid, man. I don't know what happened to you, but you got to not drink the Kool-Aid, bro. You drank Perry's Kool-Aid, man. It's not good, man.
I mean, I like the KJV because of the poetic language, it sounds really poetic and stuff, and it's cool, but
I put it in top four. My top four. My top four are the ESV, the KJV, the NRSV, the New Revised Standard Version that the scholars prefer, and the NIV. Those are my four favorite. I already showed the chart earlier that shows word for word the ESV is more accurate than the KJV, but the scholars preferred the NRSV, which isn't, as accurate word for word as just the RSV, which was prior to it. So just being accurate word for word doesn't make it better. It has to have the thought for thought.
Yeah,
If
that's
it
true.
says if it says you're being a chicken and I'm talking about you being a coward, you don't want just the literal word there. You want coward to be represented. And
Right.
we just saw it with that Greek word talking about bow down or worship, because it can mean worship, but it can also mean just bowing down to a king or something like that.
Hmm.
Not worshiping.
Yeah, or like when Paul calls the apostles the super apostles. I think he's kind of using a little sarcasm, and it doesn't really translate into English. It kind of does, but they should kind of add a little more emphasis. I think that he was being sarcastic there.
Yeah, no, Sherry, I totally get what you're saying. I'm not saying any Bible is bad. I'm not saying the KJV is bad. The Bible, the King James Bible, has saved a lot of souls. Trust me, when I had just my NIV version, it's the Word of God, and it kept demons away, and it saved me in times that I can't even describe to people because you wouldn't believe it. So any Bible translation will save a soul and is the Word of God. I'm only talking about the people that think that the KJV is better than every other version and it's perfect and it has no errors. And you know what I mean? You shouldn't even read other translations because the KJV is the authority. That's what I'm talking about, Sherry. The KJV, like I said, it's in my top 3 or 4 Bibles, So I have a lot of Bibles. There's way more than 4 translations that aren't in my top 4. So it's not like I have the KJV 20th on my list. It's in my top 4. For me, I when I read it, the reason I'm so passionate about it is because when I read it before I read other translations, I got confused at times. I didn't know what words were, and I'm not a dumb person. I'm not being arrogant, but I'm not dumb. I'm not slow. I was in honors English in college. Like, I'm decent at reading in English, but I had times when I used to read the King James Bible, I'd get confused. And then
Yeah.
when I finally got the NIV, I was like, wow, this is so much easier to read. I'm just like understanding
Yeah.
information better. The flow of it is better, because that's what's important is you process and learn the information. If
Yeah,
you're
dude.
if you're adding an extra obstacle to learn it, then it's not helpful. You know what I mean? If you have to, instead of you giving me an extra obstacle, I want it to be as easy as possible. So that's my thing with it. And like I said, people get attached to whatever translation they have. So I get it. Like right now, I'm more attached to the ESV than any other translation. So if
Hmm.
somebody's going to argue with me and say NIV or this version or that version's better, I'll say no, the ESV.
Hmm.
But so I get it. I get attached to.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like every version has like one or two passages that are, kind of translated in a certain way where they kind of want to try to push their, doctrine a little bit. And that's fair. I mean, we got a million different translations, so we can compare them all and actually get to the truth of it. But I mean, I
That's
just
my
use the,
exact point. How many people translated the KJV if you go back and look at it historically, and what information did they have to translate it versus 400 years have passed and we have the internet and we have
yeah,
millions
we're
of
way
people that
smarter
have read
now,
the Bible. Yeah, how many people have read the Bible since 1611, since the King James
Yeah,
came out? And how many people have added their 2 cents to, well, this Hebrew word means this.
yeah,
This Greek word means that. It's like, for instance, people that used to buy the Strong's Concordance, dictionary, they would just put Strong's Concordance as the only concordance. They'd be like, oh, he knows what this word means. He speaks Hebrew, he speaks Greek, but he's just one guy doing it. So think about now with the internet and computer programs and all the people. That's why when I go to the interlinear, I don't just go to Strong's Concordance. I look at the Thayer's and the overall interlinear.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because like if I like Strong's is what we have right now, and it's fine because he numbered every word. So great, he did the awesome work. There's no like bias by him just numbering the words. That's cool. That's the Dewey Decimal System, so we can
yeah,
find the word. We all agree Strong did that work. Give him the credit. Cool. But when it comes to the actual translation, I like going, and this is a real short one, so this is a bad example, but I prefer the outline of biblical usage, this one, because this is the most modern scholars and what they think. Underneath, we see Strong's definition. And there'll be plenty of places where if you're just reading Strong's definition, it's going to differ from, and this is a terrible word to click on because there's only one definition for the other one. So let me click on a better word so people get a better understanding. Oh, I clicked on and. That's why. that would probably be why. The word and doesn't have too many meanings. But here's a better example. Angel. So if you look at Strong's definition, and we'll get to what you came up, to show us too. I'm sorry, I'm on one right now, but
no, go
it's,
ahead.
He's got the same meaning for angel. So again, this isn't like the best example, but you see one of his examples is a pastor. So if you only read the 1611 version, when there's the word for messenger, you would have pastor in here, where we see the modern translations only stick to messenger, envoy, one who is sent, an angel, a messenger of God. But he has pastor in his definition. So is it fine to use Strong's definition? And is it very similar to the modern scholars in most cases? Yes. But there was a time when this didn't exist and all people had was Strong's. Strong's existed in 1611. And, think about what he was working with in 1611. He didn't have the internet. He had to, look at books to, find out the meaning of these Greek and Hebrew words, right? So are we gonna put all our weight in this guy who's, born in 1822 to 1890 and he did the best he could translating, Hebrew and Greek to give us, his version of what the word means? Or are we going to trust everybody that exists now? It's now in 2022 and use the computer programs and all the comparisons and every other denomination and everybody from all over the world, not just this one guy who lived a couple miles from where I lived. Actually, it's kind of interesting. He grew up in, he was in like a town that's like real close to me. But, what other information are we going to say was so much better from 1820 or 1600? We're not going to argue that science or they knew more about this or anything. They knew more about math or they didn't know more about anything. They knew less.
No.
So I don't know, man. I get annoyed when people like Arctic. I don't know. He's just kind of pushing my button with that one.
Yeah, he's KJV only, huh? Just toss out all the rest.
Clearly is. He's not thinking.
That's all right. I was reading the contemporary English version the other day, and it's like, dude, they shortened every sentence to about half the sentence.
Yeah,
dude.
those are terrible. I don't like those at all.
It makes for fast reading, but it's like it doesn't give you any of the details,
Those are evil. Like if you're going to paraphrase the Bible, it's not evil, but it's borderline evil. It's like you're going in the direction of evil. You're not. People
it has its own purpose. Like it wants to just shorten it up. That's like the main goal.
But I've read a paraphrased version before where it was like it said it like quoted Jesus and it said something like Jesus would never say in like the modern English, like Jesus said like kick rocks or something. You know what I mean? It's like Jesus never said that. You know what I mean? It's so obvious he didn't say what they put in the paraphrased version. It was like a Bible version called the Book.
Really?
Like if it's not called the Holy Bible, then I don't trust it at all.
Yeah, dude.
Like I've had an angel tell me it has to be called Holy Bible. So if there's a translation and it's just like the Good News Bible or something, if it doesn't say Holy Bible, I don't put any weight.
Yeah, dude. Then it ain't holy if it don't.
Exactly. No, that means something for sure. God makes sure we know what we're looking for.
Yeah.
But well, what's your video on? What'd you do a video on?
Well, I just made it on what was it about, dude? It's called Paul the Liar, False Apostle, the Council at Jerusalem. So
let's get you. How many subscribers you got? You probably got more than me already.
No, dude, I got like 7.
Let's get dirty. So where's your name right here? Right? Yeah, there we are. Did Jesus blind people? Yeah, this is definitely your page. This is definitely you. Let's get the dirty varmint some subscribers, man. Everybody out here, we're all Christians. Let's do the one good deed. It's free charity we can do. You know, it doesn't cost you any money. You don't ever have to watch his channel. You know, he's just going to be spewing blasphemy over there.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, let's get him above 8 subscribers, everybody. Let's try to get the dirty in the game. I'm only at 115 myself, so I still need
Nice,
more
dude.
people myself. But let's get the dirty varmint, you know, above this.
Yeah,
8.
dude.
Let's get him going here. Let's get him some views over on these videos. You know,
Yeah. I
you
don't
got
know.
good graphics. I can see already. You're doing better than me at making these interesting visually.
The best one I think is that one right there. The
Wow.
last one I did.
Wow. How long is this?
10 minutes, like 13 minutes.
Wow, you're good at adding graphics. What are you doing it on?
Just on my video editor from the computer. Came with the computer, Microsoft Windows video editor, and it comes with some cool little things you can do. But
yeah, dirty. This is a whole nother subject, so I'm not going to talk about it. But Jesus is black. He is a Negro, what we would call a Negro. He's a kind and compassionate God. I wish we lived in a world where we didn't even have to qualify him as color, but he saved me in the flesh, and he was black, what we call black. He was not white. He was not the white guy you see in the picture. He was not Arab looking. He was not Middle East looking. He was black. We would see him and say he is a black person. That is what Jesus looks like. He saved me in the flesh. I don't expect you to take my word on that, but
that's fine with me, man. I mean,
I lived a very supernatural life. Have you ever been hunted by the devil and captured by the Illuminati? If you haven't, you probably haven't needed an angel or Jesus like I have, but I've done those things before I met Jesus. I was captured by Illuminati. Have you ever been thrown in the back of ambulances that satanic people were driving and been taken on a place to go where you think you're going to die? No, you probably haven't, but I have.
Yeah, damn, dude.
Yeah. The real Illuminati, not the fake topic that everybody talks about. Oh, this and that. No, I've lived it with real satanic evil. They're human beings in bodies, but I don't know what's deep inside of them. If they're demons or if they're just people that have turned to evil.
Yeah,
I have no idea. But they definitely do supernatural things at times too. So I've do some things that human beings don't do. So I have no idea what the whole situation is. So I'm not going to try to put it together. But I was in a place where I needed Jesus, and Jesus came and saved me in the flesh. So
that's good, man.
I was in a very bad place. So I found God very differently. First, the devil found me, and the devil's supernatural and has power, and it's scary. So, like I said, my name of my channel, Ryan Apologetics 747, is because I went to a church after 3 days of being hunted by the devil. And by being hunted by the devil, I mean you go to the gas station and the people aren't normal.
Yeah.
There's something weird about them. There's bad energy. You watch TV and everything's not just a normal TV show. It's giving you messages that it is satanic. Just everything's not normal. Let's put it that way. I think it's like multiple universe type of thing. Like you could just transfer yourself from doing math and just somebody putting a spell on you or whatever it is. You end up in a different like multiple universe where it's like exactly the same, but it's very different as far as like you're in like bizarro Superman world where like Superman's evil type of thing. It's like mad weird, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know. If you haven't lived it, it's hard to explain. But.
Well, it's good that, God uses some things, bad experiences to, and he'll change them for good,
He turns an evil situation into good, but you never give evil credit for good. Like Isaiah 5 says, you never give evil credit for good or good credit for evil. You never give dark credit for light or light credit for dark or bitter for sweet or sweet for bitter. Isaiah 5 says that.
That's a good scripture, man.
Yeah. Arctic, you've never been saved by him in the flesh, so I don't know why between the two of us you think I'm lying about it. Jesus saved me in the flesh. Trust me, he did. But yeah, you don't have to believe it. I'll stop talking about it though, because I can't prove it. If somebody else is on YouTube, I've seen people talk about Jesus and say he doesn't look black. And when I see it, I just know they're lying, and or that's their experience, and it is what it
Yeah.
is. But I don't know why people say what they say. So some people may, I don't know. For me, he was what he was. He is what he is. I saw the angel call him Jesus. Just like when people say like the letter J wasn't invented, those 700 or whatever, which scholarly is
Yeah.
accurate. Scholarly is accurate. After you've had like the Spirit of God, which I have had, come to you and tell you like Jesus and the Father are God and say those exact words like spiritually, but also you visually saw an angel say Jesus to him in English, probably just because it was the way I could understand it. He probably does have a different title in heaven, but he said it in a way I could understand it.
Mhm.
And I already knew Jesus was Jesus before the angel said it to him. It was just the angel, recognizing him. But it's a crazy situation, so nobody would understand it. But
Yeah, yeah.
if somebody else told me they lived it, I wouldn't believe them either. Like, okay, cool, man. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's something
yeah,
personal, that
yeah. Well, you need to experience the real Illuminati shit to know what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
no thanks, man. I don't want to do that.
The real satanic evil
Yeah.
evil witchcraft from Egypt, where they have power to turn the entire Nile into blood like God did. They can do a couple evil supernatural things, type of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that evil does exist. Does God crush them? Yeah, we saw that in Exodus. He crushed them by the third plague. They couldn't do it. But the Egyptian magicians and sorcerers, compared to me, human Ryan, they can do more than me.
Right.
So yeah, satanic evil had the ability to affect me in a negative manner.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah, I don't want to mess with any of that
they
stuff,
use the
man.
TV a lot, man. The TV is really
Yeah.
how the like how the Bible is like the way to reach God, like the Word of God. Like the TV is real serious, man. Like
Yeah, dude.
if
I know
you're in
what you
that
mean.
if you're in that satanic state, everything that you see on TV is like the devil talking to you. It's very weird.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, I don't know. So yeah, guys, try to subscribe. Let's get Dirty above 8 subscribers. He's only at 8. There's
I'm
90
at 8.
watching. Yeah, why? How many did you have?
Nice. I had 7.
Oh, somebody's already
I
hit you
got
up.
8. I got 8.
Yeah,
That's awesome, dude.
help the Dirty out, guys. Like I said,
Cool.
it's something you can do for free. It doesn't cost you any money. You never have to watch his videos. But it looks like he does a good job with his editing and stuff, and they're going to be entertaining. So
Yeah, they're kind of entertaining. I mean, I don't know if you want to watch them though. I mean,
I
'cause,
mean, I don't want to watch them. Just
I
honestly
know.
speaking, I will watch them because I am interesting out of curiosity. But I already know I'm gonna not agree with all the
No, I know.
content.
You're probably not.
I'm not going to agree with them, but out of curiosity, I will watch them. But yeah, so let's watch 5 minutes. Let's give the Dirty some preview
Okay, okay.
so people can see what the Dirty's doing over here.
Oh snap! I'll be right back.
I'll give him an extra view on the video too.
Nice, dude.
Let's check. Look at how he starts it off. He's got his Dirty Varmint and everything to start off.
Welcome to the Dirty Varmint Show. Today, we're going to be talking about the Council of Jerusalem.
Already, I can tell he's way better. I got to hire Dirty Varmint to do some editing for my channel because he's way better than I am already. So we got to hire Dirty to do the editing over on Ryan Apologetics channel because he's already way better at entertainment than I am.
Welcome to the Dirty Varmint Show. Today, we're going to be talking about the Council of Jerusalem. So we're going to be comparing Acts chapter 15 with Galatians chapter 2. And I'm going to be asking 3 questions. Number 1, what was the reason Paul went to Jerusalem? Number 2, what was the reason Paul and Barnabas parted ways? And number 3, was Paul really an apostle to the Gentiles? Let's get started. Okay. Acts chapter 15 verse 1 says, some men came down from Judea and were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved. And after engaging these men in sharp debate, Paul and Barnabas were appointed to go up to Jerusalem to see the apostles and elders about this question. So we've got the answer to the first question in the video.
You're already way better. I can tell at the internet editing and like the attention span of human beings for 2022 Dirty.
Yeah, yeah.
Channel this is just 1 minute in. I already like literally 59 seconds, 1 minute in. And I've already seen that you're gonna do way more viewers and subscribers than me if you just get your shorts together. Because I guess shorts get people to like see it with more views quicker. Because that's
Really?
well, that's what Mike said and Jamie said. So make some
Yeah.
shorts, like 15, 20 seconds,
Oh,
shorts.
okay, yeah. Like
Yeah.
just I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I wonder if I could do that with any.
I've tried to do it, but I'm not good at all this editing stuff. But Mike and Jamie have done it, and they've gotten thousands of views on some of their shorts. Like Jamie did
Really?
on, yeah, he had like plants, like succubus plant, whatever they're called, succulents or whatever. Succubus is
Oh,
something different, but succulents, and he like did it, and he got 6,000 views. And
dang.
Mike got a couple thousand views on one of his shorts. But,
Really?
yeah,
That's
so
cool,
get
man.
good at shorts, and you'll drive more traffic to your channel. And
Okay.
I got to work on that too. But
Yeah, I'll think about that.
you're, dude, a minute in, I can already tell. Like the internet generation, you got way better chance of blowing up because
Yeah, I've been watching YouTube forever, dude. It's about
Yeah.
time I made a video or two, you know.
yeah, well, you know how people think and what people are interested in, and you keep them entertained so they'll watch the video longer and want to see your next video. And yeah, dude, you're nice at the editing already. What are you using? What are you on
It's
Apple
just
or something? An iPhone? What?
no
How do you do this?
Microsoft Windows
You're
video
not using
editor.
PowerPoint or anything? What are you using?
No, it's just a Microsoft Windows video editor. Comes
That's
with
it. And then
Yeah.
what do you do? Like right here, you're like clicking on GIFs and stuff. How are you
Yeah,
doing?
I just you go on YouTube and just download little memes and and then you can go on Google and download pictures
Yeah.
and then you just
Go to Google Images for the pictures, but like here you're going on. Where are you getting these
on
GIFs
YouTube,
from?
just getting
YouTube?
these memes off of YouTube. But
So
then
you type
I
in YouTube memes, or where are you're gonna have to show.
I just type in the specific meme because I sometimes watch meme channels where they just do nothing but funny
Yeah.
jokes and memes. So
Yeah,
that's
well, it's good for this generation. Like honestly,
yeah.
I'd like to make some videos doing it too, because like I said, people they have the attention span to watch for 30 seconds. They want something funny at times too.
Yeah, and I tried to add a little
Good to make it
comedy
funny.
into
Yeah,
it.
yeah. All right, we'll keep watching, but yeah, dude, off the rip, you're gonna have to share your screen and show everybody how you're doing all this at some point because this is good stuff.
Yeah, it's not
I gotta
too
get better
hard.
at
Yeah, no, yeah,
It's
for
easy.
sure.
But like I said, shorts, like for some reason, Jamie and Mike, I've done like one and nothing really happened, but Jamie and Mike swear you get more views. So start trying shorts too.
Yeah, dude. I wonder if I could just clip some shorts right out of these videos. I mean, I
Oh,
don't
you
know.
could for
Maybe.
sure. Yeah. See, I don't know. When I've tried to edit my YouTube videos, I can't do it, but it's because I do live videos. I think if
Yeah.
you like just record a video like on your cell phone or whatever, and then upload it, you can
Uh-huh.
edit it, no problem. But
Yeah,
because I do these like live, like
Because I'm on a desktop, it's a PC, and so
well, I'm on a computer too. I mean, I have Microsoft computer here, so I
and
mean,
you got a video editor.
I probably have one, but
It's
like I
probably
said,
in your start menu or whatever.
yeah. I'd have to like transfer the videos that I make over to that and try to work on it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So what's it called on Microsoft? Video editor?
Yeah. And it's
Okay.
like really rudimentary, it's not
Yeah.
complicated or anything.
Yeah. I knew what rudimentary means. You didn't have to translate that. It's okay.
But
I got you. Anyways, what was I going to say? Do you make these before? You didn't like, because right now I'm using StreamYard to do this, but you just like recorded these first on what, your cell phone or on your computer?
yeah, just on my Microsoft Windows has the little voice recorder. And because I can't screen share. That's the only thing I can't do. I don't know how to screen share.
StreamYard is how I.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'll show
StreamYard.
you. I'll show you StreamYard once we're done. We'll watch this for 5 minutes though, because I'm liking it. I'm learning from
Right
it.
on, right on.
I see
Thanks, man.
You got Beavis and Butthead. You got Putin.
Yeah.
People are going to be entertained by these. Like,
I hope so, dude. I hope somebody likes
You're
it.
already good at the marketing. You got your brand already. The Dirty
I
Varmint.
mean,
You got the perfect name. You got.
I hope I get some enemies too, like I hope people are just pissed off in the comments, tell me how much of a dirty varmint I am,
Yeah, good or bad. Somebody's gonna say you don't know the Bible at all. You're a piece of garbage. You don't care. You just want the views. I get it, Dirty.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
trying to blow up. I get it. You're trying to spread your
Well,
message, blow up.
yeah.
Branding great with the
Spread my
dirty
message, my take on it.
your company logos, this varmint at the end. You're doing good, man. You're doing good.
Thanks, dude.
All right, let's keep watching. We'll give him some more, but we get the point already. A minute in, I can see
Yeah.
how it's gonna go.
Yeah, you can see the format,
Yeah,
It
that's
starts
how I-
off with like a video game where that's just like the background kind
Yeah.
of
yeah. Look at
thing
this.
going on.
Yeah, like look at this one.
About
Circumcision
circumcision and
exists, and you got Paul, and you got the man. You know how to communicate to this generation with these type.
I've got my meme training in, dude.
Yeah.
By the elders of Antioch to go to Jerusalem.
Plus, keeping it like 15 minutes or under. That's the way to.
I know,
really
that's what I
reach
thought.
people.
Because the video
Yeah.
was like 30 minutes long, and I was like, dude, I just can't. I don't think anybody's gonna want to watch it if it's that long.
Well, that's the thing with my streams. Somebody sees 6 hours, they're like, I don't want to watch that. But if they see something that's 30 seconds, they're like, I'll click. That's why the shorts do so well. Because
But
people
you're
see it,
live, so it's more fun to
15
just watch it live.
Well, that's what I mean. This isn't about just getting views. This is us me personally trying to learn from other
Yeah,
people
it's
and,
definitely
people
fun.
learning. But if
just-
you want to grow a YouTube channel, you're doing it a way better way than me with these visuals. These visuals matter, man.
Yeah,
That's
I hope
why,
that it grows.
Yeah, well, that's why I leave my camera on, because instead of just watching people, I mean, we already get the point on this stuff. I'm gonna watch some of them because they're entertaining, but I'll give it another. We get the point. We get the point.
I did. Yeah, you get it. I did
Within
3 videos.
Within a minute, I already understand what the direction you're going. So.
Yeah. I mean, I did 3 videos on the Bible, and then the 4th video is on Berserk, which is a manga comic book. And
Okay,
just
yeah. So you're not just doing Bible. Yeah, your channel can be on anything, man.
Yeah, I figured it would be mostly on the Bible because that's really the only thing I know how to talk about, dude.
Well, I mean,
just a few other books that I'm kind of into.
What you want, but yeah, guys, if you can subscribe to the Dirty Varmint, I'll watch.
Yeah, dude, thanks, man. I appreciate you shouting me out.
Yeah, well, I know how it is, man. I want every subscriber I can get, bro. So I promote me over on your channel too.
I will, dude.
But yeah, I'll show you how you just go to StreamYard. I don't want to mess up the stream that we're on, but it's just called StreamYard. So you just type in, StreamYard and stream it.
You get a free trial or something?
Well, this is how you get on what I'm on, StreamYard. Yeah, you can use it for 20 hours a month for free. So you can make videos if you want to share Bible verses using StreamYard. Yeah. Just like how we're doing it right now. That's all you use is StreamYard.
Yeah, because I want to be able to, take like screen recordings or even screenshots. I don't even know how to do a screenshot, dude.
You want to be able to share Bible verses. I get it. Yeah. So yeah, you just type in StreamYard into Google, and then you'll have it. And then I use Blue Letter. I know some people prefer other, but I like the Blue Letter. Yeah,
I use Bible Hub.
Well, I'll use what you want.
Yeah. It's got the Berean standard version, I think it's called, and I kind of like that translation.
Yeah, well, I'm King James only, so
yeah,
man. I would like I said, keep at it, man. You're gonna grow. You got the style that people like more than the style we're doing.
And I got some controversial topics, dude. So I think. I mean, my target audience is definitely like Christians, like believers who are Christians, and there's going to be some really controversial topics, but that's kind of the point, Well,
like I leave my camera on just not because I like being on camera, but I think it's like at least more interesting for people to be able to watch people. Like I don't mind that you guys don't all put your camera on, but it would be more entertaining if everybody had their camera on.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if we're
something
just talking,
for people to watch,
we're just talking. Yeah, it's something for their attention span or just human nature. We want visuals.
Yeah.
So instead of talking like this for hours, where it's like people are just watching us talk, which is fine. I like having the cam on just to give them a something extra, And that's what you're doing to like the 100th level with the memes and
Yeah, I
mixed.
mean, well, I myself, like
Yeah.
I get addicted to watching those, the mystery of the pyramids, the ancient pyramids, and
Yeah,
they got all these old pictures of all the pyramids, and I just love watching those pictures. It's like
so
those
how
are
do you get
cool.
the memes on YouTube? You just type in memes, or how do you get the
Yeah,
memes?
like usually, you just type in if you know a meme, you just kind of type in the
Well,
name
like
of
I go
it
on
or
YouTube here like this. How do I get the memes? Where do I
yeah,
go?
like well, what's the emotion you're looking for?
Well, what do you do? What do you type in? Just
Just
all right,
give me a
sad.
give me a
Type in,
random emotion,
what do you do? Type in.
sad, yeah, sad meme,
Okay,
and
so you
then
just
just
write whatever you want with meme after it, essentially.
yeah, yeah,
All right, and then when you get that, you have that. What? Let's
yeah.
click
You
on.
just kind of got like a little short clip.
Okay, so now we got sad meme, and then you just click it. But this is 17 minutes.
So you weren't
Yeah, so
sure
you don't
who
want
I
to use
am.
that, but
Huh?
yeah, you wouldn't want to use that because you're
No,
just gonna
no,
clip
no.
out a little 2-second thing of it.
Yeah.
But
So how do you clip it out with the Microsoft Editor?
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, you just type in whatever emotion you're feeling, then meme, and then you'll get a bunch of these videos, and then
Yeah.
and
Just
then you
and if you got some specific memes you're looking for, because I used to watch a meme channel where it's just a 10-minute video of nothing but memes, and so I kind of got familiar with a lot of the popular memes, and
yeah.
so I just kind of know which ones that I'm thinking of,
Yeah. So
You
you
just
probably
gotta watch them.
type in you got Microsoft Video or whatever editor.
Yeah,
Microsoft
video editor.
Yeah. See, this is a Microsoft computer. I'll have to play around and look for it. I don't know how to
Yeah, mine
like
it's in like mine. I found it in the start menu, and
yeah,
it's cool. It's it's real
that's
easy,
good
dude. It's
stuff.
pretty cool, man.
Oh, it's good stuff, man. I liked it. Like I said, I'm not watching more of the video because I'm not interested. I'll watch them some other time. It's just like right now, I got the point within a minute. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that 10-minute video took me like 8 freaking hours, dude.
did it? Took you
Yeah.
that long to make that, huh?
Just to find all the pictures and,
Yeah.
because I'm just starting from scratch, so I don't have any pictures. So I just had to kind of search around and looking for cool pictures and stuff.
Yeah,
You
Mike's
know.
saying clip under your title or something. I don't know if
What's
Mike.
that?
I don't know if Mike hates you because you pissed him
Oh.
off last time he was on here. But
I know, Mike. I'm
He said-
sorry, Mike.
well, you were being dirty varmint.
I
You
know.
Were, Jesus want to do a blood sacrifice.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Blood
And
sacrifice.
I gotta admit,
blood sacrifice.
Mike, he actually convinced me. Like, you guys showed me in the Isaiah 53 where it does pretty much say that Jesus died for our sins. So I mean, you win. I mean,
well,
and Mike does have a lot of really.
That was a revolutionary
I
commentary.
mean, Mike was right about circumcision. He was right about a lot of things, dude.
He's wrong. He's wrong about a lot too. Let's not.
I think he's wrong about that comma after the word today, but that's
I'm wrong about a lot too.
He's not wrong about very much else.
We all are right at some things, and we're all wrong about some things.
Yeah.
And some things we don't know who's right or wrong on. Like that's the bottom line. Like we wouldn't be having these disagreements if we weren't right about some things and wrong.
I know.
Like when we get to like after death or hell or heaven or what they're gonna be like nobody knows. Nobody knows the answer.
And there's and I think Mike was saying something about that yesterday. Like they usually when I find I have this little theory that when I find something that is false in the Bible, I think my theory is that some group of people out there has developed this whole entire weird doctrine based on just that one verse or that one comma, and it's like they just base their whole entire doctrine off of this one little lie.
I wouldn't agree that anything's false, but I understand what you're saying is you can see how like Perry can read that.
Yeah, he could totally twist it
like Revelation 3:9. He can take, look, Jesus is saying worship the angels. So
you're gonna worship
people of
me.
God are gonna be worshipped by people, because he's King James only, and that word is really referring to bow down. and he doesn't read the rest of Revelation to see angels don't accept worship because they tell you to worship God because they fear God and love God too. So they're not going to sit there and have you bow down and worship them. That's idolatry. That's
yeah, dude. That's messed up.
So yeah, people like him will read that verse, and he did. He made a whole, like, I pointed that verse out to him, and then his immediate interpretation was, "See, yeah, Ryan, you will be worshiping me." And Tim's like, "Yeah, man, you will be bowing down to us and stuff." And it's like scary, like you said, people. It's not that the Bible itself is false; it's that people can read it and be misled and make a bad. Like for instance, with women teaching or something, people can read Paul saying something about women teaching.
Yeah, and then they'll
like anytime a woman talks, they'll be like, "See, women shouldn't be talking," and
yeah.
God said
they'll
women
like overinflate it to mean even more. They'll be like,
they'll exaggerate it. But yeah, what's going on, Mike?
Mike,
you're on mute, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Good to see you, brothers. Good to see you. Carry on,
man.
Just chilling like Dylan.
Dirty's got a channel. He just started. Did you come in? Did you see that yet?
No, with his list of things.
Yeah,
editing it like with like modern day memes. We'll let it play. I gotta go get a drink, so we'll put one on and we'll let it play for a little longer. But
it's kind of like I got a top 10 everything wrong with the book of Revelations. That's one of my videos.
You did your things that you have complaints on all the time, right?
Yeah.
Good for you.
But he put it in 20-year-old meme, internet language where he's going to end up blowing up and having millions of viewers because this is.
I don't know. I probably have millions of haters, dude.
Well, that's what I mean. You're going to get millions of views either way because this is what human beings' attention spans and visually prefer versus like a show like this where we're just talking information and it's like reading.
Don't click on that Berserk one, whatever you do.
Which one do you want?
That one's 18 plus. You don't want to click on that one.
All right. Which one do you want?
I don't know. Just the one where I don't know, whichever one.
All right.
That's probably the best one. The other ones aren't that good.
I'm gonna get a drink and heat up my heating pad. I'll be back in 5, so we'll let this rock.
All right.
But I can't pause it, so you and Mike are just gonna watch it for 3 minutes.
Mike's gonna tear me apart, dude.
Everybody this is a preview of Dirty Varmint's channel, and like I said, it's free. Everybody go subscribe to Dirty Varmint and then also subscribe to Mike. So hold on, let me write this before I go upstairs.
Ryan, he's the one that let me up on his panel, and I kind of got over a little bit of nervousness, on the microphone. That was cool. Right?
I remember the first time you came on and you said you were nervous and stuff, but you didn't show it. I thought to myself that day that you said it, I thought to myself, if I see him like 6 months or a year from now, and I want to tell him, you did not appear nervous. You did really good, and you never have appeared nervous.
I was, man. I was for sure.
That was funny. You got up here and you were like halfway nervous. Then you realized none of us are very professional up here either. And you're like,
we throw frisbees for fun.
Yeah.
Why am I respecting these guys? All right, I'll be right back, guys. I just want to get a drink and heat up the thing because why not?
You got some videos too?
Yeah, Mike, I never knew Mike had a channel either. I was shocked.
The Nunya Biz channel?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did a bad job.
I'm going over there to subscribe, man. He had a
channel because I was willing to promote over here for hours.
I might leave you some nasty comments.
All right. I'll let Dirty's rock. I'll let it rock.
Welcome to the Dirty Varmint Show.
Hold on, I gotta pause it already. How great is that, Mike?
That is awesome.
What is that? He's got his branding down already because he ends the video with it too. So every video he's gonna brand with this freaking whatever this is.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I gotta check the spelling on that.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is either, dude.
Yeah, nobody knows what this is. It's a varmint. It's a dirty. Look, paws are dirty and stuff. He made sure he Googled a picture and he's like, yeah, he's dirty enough. He's like, yeah. Right. So this is his branding, but yeah. All right, we'll let it rock. The editing's awesome. I watched 1 minute and I already understood like the whole concept.
I hope I don't get a copyright or something from these images. You know what I mean?
Nah, you're not. You're fine. People
They're
do it on
just
YouTube
memes.
all the time. I mean, they do it on
Yeah,
YouTube.
I mean, memes aren't illegal.
Nah,
To the
Hey, I
dirty
made a meme. Oh, go ahead.
nah. Go ahead. I'm about to run
Well,
upstairs.
I'm just so proud of myself when I left Facebook. Is that what it's called? Facebook.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It was right when Charlie Sheen came out as being HIV positive, and I made a meme with a picture of him, and at the top it says, "Surround yourself with," and at the bottom it said, "Positive people."
Oh man, Mike, man, better.
Yeah, you probably got.
You're gonna be accountable for that one day.
Yeah,
I
you're
am.
on
I
a
am.
watch list now, dude.
I got 3 bum friends that stopped by, and they're all HIV positive.
Damn. I'm
Yeah,
sorry to hear
I'm up
that.
on-
That's crazy,
Yeah.
man. That's crazy.
yeah, it's like, hey, if you want anything to eat, I'll buy you Burger King. you want to use a toothbrush? We can go to the store and buy one.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts, man.
All right.
I don't know, man. God bless the fact people live a lot longer these days, though. It used to be a serious death sentence. At least now it's just like, almost like not, I won't say it's like getting herpes or something, but it's way less of a death sentence now. It's more like you're just living with a really, it's way worse than herpes because 80% of the population has herpes, but at least some form of it. Let's just, stay off of that. But
Yeah.
there's 2 kinds. We've all done the Google search because we've all gone to the. Anyways, yeah, let's watch the Dirty Show because I'm just gonna grab a drink quick. I'll be right back. Everybody enjoy and subscribe to Dirty Varmint. Just type in Nunya Biz, Mike's channel. Look for Mike's picture. Is that one word, Mike, or 2 words?
Oh, 2 words.
Okay, so type it in like I've typed it there, Nunya Biz, and type in Dirty Varmint and go to their channels and subscribe. But here we go. Here's the preview of the Dirty Varmint Show.
All right. Thanks, Ryan.
Welcome to the Dirty Varmint Show. Today, we're going to be talking about the Council of Jerusalem. So we're going to be comparing Acts chapter 15 with Galatians chapter 2. And I'm going to be asking 3 questions.
And unlike Jamie Russell, I'll tell you, this video is only going to be playing for 5 minutes, guys. So it's not 5 hours. Because every time I watch Jamie's channel, I want to know. This is only going to play for 5 minutes.
Number 1, what was the reason Paul went to Jerusalem? Number 2, what was the reason Paul and Barnabas parted ways? And number 3, was Paul really an apostle to the Gentiles? Let's get started. Okay. Acts chapter 15 verse 1 says, "Some men came down from Judea and were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved." And after engaging these men in sharp debate, Paul and Barnabas were appointed to go up to Jerusalem to see the apostles and elders about this question. So we've got the answer to the first question in the video. That was easy. Paul was having a heated debate about circumcision and was sent by the elders of Antioch to go to Jerusalem to settle the dispute. Paul holds the position that circumcision cannot benefit you in any way, and in fact, it places you under a curse. We know this from Paul's epistles. This is probably the reason why the elders of Antioch didn't take sides and sent the question to Jerusalem. So when they got to Jerusalem, a group of believers from the sect of Pharisees said, "The Gentiles must be circumcised and required to obey the law of Moses." So the apostles and elders met to look into this matter. And after much discussion, Peter stood up to deliver the answer. Now, before we get to that, I want to point out it says, after much discussion, Peter got up. So the discussion itself was long and drawn out, possibly taking days or even weeks. So why do you think it took so long? And what type of things do you think they were saying? Some of them were saying you have to get circumcised and follow the laws of Moses, but others were saying that's wrong. Jesus taught us to follow some laws of Moses, but he also taught us to disregard other laws of Moses, such as animal sacrifice, eye for an eye, and the death penalty. Jesus also modified some laws of Moses, and Jesus' law supersedes Moses. So if we only have to follow some laws of Moses, which ones should we follow? So you could imagine what type of conversation they're having. And after the discussion, they came up with the answer in verse 28. It says, "It seemed good to the Holy Spirit and to us not to burden the Gentiles with anything beyond these essential requirements. You must abstain from food sacrificed to idols, from blood, from the meat of strangled animals, and from sexual immorality. You will do well to avoid these things." Now, if you notice, these four things are from the laws of Moses. Food sacrificed to idols is the first commandment. Eating blood is forbidden by Noah. Meat of strangled animals is in Deuteronomy. Sexual immorality is in Leviticus. So these are all laws of Moses. But you will also notice that these four things are not taught by Jesus himself. So it's very important that they told the Gentiles to abstain from these four things. So in the end, they didn't command them to get circumcised because God had made no distinction between Gentiles and Jews when he gave them the Holy Spirit. Peter explained it early in verse 10 through 18 and adds that circumcision would be too much of a heavy yoke for the Gentiles. It would probably scare them away from being Christians. And further reasoning is explained by James in verse 21, where it says, "Because Moses has been proclaimed in every city from ancient times."
How do you like my picture of James?
So if Gentiles want to learn
I like
more
the Paul Newcomb.
Yeah, Peter Newcomb.
but they decided that circumcision is not a salvation issue, one way or the other. Some laws of Moses must be followed, but circumcision is not one of them. And they delivered the message to the Gentiles, and they rejoiced at the good news. But that actually creates somewhat of a problem, because Paul thought that it was okay to eat food sacrificed to idols, and he taught that all the laws of Moses are done away with. And if we get circumcised, then we're under a curse, and Jesus will not benefit us at all. Well, it's a good thing we learned from Peter and James that all three of those things Paul said are stupid and should be ignored. So let's just move on to Galatians chapter 2, verse 1. "I went up to Jerusalem accompanied by Barnabas. I went in response to a revelation, but I spoke privately to those reputed as leaders for fear I was running in
All right,
vain.
all right.
Yet not even
All right, all
Wow.
right. That's the sample, everybody. If you
That's
want,
the
if you
sample.
want more content, you know where to find it.
Yeah,
Dirty
if you want
Buckets.
more.
I'm making the hot dog, so I'll be right back. But yeah, go ahead, Mike. Give them your
What do you think, Mike?
give them your feedback, Mike. And Arctic Timberwolf wants to know what video game you
Oh, video. Yeah, I know. I don't really have any other video games. That's the only one I got, dude. It's
Well, he
called
wants to know what
Smite.
it is. What's the name of
It's
it?
called Smite, Battleground of the Gods. You play as, Zeus, Poseidon, all the pagan gods from, those are the characters in the game. So it's kind of ironic, but it's just a game.
Oh no, I wouldn't know
But-
one game from another. I didn't see any nudity or any bodies blowing up, so it looked fine to me.
Yeah. It's called Smite. It's a pretty fun game,
You know what's fun? You like to watch those? What documentary? Like you didn't say History Channel, but that popped in my head. You said earlier you like to watch documentaries. Oh, like the pyramids or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should look up. You should investigate sprites. These guys
Sprites?
they flew an airplane above the clouds during a thunderstorm, and whenever lightning struck from the cloud downward, there was always just before a sprite above it. Yeah,
I think
And
I
what
know it's not like above the atmosphere or something, kind of.
above the clouds shooting up to the atmosphere.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
I've heard of those.
Yeah, it's really cool because they took an airplane and they had a high-speed camera, and whenever the guy would see like a lightning strike, the film was already going, but it wasn't copying, So as soon as he hits the button, it would copy everything from 10 seconds ago. So they got these sprites in slow motion, like wow, it's just I don't know, it's beautiful. But no, them brothers looking at Paul like, hey man, you got to tell these brothers to get circumcised or whatever. When your video first started out, that story, because you went into so many things. I'd have to look at the video and then say, hey, at timestamp 5.3. Yeah. But as far as like that first one, don't forget when Jesus came, he did away with all those additional post golden calf laws.
Okay. So that's one of them, right?
Well, no, that's
Oh.
that's not the
Oh no,
explanation.
no, that's before that, huh? Yeah, like Abraham or no?
Moses, right.
Okay.
Yeah, they took the blood covenant up to God, and in Exodus 24:8, he wrote it down and sprinkled all the blood on the people, and he took it back up to God. That's the blood covenant we're trying to get into.
Okay.
The-
Yeah.
Yeah, but then he came down and there was a golden calf. So everything. So then he went back up and he learned about the Levitical priesthood, the sacrifices, blah blah blah. But no, so there was a split. The original Jews kept going their original way. They kept wanting to do the sacrifices and everything.
Uh-huh.
This has nothing to do with circumcision. Well, sort of.
Yeah. No, I know. And Paul was actually right, because he was the one arguing against circumcision, and he
Right,
ended up
because
being right about it. And Peter and James agreed that it's not really necessary. I guess if you want to, but it's up to you. I mean, I don't know
Right,
anybody
and
who'd really want to when they're an adult, like you said, after 8 days old.
right, because if you were 28 and it was the year 20, before Jesus's ministry, but there's a temple and everything, and there's sacrifices going on. If you wanted to join into the Jews, you would have to get circumcised per their law. So that's why they were saying, hey man, you're talking about not circumcising. How about doing this? And it's funny but it is funny they picked the one thing that you would, because if Paul believes the sacrifices and everything have been done away with, there's going to be no need for him to go to the temple. It shows in scripture he wants to go up to the feast. I've got to get to the feast. I've got to get to Jerusalem. But these guys are calling him back and saying, hey man, we think you're messing up. Bring back some brothers that are under a Nazirite vow and prove to us that you're following the law. But the circumcision law of 8 days old does not apply to people you're trying to convert. You can tell them about it and it's like, whatever. But I would never. Abraham and Moses, they got snipped when they were like 90 or something. So it was probably just a little bit off the top because it's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous after 8 days, let alone if you're 30 or something.
Well, I mean, I was reading an article saying that circumcision is like it's like literally the vaccine for HIV/AIDS, dude. It says that men are like 60 to 70% less likely to get AIDS from a female if they are circumcised. And
wow.
So, I mean, it's just it's like wow.
Well, that's funny because we know that leprosy is not necessarily Hansen's disease. They think it's a general term for something that was going on back then that is no longer around. What they call coincidentally in 1983 it reemerged apparently. I'm just saying
some kind of skin disease that they had back then.
Yeah, and if they got cured, it was on the books for 1,200 years. If you got cured, you had to go to the priest and he would look at your scabs and whatever the heck.
I mean, dude, because Jesus, he cured the leper, right? And then he said, go up to the priest and, give him the offering that Moses prescribed, And I was looking at that and it's like, dude, you got to sacrifice like 12 animals, dude. Yeah.
Oh, and you got to be
like
quarantined.
30 days. Yeah, you got to be quarantined. And
you got to look at if he went there, like with his sacrifice or whatever, he would have been, the priest would have said, wow, like, I don't even see anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So I figured I mean, after talking to you guys and stuff, I'm probably going to cut back on my assertion about, Jesus being a sacrifice for sins. I'm probably going to cut back on that because, I kind of, after looking at that Isaiah, it's like, I don't want to get ahead of myself,
I'd still put it out there, man. I would just say, hey, there's this opinion out there. What do you guys think of this?
Right, because I do think that Jesus replaced the animal sacrifice with water baptism for forgiveness of sins. So I mean, I still think that
repentance?
The repentance, I still definitely think that. So
Jess wanted to know, but Jess, Dirty and Mike have channels. I didn't know Mike had a channel for the longest time either, but
I just
Chris
started
has a
it.
channel too. So Everybody subscribe to Chris's name. Just type in everybody's name. I mean, Mike's name is
Yeah.
Nunya Biz. Don't type in.
What
the
about
Mike
these guys in the chat? Do they got channels?
I don't know. Arctic.
I just started
Timberwolf,
mine after watching your
anybody
live
else,
streams,
you
man.
have a channel.
You did some great video. What I don't even know what you call it. Ryan. What do you call it? Where his graphics were all cool. Those were great.
I don't know. I told him I can't do all that. He's awesome at that GIF or memes, GIF.
Yeah,
GIF,
yeah.
memes.
Well, I mean, even the script, like when he put the scripture up, it comes in like a square, and the square opens up, and it's gray. Like it's like in the background, maybe he's got like a stupid, what is that, Smite or something? The
game.
Yeah,
or maybe a picture of it.
your videos are awesome, bro. They're definitely
Yeah, it's just that video editor from Microsoft. It gives you all these different, letter formats. You can use different kinds of cool letters, and so that way you can type the scriptures on the screen and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool, man.
Awesome, bro. But I was just thinking too, because you were saying you wanted to be able to show more scriptures. You could always take on your phone, take a picture of scriptures like on Bible Hub, and then email it to yourself. And then when you're doing your editing, just
but I don't have a phone, dude.
Oh, you don't? Yeah,
no, I don't have a cell phone.
You are a sick man, Dirty.
Yeah, I'm like the only one in the world without a freaking cell phone. But I refuse, dude. I'm not gonna get one.
Why don't you have a cell phone?
It's just not manly.
It's a conscious choice. You're afraid it's like the devil.
I mean, it's just their cell phones are for women.
Are you no time out. Your serious reasons are you think it's effeminate to have a cell phone?
I think it is kind of. And it's actually costs money too, and I don't have the money, so that's the main reason.
So if you had
I just tell myself it's not manly.
If you had $10,000 in the bank,
I'd have a phone.
Okay, so it's not
you got a landline?
Yeah,
you got a landline?
Yeah, I got a landline, and I got a computer internet connection and a landline, and so that's that's fine.
You get by, but it is pretty sad you don't have. I mean, phones are handy, man, when you need them for a disaster.
I know that's the only problem, but I mean, we survived without them for 5,000 years.
I understand. Some people stay with the flip phone. Let's see. All right, we got Dirty up to 9. Let's keep going, guys.
Nice, dude. That's awesome.
Get Dirty some subscribers. It's free. It's something you can do for free. And then type in Mike's name. And then just find Mike's. All right, we got Mike up to 105. All right,
cool. That's creepy. Oh my god. Yeah, don't look at my videos, man. Mine are like third grader made them. Come on.
Yeah, go to Mike's channel too and check it out. Mike's got a bunch of stuff.
What does Mike got?
What you said? You and Jamie were both. I'm gonna eat these hot.
What kind of topics is
you and Jamie were both saying shorts get a lot more views too, weren't you, Mike? See, right here, Mike's got 2,600 views on this short.
After 3 weeks, you got 2,000 views.
I got that in one day.
Holy cow! And it's just
and it didn't go any higher. Somebody must have had it on loop or something.
Yeah,
dude, that's cool. I put my own videos on loop so I can all the views on my videos are my own views, dude. I watched it myself.
That's crazy, dude.
I'm cheating. I'm just doing whatever I can to get the views.
Other people are.
Whenever I leave the house, I put it on a loop.
This is smart.
Well, Chris has got a channel too, everybody. So subscribe to Chris's channel too, because I didn't know Chris had a channel either. So.
He's got a good channel. Yeah, he's got
good. I have to put Perry up on here, and I'm gonna have to make some videos about that. Put him up on here getting roasted by somebody, and I'll put it up.
He's been on a couple times. You'd have to
because he's been, trying to drag you through the mud, huh?
He made 3 videos on me. I don't care.
Yeah, dude, that's messed up. We're gonna have to retaliate, man.
Yeah, but go to Chris's channel. Go to Arctic Timberwolf too. I didn't know this. Arctic Timberwolf's got a channel too. This is crazy. Nice. All you guys have channels.
All right, all right.
I don't know. Arctic Timberwolf said you could just click on the person's comment, but I can't do it I got to do it on my phone.
Yeah, I can do that in some chat rooms. In other chat rooms, I can't. I don't know.
I can't do it on my phone. I mean, on my computer. I probably can on my phone. You guys can see on my phone.
Jessica
all I got is put user in timeout or block user. That's all I got on my computer. So I got to go to the cell phone. But Arctic Timberwolf said you can type on people's, just click on their name and go to their channel.
No, if you're in YouTube, I don't know if you know what you know how to find that clip, how to clip off of a video. If you do left,
yeah.
okay,
Uh-huh.
where it says like and dislike. If you keep scrolling over, it says clip, and if you
Yeah.
find a part of
Oh,
a video you like, you can clip out up to a minute of it. I
And
think.
so does that does it
Arctic-
count as one of your videos? Like it goes onto your channel or?
Oh no! Any views get credited to the original guy, so it's totally
Oh,
cool to do with anybody. They're not going to get
yeah,
offended. It'll only help them.
that's
Arctic
cool.
Timberwolf's got way more than me. I got he's got 500. I just subscribed. So subscribe.
Arctic Timberwolf?
Yeah, subscribe to Arctic Timberwolf. Yeah, if you go on your
Yeah,
phone,
yeah, I got him
click
too.
on it and it says go to channel on my
You
computer.
got 500?
He does Arctic Timberwolf.
Dang, that's cool.
I got 115, but then I lose one every other day too. So, but
Really?
wow, I pissed somebody off.
Yeah, dude, I know, huh?
All right, I'm eating these hot dogs though, so you guys talk for a minute, or I'll talk, but you guys carry it more here. Whatever you guys want to talk about, go ahead.
How do you guys find those people so quick? I got to type in Arctic Timberwolf. Oh, is that all you do too? You just do it really quick.
Click on the three little
Yeah.
dots next to his name, Mike, on the comment. There's like if you go on the comment, like
Oh, Evan something.
I don't know if options pop up on your phone or not.
Oh, I'm $4.99. Yeah.
Yeah, he's ahead of all of us.
Nice.
Jessica. Oh, go to channel. Arctic. Go to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you do have go to channel in your thing.
Yeah. I can't do it on my computer, but on my phone it said that. Yeah. But yeah, the show started off on Fear the Lord, so we'll get back to that. But I got distracted because Arctic Timberwolf is a KJV only, so I started talking about KJV, and he got annoyed. So I got distracted trying to explain why I say you shouldn't just use one Bible translation, because I don't think any translation should just be all you use. And I think KJV, out of all of them, you definitely shouldn't just use that, because that can confuse people. So if you are KJV preference, you prefer it, at least make sure you're using interlinears and concordances and checking it,
Well, dude, I appreciate you letting me do that. I'm gonna actually get off. I'm kind of tired. I'll be in the chat though. So thanks for letting me boost my channel, man. That was cool.
That was awesome video. Good video.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. But I'll be in the chat. So
All right, cool. All right.
yeah, thanks for having me up, dude.
Blessings, brother.
Oh, wow.
You
Arctic
too, guys.
Timberwolf has been on since 2008. Wow. That's crazy. He's been on since 2008. How does Jamie Russell find a way to talk about Daniel 9:24 through 9:27 every day is what I'm trying to wonder, Mike. How does he find a way to do that?
Where's Chris at? Is he still in chat? And Chris does the same thing with SDA. Goodness gracious.
Day in Venice. Yeah. He talks about Ellen White every day.
These guys got an obsession.
Yeah, they do. No, but seriously, like I didn't know why he did it, but now I understand it a little better because that Donnie guy came on and like wanted to talk about it and challenge him. Like I didn't think Daniel 9:24 through 9:27 was such a big, debate for people, but I guess it's like dependent upon your doctrine. I guess it really matters. I don't know. What's the big reason you think he cares? Is it because it like ties to the rest of his denomination or something?
Oh no, because it's in fact I think SDA views it different. He Jamie freely admits he doesn't follow like their viewpoint or Ellen White and anything of Ellen White's. But yeah, it boils down to, and it's only come up recently. Like, I mean, there's a couple guys in history, but it's really only come up in the past 30, 40, 50 years. And it's really big because depending on how you read it, in what we are looking for in the future is either going to be the Antichrist or the Christ, because there's so many relative pronouns that could be either the Christ is going to stop the sacrifices or the Antichrist is going to stop the sacrifices and tear down the temple. But Revelation has a 7-year period of similar sounding words, but like you and I have discovered, things that look the same are usually not. So for them, if the only way to make the revelation and I don't know where it is, chapter 13 or something. The only way to make that Revelation 7-year period work is to have Daniel 8:11, Daniel 9:27. I think that's it. The relative pronouns have to be the Antichrist. And that has never been read like that. It has always been Christ is doing this, the people of Christ are doing that. And because it's Old Testament. What are they going to know about an well, they know Antichrist. But I'm just saying, what are they going to know about an Antichrist? This Daniel tried to figure these out, and the angel told him these are sealed up till the last days. This isn't for you to know. So it's very important if we're looking at what to look for in the last days. There's going to be a temple rebuilt, and it's not going to be a good one. Any stone temple is going to be bad, but we don't understand how the Jews are going to, the non-believing Jews are going to get this structure built, and let alone start the sacrifices again, let alone to have the Antichrist or whatever stop them again. It's a very deep dive, but the very basic is in the outcome. It's very important because these guys debating it cannot differentiate between the Antichrist and the Christ within the text itself, so they can't even predict the future. Yeah.
Well, my thing is, it's probably just the way I view life. But like, I used to smoke cigarettes and never think I was going to live to be 70 or 90 or 100. I always expected I could die tomorrow type of thing. So I don't put much weight when I read the Bible into stuff like that, because to me, I'm like, well, I could die right now. I could die tomorrow. So why am I going to, be doing it to like try to solve the mystery to share as a legacy to other people? To me, I don't go through my life thinking at some point I'm going to have to differentiate between the Antichrist and Jesus. Like, I don't, because think about, since Daniel's been written, how many people have lived since then? So has every generation, like Paul's generation, have they just been waiting for the same thing? You know what I mean? Like, so how many, for the last 2,000 years since Jesus, how many generations has it been? At least if you say 70-year lifespans, at least 30 generations of people. So how many have been wrong so far? 30 generations. We're at 2022, about to be 23. So it's like, to me, I don't get myself all worked up over stuff like that, because for me, I just don't expect to live that long. So if I die tomorrow, does that prophecy even affect me, type of thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and quite honestly, the only reason I would try to figure it out is because I kick back and watch 10 people have 10 different opinions on it. And I'm like, well, let me just take a look at this. What the heck are these people looking at?
He's the only reason I read it recently. I can't lie. It's the same thing. Like with me, I saw him talking about it. So I'm like, all right, let me take a look at it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought we squashed this years ago. I can't believe it's resurfacing. Same with the flat earth and black Hebrew Israelites, and well, I won't say the other name, but yeah, it's terrible to see that these things are coming back.
Well, like I said, I just read it. I see Jesus in it, and I kind of just like move on. I don't make a big I see the abomination of desolation in one of these verses. I forget if it's Daniel 8 or 9, but like, to me, I don't, like I said, I think I could die tomorrow. So I don't, unless you're trying to share it with other people, which is good. There's nothing wrong with trying to break down every Bible verse, but it's like, to me, I just don't put more weight into this than the rest of the Bible. Like he said yesterday, he's like, it's probably the most important Bible verse. And it's like, no, it isn't. The most important Bible verse is when Jesus says, what's the most important commandment? And tells you, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. You know what I mean? To me, and that, like, even saying one verse is the most important is probably wrong. But when Jesus tells you it's the most important, if I'm going to go with one, I'm going with that. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't even like to say most important verse or rank it. But I definitely would be saying, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. Love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Love thy neighbor like thyself. Is like up in my top 10, top 3 type of thing, is all I say. But I don't know. Let's show the people what's going on here. So these are the verses that Jamie can talk about for months, years. I'm sure he'll be talking about it years to come. But yeah, let's just take a look at it and try to figure it out. Nothing personal. I don't know why he just spends a lot of time on it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if it was like tied to his identity as a 7-day Adventist or what, but
No, before you, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I see your start. I see you got it on 924.
yeah.
Let's not make the same mistake as Jamie. The angel, if we can just back it up a couple lines, I don't know where it is, but the angel says something like, I was delayed. I heard you praying. I was delayed. But it should be right before that. Yeah, while I was speaking. Oh yeah, he made me understand. Oh, Daniel, at the beginning. Yeah, try 24.
So
here, there it is. It's on 23.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on ESV. Wow, that's so weird. No, don't change it. You're fine. 923, the last line. Therefore, consider there's two things. Consider the word and understand the vision. So there's two things. And the KJV says, know and understand, or something like that. But no matter what version you have, Daniel 9, the last line of Daniel 9:23, there's two things that have to happen, and so that's what we want to look for when you read it. There, it seems to be bouncing, like like on the left hand side it's like, therefore consider the word, and on the right hand side is understand the vision. It's like you bop left to right, left to right. 70 weeks are determined upon the people. 7 weeks, 62 weeks to rebuild, restore. It's like a dual. Go ahead. I think you understand what I'm saying.
Well, no, I've seen you talk to him about it for a long time. Like you put way more weight into it. Like you said, you watched it and saw them talk about it, so you looked into it. So, I mean, you're talking about all the stuff for a long time with them. Like, oh, this guy's this guy, this guy's that guy. Like, I don't know any of that. I don't get into all that. So, I mean, you can break it down better than me for sure. But
well, everybody. No, there's very few people that believe that Jesus had a 70-week ministry, not a 3.5 year. And if you think,
so what? So let's go step by. I don't want to get into this too much, but I am interested in why he talks about it all the time. So that's one of the things that they're arguing, is that his ministry was only 70 weeks total.
No, I say his ministry is 70 weeks. And if they think his ministry was 3.5 years, and in the midst of that, he was cut off, and then 3.5 years of him dying was the stoning of Stephen to complete that 7 years, they're never gonna solve anything. They're gonna be, they're not gonna have a future 7 years, they're not gonna have it.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't know why it's such a big verses. Like I said, I've read it after seeing him talk about it, and then when I read it, I'm just like, oh, well, we'll just read it now. I'm just like, oh, that looks like Jesus, and then I kind of just like move on. I see abomination, I just like move on. I don't know what's so deep.
Go ahead and hit it up, brother. Go ahead and hit it up. Read it.
Yeah, I was eating a hot dog, so I had to finish that. But yeah, now we're back in business. All right. The 70 weeks. So Daniel 9:24 through 9:27. 70 weeks are decreed, and there's a little footnote here, so let's look at it just because it's relevant, or sevens. So already in the very first line here, I can see why there's debates on it, because there's already like contention of, is this 70 weeks or the word sevens?
Exactly.
So, all right. So right now I already see why there's a debate, because if the very first word, no, I mean, seriously, if there's a,
No, you just sound like Jamie. Whenever Jamie puts out a new video, he'll go over every word, and he'll stay on 70 weeks for like 10 minutes. 70 weeks are determined. So these all have to
sevens, you know what I mean? And we got to think of like the way the Hebrew is written. To me, the Hebrew was probably written as sevens, not 70 weeks.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? The Hebrew was definitely probably just sevens, So
right. There's only a couple of times you would say sevens. The Feast of Sevens, that's the Feast of Weeks. The word week is Shavua, and the plural of weeks is Shavuim, and that's what this is, 70 Shavuim. It's literally sevens, but yes, in Hebrew it can mean a week. It can mean seven, like 7 something, 7 up.
I understand why they would say sevens to reference a week, 7 days in a week or whatever. But again, this is God's word, so we don't know exactly what sevens could be, too. I mean, but I mean, they didn't just put weeks here for no reason. So, like you just said, the words that are used, maybe referencing it. I don't know. We'll just keep going. I was just saying.
Well, just let me comment. Yeah, let me comment real quick that we think that these sevens are
say
the.
we, Mike. Who's we? Who's we? Because you're Mike. I know Mike. Who's we? Hebrew roots or who's we? You and Jamie?
Yeah, it could have meant me and Jamie. Typically, it meant Hebrew roots, but I did mean to say I in that case. I see these as the sevens that are the curses, the 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 curses of, and I don't know where it is, Deuteronomy or Leviticus. You don't need to look it up. I'm just saying that's how I view it. Like I
know what you're talking about. See, but for me, when I read that 7 times 7 verses too, as human beings, we went to math class and we saw the word times mean multiplication, but how do we know that's what the Bible is referring to when it says?
So these people that are trying to do eschatology will associate time, times, and a dividing of time. They'll say that equals 3.5 years. And it's like, no, I think that's the times table of Deuteronomy or whatever. But no, go ahead and read, brother.
No. I'm just saying, what do you think? Because like I said, I think it's an error to jump to a conclusion. Yes, it could be like multiplication, but I think that's an error if somebody's just reading it and it says 7 times 7. Like we went to math class and that's always multiplication to us, but the Bible could be talking about something totally different than 7 times 7 equals 49, I mean,
because it does say, if you turn your back on me and these diseases will come upon. He says, if you don't follow written Torah, you're going to get the diseases of Egypt. The first time that you do it, I will double the diseases, the curses or whatever. So if you're like in a fly infestation and all of a sudden it's doubled, I don't think you're even going to notice. But it's real funny. He says, I will 7 times more curse you with the pestilence, and it's like, wow, 7 times more than a poop ton of flies. I wouldn't even notice. Oh, then there's 7 times more of that, and 7. It's like, oh my god, what? So yeah, it has to be something more subtle.
Well, like I said, that one woman, the angel who came when I was in a real supernatural evil state, thinking I had to die that day, which I did have to die, but I failed, so that's why I'm still here, not in heaven. Yeah, I wish I didn't fail, but I did. I abandoned God at the worst time possible. So I'm stuck in a evil whatever existence this is for me at this point. But anyways, she said Jesus forgives 77 times. So like in the Bible where it says like 7, sometimes in the KJV people will make it like 490 because it's like 7 and then it says 70. And I think the word times is in between there, but it should be 77, just because like in Hebrew, like they wrote like, that's how they separated numbers too. Like in the Genesis translation I had too. So it's like, if it's 123 years, they would write like 3, then 20, then 100. They wouldn't write 123, So I don't know. That's a whole nother discussion. But she told me Jesus forgives 77 times. So if I see something that's around that 7 or possibly 77, I start to immediately think of that. But she also broke it down to me and she said that means he forgives you always. So it's way deeper than just saying, well, if you're on your 77th chance of getting forgiven, that's all you have. He won't forgive you the 78th time. She elaborated upon it and told me that Jesus forgives 77 times, meaning he always forgives you.
But so, Paul, he said that in response to Peter asking.
Yeah.
And that's times? That's why I think Peter is referencing the Deuteronomy or the Leviticus 7s. Should we forgive him 7 times? Because if you go against God, he will curse you 7 times more. You know what I mean? But Jesus responds.
The punishment, and the law, if you steal somebody something or something, you got a 7-fold punishment coming,
No, the 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 curses if you don't follow the written Torah. He says, we think that's what I think that's what Peter's referencing.
Yeah, don't.
No, go ahead and read, brother. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
no. I mean, don't quote. I'm just looking. Hold on. I just want to show people the verse because my phone's about to die. But I just googled that one quick just to show people, just because me and you are familiar, but people watching might not know what we're talking about. You know, everybody's not right on top of the Bible verses, or it might be a verse I might not have been familiar of, and somebody else was talking about. I like, excuse me, to try to show the verses. Jamie doesn't. He shows them, but not as much. But other channels show them. Some people don't. I try to show them just so people can see. So yeah, if you guys are curious what me and Mike are talking about, um, Matthew 18:22, but we can read above it right here. So the parable of the unforgiving servant. Then Peter came up and said to him, Lord, how often will my brother sin against me and I forgive him? As many as 7 times? Jesus said to him, I do not say to you 7 times, but 77 times. But if you look at this in the other translations, in Arctic Timberwolf, this is another KJV moment for us, because the KJV is going to have it where it's not clear that it's 77. Some people will use the 7 times 70 and come up with 490, which is you just taking your life experience of, in math class in 2nd grade, they told me times is multiplication. And then you read this, because I've heard KJV people read this and be like, oh, see, it's 490. So, that's another thing, Arctic Timberwolf. But yeah, so just so people see in the translation, you got to be careful, because this is supposed to be 77 times. At least that's how I take it. But we'll look at other translations too, just so we see. The newer KJV keeps it at 70 times 7. But the thing is this, it's like, it doesn't matter if it says 70 times 7. It's just like, people just shouldn't be taking this word times and saying, well, that's multiplication, because it's the Bible, not your 2nd grade math class. So why are you just turning the word times into multiplication? Don't you realize that's because you're an American and that's what you were taught in math class? The Bible is not saying that right there. You know what I mean? So that's why all these other translations have, this says 7, but 70 NIV, 77 times in the ESV. I don't know. You can say 490 if you want, but I trust 77 times. It's nothing wrong with having it read 70 times 7. It's just dangerous for you to take this times word and say, oh, that means multiplication, because there's nothing in there for you to, you're just adding to the Bible, right? I mean, that's all I could say. I have no problem if the translation wants to say, 70 times 7, but I have a problem with the person who reads the word times and wants to jump to the conclusion and say, oh, that means multiplication, because it's a Bible verse. It's not your math class, I don't know. Do you read that as 77 or do you read it as 490 because of the word times, Mike?
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, I was. Is the Greek any help?
I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying 77 has to be right, but I just think it's an error to read 70 times 7 and then say it's multiplication. What do you think it's 490 or 77? I mean, I had the experience with the angel telling me 77 times, so I'm not going to budge on my stance for my own life experience. But do you read it as 77 or 490? Just, it's okay if you disagree. I don't, All right, so here's 7 times. It says 7 in the times, so let's see what it says here. It says heptakis or whatever. 7 times. So this is, see, it's just when it says 7 times, the definition is just saying it occurred 7 times. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. If you look at the definition here, it's not saying that it's 7 times multiplication. It's saying like, oh, I went to the store 7 times. You know what I mean? That's how I read it. I mean, I think that's why it's translated to 77 in other translations. Do you think it's 490, Mike? Or because I've heard people say that, but I think, like I said, they're making a mistake taking this times and making it multiplication. You there? You're on mute.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no. I always assumed it was 7 times 70. I have no. I don't care if it's 77 or It's
Yeah.
I don't hang my hat on it. Yeah, it just could be, it could be either one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people are feel if they want to say it's 490, that's fine. I'm just giving my reasoning why I think it's what the ESV and other translations say. Like I said, you gotta remember when you read something how you've been indoctrinated into your life. You know what I mean? What your country you were born in, and you know, if somebody in, I don't know, Japan reads the word times, they might not have been taught that that's multiplication. You know what I mean? So you got to culturally understand when you have a bias and you read something like times, your brain immediately goes to your second grade math class of life experience where you were getting taught times means multiplication. But like I said, for me, I've had really supernatural experience where angel told me Jesus forgives 77 times. So that's why I believe this is 77 more than anything, but also just other translations. But again, Arctic Timberwolf, since you're KJV only, this is why I don't see you're reading as 490 because you're KJV only, Arctic Timberwolf. I'm pointing out another situation you better take a step back on, but you're not hearing me because you and your KJV only. But I don't think the ESV is wrong at all here. And it's not like I'm trying to defend the ESV. I'm trying to defend what an angel told me. So again, I have a reason deeper than just reading the Bible. But see, Arctic Timberwolf's KJV only, and he's definitely gonna make some mistakes if he doesn't look at other translations or think a little deeper. But okay, you can think it's 490. Good luck with that. I don't care. Chris says 492. Hey man, go ahead, do what you want. I'll stick with what I think too. You know, I don't really it's not me and Dan. It's not my version of Daniel 9:24-27. I'm not going to lose sleep if any of you think it's 490, honestly. But yeah, like I said, Chris, I would just check it because we have biases reading that word. I know I said it 20 times already, but we have biases reading the word times that I don't think the text is trying to convey. But
Yeah, it looks like the Greek doesn't help either. The Greek is like two words, 70 times, and then 7. Like you were saying, you don't say 77 in Hebrew, you say 7 and 70.
Yeah, exactly.
So in Greek, the one word is 70 times. You know what I mean? That's one word. It's not like two words, 70 multiplication times.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it looks like one word.
You know, that's the problem. We all have that bias of when you read it, you're like thinking of what you grew up in math class and what times means to you. But the only thing that's weird about it, Mike, is the fact that in Hebrew they put the smaller number first. But again, this is New Testament in Greek. So the fact that this is ESV. But yeah, the fact that the bigger number is first is kind of backwards. They should have the small, like in Hebrew, they have the smaller number first. At least in the Genesis translation I have. Oh, it does have that first. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, it's the same as it is. And no.
You're on KJV.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure it out. Jesus saith unto him, I say not unto thee until 7 times. See, man, I hate the wording of this with the until 7 times too. Like,
oh yeah,
what's until, man? Come on, but until 70 times 7. But again, the bigger number being first is different than the Hebrew usually has the smaller number first, but it is still separated. So the writer is still set. It makes sense for the writer to be separating 70 and 7 is the bottom line. That's
because when Jesus when Jesus says not 7 times, that word in Greek also is different than that word means 7 times. It's not one. It's not 2 words, 7 and times. It means 7 times.
Good point right there, Mike. In the same sentence, this is only referring to 7, and then it's the same word being used right here. So why are you going to turn the time?
And that very last because what is it up to? I say to you up to 7 times. That is one. That 7 times is one word, and it's a different. It's kind of like a longer word of that very last word, 7. But that's literally 7.
Well, Chris,
It's
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. No, well, it's literally 7. Like nothing else. Just 7.
Well, Chris is saying this somewhat is relevant towards the Daniel prophecy. And for me, well, Arctic Timberwolf, man, you're in the chat. You got to come on the panel if you want me to not assume things because you say things and then I don't know what you're thinking. You came on Jamie's show and I watched you on there. Come on here. Just hit the link. You know what it means. You come on and tell us what does until mean. You come on and tell me.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with Daniel. This is nothing to do with Dan. I don't know if Chris is driving or working, but no, we've moved on. Not moved on, but we sidetracked over to Matthew.
Yeah, I just wanted to show people what we're talking about. But like I said, man, if you have a cultural bias, you got to just be aware of like what you grew up in and so forth. And like I said, I'm not going to budge from what I've lived. I've had an angel tell me Jesus forgives 77 times. And then she elaborated and told me that means he always forgives you. So she went beyond the fact it's not like baseball with 3 strikes and you're out. No, she made the number 77 and then she expounded upon it and told me that means he'll always forgive you. Is, you know, if your heart's humble and he, you know, his grace is limitless. But she said that, so I'm not going to move on where I stand. But yeah, I just, you know, if you take a step back, like you just said, Mike, the word is the same and it's referring to just 7, you know, in the same sentence in the KJV. So this is, like I said, a good time to at least look at the other translations. And you know, some of them do make it clear that it's referring to 77, and then others.
Well, we run into the same problem. Well, we, like the general population, we run into the same problem with the amount of disciples Jesus sent out with the 70, because we think it's, what is it? It's worded really weird in the Greek, like just like this. It's like, you know, 7. I forget, but we have that exact same problem in trying to decipher how many disciples he sent out, because it's like 70 space 2, like what, 72 or 70 times 2 or what? So
yeah, I mean, it makes sense for them to separate. Like I said, the Hebrew, the number 70 and 7 would always be separated in the Hebrew. Like in Genesis, when they say, like I said, if the guy, when they're given the ages in Genesis, the way the guy wrote it in the translation I have, you know, and he's trying to just give exactly what the Hebrew Leningrad Codex would give. He writes, you know, if it's 528 years, he'd write 8 years, then 20 years, then 500, not just one number, 528. So it's just their style of doing it.
And,
so.
and you'll notice this in Daniel. It's when I first read Daniel, like, I don't know, when I was 2, not knowing poop from Shiloh, I was surprised to see that it says 7 weeks and 62 weeks. It didn't say 7 weeks and 2 and 60 weeks. You know what I mean? It was the first time yeah. But no, let's go ahead and read it, brother. Let's get on down to this book.
I think that's the English translations, because I'm pretty positive in the Hebrew it would be saying 2, then 60. You know what I mean? I think people got to take like I don't know how much to run with it, because obviously I know I have a soul. I don't believe I have a soul. I know I have a soul. But like in the Hebrew, there's not a word for soul. Like according to the James Tabor guy, at least. And like I said, I'm not trying to say he's Jesus teaching me, but he does speak the Hebrew. He can write the Hebrew. He speaks Greek. He's a scholar. He talks to all these other scholars. They write books. He said there's not a word for certain things, and I don't think he's making it up. And I think scholarly they would say that. They scholarly say there's not a word for angels. It's just the malak, which means messenger. But we all know that some of those are angels, actual angels. But like the Hebrew word, they're theological terms added to the Hebrew words. Like that's just what happened in the translations. It's like you got to be aware, like the Hebrew language being only 10,000 words, doesn't have a different word for soul than it does for whatever the other meaning of the word is. You know what I mean? So it's like you got like for instance, a good example is ruach, is wind, but it also means spirit. Like you can't just say, well, ruach means wind or ruach means spirit. Like you have to understand it means multiple things. So they don't I don't know. I'm just going by what they said. But
Let's hit up that. Can you hit up that Matthew again and just look at that until, not dirty varmints. What Tim Arctic Timberwolf said, like Jesus said, until 77 times. That would be good to look up the
well,
until.
that's in the KJV, the until.
Oh, it's only in there.
I
And
think so. See,
it just
like
says
right
like,
here in the ESV, we'll just compare them, but in the ESV, it just says, Jesus said to him, I do not say to you 7 times, but 77 times. I think the until is just, again, like a problem with being KJV only and not understanding what they mean. Just like
oh yeah.
in the verse where it says, like, the woman didn't depart from the temple, it says, depart not. So if you're reading that in modern English, the words are kind of different and out of order. So you should consult other translations. I mean, look at the new KJV. The new KJV doesn't have the word until. So more modern translators didn't think it was good for us in our English to have the word until in there because it could be misleading to somebody that speaks English 400 years after the translation was made in a different English vernacular. Arctic Timberwolf, that's directed towards you, sir. He kills me. He's just saying KJV only, KJV only. It's like, look at every other translation, bro. You don't see the word until in every other one. What do you think? It's the other ones are trying to mislead you? I mean, you don't read Hebrew, you don't read Greek. You should trust these people that are, doing it and not. Okay, so down here we have one. This one has it too. Okay, this one has it. All right, so I won't say they all don't, but these other ones that I don't even know what these are. But
The Greek says it means till or until, as far as, up to, as much as, until. So it doesn't really help or hurt.
I mean, I do not say to you 7 times in the ESV. These ones, we should go to the Greek and the Hebrew more than anything, but you gotta know what you're talking about when you're,
Yeah,
reading.
only the Greek in the New Testament, of course.
Well, yeah, obviously in the New Testament, but yeah, till, until. That's the meaning. So I don't
I mean,
know.
but there is a word there. So whatever, it looks like the King James and the New King James put until and up to, but all subsequent ones just said but 77, but 77. They didn't really say until or up to.
Yeah, but see in the KJV, the ways the word has been translated and used, it says 148 times, and there's 41 times it says miscellaneous, and then you got all these different ways it's used. So you can't just run with until and be like, oh, this is it, because it's used 25 times, and that's the one the translator used. Like the same Hebrew word. I mean, for instance, this is just a lesson in common sense. This is the same word 148 times being used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ways, and one of the sixth way is miscellaneous, so nobody really understands 41 times. So they're showing you that the same word is being used 148 times, 6 different ways, and the sixth time is a miscellaneous way, 41 different times. So
But the ones that are not KJV or NKJV don't even, they use the word but. So out of all those things, but is not even they're trying to,
smooth it out or something.
it's like, I don't know what the difference would mean. Like, are you supposed to, was Arctic saying that you should wait until 77 times or 490 times? You know what I mean? If you take until,
ESV doesn't have but, so I don't know. ESV just says, Jesus said to him, I do not say to you. So I guess that's where they would put but in others. I don't know. They're all slightly different, but what would until, I mean, the point is they use the same word it's used 148 times, and there's 6 different meanings to it just from their own translation. And then 41 of the times are miscellaneous, meaning I can only assume they don't even know what the meaning or usage is, So you got to be real careful and jump into a conclusion saying, "Oh yeah, this is it. This is it." Well, the same words used 6 different ways. If I s- if I say if there's the word hit there, and I could be talking about having sex with a girl, I hit. I could be talking about swinging a bat. I could be talking about bumping my arm into a wall. I could be talking about punching somebody in the face. Like we have the same thing with our language, and that's bad examples because that's more like sentence and like nouns and verbs attached to it. But the point of the matter is, even our words have multiple meanings. If I say cool, I mean temperature, and I mean somebody that's cool. You know what I mean? Somebody that's fun, social person or whatever.
Sorry, let me get that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't
No,
know.
no, sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't know. All I can say is it's confusing to me. All I can say is it's confusing. It's to me. I don't see 490 there. I don't think the word until makes sense, but that's why I guess the Bible is not math, because we can all just sit here and say, well, this translation's better and this one's better. But yeah, if you have an angel tell you 77, I think that's why I'm pretty set on trusting the ESV, just because I know it for a fact in my life. But if people want to say it's 490 or want to say something else, like what would until be meaning in this sentence? We got to put it in context. Like Jesus is saying until what? Why would he say until to forgive somebody? Is he saying don't forgive him after 77 times? I mean, what's he saying if he's saying until? You got to think about, well, what's the inference if he's saying until? Well, until to me means like, oh, don't come to my house until 12 o'clock. Like, I understand what until means in that sentence. What does until mean in this sentence if you're going to use it? You're on mute.
Yeah, that's what I would be. I don't know. I wouldn't struggle with it, but that's what I would be wondering why they would want to change it. They would want to change it.
But they didn't change it because it's used 6 different ways, and 41 of the ways are miscellaneous. So they didn't.
I don't know. Look up your 41 ways. I don't see. I don't think you see "but" in there, and there's probably
there's no but in the ESV. Where's the
yeah,
word?
right up.
Yeah, in the NLT, NLT, I agree with you. This has "but" in it, and I wouldn't go with this one. I wouldn't go with that. But that's the
You see
only.
the "but" right there in your
Oh,
ESV,
you're talking about "but" 77 times.
right? Because until.
Yeah, but
Oh wait.
they have "but" right before it in the KJV too.
Oh, and until. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's get back to Daniel. This is getting me sidetracked.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know is what I've been told from divine being is going to take precedence for me over
Do you,
any
do you have
translation.
do you have a stalker?
Who? No, Ryan Rocks live streams. That's somebody made a fan. Somebody that likes me.
Isn't that a cool name? I mean,
Yeah,
since
I don't know who
because of
that
your
is.
name, I mean, like, yeah, it's like it's like None Ya Biz Rock Stream or something.
I appreciate anybody that has made a name and honor my channel and has subscribed with both channels. Yeah. Arctic, you could come on and stop trolling because you're the one who's struggling with these concepts. You and you're like Perry defending KJV only, and you're not understanding KJV is confusing to you because you don't speak that language. So you're struggling with these verses that are easy, but I won't say that one's easy, but you're messing them up because you're stuck in KJV only. But you don't speak that vernacular, bro. You don't say, I willeth to go to the store. I doeth what I want. You don't speak that way. So it's fine to understand words that are easy, like doeth is do, But then when it says thither, you have to compare it to find out what it means. Because if you only read KJV, you're just lying if you say, oh, I know what thither means. The first time you open the KJV Bible, you don't know what thither means. So stop it with this KJV only. I'm going to do a show on it, and I'm going to find about 100 words, and I'm going to quiz you on what they mean. And we're going to see if you should be doing KJV only or if you should be looking at the interlinear and other translations, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to have you come on as a guest. I'm going to have 100 words from the KJV, and you're going to define them all. And we're going to see if I pass kindergarten or not, or if you're the one who is confused on KJV only concept being the only word of God, because it was not even the first. I don't know if you realize it was translated from Hebrew and Greek. Before it was in English, it was in Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic. Jerome did the Latin Vulgate. It was in other languages before it was in English. So for you to think, oh, it was the first English version, it's the perfect word of God. No, it's the first English translation that was made by people that lived in the 1600s, that didn't have the internet, that had to make it so the king could read it. So instead of writing servant or slave, they wrote bondservant, because they had servants or slaves called bondservants. So they put it in words that the king would understand. And they said thither because the king knew what a thither meant. So stop it. You're full of it. You think Jesus said thither. He didn't say thither. That's what they said in the 1600s. And they wrote a book for a guy named King James. And they probably were going to get their head chopped off if they wrote it in a language the king couldn't understand. So stop it. Full of it. Don't know what you're talking about. Getting on my nerves. Anyways. Plus the links in the chat. So you could just hit the link and not be in the comments. I don't know what's so hard about that. You are on Jamie's channel. Just hit the link. Hit the link and talk. Defend your ideas intellectually. Don't be in the comments saying I haven't graduated kindergarten or something, because I'm telling you, I see an obvious error or a confusing thing for a person that doesn't consult interlinears or concordances or other translations. Because you read 70 times 70, you go, oh, that's 490, because I went to math class and times is multiplication. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. Anyways. All right, back to Daniel.
Oh, I think mine was Leviticus 26. I looked it up a minute ago. I forgot. We don't get to go. Don't go to it. I'm just saying I remember.
That's the law. That's the law. Let's go to what you got. Why not? What verse? Leviticus 26. What?
Yeah, I'd have to try to find it again.
All right. I'll look.
18. Well, you'll see it throughout 26 because he's going to say it 4 times.
Okay.
But 26, 18 is one of them.
Sevenfold for your sins. Yeah, I mean, that's the punishment, sevenfold.
Right, and then keep reading. He does it again. There's 7 times in there.
So what, you think they're all connected?
Oh yeah. Quite honestly, if you take them as well, like Daniel says, 70 weeks are determined upon you. Daniel knew by the books that it was 70 years they were going to be in captivity. So these weeks are not only weeks, but they're going to be exact. They're going to be years, right? Or
I don't know. The Daniel, I'm not.
That's it's fine. Regardless, just real quick.
I don't want to answer and take a stance one way on it because I haven't really put time. Like I said, I read it, and all I notice is what I see immediately. I haven't put much effort into it. But yeah, go ahead.
No. It's just that if you take the Leviticus 7 times more, I will punish you for your sins. 7 times more, I will punish. And you do the math, you come up with 2,401 years. And if you add that to 457, the infamous 457 BC, you get 1945. And that's why I say the 10 years of the concentration camps was the end of that that Daniel period. But it's just too coincidental for me. But I've based a whole theology on it, and I know that you can't do that.
Well, yeah. If you've tied it to the Holocaust and everything like that, yeah. I mean, that's
the end. This Daniel will read. It's going to talk about a war unto the end of the war, many desolations. It says the war will start with a flood. when World War II started. It wasn't in 1941, December 7th. It was 3.5 years, exactly 3.5 years earlier. The Japanese invaded China, and China blew up their own dikes to try to drown them. But it backfired, and they drowned a million of their own people. It's the second. It's next to Noah. It's the biggest flood ever, and it was man-made. But the end is supposed to come with a flood, and everybody's like, that's ever preached on it is like, oh, that just means a flood of people will suddenly believe, or a flood of people. It's like, no, man, it's like this time it was literally a flood.
Yeah. No, I don't know much about that one, but I know I would probably lean towards water and not like metaphorical for sure. But yeah, I want everybody to remember Arctic Timberwolf's comment here, because he's going to graciously come on the show once I prepare all these King James words and sentences and verses. And he's going to show us that he understands what the verses are and what the words mean, because I'm just the one who's confused here. So he's going to teach us all what certain words mean. Just for example, like thither. I mean, I already showed him what it meant tonight because I showed him other translations so he could actually read it in the sentence and understand what it meant because of the other translations. But he's going to come on the show and show us he knows what every word in the King James means, and also the usages of the words and the sentences. He's going to show us he knows, because that's what smart people like him do, is they are experts in the King James, and I'm confused and I haven't been to kindergarten. So I can't wait for that show, Arctic. I am waiting for that show. You just motivated me, my friend. So I will be reading quite a bit of King James in the near future. And we're going to have a good show where you're going to show me what these words mean. So I hope you're prepared to actually back up what you say. I know you're a man of integrity, a man of God, and you will do that. So I have no doubt you will come on and take the quiz when I go through the King James. And
Goodness.
good luck with that, right, Mike? Good luck with
Oh,
that.
you had so many qualifiers on that. It's like, goodness.
Well, good luck to that. Good luck to that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I could Google it right now if my phone wasn't dying. I got to type in. It ain't going to be that hard. Somebody on Google has already done this because they already ran into somebody like Arctic before. So I'm just going to Google weird words in KJV, and he's going to have to be studying them on his phone beforehand because he's not going to be able to just read the KJV and know it. So let's just be real here. You're going to be looking at modern English. You're not going to just say, oh, I knew what it meant. But yeah, getting on my damn nerves. But anyways. All good. All good. I just don't like the fact he's like, just because it's confusing for you doesn't mean it's confusing for others. Yeah, because I'm just the idiot in the room and you're so much smarter. No, you're the one who's reading one translate. He swears by KJV only. I can't stand people that are KJV only. It's like, do you look at the interlinear? Do you look at the concordance? Like, what do you mean KJV only? So you're not going to look at, if you claim to be KJV only, that means you say, I'm not going to look at concordances or interlinears. That's ridiculous. That's literally what it means. Like, if you deduce what KJV only means, it means you're not even supposed to look at interlinears. It's like, well, you're going to the interlinear because you don't know the meaning of the word, right? So you're going there. So you're not just KJV only. You're looking at the Greek and the Hebrew if you give a damn about what the words mean. So shut up. Stop with this KJV only. Unless you care about, not knowing, then you can say KJV only. But if you actually care, you go to the Hebrew and the Greek, the languages the words were actually written in, and you try to understand it. You're not KJV only if you actually care, because everybody that cares goes to interlinears. All right. All right. Well, that's a good joke, actually, because Dirty Varmint said cell phones were for girls earlier. All right. That was a good joke. I'll give you credit for that one. Yeah, Chris was writing a whole bunch about Daniel. He didn't know we were in Matthew. Okay. All right. The world's in disarray over here. In Arctic, it's nothing personal, but you are getting on my nerves. Oh, we got a fake antinomianism in the building too, huh? What is this? One of Perry's names is this Tim? Because I blocked Tim. Coming on John Spot. I don't know who John Spot is. I don't know who John Spot is, but I'll debate preacher. That's an invitation I'll accept. If you know Perry, you can get them together. We can pick a topic, John Spot, whoever you are. Feel free to hit the link, John Spot. You don't have to be in the comments either, my friend. Go ahead and hit the link and come on and have a conversation. You're probably Tim with a name or something. Let's check this John Spot guy out, since we're not doing anything but trolling each other tonight. Let's check John Spot out.
I'm not familiar with Raging Atheist. Apparently, he's a preacher, apostle,
I don't know.
or
but this John Spot
lookalike or something.
got some viewers here. He's got 4,500. Who is
I'm not
this
familiar
guy?
with Raging. I know preacher, but not Raging Atheist.
I don't know how you got 4,500 views and 4,500 subscribers and only 17 views or 22.
Oh, I love his picture. It's it looks like I like that. I like his picture. John, well, it might be Yawn. I like John Spot. He did a good job on that.
Yeah, I don't know. This is
can't-
this looks like our real man right here.
I can't see the name. It looked like somebody signed it, but I can't see.
I don't know. This is probably him right here. I don't know. Maybe not. It looks like this is our
You're
guy.
You're not on screen share if you're trying.
Oh, I'm not. All right. I thought I was sure. Oh, here we are. Toxic Tail. Are you John Spot? I'm assuming. Don't be. I hope it's not a porn site. All right, we'll take our chances. What's going on, man?
Welcome, brother. Welcome.
Yeah, dude, you'd be surprised. We've had some people come on, and 2 minutes later, there's some porn getting spammed. But yeah, go ahead, man. Are you John Spot?
Yes, sir. I'm half a John Spot.
What's a John Spot? You let me know. What's a John Spot?
Well, it's a John it's like Philadelphia slang. I don't know. My friend died, and that was his thing, so we named the channel that.
Oh man, I'm sorry about that, man. That sucks.
Yeah, that's all good.
All right. That's cool.
But yeah, we used to do the channel, me and him, and so like we changed the name because in honor of him. But yeah, we host some debates. I've seen you interact with a preacher.
I'm with it. Why, have you talked to Perry or no?
Perry, yeah, he's a regular on my channel.
Oh yeah, yeah. What's your deal, man? You haven't drank Perry's Kool-Aid, right?
No, I'm debating Perry and his little apostle. I think that's who you're talking about, Tim.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you might have been Tim. I know that's definitely an insult. I apologize about that.
I'm debating them tomorrow on Praise I Am.
Oh, really? Who are you
They're
debating? You're
antinomianism.
debating Perry or his little apostle, Tim?
Both of them. I said both of them. Come on. I have a background in theology, and they don't, so that would be kind of unfair. So I said, how about both of them?
You have a what theology? You have a what theology? Or what,
Well,
which
I have a
side are you
background in
taking in the
theology.
debate? I guess I should ask. Or
Yeah, what'd you
What-
say? I didn't hear you either. I was talking. Sorry. What kind of theology you have?
Well, I have a background in theology.
Oh, okay. But yeah, overall, what do you associate yourself as? Just a basic, a Christian that goes by the Bible, essentially?
Yeah, I'm born again, Bible believer, once saved, always saved.
Oh, yeah. See, I don't know about that. Yeah, me and you'd have a doctrinal disagreement on that, but I have doctrinal disagreements with everybody that comes on the show. There's nobody that comes on the show that I agree with 100%. But yeah, that's a pretty significant doctrine, though, man. You'd have to break down what you mean by that, because I mean, the way Perry describes it with once saved, always saved, he's like, once saved, always saved. So now I can go shoot up a school bus. Like,
Yeah,
I'm assuming you don't go on that.
No,
that extent.
absolutely not. That's a heresy known as antinomianism. And Perry's isn't even that. Like, he's not even like refined. He's just like an idiot. He's just like a guy who knows where Perry got what he got.
Yeah, I mean, I can rock with the fact, like, it's like once saved, always saved. Like, once Jesus saves you, you live a different life and are born again type of thing. But the way Perry uses once saved, always saved, it's like, oh no, you repented really sincerely once, and that's it. Now Jesus' righteousness is going to stand before God, and you can go be Jeffrey Dahmer for the rest of your life, and you're good because once saved, always saved. But yeah, you come across a lot more sane than that. So
Perry's he doesn't believe in the tenet of irresistible grace. He believes that Jesus, right? You accept Jesus of your own free will. He erases sin. Like sin doesn't exist. It didn't exist. The only people who actually sin think they're sinning, and it's like an enigma. It's in a matrix. So Jesus dies with sin on the cross, and then you can't sin, regardless of what you're doing. Even though the Bible's clear that if there are people that profess God with their mouths and all their works are reprobate, and that would be a hard distinction to make if sin didn't exist.
All right. So are you speaking for wait, I got lost a little. Were you speaking for Perry or yourself there?
Yeah, that's Perry's theology.
Okay,
is
yeah. I know Perry. Yeah. He's come on the show, man. He's a cool guy. Like, I think if I wasn't talking about religion, like I could see him as a likable personality. But when he's talking about like his doctrine of religion, and I've had him like have his kids on the show and like tell them like his doctrine and have them reciting it like a cult, then it's just like, damn, I don't like this dude for that, in that manner. I really don't like him.
Am I hearing you correctly? Am I hearing you correctly that you're identifying his preachings as antinomianism?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a close thing.
I just don't know what that word is, and I just wanted to make sure you gave the definition of it very clear by referencing that guy, but I just wanted to make sure I heard the word right.
Yeah, antinomianism. It's people that they believe that the law is abolished and that obedience is not detrimental to grace or receiving it.
Yeah, they think grace is forgiveness. They don't understand it's a power. It's not forgiveness. It's not mercy. It's power to get to build an ark when there's no rain, to walk the land. Yeah. Anyway.
I don't know. I kind of I'm different on you on that one, Mike. I'd have to say grace does. You don't think it has a part of forgiveness within grace? Like, I mean, it's a word, so it's one word, but you don't think that's forgiveness is implied. You just think it as like an empowerment.
Grace from Paul, your apostle in Christ, to all of you. It's a power. But no, it's cool. I get it. No, but you certainly can't take it and run it with it like it's forgiveness. Forgiveness. I've got the grace. I've got the forgiveness of God no matter what I do. No, that I think is what he's describing as antinomianism, and I would say, yeah, that's bad poo.
I don't know. I mean, that's some other person in the building too, so I don't know.
Hey, Ryan, that's me. That's my wife's new tablet.
Oh, what up, Dave? What up, Dave? So this is the guy's name's Dave. This Jess Riley's Dave. So what up, Dave?
Shalom, Dave. Shalom, Dave.
Hey, Mike. I was going to tell you, John Spot, we enjoyed your show the other night. I subscribed to your channel, and that was so funny when that guy debated Perry. He had us acting like he was smoking and coughing. It was so funny, Ryan. I almost fell out of my chair. That guy was outrageously funny the way he was mocking Perry. Because Perry, you know how Perry is. He don't play no. He's just a nut. And that guy threw it right back in his face. But we enjoyed that show. So if you're gonna debate Tim and Perry tomorrow, I'm gonna try to watch that. Might be at work, but I'll try to catch what I can.
Yeah, everybody subscribe to John Spot's channel. It seems like he doesn't need my promotion, but yeah, he's got 4,500 subscribers. This is his picture, so yeah, I'll subscribe, man. I haven't.
Karaoke. Does that say karaoke?
No, karaoke.
There's karaoke. I get some karaoke on there.
That's cool.
Yeah, whatever. You got a little bit of everything on there. I mean, that's cool. People do whatever they got. It's like their timeline on social media. They can have a little bit of everything. I stick more to what I'm doing here, my religious content. But I mean, yeah, it's tempting to do other videos on YouTube just to try to get more people and eyes on your channel too. So I've kind of been like torn on what I should do with that, because it's like I don't want to compromise and be like doing something just to get viewers. But if I get viewers and then they also watch my channel, I don't know if it's but whatever God's will is, I'm trying. I don't know
if you ever saw the movie where the whole town tried to quit smoking, but the preacher got up on the school like cafeteria stage. How they got a little theater stage, and he was preaching to them about quitting smoking. And in the background, maybe it was Andy Griffith, but in the background, a girl was stripping. And it's like, yeah, well, you just put that as your thumbnail, and people are going to watch you, and you just start reading from Genesis and go all the way through the year. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see anybody laughing. Okay,
Oh,
fine.
you're
Yeah, let's
too
move
old,
on.
Mike. Mike, you're dating your. I mean, Dave's probably closer to your age, but you're 60.
Oh, it was a PG movie. She didn't. It didn't even get. It was like a one piece, 1950s swimsuit is what she stripped down to. But it was the fact that everybody was cheering the preacher, and he thought it was him, and it's like, no, he had this girl behind him.
Yeah, well, you said Andy Griffin, and I've heard that name, but I've never watched it, or you know what I mean. Like I've heard
Matlock.
the name before, but
Matlock.
no. Oh, he's Matlock.
Yeah, in his later years.
That's Matlock. That's the actor. His name's Andy Griffin.
Yeah, in his later. Yeah, he had the Andy Griffith Show in the '60s and grew up to be that.
Yeah, there was the guy in like Home Alone or something. I forget what movies it was. Martin something. He had a really popular show in the 70s that was like a Johnny Carson show. That was really funny when I watched it. It was like Johnny Carson. You'd probably know what I'm talking about, Mike. He grew up like later in his life. He became like an actor. When my aunt came over, uncle and aunt came over for Thanksgiving, aunt, whatever you want to say. I say aunt, aunt, whatever. I don't know the name of the show. I'm trying to think of it though. I'll try to think of it. My phone's dead, so I can try to Google it, but yeah, I don't know. I was born in '83, so I don't know. We lost Dave already too. I don't know what happened. But yeah, that's cool, man. So Perry's debating you. What topic are you guys debating on?
Well, we're debating tomorrow whether we still sin.
Okay. That'll be an interesting one. I mean, I don't know how he gets away with saying people can't sin or don't sin, but that's his whole doctrine. So,
What standard are you going to use, Paul?
Well, I'm gonna go through the whole Bible. Yeah, mainly Romans.
yeah, I mean, some good verse I would recommend is like using Daniel. I mean, we were just in Daniel where Daniel does a sacrifice for his sins before he like talks or sees God. I got to find it here. But you could go through the Old Testament. I mean, you're going to win no matter what because it's obvious people could still sin. So you don't really need extra help here. But the point of the matter is you can see Aaron doing sacrifices for sin, Daniel doing sacrifices for his sin. Yeah, it's right here in Daniel 9 where we just were, you know. He says, you know, we
The
have
sin of
sinned.
himself and the people. He's probably trying to do the Day of Atonement. I think it's go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's to anybody that really believes the Bible, it's not even a debate. So I know you're already more than prepared for him. But yeah, I mean Aaron before he goes into the tent of meeting, Daniel, Isaiah in chapter 5 or no, chapter 6, I think, when he goes in and he says, "Woe to me, I'm a man of unclean lips," and the seraphim puts the coal in his mouth for his sin. Is it? Yeah, it's Isaiah 6. You know, and your guilt is taken away and your sin is atoned for. Is my screen shared here or no?
Nope.
Yeah, I hope you subscribe to this channel. Come by and stay on as long as you want tonight too, bro. But yeah, come through all the time if you want. But yeah, like here, Isaiah goes before God and he says, you know, the seraphim, the creatures with the wings and the eyeballs on them and stuff, you know. This is Isaiah chapter 6. And you know, the seraphim puts the burning coal in his mouth and takes away Isaiah's sin. So it's like Perry thinks he's more righteous than Isaiah, more righteous than Daniel, more righteous than Aaron, who all had to do sacrifices or have stuff like this for their sin, you know, to get a.
Leviticus is full of it.
Yeah, everybody has to. Before you go in the tent of meeting, you always had to do a sacrifice. It's just, you know, common sense.
Yeah, just real quick, Leviticus 4:20. Oh, I remember that, 4:20. Atonement for them shall be forgiven. 4:26, atonement for them concerning their sin, forgiven them. 31, atonement for their sin, forgiven them. And atonement for the sin shall be forgiven them. And that's just one chapter. Yeah, it's all over. You do your sin, you make atonement.
Yeah, and before Aaron went in the tent of meeting and the priest, they always had to do that. Otherwise,
So, yeah, so like we were talking about earlier, that's a good point. If it's whether it's 70 times 7 or Jesus still spoke, are these people not sinning that he has to not forgive them 490 times? You know what I
Nah,
mean?
go with 490. I go with 77, Mike. But
If
yeah, I mean,
your brother offends you, I assume that's a sin. If your brother offends you, how many times should I forgive him? 7 times? Yeah, if there's no sin, what are you looking to forgive him?
yeah, like I said, I had the female angel literally tell me 77 just means you always forgive. So it's not like baseball, 3 strikes, you're out.
Well, you
Meaning,
get on what I'm saying though. Forgive
yeah.
what? If there's no more sin.
No, I understand what you're saying. If you're
Yeah,
forgiving somebody that did something wrong, so there's a sin there. Yeah, I
yeah.
get it. I got
Thanks.
you.
Thanks.
I got you. I got you. I just don't agree with the 490, like I said. So I don't know. But that's, like I said, it's a common way to read it because we think of times as multiplication. But yeah, no. Daniel right here in chapter 9. You already have your PowerPoint and stuff ready, I'm sure, but here it is. Here it is. Daniel 9:11. All Israel has transgressed. This is Daniel speaking. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. And the curse and oath that are written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against him. So Daniel is including himself in all of Israel who has sinned against God. And you can just read, the rest of the beginning of 9.
I like that beginning part on 9/11 and the curse. We were just talking about those 7 times, so that helps my case on the 7 times 7 times 7 times 7.
I don't know if I'd have to read that. When I was just reading that, I don't know if I'd multiply those 7 folds. To me, it seemed like he was just reiterating, like if he says the fine, like for instance, let's just change it to like a fine is $1,000. To me, because that's how I was reading it. I was just reading it as him saying, or 1 year in jail. Let's change it to that because that's a punishment. It's like the way I was reading it, I'd have to read it again, but the way I was reading it when I skimmed it, it's like he just kept reiterating the punishment was 1 year in jail, 1 year in jail. I don't know if I would multiply that to the 100 times say 100 so you can multiply it. I don't know if I'd multiply that 100 years times 100 years times 100 years. What chapter was that again? So I'll look at that some other time. What was that, 26?
Matthew?
No, where you were pointing out the 7
Oh, Leviticus, correct. 26. Leviticus 26, correct.
Yeah, but yeah, because I don't know, because I understand what you're saying. You're saying you view it as God saying like, all right, I'm going to punish you once 7-fold, but if you do it again, then there's another 7-fold, so that's like 49. If you do it again, it's 49 times another 7-fold. Like that's how you're reading it, right? I'll have to read
Yeah,
it.
yes. Yeah, simply because Daniel's angel says 70 weeks have been determined upon you, and there's 2 future 70 weeks of days and 70 weeks of years events. But what he's saying at the beginning is you've been here for 70 years. So whatever those 7s are for there's 3 of them that it's a year. 7 that remember when we first we looked up the word 77s when you first started reading Daniel.
Yeah, separate.
That's what I would say is. So that 7s equals 1 year, because 70 they were in the captivity for 70 years, and the angel just told them 70. Daniel was searching the books, wondering how long they were supposed to be in captivity, and the angel said 70 weeks have been determined upon you. So he knew his 70 years was going to be up soon. But also the 70 weeks is a future 2 future events. Like a short event, an event in the near future, and then an end times. I think the angel told him 3 times, don't quit trying to figure this out, Daniel. These are for end times. They are not even going to happen in like the near future. They're for the end times. But no, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry to ramble.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I was ranting a lot too for the new guy to come in, but yeah. Toxic Taylor, man. So what time are you debating him? I don't know if you're still here or not, or if you're doing something. I'll give him a minute. He's probably doing something. Oh, he left. Talked so much, he just said, I'm out of here. I don't even get to talk. My bad, guy. All right. Check you out. Yeah, I do, man. Subscribe to my channel too if you can. All right, he did subscribe. Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. He's got a debate channel, I guess, or whatever. So that's cool. Anyways, but yeah, we'll get back into this nightmare of 4 verses in Daniel 9:24 through 9:27. Then why not torture ourselves? Let's go back to it. I didn't even get past the first word before I was questioning things. But anyways, I just want to read it just to see, why it's like I said, when I've read it after seeing Jamie talk about it so much, I just read it and I'm like, oh, that's Jesus. And then I kind of like moved on, but let's just read it. All right. 70 weeks.
Yeah, the same with the rest of the world. The rest of the world views it that way, and it's only been recent that this crud has come to light, and he's trying to shoot it down, thinking it's been like around for a long time. And it's like, dude, I appreciate you trying to shoot it down, but it's go ahead, Ryan.
What's he trying to shoot down? People read this and try to say it's not Jesus.
Well, where are you at here? Daniel 9.
Let's just read it first. Let's just read it so I can revisit because I'm pretty sure I believe this is Jesus, but let's just revisit it. 70 weeks are decreed about your people and your holy city to finish the transgression. Yeah, it's Jesus, to put an end to sin. Who else put an end to sin? Nobody else put an end to sin. And to atone for iniquity and to bring everlasting righteousness. Who else brought everlasting righteousness? 9:24 is Jesus all the way. So I don't know who else it could be. To seal both vision and prophet, that fits right in with Zechariah 13, where God says if anybody's still a prophet, they'd stab their self in their eyes, or their family would, kill them to anoint a most holy place. Yeah, so 9:24, I don't see how people could debate that one. And this is not just place, but could be one or thing. So for me, it would be holy one would be a better word here than the ESV used place. I would think one would probably be better. Hear, O Israel, our Lord, our God is one. It would make a lot more sense if that was one, but I don't know. Anyways, all right, I'll just read it again. 70 weeks are decreed about your people and your holy city to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, and to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. But like I said, I'd prefer one here. If that's in the footnote here, that just reads better, since this is clearly the rest of it, Jesus to me. To anoint a most holy one makes way more sense to me. But again, we'll move on. Know therefore and understand that from going out of the word, know therefore and understand that from the going out of the word to restore and build Jerusalem to the coming of an anointed one, a prince, there shall be 7 weeks. Then for 62 weeks it shall be built again. And this says, or there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks it shall be built again. So whatever. With squares and moat, but in a troubled time. All right. And after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed. And he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering, or 7. So it's got 7 instead of 1 week. So I see why there's arguments about it, because there's like 3 or 4 different footnotes in this verse, and that's not typical. There's usually not 4 different footnotes in like 4 verses. And he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. And on the wing of abomination shall come one who makes desolate, until the decreed end is poured out on the desolator. So the desolator, I don't know. I'm just assuming that's the devil or evil. I don't know. Who are they saying the desolator is, Mike?
I have never seen a version read like that before in my life. Oh my God, I don't even know what they're talking about. The KJV, they have destroyed. I don't know what they've done here. I would hate to comment.
All right, well, let's read it in KJV.
Well, if KJV is tough for
It's not tough for me. Like I'm capable of reading it, but I don't like how it reads. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
because
for everybody's clarity, I don't think intellectually I'm incapable of fathoming the KJV. It's not that at all. I think it's like I don't like the unnecessary confusion that I see from reading the KJV when I do read it. It's just not my preferred version. It's like I don't want my brain to have to go through extra exercises to sort through the information that shouldn't be, you know, cluttered or in different for instance, if I'm going to say today like I'm going to go to the store, the KJV will read like to the store goeth I. You know what I mean? So it just takes your brain like an extra second to like rearrange those words because that's what you do. You just rearrange it to how you would read it today. You have to like do a math puzzle to like okay, sort it out and be like, oh yeah, no, they mean go to the store, not store goeth. You know, so it's like if I'm reading the whole Bible and every verse, I got to go through my brain and do exercises like that. Like, why am I going to bother? Why am I going to do that? You know, it's not like I'm incapable of reading it type of thing. I know you weren't implying that, but you know what I'm saying? That's far from the reasoning. My reasoning is I just think it creates extra, effort. Anyways, 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish the transgression and to make an end of sins and to make reconciliation for iniquity. Well, that's for people that like, Paul's letters. I don't know if it's just in the KJV, but Perry's always screaming, Jesus reconciled all things. So Paul, I'm sure maybe even in the ESV used reconciliation, but I know for sure probably in the KJV because Jesus always is being quoted by Perry for reconcile and everything. I'm pretty sure in the ESV they use reconciliation at some point, but this verse reads the same pretty much. And to bring it in everlasting righteousness and to seal up the vision and prophecy and to anoint the most holy. Okay, so they don't have, I like that they just have anoint the most holy because I liked one instead of place. I didn't think place was good in the ESV. So I just showed you guys like I do have problems at times with the ESV too. It said place and I don't agree with that. So if you guys think I'm just like hating on the KJV for the heck of it, it's not that. I'm trying to explain why I prefer other versions, but in the ESV, it just had holy place, and I was not a fan, and I don't think it was correct. I think it was blatantly wrong. I think it was most holy one because they had the footnote of, one or thing, and I would go with one because anoint Jesus, the most holy one, but I could see just most holy because the Father too. But hear, O Israel, our Lord, our God is one, makes one just as appropriate for Jesus. So anyways, tangent there. Let's move on. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem until the Messiah. So the KJV adds the Messiah, not just the Prince. So that's obviously relevant that this reads like that. Until the Messiah, the Prince, shall be 7 weeks. So how can people debate this if in the KJV it even says Messiah? If they're reading KJV, they can't debate that's Jesus unless they're Jewish. Until the Messiah, the Prince, shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. The street shall be built again, and the wall, even in troublous times. All right. And after 62 weeks, shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself and the people of the prince that shall come, destroy the city and the sanctuary, and the end thereof shall be with a flood. And unto the end of the war, desolations are determined. And he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week he shall cause sacrifice and oblation to cease, and for the overspreading of abominations he shall make it desolate, even until the consummation, and that determined shall be poured upon the desolate. So it is the second half of the sentence is what's reading more very differently, it seems. And for the overspreading of abominations, he shall make it desolate. So I can see what you're saying here. In the second part of this, it's like it's still all Jesus in the KJV, it seems like, right? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, on the 27, that first he and he,
Yeah.
they will try. They think that he is referencing this just before that in 26, the prince. They think this prince is evil.
Okay,
He's
so
in,
it is still it's not Jesus then. Okay.
it is Jesus.
Oh wait, now I'm real confused. Who's trying to say this? They're saying this he in the beginning of 927 is Jesus, but then they're trying to add that Jesus did something evil.
Not
Forgive me,
evil.
Father Jesus, for even saying that. But yeah, go
No,
ahead.
no. The he in 927 is the prince in 926, but it's it's the people of the prince that destroy the city and the sanctuary.
And in the midst of the week he shall cause the sacrifice, and for the overspreading he shall make it desolate, even the consummation of that determined. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they think that's a future antichrist.
it's confusing already, man. Honestly, I don't know.
Well, the Jews rebelled against Rome in like 66, and after a couple of years, Rome sacked Jerusalem and the sanctuary.
Yeah,
But
the temple got destroyed. Yeah.
right, but the Jews, the Romans had control of them during Jesus' time and a little bit before, and certainly long after. But they never, there was never a rebellion from the Jews. The Romans didn't. The Romans helped them build the temple, and then the Jews rebelled. So, but regardless, it's the non-believing Jews. They're the ones that still wanted the temple. We have no need for a temple after Jesus' death. So yes, the people of the prince tore down the temple and the city. The temple they tore down years earlier, like the Herod's temple was never approved. The last temple we had was Zerubbabel. But no, it's everybody knows it's Jesus. It's just recently, like last 50 years, Darby back in the 1800s or something, maybe the 14, I don't know, mentioned it. But no, nobody thinks it's an antichrist.
I don't even, put much weight into an antichrist at all. I mean, to me, it's like I've heard the term, but you see like to me, the antichrist is just the devil. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what else would be the antichrist. Like when Judas betrayed Jesus, it said, and Satan's spirit went into him. You know what I mean? It's like that's to me what the antichrist would have to be. Obviously, it's just somebody that has the devil's spirit in it. So the antichrist.
Yeah. I think Paul or somebody said in the New Testament said, yeah, even now there's many antichrists. So yeah, there's like the antichrist, and then there's like people that are antichrist.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Like
don't see.
KJV only. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, what did you say?
I said evil people like KJV onlyers. No, I'm only kidding.
Well, Arctic's gonna have a quiz soon, so he better get his ass ready. I mean, just tell you that. Like I said, he thinks I'm kidding, but I'm gonna be Googling. It's not gonna take long because other people, I'm sure, have already done it. So the only way he'll pass my quiz is if he Googles the same stuff and then like looks up the English translations that have already fixed it. If he doesn't do that, he's gonna fail miserably. So we're gonna have him like take an oath, like raise his right hand. Like I won't make him swear on the Bible, but he's gonna have to take an oath and say, like, no, I did not Google this beforehand, so I would know all the words because other English translations or people in modern times translated it for me. No, I already know all these words because I'm KJV only, and God tests my spirit, so He gives me the definition and. I'm not going to study for Ryan's test, but when he gives me these KJV terms and sentences and verses and words, I'm going to know what they mean. That's what Arctic has to look forward to because he's very confident in his KJV only. I guess he doesn't like the Greek or the Hebrew. I think he prefers just King James English. That's interesting. I thought concordances and interlinears were part of understanding the Bible. But if you're KJV only, I guess the interlinear is unnecessary, and Hebrew and Greek are just not God's word. It's only the KJV. That's interesting. Oh my gosh. Here he is trolling me with the ESV. Yeah. I can't wait for that quiz, Arctic. I really can't wait. Chris is all over this passage. He's broken it down many times. Again, I would just, for everybody listening, I would just read these 4 verses and move on with my life. Not spend all the time in the world trying to figure out who's who in this last verse. I would say this is Jesus in 24, 25, 26. It says 70 weeks in the Messiah in KJV. If you believe in the Messiah as Jesus Christ, it's like there's no like mystery in these first 3 verses. So where's the mystery? I guess the last verse. So what are you going to do? Spend your whole life trying to figure out, who's going to make things desolate? Like, I got better things to do if I'm trying to serve God than all that God worry about who's going to do that. But I don't know. It is. I can see why the verse is confusing because it's got footnotes that, you'll read the Bible and not every verse has this got 2 footnotes in one sentence. Like I said, I don't agree with place in the ESV here. I would use this footnote 1 100% of the time. Not a question. Then this verse got a footnote for again. Then this verse got a footnote for it's. Well, that's not a big one because it just means his. They do that all the time when it's God or somebody talking. And this verse has a footnote. So, or 7 twice in this verse. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to do my research to see about this. I can see 7 being 1 week, but also I can see 7 having a way deeper meaning in God's, definitions or usages. Who knows what 7 is? I don't know. I'd have to study this. I'll look into it a little more, but
Don't get obsessed with it.
oh, don't worry. I won't be Jamie. I won't be making a show on it every day. That's for sure. Chris seems to have spent a lot of time on it too. 7, period of 7 days or years. See, it could be days or years. You've already said that with the years. Period of 7 days, a week. Feast of weeks. Heptad, 7 of years. Yeah, it's usually a week. That's what it says there. But
Yeah, that heptad looks familiar when we were looking at Matthew. Those Greek words were like heptadicopoulos.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
I have no idea what a heptad is. I'd have to.
Well, 7, like a 7 something.
Oh, like I get you. Like octagon and
Yeah. Good reference.
heptas, like heptagon or something. Yeah, that's probably what a 7 is. Yeah, heptex or heptagon or something. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I don't know, man. Antichrist in the Bible, it's not a prominent theme to me. I don't know.
So is Jesus supposed to reign for 1,000 years?
To me, like I read something about that, but I don't spend much time on that doctrine either. So
Did Hitler promise 1,000? Did Hitler promise 1,000-year reign?
I don't know. I dude, history and Hitler, like all I know is he killed a lot of Jews and he served in the German army and he did a lot of meth and he was on a lot of drugs. I mean, I don't know about Hitler's, declarations. Like I said, I don't go through history and try to say, oh, this was that, and compare it to the Bible. When people say, well, this is the 5th trumpet or this is this, like, I don't think that's smart. I think God's got a plan and God's probably laughing at all whoever takes a piece of paper and writes down whatever they think all these prophecies are. God's going to show you you're very, very wrong on most of them. But, if things already happened, it happened. Yeah, I mean, the 1,000 years, what verse is that if somebody has that? Because, I mean, I have seen, I see the words like tribulation. I mean, the word Armageddon's actually in the Bible too. Again, I don't spend time on trying to figure these prophecies out because I think it's folly, but to try to figure it out and try to align it with things that would happen. Oh, he's in the building. He must have heard. He must have been like a dog when you whistle a dog whistle. He must have heard we were talking about Daniel 9:24-7. He wasn't even
way.
He wasn't even watching the stream, but he was like eating or watching TV, and his sixth sense said Daniel 9:24, 9:27 is being spoken of on YouTube. So he came out of the woodwork. No, I'm just joking, Jamie. Come on the building, Jamie. This is your favorite topic, my friend. Get in there. Get in the mix.
Jesus.
Years. All right. All right. See, my thing is I don't think heaven's going to be on earth either. That's the thing. People have that heaven's going to be on earth doctrine too. So,
Well, no, there's a 1,000-year reign somewhere, and whether it's on Earth, I think Jamie thinks it's. I'm not even going to say he. But
Yeah.
My point being, if it's Christ, and Hitler said he's going to have a 1,000-year reign of the Reich, the Third Reich, that sounds Antichrist to me. Of course,
I wouldn't
somebody.
be surprised if Hitler was one of many but could have been the Antichrist for sure that got killed. He was probably trying to do a lot of weird stuff to the whole world, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, where's this saying? Yeah, the rest of the dead did not come into life until 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I've read Revelation here, but people are saying this 1,000 years is on Earth. I don't know. All right, we got him in the building. What's going on, Jamie? How did you know? You're my you just for credit's sake. I'll give you the credit. You're the reason I was even looking at Daniel 9:24-97 because I was trying to figure out what Jamie Russell is so obsessed with about it. But
well, I want to know when you read verse 27. I want to know who you think the he is.
Jamie, did you see the ESV version? I didn't even know what he was reading.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
I was like, what the hell? Oh my God.
And the NIV is pretty bad too. And I've started to look at that.
I'll look at it in the KJV. What version do you usually use, Jamie? That's a good question. Are you
On that for Daniel, I use KJV because almost everybody reads. There's a contention
usually, what do you usually read?
For just Bible reading, the New King James usually. I have like a nice New King James study Bible.
NKJV, okay.
NKJV, yeah. I'll just go with KJV because everybody's like okay with it, and I am in most places. So in Daniel certainly, but so verse 9:27.
Yeah,
he shall confirm the covenant. Who is the he?
Just so we're on the same page, I think this is clearly Jesus in the first three, obviously, right? These are all Jesus, though, right? The first three, we all agree on that, right?
Oh, everybody does, yeah.
Okay, so
when you he shall confirm the covenant. What do you like? The question is, what is not like take theology aside, just reading the. So whenever I've asked somebody who's literate to read 25,
that seems like it's referring to the same person that was mentioned in the first three verses to me.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's grammar. Yeah, the he is according to the Messiah, because the prince who is to come is not the subject of that sentence. It's the people that are the subject. So, and if you can look this up.
So what are you saying is the subject?
You
think the subject's the many here? The many?
Okay, so no, in verse 27, the and he. So an antecedent is asking, okay, who is he who? He who. And so the grammar determines that by the previous statements. So the question is, when you go to verse 26, who's he referring to? Well, like you said right off the bat, it's who the context. It's been Messiah the Prince.
Well, not only that, the word the covenant, you know what I mean? It's like, who else has the covenant? You know what I mean?
Well, because if you keep reading, it sounds like a bad thing to stop the sacrifices, oblations, and tear down the sanctuary.
Well, I think the second half of it does seem bad, but that's what I mean.
Yes, it's a parallelism. 26.
But like right here, it seems like a change. Like if I'm reading it in the KJV, like, and in the midst of the week, that right there is like a total time change. You know what I mean?
Well, think about this. It starts out with 70 weeks.
Well, let's hold on. Time out. Let me just say this for general. This is why in my and this is God's word, so I'm not trying to say this incorrectly and arrogantly and obnoxiously, but in my English class in freshman year in college, I used to write, with pronouns, and so did everybody in the class. My teacher ripped up the papers, gave us all zeros, and made the point very clear. Don't use a pronoun because people need to be able to take just one sentence and know what you're talking about. So, like, if you just took this one sentence and he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, the he, nobody knows what it is. So, my English teacher taught me, like, write instead of he, whoever it is. So, if it's Jesus in this case, right? And Jesus shall confirm. So, like, I, as a writing style, am very conscious of like not using pronouns for these exact reasons that we're running into now, because my English teacher really drilled it in my head. And once he did it, it made so much sense. But like, it does seem weird. Like if you say the same subject or name, like if I'm like, Ryan went to the store, Ryan did that, like the very next sentence, I also write Ryan went to a baseball bat. Like Ryan bought a baseball bat. Like Ryan went to the store. The next sentence I write Ryan bought a baseball bat. It is like hard the second sentence to not be tempted to write he, but when you realize people have to like be able to just take one sentence and understand it, like you get over the awkwardness of it because you realize it's just way more efficient writing. So this is God's word, but it's also people translating God's word. So the he's are definitely, not a good start for us to have clarity on this. That's all.
Yeah, so there's rules of grammar, and the context is Messiah the Prince. It's the good things that Jesus does. Nothing about this prophecy, they're praying about getting right with God again. We know that's what Jesus' mission was. The angel says, I bring you good news. Your prayers are answered. This is the time period. God's going to do this. Da, 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 da. So, like, people are so brainwashed on this verse that they just can't even think anymore, is what it is, as if you ask me.
What are you saying about the whole verse? Even though you've said it at that, don't give me your 20-minute version.
Okay.
In verse 27, what are you saying occurs?
I'm saying it's Jesus, because you get to that verse, 69 weeks have passed. If you're reading it to the original audience, you're going to go, okay, it said 70 weeks. All these things have to happen. Now it said Messiah is going to be cut off. What the heck is that about? It says the 7 is passed and the 62 is passed. That means there's one more week. And you get to the end of verse 26 and you're going, wow, all these things have to take place. None of it's taken place yet. The Messiah is going to be killed after 69 weeks are over. What about that last week? What about Messiah being cut off? The subject, and then you get to 27. He who? Obviously Messiah. That's the subject. Until Messiah the Prince. And so it's explaining to you the 70th week. And looking back, like you said, ought we not think Jesus' death ratified the covenant and fulfilled Daniel 9:24? Or do we want to pretend the 70th week is in the future and that Jesus is outside the 70 weeks, which he needs to be inside of to fulfill the prophecy, which is to do the things listed in the first verse? If he's outside of it, then he didn't fulfill the prophecy. And if he didn't fulfill the prophecy, then we have no atonement for iniquity.
I think you lost him outside the 70, but I wouldn't.
He lost. I was with him, but I don't know, man. I'm trying to work with this verse myself. It's definitely a hard verse to just say it's one or the other without having at least some doubt of what is. Because like I'm trying to read it again right here in the KJV, and it's like he's causing sacrifice and oblation to cease, which I can see that being Jesus, because you shouldn't be sacrificing bulls anymore. You shouldn't be doing, sacrificing doves. So I can see that's being Jesus. And then if you take the cease and then bring it in to this part, then like it's not like bad in the second part, because it's like he's making this cease and then he's also making this cease. So I don't know if that's how,
So if they did sacrifices after they ceased, they would be abominations. And for the overspreading of those abominations, after he's taken the sacrifices away, he'll make it desolate, even unto the consummation, which I think, of course, is the Holocaust.
So yeah, that's where we get.
That's
Well,
simple grammar. Don't let Arctic Timberwolf jump on you on this. It's an easy. Read it again. Shall cause the sacrifice and oblation to
Where
cease.
does this say Holocaust, Mike? It doesn't say Holocaust anywhere. So why do you mean easy read? This is far from easy. It's like you're making your own prediction here of what this is.
Well, not the last part of my sentence. The first part. You shall.
All
Yeah, the overspreading of abominations is going to be them continuing the sacrifices. And
Okay.
and so Jesus will make even that Temple Mount desolate all the way up until, where's Arctic Varmint? Arctic, oh my God, did I say that?
I think it's a dirty Timberwolf.
Let's define Arctic Timberwolf. What does that until mean? The until the consummation. What does that mean? But no, that's my point. Go ahead, brothers.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
ignore the Holocaust part. Ignore the Holocaust part. That was all opinion.
well, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like everybody can have a different opinion. If somebody's from like North Korea, they'll be like, well, they don't have Bibles there, but if they did, they'll be like, it's my North Korea. If somebody's from Vietnam, they'll be like, oh, the Vietnam War was the consummation. It's like people are biased to whatever their time frame.
I think it kind
What
of
about
does say-
like the Black Plague? Like somebody will see like desolate, and they'll be like, oh, that was the Black Plague. Like
Well, Jesus
that's
uses that
my
term.
problem. That's my
Matthew
problem
24.
with these.
He predicts the temple will be destroyed. I think he's talking about the temple's destruction. So Messiah being cut off in verse 26, the first part behind the colon. So 26a, we'll call it the first half, as opposed to 26b. I separated at the colon. So the first part is talking about the 70 weeks. Jesus, he's cut off after 69 weeks, and then everything after the colon is essentially saying what is the ultimate outcome, which is like the temple, because the prophecy is about the holy city, the holy people, and the Messiah. That's how it starts, 70 weeks. And so anything after the colon doesn't have to be in the 70 weeks, but it's kind of in the language there. It's telling you because of what happens in the 70 weeks in the first part of 26a before the colon is regarding the 26 weeks. So it's about Messiah. And then the B part of 26 is talking about because of what happens in the 70 weeks with Messiah, it ultimately leads to the destruction of Jerusalem or the temple. And then 27a is talking about the Messiah again in the 70 weeks.
Yeah.
And 27b after the colon is just reiterating the same thing as 26. So think of it as like a parallelism, like 26 and 27 are like 26a is Messiah, and then regarding the city is B, and then 27 is back to Messiah, and then 27b is the destruction of Jerusalem and perhaps more, even unto the consummation. To me, it kind of strikes of like the first coming as parallels with the second coming, as we see in Matthew 24, and those things are related in the other Gospels. And so I can kind of see why people think because Jesus' first coming and second coming are related in types. And so the 27b is kind of like telling you about the end of the world, like unto the consummation. Like,
Yeah.
so I can see that a little bit, which kind of leans to the idea that the 70th week is in the future, but I say no, the 70th week is continuous.
These are vague words. If we're gonna be honest, like what is the consummation referring to? What is desolate? Like people can go with those a million different ways. They're not specific. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm gonna bomb Japan. No, it's
well. I'll tell you this, Ryan, real quick.
Up upon the desolate. Like desolate. No, I'm sorry, desolate and consummation. These aren't
right. They're not specific.
That's my problem with people even trying to identify what they are. To be honest.
Well, I'll say, but this is one thing I think is fair that you can understand. We know the temple was destroyed after Jesus, and that there's prophecy in the Old Testament, like I think it's Haggai 3 or whatever. The glory of the temple would have to be greater, all that stuff before it was destroyed. So the Messiah had to come before the second temple was destroyed in most people's theology. But that aside, Jesus says this prophecy here is about the new covenant, I would say. It tells you the context. It's regarding the holy city because Daniel's praying about the temple and them going back to their land because they're in captivity in Babylon. Yeah. And so Daniel's praying about when, it says he's noticed that the 70 years of captivity are up as prophesied it's in the 68th year of Jeremiah's 70-year prediction of them being in captivity for disobedience. The temple's been destroyed. They're in Babylon, and he realizes the 70 years appointed is almost over. So he's praying in repentance about his people and about getting back to the temple to worship God properly. And then the angel answers him.
Well, they go back and rebuild the temple in Persia too. I mean, I don't. That's way before Jesus, though. Yeah.
Right. But then but that's related, right? Because that's telling you about this prophecy of Daniel. Because Jesus says, and he even says in Matthew 24, that when you see the city surrounded, flee Jerusalem, and the Christians did. And
When
Jesus
you see
said,
the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, let him who read understand. That's the quote. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Jesus also tells the Pharisees the temple would be, he leaves their temple to them desolate, he says, because they did not recognize the time of their visitation.
Hold on, time out, because I'm not familiar with what verse you're are you referencing a verse, Mike? What you just said?
Yeah, I was just clarifying Jamie's reference, probably Matthew 24 or something, but you could just Google.
My phone's dead, so I can't.
Oh no, we'll find it. I'll post it in
the computer.
I'll post it in chat for it. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
It's also important too that he tells the Pharisees, the leadership, right before they put him to trial. He tells them, "You did not recognize the time of your visitation. Your house I leave to you desolate." He's talking about.
Yeah, I remember that verse. I mean, I see Jesus in the first three, no problem, 24, 25, 26. So I guess it's just the fourth verse that people debate. Is that what we're talking about here? That's why people debate it. The first three verses, people are all in agreement. Those are all Jesus, right? I don't know. I'm not the one who always debates talks to people like that.
Yes.
That Donnie guy was going off for 20 minutes on this shit too. He's like, "Oh, I wrote a book. You got to buy it on it. I know everything." Like, I don't know why. Like I said, I read these 4 verses, and you know what I do? I go on to next chapter, and I just keep it moving, and I just read the book of Daniel. Like, I don't sit here and like.
He wrote a book on it based on no sources except for Steven Anderson, the guy who hates fags.
Well,
Figs?
I think it said gay people. The other word though, right? Or no?
Yeah, and I mean that just to be
show the character of the source. I get it.
Yes,
correct.
Anyways,
like I watched, cowboy and Indian movie. Yeah, you don't say cowboy and Native American movie. Right.
Gotcha. Exactly. Jamie's not politically correct. Chris Lucas hates him, so we know why now. No, I'm kidding.
Jamie's awesome. Ryan's awesome. Chris is Arctic. Everybody is so awesome, brothers.
Let's take 30 seconds just to sing and hold each other's hands while we do this. No, okay. Anyways, keeping it moving.
Smoke weed, pussy every day, and every day. Oh, you don't know that song? Sorry.
Arctic just better get ready for his quiz. He's been talking a lot of junk in that chat room, and it's a lot easier when you're in that chat. I know what it's like, Arctic. It's like, oh, Lou's in the building. What's going on? All right, cool.
I noticed that he's he's in a bad mood.
Yeah,
I've never seen him.
I'm with Lou though. Like on most of this stuff, I don't think there's going to be this crazy event. Like I think Jesus. I mean, I know Paul. I know the verses. I know Jesus in the clouds and all this, but like, there's a lot of metaphor in the Bible, man. So I'm just very hesitant to jump out the window and say this is that. This is that. What's going on, Lou? Though.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on,
Lou,
everybody?
what up, brother Lou?
Hey, what's going on? I'm just starting my day right now, a little sluggish.
You driving?
No, I just started driving.
All right, cool. We'll try to keep it for our 18-hour stream to keep you awake and moving around then. But
yeah, I'm heading in your neck of the woods.
New York? Upstate New York?
New Jersey.
All right, cool. What part of Jersey you going to?
Monroe Township.
Yeah. Just hit the
Jersey
GPS
Shores, bro.
I hate coming there.
Yeah, I went to Jersey's the craziest. There's parts of Jersey where you literally can't make. I'm from New York, first of all, so I'm by like upstate, like Albany.
You can't make any turns. You gotta.
You can't make a left-hand turn, man. Like, what type of law is that? Like. Yeah, I don't know who came up with that law, but there's certain parts of Jersey and people that aren't from the East Coast probably are like, what is he talking about? And I'm from New York, so it's foreign to me too. But there's parts of Jersey where you literally are at a red light and you cannot make a left-hand turn. You have to do a U-turn and weird, like take a right and then make a U-turn. It's so weird, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, I hate it.
I can't imagine driving a truck in Jersey not being able to make, like, you literally, it's like you can't make a left-hand turn though.
Nah.
It's
Hey,
crazy.
by the way,
Right.
Mike, every time you get a chance, remind these, and I'll you'll have a special place in my heart, and I'll feel like, wow, what a bosom buddy. But let these fools know that they can't be, that the calendar thing ruins their position. It's not even debatable. Sandy
Oh,
Patrice
absolutely.
is a posturing nutso, and I'm sick of that crap. And he just talks out of his ass, and he's all filled with pride because his channel has so many subscribers, and I've watched it over the years because I've supported him with money.
Who are you talking
And then
about?
Chris Lucas comes along and throws a big shit fit because he's a little baby, to be honest. And I offered every hand of fellowship with him possible, but he just, I don't know what his problem is. He's like, I don't think he needs to go to church and like talk to like people in the church, because like he's asking like, are Adventists even Christian? Like, and like I answer his questions and like I let it go, and like he just keeps going and saying like using the dumbest stuff like that's just false, and like
He's definitely he's got a heart on for you. I'll put it that way. He's definitely.
Well, I know, like, and like I was like, dude, I was like, he's not an Adventist. You don't have
he's
to
got to
be.
chill. I told him by November he's got to like stop making videos about you and just move on with his life. Like,
Just, dude, yeah, I like I can only put up with so much. It's like, look, man, you're not accepting like, reasonable answers and like whatever. Then just keep it to yourself. Like I'm saying, like I was went on my way. This guy's not an Adventist. Like I know people are weird about it or whatever. So I'm like, I'll make sure people know you're not an Adventist. I'm like, we can talk about stuff we agree on, because I have like nobody who I know that will talk about it. And I was excited about it. But like he comes with this stupid stuff that's like conspiracy crap, and like he won't accept reasonable answers. He obviously has a hard on for like because of the way he was treated, and I'm sorry that happened.
Oh, leave reasonable out of it. Leave the word reasonable out of it. Just say different answers, different opinion, because like that's
there's slander involved here. There's slander and like conspiracy, like
reasonable answers. Then it's just going to be him saying you're unreasonable and this is why. So what I'd like to say as an objective person is just like, if there's a Jewish person on here, I'm going to say my 2 cents about Jesus being the Messiah, but I can still agree with that person on 99% of the stuff we talk about, and just leave out the fact that
yes, that's how I love it. I agree. We're like that. That's how I like to act. That's how I like to interact with people. And I tried to like bend over backwards to do that. I'm like, look, man, I don't care if you're not an Adventist. I'm not going to try to make you an Adventist. Let's just talk about so we agree on. If I understand you don't accept it, but like then he was bringing up stuff, and it's like it feels like total backstabbing essentially, because you got to warn people, and it's like, dude, I'm not hiding anything. It's like, dude.
But this is it. This is it. The problem is you also have to understand people react to what they've been through in their life. And when, like, for instance, if Michael J. Fox gets Parkinson's, he doesn't create a foundation for AIDS. He makes a charity for Parkinson's. If somebody gets AIDS, they don't make a charity for cancer. They make it for AIDS. It's like, it's human nature that people care more about. If your child gets kidnapped, you're the one who makes the Missing Children's Foundation. It's like, so that's how people are in life. That's just human nature. It makes sense. It's logical, but it's also at the same time very illogical, because like God teaches us, Jesus and the Father teach us, we should always care about everything equally. You shouldn't be partial, So it's just human nature, but it's also logical and illogical simultaneously. So what you got to understand is he had a really, like, you guys don't live near each other, just for the record, because he said he went to like your church, but he's just talking in general, like your denomination, right?
I think so, but I think he has like a weird idea about what, like, how. Yeah, I think he has this idea like it's more like a one thing than it is, right? Like it's a denomination, like one church will be one way,
each other, right? Like
you can't like a pastor, and you look up an SDA pastor's sermon, like there's SDA pastors, I'd be like, oh, it's whack. Like it's like, it's huge. There's no like central thing or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you don't live in the same town, and because I've heard him say like he went to your church, but when he says that, he's just talking about the denomination.
Yeah, dude, and I'm not even, I haven't even been to an SDA church for a year.
You're in a different state. You're in a different state. You're somewhere else. Yeah, I get it. So
I don't don't even go to an SDA church anymore. I
Yeah.
grew up SDA, and like, you know, when you
Yeah.
start saying stuff like, "Are they Christian?" Like that's really offensive, I guess, if I'm honest.
Well, yeah, like Chris, you just said it right here. Your church lied to me. Like that's what I'm talking about, Chris. Like I didn't even see you write that, bro. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just thinking because I watched your videos. Like, what if you're saying Jamie's church? You're like associating Jamie with every 7-day Adventist, and that's like if a Christian molested a child, and then somebody said Christians are molesting children because they saw a pastor on the news molested a children, or the Catholic Church molested boys. Like we can't generalize and associate everybody with every aspect of what we identify as. So, you know, you saying Jamie's church kind of was confusing to me. And that's why I just asked him if you even live near each other, because I was confused on if you were saying like actual church that he went to or if just his denomination. So, but yeah, what my point is people get affected by what they went through, and he had a real bad experience with the 7-day Adventist church. So it's fine for him to have a bad taste in his mouth about him, but it's like personally he should be able to, you know, have a conversation with you about it and disagree, and then you guys just both move on. You know, that's
Arctic says he's going to take Ryan to Granny's house.
Arctic's gonna get taken to kindergarten because he's gonna fail my King James only test, and I'm gonna have to take him back to kindergarten. And he's going to say, damn, I wish I wasn't KJV only, because I really realized I'm butchering Bible verses and I don't even know what the words mean, but I'm only reading that. So
it's funny how someone, she plagiarized, or is she a false prophet? Like, did she come up with these false doctrines and false ideas, or did she plagiarize? Like, which is it? It's not both.
Troy Taylor, the guy who was on your channel, because he came from here and he's an Anglican priest. I watched, a little bit of your show. I watched a good amount of your show later on, but I rewatched it in the beginning to start. And Troy was in your show in the beginning.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
I told him to come in.
You got to understand. He said I didn't know this about him until recently, but he said in the comments he was adopted and his mother was a 7-day Adventist. So again, it's just like Dirty Varmint's mom was a Jehovah Witness. Like, so people react like why Dirty Varmint's trying to throw out 90% of the Bible is because he probably had bad experiences as a kid with his mom as a Jehovah Witness. Like, people grow up and it just messes with their brain, man, and it's like they can't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jehovah's Witness, I've noticed a few people I've met, like him and a couple others, and who are reluctant to kind of share, like, Jehovah's Witness does seem, like, in my experience, to give people some bad underfooting, and people don't seem to associate SDA as much with it as they shouldn't anymore, because there's some key differences, like, that are Adventists. That's the thing, that the Adventists, you can't really say they're heretical like a Jehovah's Witness or a Mormon, because they don't deny Jesus is God, and they don't, they have all the regular Orthodox beliefs. It's just they believe the Sabbath, they believe, a less popular view that's been in Protestantism, my view on death. But like Hebrew roots people believe that, a lot of Messianics believe that, because honestly, it's the biblical teaching, in my opinion, obviously. But
yeah, no, I see the Sabbath like very prominent. It's important. But yeah, I mean, Chris, I'm not a 7-day Adventist, but I can act like one for the money. No, I'm kidding. But he said he'll pay an SDA to come on and answer the question. So he's definitely doesn't.
Dude, dude, this is funny because it's like you don't have to pay me, dude. I was like, I'm willing to be friendly with you. I was willing to talk to you. It's like you're like posturing like no one will talk to you because they're scared to talk to you. No, dude. Like, look, I explained to you look, you're gonna make associations because of like conspiracy thinking. That's fine, but you don't get to go around like bearing false witness until you have like some actual physical evidence. Like you don't say they're racist, and then I explained to you they absolutely are not racist. I post a bunch of stuff about why they're not. And he keeps repeating it.
That's a general claim. It's a general claim. It's not good to make generalizations like that. I agree with that.
And that's not true. It's not true. Then they were not racist. Surprisingly, they were not racist. Right in the middle of the Civil War and the slaves being freed, they did not consider the races different, anything like a lot of Christians did at that time. That's what's funny. And when someone keeps going around saying like acting that way, it's BS.
What about that amalgamation thing? We see amalgamation today, even in all the different varieties of species and certain races of people. She was talking about the amalgamation of the animal prior to Noah, and
Yes,
that even
the degradation in the from God's original plan. So they're talking. Look, because of their
it's
treatment.
okay, it's okay, Jamie. Just take your time and answer it.
Well,
Think about
yeah.
it.
So,
Yeah, calm down.
so
calm down.
it's a weird statement, right? And so it was probably worded bad. But the thing is, so that is a reason to draw. It's a reason to draw.
Jamie, because I hear you like taking pulls like you're smoking butt or something. Are you smoking?
No. I'm laying down funny. I'm laying in a weird
I
position.
already make like a inhale noise. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, because I'm leaning back in my.
No, I don't care. I was just wondering if because Dirty Varmint smokes weed. So I don't know.
I don't.
You know, I used to smoke mad weed and shit. You know.
Yeah, way back in the day I did. And I don't care. I know people that do, but I don't. So.
No, I'm not trying to judge people. I'm just sometimes you make that.
No, I'm in a weird position against the wall in my bed because it's on the floor. But
all right, yeah, but go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I'll try to be chill about it. So yeah, that's a weird statement, and it should draw. It does draw a lot of attention from within the church and outside the church. People have used it to all sorts of weird ideas, but when you look at how she uses that word other places, it seems like she's saying that like the it's essentially speaking to the fall and how people have like different races or different ethnic groups or in different geological places, like some have sunken further and further from God's, the image of God, in the sense that they're not, they're like more depraved or something, right? Or like
all I want to say is you don't need to defend Ellen White no matter what, Jamie. Like you should.
Right. So this isn't an apologetic. I'm just saying honestly.
No, I know. I'm just saying overall, like it's fine. Like if any of the things that Troy Taylor was typing in were actual quotes from Ellen White, like you should be careful, like agreeing with everything she says. Is all I don't.
I don't refer to what she says.
I don't think he was just making stuff up because, like I said, he said he was adopted and his mom was a 7-day Adventist, so I'm sure he grew up around it. And he's like got a hard on like Chris does for like.
I have all my family has. I have all the books in my house. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, she said like some of the quotes he was typing in yesterday were pretty crazy. He was saying like Ellen White, and then he'd write like there are men on Jupiter. Or
yeah, that's a false. That's a false one. That's a false
one. Tall men on Jupiter and stuff like
that. Those are false quotes. There's a million sites like that. Like when you look at she did talk about people like having a vision of people on another world. This Jupiter thing is totally contrived, as far as I can tell, as far as what I've researched, because that's a common one. But let me just say the amalgamation thing. This is the idea that because that sounds weird. I get why people make it think they're racist, right? But when you look at all the things that have been said during the emancipation of the slaves and what the church was doing, what she was doing to rebuke people that were saying certain things in the greater Christian community, and what they did to minister to the freed slaves, like right away, there's not like a question that they were like, they don't even appear to be kind of racist like everybody was. They weren't even like that. They were like, we got to like, they were sensitive to the nuances of like, you couldn't just have like a open tent meeting and like have blacks and whites come in certain regions. And so they were sensitive to that, to not cause like dissension, and cause turmoil. And so they were sensitive to that, but they never talked like, we don't care about the blacks or something. And we like the Adventist church is like probably the most diverse church. I think actually that's statistically the case. Like that is not their message or the way they understand the Bible. So they were actually really good on that sort of thing. So the amalgamation passage does sound bad at first glance or whatever, but she certainly didn't mean it to say like people aren't human or like not worthy of like getting the gospel or like that they're inferior, other than I would say this is like an interesting question, right? Like with the American Indians, right? Some of the tribes were like really not, they were very war associated. They wanted to take each other's land, and their practices were really like, bad, like taking how they took wives and things. And so like, how do we speak to that without sounding racist? I'm not saying they were all that way, but they needed the gospel.
Leave that topic alone. Okay, we get it. It's all good. I just Googled Ellen White strange quotes, and like there's some people that are, ex 7-day Adventists, and they, piled up some pretty strange quotes, man. So I don't. They put some sources for each one after they said it. They said like this book, this page, but I'm not going to go through and read them all because I'm not trying to make a campaign against it. But all I'm saying is, if I were you, I'm sure you probably have done this already. You don't have to. None of us have to defend anybody besides our faith in Jesus. Like nobody has to be defended. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, you don't have to defend what King Solomon did. You don't have to defend anybody in the Bible besides Jesus. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I wouldn't I wouldn't become like the White House press secretary for Ellen White. That's the analogy I used the other day. Because sometimes I'm just being objective when you answer some questions like to defend her. It seems like you defend her like you're a smart guy, and it seems like you're kind of defending her where you kind of don't agree with her at times. That's all I can say.
I think Ellen White was a messenger of God, used by God to call people to the truth that they didn't have, that they weren't following. I don't think.
Can I ask you a question? Just go step by step, not to interrupt, but just go step by step. Would you put Ellen White on the same level as any of the biblical prophets?
I think she was inspired like the biblical prophets, but her writings are not scripture. So the biblical canon is the rule of faith for Christians and is the complete intention of God for the rule of faith. So according to what the Bible says, and the canon is closed of the book of Revelation in the first or second century, right at the end of the second century or the first century, I mean, and that's what
okay. All right, but is she a prophet of God equal to people? And I know you
had the spirit of prophecy. She's a spirit of prophecy, so she had the gift of prophecy.
That's what I'm saying. If you have like this, if God speaks through me right now and I write it down, it is equal to Scripture. You know what I'm saying? Like it's God speaking through me. Yes, it is.
No, I don't take that view. I don't take that position. I think
well, if it's God and it's the Holy Spirit, it would be blasphemy, and we don't want to get into that of what it would be.
The canon is closed, is how I look at it.
No, I'm just saying it's not like an extra chapter to the Bible narrative.
Right.
But I'm saying it would have to be if it was actual God.
I wouldn't call it scripture necessarily. So let me ask you a question.
I want to use the word scripture because scripture is like exclusive to canon, but I'm saying it would have the same equal measure of. All I'm saying is, bro, is like because the way you just said that is like to me, it's like you're saying if she's a prophet of God, then she would have to have written something down of a prophecy that came true. Like, what has she written down that is a prophecy?
I mean, I don't, like you said, I'm not really interested in trying to like prove she's a prophet but there are examples of her predicting things like, but I'm not really interested in looking like that kind of person. So I would just say it's regarding the scripture thing. This is the problem. I think that in people's thinking, they don't have a nuanced view of inspiration here. So like, I'm not being dishonest or evasive when I say she's inspired the same way a biblical writer was, that is to say, God didn't, just like the biblical writers didn't receive a channeling of the Holy Spirit and their hand moved because the Holy Spirit guided it in that way, like it was in control, or like God downloaded, like, I want you to write this word. And this word.
Every word they said their whole life wasn't scripture. Right? That's what you're
right,
saying.
And that's the other thing too. Like, do you think the prophets were like sinless, like Jesus or something? People like, or they never said anything wrong? It's complicated.
No, but I am sure that they did get the word of God, like for sure at times, and like they'd say like on the 5th day, on the 6th month in the year 300 of King whatever, you know.
Yeah, that's true, right?
So like,
and she didn't write that way.
So she would like need to have had something like that. Like what else could declare you to call her a prophet if she hasn't done that? If she hasn't written down anything that happened before it happened and then it happened, how could you declare her a prophet?
Well, first of all, she did.
Well, give us an example. I mean, you said you didn't.
I'd have to look it up. I don't have it like right in front of me. I'm just saying, like, but that wasn't really the purpose of her writings. It wasn't like predicting stuff or like people waiting around with their eyes gazing up at her, going, "What does the Lord have to tell us?" And then she's like, "Okay, this is what the Lord said we have to do." So it's like she pointed to the Bible and she gave guidance to the church. And if you actually read a couple of her books, you might find out she sounds like any other commentator. She was in, inspiration was like, I mean, like, well, there may or may not be predictions she made. It seems like she had visions that predicted stuff like for instance, the earthquake in San Francisco, like she predicted that there would be judgment on them. And then 2 days later it happened. And there's stories like that. I mean, I can go into some weird ones. That one of the reasons I think she's inspired is because when I was researching Jesus' birthday, right, when I first found out that Michael Heiser and the Revelation 12 sign ended up being on Tishri 1, which would be September 11 and 3 BC. And that's exactly what it looked like in the sky, according to Revelation 12, on that exact date for a 60-minute window on that one day. And it correlates with all the other biblical data for Jesus' birthday. And I was researching that, right? And then I saw a thing that said about September 11, because that was the day Jesus was born, right? In 3 BC. And because somebody had brought up they thought some of her writings sounded like she predicted 9/11. So I was looking into it and I was trying to not be biased, right? And that's when I was researching all that and it came up. And then I pulled out my book that my parents have, like the hardback versions of Testimonies to the Church, right? And this is just like randomly happens. And I was like, oh, September 11th thing came up. And then I saw things people were saying. And so I started looking at what she wrote about regards to what would happen before the end in New York. And so I pulled out the 1948 copyright hardback version of Testimonies to the Church that has the writings regarding New York. And I open it up and it's the book. It's actually in Testimonies volume 9. And starting on page 11, she's talking about New York and what happens to the earth, not right during Jesus coming, but right before the tribulation. And you read the chapter and it's like, and I'm thinking, it's just, I mean, that's just like a coincidence, I would say, but it like happens to be in the Testimonies to the Church, volume 9, and starting on page 11, she's talking about New York. And it's like, I mean, I don't know what that means, but it was weird.
What happened in New York and what?
Well, I can give you just look, Testimonies to the Church, volume 9, page, or it's like the chapters, it quotes Hebrews, he shall not tarry, although it may seem like he tarries, he will not tarry. And then it's like, it says like end things, or like the time of the end. And then she says like, this is going to happen, but it's not going to be the very end of time. Like when Jesus is coming, it happens, but like right before the very end, this is going to happen in New York. And she describes the buildings going higher and higher. And since before there was any skyscrapers, when they just started building them, and she's saying like the people, the fire engines couldn't do anything to stay the destruction. She sees like arrows of fire going into the building, and then she says that they tell the people in the buildings it's perfectly safe, and everything's fine, but it's not. And the buildings come down like they're made of pitch or whatever, and like, but they say that they couldn't fall down.
I would show believing in her and all the, because man.
But Jamie, then how would you reconcile with people using Nostradamus and Da Vinci Code to predict the Twin Towers, the situation with the Twin Towers?
Or even like in the Bible, Balaam, he was a prophet too, but he wasn't from God. You know what I mean? Like.
No,
Lou's saying people will take like two birds hitting something. And
you sound like atheists just regarding Bible prophecy to me. Like, does it prove anything? Of course not.
No. You sound like
for example, I gave you one.
Very careful to anoint people as.
I didn't anoint her. I gave you an example you asked for. I don't even care.
Well, answer Lou's question. Like, how do you?
Yeah. Those are much more vague, I would say, than this one, because this one landed on the Shemitah 7 cycle when the towers came down on the same date Jesus was born, and then she has a vision about New York City, and then it gets put in the book in volume 9, page 11. And I find this all out when I'm researching Jesus' birthday, and I've just been convinced that Jesus' birthday is on 9/11. I mean, maybe that's all a coincidence. I don't care. You asked for an example. Read the chapter. I just gave you a few overviews. There's a bunch of details in there about the state of the details. If you look at
whoa. She said, bro, in some of these things that I'm reading, man.
I don't think that proves anything. Doesn't prove she's a prophet. You just asked for an example.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I hope some of these things she's saying aren't true, bro. That's all.
Well, she didn't predict tall men on Jupiter. I know that's a lie. I've looked that up.
That's what I'm saying. I don't just trust every website, so I'm not going to show them because I haven't done the due diligence to check the sources. But all I'm saying is, if I were you, I would just not feel any need to defend her. It's like a Mormon Mormons, idolizing Joseph Smith. Like, you'll agree that's an error, right?
Yeah, but so here's the thing. My channel was never
your thing with Mormonism.
Right. But so yeah, that's fine.
Joseph Smith's a false prophet.
Right, but see, this is what happens. So I do believe she's a prophet, and so if I say I don't, then I'm lying. My channel has never been about defending Ellen White until people start coming at me like crazy, and so then I'm not going to lie because I tried to play it down and not like I just didn't want to focus on that or talk about it because I know that what comes of that, but I'm not going to lie, and I don't want to run from it because if I say that, then people are like, oh, you're trying to be sneaky, like you don't really believe Ellen White's a prophet, and you want to like sneak it around, so you can't win, bro.
What in the Bible? Jamie, I understand. I don't want you to not tell the truth, but I'm saying to you, bro, because I'm just trying to be objective. What in the Bible teaches you have to believe anybody is a prophet just because it says people?
I don't think you do. You don't have to.
You don't have to, right? You
don't have to be. You don't have to be a Seventh Day Adventist.
Okay, so just go step with me. Just go step by step with me. So we see in the Bible, there's nowhere where God is requiring of us to believe in any other prophets after Jesus. But it does say, like at Pentecost and so forth, people will get the spirit of prophecy. That'll be a sign, so forth and so on. So we do see that people may become prophetic after, Jesus. But we don't see anywhere in the Bible where believing any other prophet is, and Jesus isn't a prophet. He's more, he's the Son of God, the God in the flesh. So, what do we have to say, from the Bible is what I'm saying is we don't have to believe any of these people are prophets. And then the next step I'll say to you is, how dangerous could it be to believe somebody that claims to be a prophet that isn't a prophet? We all see that's beyond dangerous, right? Not saying Ellen White. I'm just saying hypothetically, if somebody's claiming to be a prophet of God and people put their trust in that people and that person is not a prophet of God and is wrong, how grave of an error is that?
I mean, Jamie could call her a prophet based off prophecies. I mean, because in the New Testament, that word prophecies doesn't mean you predicting the future. Is more like you preaching the gospel in the kingdom of God. That's what prophecy.
Yeah, you can look at it that way, right? But I think it's more than that. I think she's the spirit of prophecy. That means God said that in the last days He pour out His Spirit, and the last days is from Jesus' ascension until Jesus returns. Because it says that it's the last days in the New Testament in that time period. I think it's kind of a esoteric or whatever way of saying the last in between his first and second coming, essentially. So he said that he in his church, and I'm not saying Seventh Day Adventist is the only church with people that are saved or something. I'm just saying, like, he said he'd have people that where they would have visions, and his handmaidens would have visions, and his old men would have dreams or whatever that he would send, and that there would be the spirit of prophecy, which is the testimony of Jesus. So it's a testimony Jesus about himself, and that would be a spiritual gift. I accept that Ellen White has that. Why do I have that? Not because she made predictions. A lot of the weird statements are like very contextual to the time and place. There's the 1800s. And so I would say this, the reason I think she's a prophet is because I believe that the things, not because what she said or that she received doctrine from God and then gave that to the people like Mary Baker Eddy. I just think she was inspired, had some visions for essentially mainly for the people in the church to edify the church, as it was being grown. They by their fruits you'll know them. They established schools, Christian schools, and medical places to help heal people that still stand today. And they're still run today, and mainly though it's because of the doctrine not because Ellen White came up with any of it. And I challenge anyone to show me one doctrine Ellen White came up with. Zero, nada. So my point is the movement as a whole did, and like this is the thing where I think Mike could even agree with me, because he believes that the church is wrong on the doctrines that Adventists have right about the state of the dead, about what hell is, about about the Sabbath. Now that's not exclusive to Seventh-day Adventists, and I'm not claiming it is. I'm just saying
that's just like just jump on one thing there, like we talked about hell, or you just mentioned hell. None of us know the actual answer, so how can we say she's right or wrong? Because none of us know the actual answer. It's just
remember again, she didn't. I'm not saying she. I'm saying she's part of this movement that were genuine people that were seeking God because of what happened to them in 1844, not understanding it. They were disappointed, but they were genuine Christian people from all sorts of denominations that were serious about Jesus coming soon. Okay, and they were earnest people that prayed and they wanted to get back to the Bible, and that's what they did. And so, everybody hates denominations online. Well, I like that concept, but like, that doesn't mean every denomination isn't good. It doesn't mean any of them are bad either. I'm just saying it means the idea. This is what the early Adventists did. They were a group of people that wanted to get back to the Bible, and so they did, and other people followed them, and they became a denomination.
But let's put it this way: if there's a person in Africa that only has a Bible, it don't matter if they live their whole life, even if they're 90 years old and they never heard of Ellen White. You'll agree on that, obviously, right?
Oh, duh. Yeah, you don't have to believe in Ellen White to be saved or something.
So that's what I mean. Her existence in general is irrelevant to all of our salvation.
Right, of course.
Okay.
Well, think about this. Think about this. Was there prophets in the Bible like Nathan? It says Nathan wrote a book, right? Like if we found the book of Nathan, knowing he's a prophet according to Scripture, and we knew it was his book that he wrote back in the day, and we just now discovered it, would we put that in the Bible as part of Scripture?
None of us have that ability to put it in the Bible, but
God, right. So it wouldn't. It'd be inspired, though, wouldn't it? It would be inspired, but it wouldn't be part of the Bible.
If we found a book from Nathan or Samuel or Baruch, if the Apocrypha like Baruch is actual, doctrine, then we should hold it very high. But of course, to me, that's where I am very strict on what the canon is, because I think God, being sovereign, has the ability to decide what needs to be in the Bible. But like I said, my whole point is just I understand what you just said. It's we shouldn't just throw away something if it's inspired of God or relevant. But I'm saying is, how do we all agree it's inspired by God is where we come into a problem with anybody that's outside of the Bible, even Apocrypha, which is some of the earliest.
It's not Scripture. I trust it. Looks like you said. I think the Protestant Bible is inspired, and there's reasons why those other books were left out as considered part of the canon. There's actual reasons in the text. It doesn't jive with the rest, and we know historically we can determine it partly because even when they established the Bible, it was based on heads of all the churches coming together and kind of voting on it in a sense, right? It was what was by the body of believers decided, right? If you look, I just get irritated when people go to these. There's just endless anti-Ellen White websites, and it's most of what they I can give you the best arguments against all the Adventist positions. It was Canwright wrote it all. He was an Adventist for many years. He was a brilliant speaker. He left the church, came back. He laid out all the reasonable scholarly arguments of contentions that make sense. But I hear so much garbage that's just ridiculous. And then people think I'm brainwashed, and they read these dumb arguments, and I'm just shaking my head, going like some of the stuff is people shouldn't talk smack. Have you read any of her books? Have you actually done a review of what did she really teach or say? These quotes can be pulled out on anybody. It's just so.
That's
Look,
why I'm not going to start reading them and sharing them, because it'd be negligent of me because I haven't done due diligence, nor do I really care to research her, because my whole point is what I said. If there's somebody in Africa that all they have is a Bible, they're gonna have all they need. They don't need Ellen White's writings, you know what I mean? But you know what I mean? That's where I'm at with
this.
So.
Sure. So I can't deny I think she's inspired, so I'm not going to say it, they're crap or something when I don't think they are. But yeah, obviously I don't think that. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
So you feel like Ellen White inspired the Seventh-day Adventist movement?
Well, right. So I would say you don't have to be an Adventist to be saved or something, but I think I would encourage people to believe what Adventists believe because I think it's right. So I mean, like, but I don't think you have to, like, that saves you or something, right? So
No. What I'm asking, do you feel like Ellen White inspired people to be Seventh-day Adventists?
Was she the founder of it?
yeah.
Is that the question? I don't know.
So she was part of the early group that went on to be. So they learned things along the way, right? Like they didn't believe all the same stuff right away, and like they were just a group of people. And so like they would have meetings, and then somebody would come along and be like, hey, like I think the story goes like they weren't keeping Sabbath at first, right? Because from 1844 to the church was established as Seventh-day Adventist in 1863, so 19 years later. Ellen White was 17 when the Great Disappointment happened. Her family was a part of that movement, right? They were Methodists. And then after the disappointment, most people just left, but they felt like their prophetic interpretation was right, but that the prediction was incorrect, that Jesus is going to return, because that's what Miller had said and was teaching. And so, but they still felt like the day for a year was a consistent hermeneutical interpretation, just like everybody does on other, Daniel 9, because it's a day for a year. And so they just thought, well, things happen, and they understood that to mean something else, and associated with the sanctuary in heaven and all that, and the pre-Advent judgment. So, and then they went along the way, and they picked up, like, I think they had a meeting, and this girl who was a Seventh-day Baptist, so a Sabbath-keeping Baptist girl named Rachel Oakes, tried to convince them or whatever, and they didn't totally buy it at first, but they were open to it, and then they ended up accepting the Sabbath. And then so it's not like Ellen White was like some sort of like conduit for God to give doctrine or something. It was just she had visions. I mean, maybe it was just a whole hoax or whatever, but she seemed to be a genuine person. And a lot of her writings, a lot of people could benefit from. Like, that's good doctrine, like, period. Like, most people can actually say that if you, like, read some of the books. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, how come it's not like you have a picture of her on the wall and worship her, and you didn't get baptized in her name. Why do people come at you? Why do people come at Ellen White and look for a crack in the statue so they can bring down the whole thing, whether she's right, 90%, and she's like terrible, evil 10%. They got to find a crack to Why don't they do that with Calvin, Luther, Darby, Schofield? How come they put these guys on pedestals? But you can't say one bad thing about Calvin. Oh, he was a homosexual. Oh, he murdered, or whatever the case may be. I don't want to start any rumors. I'm just saying.
He did murder people.
Luther called for the drowning of every Anabaptist. CJ, in his presentation tonight, spoke of Luther burning down synagogue, racist. When you are anti-Jewish, burning down their synagogues and killing the Jews, that's racist. Why would anybody claim to be a Lutheran or follow? You know what I mean? Why don't they attack those guys? Go ahead, brother.
I would say, just if I'm frank about it, it really just, if anything, it actually makes me think that I should expect it. That actually, I actually fight this urge, but it makes me think it's just like what you'd expect if she was a prophet. Like, everybody's going to come against her, just like they did all the prophets. But I don't want to I try not to even think that way, because I think can be unreasonable. But the more I hear these dumb arguments and like the slander and stuff, the more I'm just like, I should just expect this. Like, it's, it happened from day one. I think it's really because, to be honest, from my perspective, the way people respond often to the Sabbath, not that they were the only ones that brought the Sabbath. There was people keeping the Sabbath all through history, but like, it just feels like people are not reasonable about it. And so, like, I'm open to having open. I even think she got some things wrong. I think every word you ever said is correct. We know that she got dates wrong. She was reading other writers, and she copied a lot of their stuff, at least in part or more in some books, but she wasn't really trying to hide it.
Did she call for the murder? Did she call for the mass murder of Jews, like Luther did?
I think they just hate the idea that hell isn't real and dead people aren't alive, and the Sabbath is, we ought to keep the Sabbath, and like people, so they'd rather just slander. And so I'm gonna look. You can prove Ellen White's not a prophet. I actually, at the end of the day, don't really. Nothing's really. I don't have to have her be a prophet for any purpose. Like, I don't refer to her readings for anything I teach. I was taught Adventist doctrine, but we don't teach according to her writings. Her writings have ensconced what Adventists believe in them, and so people use them as references. But it's not because she like received like God wants us to do this, and she told us. Like, they didn't even treat her like that. They like banished her to Australia for like the last 20 years of her life. They didn't want to hear it from her. Once the church was established, like they got kind of sick of her and stuff. It's like people have this weird idea in their head what it looks like, and they think it's like this culty thing, and it's really not like that. She's just like inspired writer, and we think she has the spirit of prophecy because she did have some visions that seemed to come true, and she did like guide the church and how it was established. She said, "Don't go to Israel and like establish." Think of that like we're supposed to work. Our call is to establish churches and schools for kids that are Christian. Like we're like the only universities like that actually teach young Earth creationism in like across the world. There's like 16 universities. We have medical facilities, and that was all from her. Her spirit of prophecy. Like God was directing her, and they let her direct how they should go. Right, and she would like help guide that process. And I think the fruits stand for themselves on that. Like they stood in the breach on that during Darwin's day, right? They held fast. The Adventists are known, even accused of inventing young Earth creationism. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what the church established, and I'm proud of what it teaches. And so I accept that. And I think we have the Protestant view, which is corrective interpretation of prophecy, and with a slight nuance of like the doctrine of the judgment and the investigative judgment. It's just a pre-Advent judgment. It's just the idea that judgment starts before Christ comes in a certain sense because his reward is with him. So and fates are, that's not really a totally weird idea. So anyways, that's why I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, I guess.
Do you know if she believe, or well, I don't know, Seventh-day Adventists in general, do they believe in a Good Friday and an Easter Sunday resurrection?
Yeah, I think so, but it's not like, I think people can disagree on that,
Well, no, if it's true, otherwise,
I don't refer to what she believed. I'm open to it being a Wednesday, but I see issues with both potentially, and I don't have a set view on that. I think it's Friday, but I've heard a lot of different arguments, and so I'm like kind of confused about it. I feel like we can't know for sure, but I'm open to anything, and I don't have to like agree with any of Seventh-day Adventist early writers or anything. Because I'm okay with her being wrong about it. Even if it's wrong, I can accept that and be fine with it.
You guys take communion?
We wash feet, and they do. Although they drink little things of juice and eat a cracker after they wash people's feet, and then they recite what Jesus said, something like that. It's been years since I've done it, though.
It's all right. Just curious.
They don't say we drink Jesus' blood. I can tell you that. Like Adventists are like ultra like Protestant in the sense that like the way they talk about, the same things that the Reformers did about the Catholic Church. Adventists are known as hating Catholics because even they don't hate them, because we're saying what the Protestant Reformers did. This is the beast. This is the Antichrist.
Yeah, but at least you guys are doing something about it. They're just tagging along, bitching and complaining. You know what a Protestant is? A protesting Catholic. It's like everybody's Catholic. Don't you guys? If you think the Sabbath was changed to Sunday, at least you're Catholic. But at least you guys did something. You know what I mean? You took an act. You didn't just nail some 95 theses on the thing and get burned at the stake for not saying it's transubstantiation. You guys actually went back to the Sabbath, and I think you guys eat clean too, don't you? Or is that?
So the Adventist, like I said, the Adventist view. So we just look at this like the reform, because when you understand that prophecy in Daniel is a day for a year and that it's successive through history, then you can't deny that God predicted that his church would go corrupt when it was taken over, because Rome is the last kingdom, and then it melts. When you look at the prophecies of Daniel, Revelation, it shows that the church, a woman, as it were, but who's a whore, takes over from Rome, essentially, right? And that's all laid out historically, and that's obviously the Roman Church, is according to the symbolism. And so,
Right, and that's why I say, yeah.
the church is
I
part of it.
gotta hit this prayer group, brother. We'll see you. Well, if you're still on for another 18 hours. Anyway, shalom, brothers. Good to see you, Luke. Ryan,
Sorry
thanks for the time.
so long. Sorry.
All
Sorry,
right, Mike.
I'll shut up, guys.
Now, what when y'all when you go to like with Daniel, with the Daniel vision, right? What was that thing you say called here now and happen already? What was it called?
Scholars kind of talk about already, but not yet. So
Already, but not yet.
or like both and. So people often say it's like it's one or the other. A lot of times it's both. So like
So
that's
you
why
believe in dual prophecies?
yeah, but not like apparently I'm finding out a lot of other people do, and they really sloppily. Like they just say, "Oh, that's like means this," and it's kind of like that, or whatever. I don't deny all of preterist points. Like so,
Yeah.
I'm a partial preterist. I believe Daniel and Revelation are primarily historic because right through church history, and then but there's also a final Antichrist before Christ returns. So it's kind of like a little bit of everything in a way, but.
Yeah, well, like well, I'm not that up to date on church fathers, but from what I'm hearing, what the church fathers say, I mean, they preach a second coming, but they don't preach about all these extra events that's supposed to be taking place, because basically, or around that time, everybody was waiting for Jesus to come back and to overthrow the Roman Empire. And once something happened to the Roman Empire, oh, the end is near. The end is near. Even when in the 4 year, the four emperors, the years of the four emperors of the Rome, people thought the end was near. The end was near.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, because the early church felt like it was talking about Rome because that's the last kingdom in Daniel, right? Before Christ, the kingdom that strikes the feet of the statue in Nebuchadnezzar's dream in Daniel 2, which Daniel 7 and 8 are kind of describing. But then the book of Revelation seems to take off in chapter 13 from Daniel 7 and then continue with more details. And then, of course, Daniel 7 and 8 give more and more details about those kingdoms, which the last one is Rome. So as the church progresses through history and they realize Jesus isn't going to come back right away, they start to see how the prophecy is actually saying more. Like Rome splits into 10 heads with 7, horns or whatever, and then a great comes out of it. All those details about Greece and then Rome and how Rome would split into 10. And so that actually happened in history. When you see that unfolding, as time passes on, you realize the nuances of the text, and so it develops. And then pretty much all the reformers understood that, oh, wow, this beast power is Rome merged with the church, which has become corrupt. And that's part of why they were. And then, okay, so then almost all the reformers who departed from the mother church were all agreeing that this is the Antichrist, right? This way of interpreting.
Yeah.
And so then you have, once this Reformation is happening, people are leaving Rome, the church, right? And it's losing power. It launches with Ignatius Loyola, the Jesuit order, which is a counter-Reformation because they want to stop the bleeding. So they start an order, the Jesuits, to counter this Reformation. And guess what? All the reformers who left the Catholic Church because of its corruption were saying the Antichrist was the Pope according to prophecy. And the Jesuits are invented through the Catholic Church to counter this. And what do you know? 2 men invent a way of interpreting prophecy that says, no. All this prophecy hasn't happened yet, and it's in the future, right before Jesus comes. And then another Jesuit invents the doctrine of, no. All this happened in the 1st century. It's all over with. We're in the kingdom. And then different iterations. But both of those views came out of the group that was invented to counter the Reformation. And the Reformation, which is, if you're not a Catholic, you're a child of that. Your church is, or your teaching is, that you've been taught. And they all agreed, all of them agreed that the Catholic Church was the Antichrist. And then the people to counter that invent two systems that say, no, none of that can't be true because it's all in the future. Or no, that's not true. It's just talking Rome during the 1st century. So literally everybody practically believes this stuff that was invented to make it so you don't think the Catholic Church is the Antichrist. And almost all of Christianity believes one version or the other.
Wow, that's crazy, man. Oh, what one thing about Revelation that I'm still learning, I'm still trying to decipher, is the 10 what was it, the 10 kings, 7 horns, something like that. They say the 10 kings represent the 10 provinces of Rome, and the horns represent the 7 heralds that was ruling over Israel. And of course the harlot represent Jerusalem or Israel and stuff like that. I'm still trying to get a hold of Revelation and Daniel's to put it together. But what gives me a curveball is when people pull Ezekiel and trying to add it to prophecy. I don't understand how they could use Ezekiel, especially the 3rd temple, because when you look at it, these people wasn't in the land yet. So if Ezekiel is writing to them, the temple is going to be rebuilt. You know, he's writing about a new rebuilt temple, and these people not in the land yet. They reading that. They got confidence when they go back to the land, the temple is going to be rebuilt back to its glorious, back to its glory ways. But people use that temple in Ezekiel and trying to describe a 3rd temple. I mean, that don't.
Yeah, a literal one in Israel, right? Yeah. I think it's just a heavenly temple.
I don't think it align. I don't think it aligned with the timeline of the Israelites when they was in Babylon. You know, they didn't have a temple, so if Ezekiel telling them this stuff, eventually, I'm pretty much sure they're not looking at it like, okay, that's the 3rd temple, but what about the 2nd? What about the temple when we go back? You know, how we gonna worship God and all that? You know, and it don't fit. It don't fit with time. It don't fit with the timeline of a future temple versus the temple that is being rebuilt in Jerusalem. I'm thinking people look at it and say it's supposed to be way better than the temple that Solomon had, but when they rebuilt the temple again in Jerusalem, it wasn't much splendor than Solomon temple. You know what I mean? But by the time Christ came back, it was way better than the temple of Solomon. Way better. It's just I feel like people look at it and say, well, it's not the exact way the verse the chapter was talking about, so we waiting for it in the future. You know, I'm like, I mean, maybe, I'm not saying maybe, it can be described as a, just a metaphor or something like that, to where, God is just basically saying that, he's going to just rebuild the temple. I mean, it's the same way with the coming of Christ. Everybody expecting Christ to do all this stuff when he first came on the scene, and everybody looking at him, you sure you're the Son of God? And some people disagree with him, some people agree with him, and because they was expecting this humongous, introduction of Christ, and it didn't come as they expected.
Yeah.
And from that time on, I looked at the being younger, I wasn't into all that prophecy stuff like that. But as I grew older, I'm like, then I can't take everything that is written in the Bible. Well, I ain't gonna say everything. Certain things in the Bible, I can't look at it literally and expect it to happen the exact same way the Bible says it's going to happen. But it can be explained that it is going to happen, you know? That's the way I look at prophecy. You know, people what happened?
No, I was saying, yeah, man, I agree with you.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's why I go with the
You were
preterist
preaching,
view.
Lou, and I was just saying, amen, amen. I couldn't help myself. That's why I interrupted you. You were preaching, and I was just in the choir. I was in the church saying, amen, amen. Go.
Yeah,
Preach
yeah,
on.
because when it comes to prophecies, and people teach about prophecies, and the big problem with teaching prophecies, people trying to apply prophecies to their time, you know, and then when it don't fit their time, then you get another generation that say the other generation say prophecy fits their time, and then when it don't fit their time, then you get another generation. You know, I mean, it's just like with the Antichrist in the 666. First, people believe it was Nero. I believe it was Nero. Then people believe it was the Caesars, and then they changed it from the Caesars to the Pope, and now later on they changed it to some chip. I'm like, where in Revelation speaks about anything about a chip? That mark of the beast represents a man, and it just go on and on and on and on, and
Yeah, it never
you know,
ends.
it never ends. But that's why for me, I believe all things are fulfilled, because I mean, things just keep changing. They keep changing and changing. One thing for sure that don't change is the word of God. You know, it don't change.
Yeah, I just think people underestimate God's wisdom and the fact that the wisdom of God is the wisdom of man is foolishness to God. So it's like people think everything that God's going to test us with is going to be something they're prepared for, when in reality, the true test of who you are is a pop quiz. And for example, an easy example, I think most people can understand and say, oh yeah, well, that's obvious wisdom and logic. God's going to send angels to us, which he has in my life, that aren't the quarterback and aren't the cheerleader. He's going to send an angel as somebody that's taking bottles out of a trash can, or somebody like I experienced who, you know, had a skin disease and talked like kind of like somebody in high school, like a little slow, that you would think had a mental issue or something, but had no mental issue when you actually sat and talked with him, because he was an angel of God. So that's God's wisdom. And we all see that and say, oh, well, that's obvious. Of course, God's not going to send the pretty girl or the quarterback to be an angel, because everybody will treat them nice. But then when it comes to, well, how's God going to test me?
Yeah.
They want God to come in a white robe with lightning bolts coming behind them and white horses, so everybody can look and say, well, look, there's God. But then how did God separate who actually believed in him? Just like you were speaking about when Jesus actually came. Even John the Baptist's disciples, when they went to Jesus, I know I've mentioned this before, but for other people that just see it or whatever, just to reiterate the point, Jesus didn't tell John the Baptist's disciples, yes, I am the Messiah, when they asked him, are you the Messiah? And that was when John was in prison about to be killed. Obviously Jesus knew he was about to die. He still said, tell John, the blind see, the lame walk, the poor have good news, so on and so forth. And that's what the disciples were told, because then even John the Baptist still had a choice to make. Do I believe or do I not? Do I have faith or do I not? Like I said, to expect God to conform to what human beings will think or want, to me, is such a waste of time, because it's like you were just saying, Lou, it's like it all depends on where you're from, your sociological state, whatever. If you grow up in Russia and you grew up in the time of Stalin, then Stalin was the Antichrist. If you grew up in Germany and you were Jewish, then Hitler's the Antichrist. It's like, it's so dependent on, if you live in North Korea, it's Kim Jong-un. If you live here, it's this guy, it's that guy. It's so dependent upon your life experience. Just like how the Hebrew Israelites would try to be like, well, America's Babylon. Well, it's like, oh yeah, really? Go live in a third world country right now and tell me they're not Babylon too. You know what I mean?
They're gonna tell you their geographical location.
Yes.
is what a prophecy is what
Yeah.
lines up with prophecy. I'm like, that's too. I mean, that's too much. Different versions of one prophecy. You know. I mean, it's just like when George Bush was president. I read a conspiracy book. They lining up the 3 George Bushes with the beast, the false prophet, and so on. Like I literally have believed it. And then you know, I had to break out of that, and I like and that because you know, unlike all this comparing and contrasting prophecy with your time, I mean, it can lead to a lot of disagreement worldwide because you can have like you said, you can have one person claiming it's America, another. Imagine the people in Russia. Russia is well known in prophecy. So the Christians in Russia, imagine what they're going through.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty much sure they well.
Saying this is going to happen, and it's going to happen in Colombia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like so obvious if you just think about like, well, yeah, the biases that people have totally change the way they interpret certain prophecies. And to me, that's where the danger is. And that's where it's like, God doesn't require me to figure these prophecies out. And I'm going to be wrong, most likely. And I'm going to either die before it occurs, or I may give people bad information, which is way more dangerous than being the one who is perfect. Like, unless you feel the Spirit of God literally upon you and you're willing to go before God on your death day and say, God, this is what I truly believed with all my heart and all my soul and all my mind. But for me, because I've literally experienced it, and I'm sure you guys have too, when you have the Spirit, it's not like questionable. You're not like, oh, did I have it or did I not? Like, you know when you actually had it. So if you're not willing to like write that down afterwards, like write down the living God came to me on this day and so forth. But if you do that and you're wrong or lying, then you're going to be held very accountable for it on your death day. So it's like, it's not a game at all. You know what I mean? It's not a game at all.
Because with Eusebius, right? Eusebius pointing out the abomination of desolation was in the temple when it was destroyed. But, you know, that's during his time. That's what he thought was the abomination of desolation. You know, and then you could go to Josephus. Josephus explained how after the destruction of the temple, how all the prophecies that Daniel was talking about came to pass. You know, but that's what he's going by his time. And then, you know, as time goes by, everybody have their own interpretation.
Well, just to add to what you're saying, Paul thought it, the apostle Paul thought it was like going to happen in his time. And he's getting divine revelation that's half of the New Testament, 13 of the letters. So if Paul's confused on when it's going to come, and not only Paul, but Daniel himself, when he got certain prophecies, his reaction would be like, I don't know what this means. Please tell me. And then God would have to explain it to him. And that happened not just to Daniel, but to all, like most, if not all the prophets. When they got prophecy, they didn't just know what this meant. Like, for instance, God would say, like, what do you see? And then they'd say, like, oh, I see a tin vessel. You know, they'd see a steel plate. And then God would have to explain to them what it meant. Like, they didn't just get the prophecy and say, well, this is going to happen. No, they needed God to explain it to them. And these are the people that are actually in the Bible, in the canon. So I'm just beyond skeptical when anybody has the, oh, I'm a prophet. Like the people that go in the prosperity gospel and the mega churches, and they go in there and they're like, hey, is your name Dan Wilson? Are you from Kentucky? Oh, guess what? God said this to me about you. And the person's like, oh my God, I am Dan Wilson. I'm from Kentucky. Meanwhile, the person just looked at the email list before the show. They're just scamming money, selling books, doing tutor shows. And, you know, they're predicting the next election and they're saying it's Trump. And then when they're wrong, they're just like, oh, oops. You know, sometimes the prophecy is, we know prophets were wrong in the Bible too. You know, it's like, they got an excuse that is just blasphemous. And it's like, you know, People don't
just-
stop, and people get encouraged to do that because when you're in a church, I said this to Mike the other day, if 100 people are claiming to be a prophet and doing that same behavior, you're going to look around, especially if you grow up in it, and you're going to be like, well, I don't want to be the only guy that doesn't have this ability. Like, so you're going to start thinking, you know, in that manner, and you're going to start to embellish or at least try to do it. And, you know, it's just a bad behavior. It's not a necessary behavior. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like with the Antichrist. You got people, they waiting for the Antichrist, but in I think it's 1 John 2:18, or I forgot. I gotta look it up, but where the verse says the Antichrist is here now. So I'm thinking to myself, well, damn, how old is this Antichrist if we still waiting for him?
Oh,
You
that's
know?
where- yeah, well, that's where I just say Antichrist is the devil. I mean, it's like, what else could the Antichrist be besides just the devil itself, you know?
Yeah, I mean, isn't scriptures that say the Antichrist is here now?
That's a good verse, right, to show you. I mean, for people that are, you know, because I just checked it out because it's
1 John
titled,
2:18.
yeah, it says children, and this is similar to like what Paul was saying. Children, it is is the screen showing, guys?
Yeah,
This-
yeah.
Okay. Children, it is the last hour. And as you have heard that Antichrist is coming, so now many Antichrists have come. Therefore, we know that it is the last hour. So many Antichrists have come means they already came. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
many of
that's
them-
one of the verses. That's
well,
one
yeah,
of it.
many of them have come, but regardless, he's saying last hour, and this was 2,000 years ago. So let's be clear on this is somebody that's actually a prophet of God and getting revelation, you know, writing multiple books in the Bible, very important books. He was actual disciple of Jesus, and this is what he's saying last hour. And now, so you got to understand there's a lot of allegory here. It's not, you know, it's not, I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Rome's still in charge, aren't they? So it's still the same war.
Rome's still in charge. In what? You're talking about the Catholic Church?
What? Yeah, whatever. Rome that was over Jesus's Jerusalem. Rome that sacked Jerusalem. Rome that supposedly fell in 478. But the Rome of today, yeah, they're still in charge, right? I mean, we
No.
kind of
In charge of
No.
what? In charge of
the
who?
entire world.
How are they in charge of me? How does Rome hasn't affected Rome doesn't affect me in one way. I'm not under any oppression from Rome, Mike. They're not in charge. I understand your point. They have influence because of where the Pope is and so forth. They may be misleading people, and that could be an antichrist for sure, because I don't agree with tons of things they teach. But for the average person in Africa or America, you're not getting controlled or oppressed or forced to do anything because of Rome. You get to buy your Bible and worship God. You don't have to do anything related to Rome. I don't agree.
I would disagree.
Listen,
Okay.
isn't 1 John 4 verse 3
All right.
where it says the Antichrist is here?
All right. Test the spirits. All right, I'll read the verse before because it's the same sentence. By this you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is from God. And every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you have heard was coming and now is in the world already. So it's basically just telling you everybody that doesn't confess Jesus is God, or yeah,
Yeah, but I don't understand why people is waiting for the Antichrist. I mean,
not from God. Yeah.
Oh, Chris Lucas in the background.
Chris is here?
I think so.
Oh man, he's got a work break. What's going on, Chris? What's going on?
Oh, not much, man. I was just kind of okay. And you know what? See, I'm kind of curious about things because see, Jamie always sounds one way when he talks about the Seventh Day Adventist, like, oh, I don't really believe everything Ellen White says. And then every time I felt like I trap him, and I go, "Can you admit she lied?" And he'll go, and he'll just keep working around like he does with that amalgamation thing, like. That amalgamation thing, she was clearly talking genetically. There's no doubt about it in there, because how's an animal going to be depraved? because he says he thinks she meant that in, like, for humans, to be more depraved. But how does an animal become more depraved?
Well, her reference was Noah. The animals prior to Noah's Ark were depraved or amalgamated.
That's what I'm saying. Look, Mike. I'm saying. I mean, she meant it genetically. You cannot say that was a spiritual meaning behind that, because how were those animals spiritually amalgamated?
When she says the animals prior to Noah, I don't think she means spiritually.
Right. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. She means genetically. So this whole statement, you cannot say it's a genetic statement. Because it's the same context afterwards. It's the same context after the flood. It's the same exact context.
Right. So what's wrong with saying there are many races that have degraded or amalgamated? You think that there's a pure
amalgamated means mixing, because he says, as can be an amalgamation of man and beast. That means they were mixed together, as can be seen in the varieties of species. And when they asked her specifically, what did she mean? They handed it over to Uriah Smith.
Relax.
Yeah, Chris, you came in ready, man. Chill.
Yeah, because like that statement, no. Like, but I want to move on from there. Okay, because there's this whole thing about, like, but what I'm saying is, like, she definitely didn't mean that. But here's one for you. Because this is something I've never had answered to me in 12 years. And this actually started the whole thing. This is the one thing that started all my beef with the Seventh-day Adventist Church, that none of them, no matter how many times I've asked it in the past 12 years, not one of them's answered. Now,
have you asked Jamie before?
Say what now?
Have you asked Jamie this question before you were about to ask?
I don't even know if Jamie's
still here. No one's answered it. No one's answered it. Yeah.
Jamie,
so,
okay. Hold on. Time out, Chris, before you go. Jamie goes away sometimes and he just has his name. Jamie, are you even still right here? See?
Nah.
Just make sure you're not talking to Jamie and you're talking to everyone, because he does that sometimes. I just wanted to check.
Well, okay, I'll still let everyone know, even if Jamie's not here. But look, there's this prophecy she gave where she sounds like she's predicting the end of the world, and she says some standing here will be food for worms, and some will be translated. Now, this sure sounds like the last days, where someone will be changed in a twinkling of an eye. It sounds like that same exact phraseology. Now, what Seventh-day Adventists tell me is, oh, well, that was conditional, Chris. Okay, tell me what conditions were met. None of them have ever told me where Ellen White says, oh, this condition was met, because she had people even in 1904 that came up to her and said, hey, I'm trying to compile a list of the names that were there at that meeting that you said some would be food from worms and some would be translated. And she's like, no way, you're not going to do that. Everyone would be watching the obituaries every day. But see, here's the thing, she died.
About the resurrection?
Huh? Yeah, well, something like that. No, you know what? We're in the Bible. It says something about the people will be changed in a twinkling of an eye and all that stuff.
Oh.
I'm driving at work, so I can't pull up a Bible right now.
No, you're fine. No, I understand the reference.
Yeah, he talking about the reference Paul made, and I think it's in Thessalonian.
You're all right, Chris. We understand the scripture you're referencing.
Yeah, to me that sounds kind of like the like at the end. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but anyway, no one got changed. No one got translated. Everyone's dead. Nothing. Jesus never came back, basically. Because that's what that sounded like to me. But the Seventh-day Adventists keep telling me that was conditional, but I cannot find one single writing where Ellen White says that's conditional. And here's someone, like, I think it's like in 1904, that was coming up to her, and instead of like saying, oh, don't worry, the conditions were met, she was like, no, you don't need to get a list like that. See, she could have said to him straight and said, hey, those conditions been met. So she was still trying to either hold on to that or try to hide that. I don't know which it is, but see, that's what I'm saying. Like, and people, and like, they'll say, oh, well, you know how it was with Jonah and Nehemiah, and God said he was going to destroy them. And then the people repented. And so he didn't do it. And they're saying, see, it was conditional like that. But see, the thing is with Jonah, we know what conditions were met. Even Jonah knew what the conditions were before he went there, because that's why he ran on that boat. He was trying to escape. He knew if they would repent, that God wouldn't destroy him, and Jonah wanted to see him destroyed, so he ran away because he didn't want to go preach to those people. So we know what the conditions were with Jonah. We knew it was a conditional promise. You can tell by the context of the passage. But now here, they try to run away and say, oh, well, it was conditional, but there's not one statement ever from Ellen White saying what the conditions were, and that, oh, hey, the conditions were met, guys. It's not going to happen. She died without ever saying that those conditions were ever met. So she's a false
So if you
prophet.
think if Jesus returned in 100 years from now, let's say, do you think that some of us would be food for worms and others would be translated?
If some of us were still alive, yeah.
No. I mean, if we were already dead, all of us are all dead at the resurrection. Do you think some of us are going to be raised to everlasting life and some to contempt?
Some are going to be raised to judgment.
Okay,
You
no,
know,
that's
I mean,
fine.
that's what I believe. I mean, it's like they get raised, and then I can't remember all the sequence of that, man, because that's a part. Like, I used to pay attention more to that, but I'm kind of buried in all this other stuff, because
I
I'm trying right
understand.
now. I'm really trying to research like when Jesus actually got crucified and Herod's death and all that, because I want that timeline like dead set in stone, to where you could put a gun to my head and I'm not gonna lie, you know, and be like, nope, Herod definitely died here. Jesus definitely got crucified on 31 AD, and you know, and just have that 100% complete.
Hold
Sure,
on,
you know?
you believe Jesus was crucified 31 AD?
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
it's a new topic he's driving.
Is that hold on? Is that based on that original calendar or the mistake, the calendar they made a mistake on?
Well, that's based on
What?
our Gregorian calendar, but yeah, I mean, I'm timing like.
Oh, did you wreck?
Yeah,
You went.
because
You
I know
stopped.
it was.
No
I
audio.
know, because I know with the Roman calendar, they start off
All the way back then, and then you got to.
zero. Oh no, you got to say everything. We ain't hear you. You were breaking up.
Oh.
Yeah, you breaking up.
Yeah, and Last Warrior, right? His has and his don't make any sense. I mean, they are different, and has makes a lot more sense because nobody says is come, that Jesus is come versus has come. Is come means the same thing, but it makes no sense to read it or write it with the word is there. So yeah, there's no actual meaning difference, but just more poorly written and harder to understand in our modern language.
Is Chris still there?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused, man. Like, hello?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was
Yeah, we
talking.
can hear you now.
I was talking to Arctic Warrior in the chat because he thinks the KJV is this like Hebrew
Arctic Warrior
Greek version of the Arctic Timberwolf. He thinks this. He thinks the King James was like the Hebrew or Greek manuscript of the Bible. It's pretty interesting. It's I don't know if he's aware there were languages before King James English, because he thinks that it's like the perfect word of God, like Perry, and he's incorrect. But anyways, go ahead, Chris. I just had to address his comment because he tried to slander again.
Yeah.
He was celebrating his inferior sentence structure like it was somehow better. All right, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Because I was kind of confused because he jumped in with that, and I was like, "What's going on?"
I was typing it all to him in the chat, and I was like, "I'm done typing all this. I'm just talking. I'm not going to type it all.
Okay.
I'm just going to say it to him instead of type it all." All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Man. Just a quick note, man. As far as like King James stuff, that's another thing I was wanting to do a video on, because there's definitely a mistranslation in that, and I know a lot of King James only believe it's 100% perfect.
No translation's 100% perfect, and only somebody that's very biased and attached and emotionally attached would sit here and scream, "Oh, the ESV is the perfect word," or anything. No, the Bible's the perfect word, but we have to deal with what the translations give us. That's it. You don't sit here and scream because you like your translation. Oh, the NIV's the perfect word. No, the Bible's the perfect word. God's word's the perfect word. Every translation, you have to be able to see that, okay, certain words might not be the best translation of the Greek and the Hebrew word. Anybody that thinks an English translation doesn't have any like error or man-made like, you know, possibility of being incorrect is wrong. If you're not checking the interlinear and the concordance, then you're not even trying to know what the Bible says. And if you're claiming the King James is the perfect word of God, that is literally, if you logically deduce what they're saying, if it's the perfect word of God, you don't need the interlinear. You don't need the concordance, right? Was that not the logic? That's exactly the logic. So, you know what I mean? If you go to the concordance or the interlinear and then it gives you definitions and then you add that to your understanding, then you're using more than the supposed perfect word of God. But if it's the perfect word, you should. If the perfect word's already there, I don't need a definition of it. I don't need to.
Ask him if when he goes to church, if the preacher talks like thee, thou, thou, thine, thither, and wherefore. Ask him if he preaches like that.
Exactly. Well, that's the point, Mike. He doesn't talk like that himself, but he wants to act like it's this perfect language or something. You know what I mean? It's. If you think the apostles and Jesus were talking like that, that's where it's like, whoa, man, you're seriously really wrong. Like, you know, like they weren't speaking in the same grammatical vernacular as people in England and the same. You're comparing how people were talking in Jerusalem and the land of Canaan to the people that were different. You know, 16 different. I was going to say,
Arctic Timberwolf on his honeymoon. Doth thou know thy sire? Doth thou know thy sire? It's those would be some English for who's your daddy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm always having sex.
I'm trying to figure how. Hey, Chris.
Yeah,
how you came up with 31 AD.
Okay, 31 AD.
Hold on, time out. Arctic Timberwolf, you just spelled kindergarten wrong and English wrong. I don't know if you did that on purpose, my friend, but I literally posted the comment because I just thought it was funny. But then I checked it, and I don't know if it was just you like typing fast, but you better next time at least spell kindergarten and English right. Or you're gonna tell me I failed kindergarten, man. Because if not, it's all good. Anyways, I'll give you a typo on those two, but next time you ain't getting the typo pass. Go ahead. All right, go ahead, Chris. Answer the third question with your historicism knowledge.
Well, basically, it all sort of started because I never really cared about these dates until I started studying historicism, and so I started studying that whole Artaxerxes given the decree, and then I noticed everyone's always fighting over two different dates. They're fighting over 538 and 557 and 457 and 458 BC. I was like, well, why can't they come to a conclusion? I thought maybe like the history is bad or something, or there's something, hard to understand. So I just kept starting to play with all the other dates because I was really curious, because this made sense. I read all these old books. It made sense for Jesus to fulfill that. And I was trying to make sure I knew what exact date. And I started looking through history. I was like, well, it looks like most people thought it was 31 AD that Jesus was crucified, and that would line up with 457. And then I started really doing like more and started studying like, okay, so Jesus would have to be born in 4 BC, but now it's got to line up with Herod's day, when and so now I'm starting to use other things to try to check that, because if this Daniel's prophecy is true, you gotta have other dates to check it, and to check it by like everything's got to flow. It's got to go with scripture too, and if it's in scripture, like it's got to line up with the reign of Tiberius and when they did these censuses and all this other stuff. Now, I'm kind of like going through all those numbers and trying to make sure it adds up. And I found like a lot of decent research, but even this decent research was going at each other. I couldn't figure out why. And then I finally figured out what was happening is that they didn't like most of them just didn't like 31 AD because they wanted to keep Good Friday. But everything else would fit if they would just accept 31 AD. But they didn't want to accept. It looked like to me, in my opinion, they don't want to accept 31 AD because the Passover falls on Wednesday and 31 AD. Now, the reason why they want, so then I started figuring out, okay, so they also, the only other date they were really pushing for was the 458 date. So when does that Passover fall on? And I believe that in 30 AD, it does fall on Friday. So since it falls on Friday, that's why they try to shove everything. But when you do that, everything else is a little off, you know, in my view, because to me, it looks like Jesus is like, I think Jesus was 2.5 years old when Herod died. And if you shove it back to 5 BC, then he's 3.5 years old. And it's like other things just start not making sense and adding up.
Well, you got the eclipse of Herod at January 10 of -1.
I think so. There's two dates on there, and they're real close together. They're like a month apart or so, and I can't remember which one I settled on. That might be the one I settled on.
Because it
I
sounds
can't remember. I don't have my notes in front of me, man. But I got like all this research, but it's buried under all this Daniel 8 research.
Well, the only reason I ask is because I've heard you say that that's essentially that we agree on that, but then you always say -4 for Jesus because he has to be 2.5, but 4 and -1 is 3. But so anyway, we say -3 BC is when
No,
which is funny.
what was the fall of 4 BC?
I don't have much internet left. Please let me finish.
Okay.
So I think we agree on like when he started. You may be a year off or something. But please tell me, how do you get to the 30? Is your 31 AD because you believe in a 3.5 year ministry of Jesus?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yeah. See, Ryan, this is what?
I don't even get it at all. Like you say, see, like I'm supposed to know.
He wants you to take agree with, and that you take a verse out of the Bible. Take that verse out of John.
I don't
right to get to 70 weeks.
This whole 70 weeks.
Come on, Ryan, take a verse out.
Think about it, Ryan.
I'm not trying to take a verse out, but there's so many different prophecies, and you guys are like, this one prophecy is what has like, and you're all trying to predict the timelines, and I don't know, man. I don't
have a problem with it. Everything lines up. It lines up to the Bible. It lines up to the events. It's when you want to try to reinterpret Daniel 9:27. I mean 9:24 to 9:27 to fit whatever you are trying to fit it into, Mike. But I mean everything fits to me because I got a 3.5 year ministry. It says, and he shall die in the middle of the the whole covenant shall be cut off, or he shall. I have to have that in front of me, man. I can't even do it word for word.
Okay, but so right, if you attach a 7-year, a 3.5 year ministry, you have 3.5 years after his death, and all of your Daniel is done. But quickly, how does the Isaiah prophecy, when Jesus stood up and read, and to proclaim the acceptable 3.5 year ministry of the Lord? Note, it's to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord. 70 weeks sounds more acceptable of a year than 3.5 years. And if we do trace it back, it's Eusebius who started it all, trying to force Constantine into essentially what would become Catholicism.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that verse. What verse did you say that was again, Mike? Because I'd like to go look at that.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, John 6:4.
No, not that one. The one where you said it's got to be a year.
Oh, what is it? Whatever Isaiah prophecy Jesus was reading from, probably 53 or something. I'm looking for it now.
Isaiah 61. Isaiah 61.
Thank you, Lou.
Yeah, I'll have to kind of just read that on my own later, but I just want to know which verse. So I go research it later and think about it.
Well, when Jesus read Isaiah, I don't remember him reading one that said anything about a time thing. Like, are you saying that he read something about? Because all I remember is him reading something about like the prophet Isaiah in front of the temple saying like, "In this very day, this has been fulfilled." Is that what you're talking about? Like Jesus?
Yeah.
And you're saying when he read that verse, he was saying something about a time frame?
Yeah, it's in the Isaiah prophecy that he quoted.
So it's not when Jesus read it. It's in the it's in the Isaiah version.
That would be a good question if he actually quoted it, but it's in the Isaiah version, yeah.
Because when he reads like the prophecy of the temple, all I recall, I'm not like memorized that one verse or nothing, but all I
Oh
recall,
no, this is like John 2, John 1.5. It's really early.
yeah, all I recall is him reading the scroll. He goes in the temple, he reads the scroll, and then he reads it, and he says, "This very day it's been fulfilled." And then they say, like, well, everybody was surprised because he was one who like spoke with authority, not like, you know what I mean, not like a normal person type of thing. He spoke with authority. So I don't remember him saying anything about like, this is 1.5 year, time frame, or I don't recall any of that.
And to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord. It would be an easy Google search. Acceptable year of the Lord, KJV.
Yeah, I can read it right now. To proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all that mourn.
What verse? What verse?
Isaiah 61:2.
Oh no, I'm talking about when Jesus reads it.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Okay, Isaiah 62 says, yes, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all that mourn. That's in Isaiah 62. So what are you saying? Because of that verse, Mike, that Jesus' ministry can only be a year?
Well, I'm just saying, if you think I'm nuts that Jesus' ministry is only 70 weeks, there's that scripture.
Well, I don't think you're nuts. I don't, like I said, I don't put much study time into trying to figure all these prophecies out. So all you guys, Jamie, you, Chris, you all put way more time into trying to like get, oh, this guy was king, that guy was king, this is the sign of the anti. I don't do any of that. So, I mean, I'm not.
Eusebius, the Church History, Book 3, Chapter 24. For it is evident that the three evangelists, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, recorded only the deeds done by the Savior for 1 year after the imprisonment of John. John Chrysostom, historian from the year 349, quietly, annually, the law taken occasion from the wickedness of the Jews. That could kind of be taken of it. There's actually a Protestant guy, but Origen said it took about a year. I'm sure you guys have heard of Origen. Irenaeus of Lyon, he said it was about a year. Clement said it was about a year. It's something to look into if all those guys say it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm putting more weight into people first century than anybody. So if there's first century people saying it, that would be if they're in the year 300 or anything like that, they're still early people, but I'd be way more skeptical of, anybody more than first century or early second century. So I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to look into these things before I took a position on it one way or the other. Personally,
Tychonius said if at the beginning of his preaching, it would have been a year in that year.
Yeah,
but no, those
he
would be
preached
some
the
examples.
gospel. He preached the God. They saying that he preached the gospel for a year.
Just over a year, yeah. We have the exacts. If you take out John 6:4, it's an easy chronological read. He was baptized by John the Baptist. 7 weeks later, he's in the Sabbath reading this Isaiah prophecy. 62 weeks later, it's the beginning of the 63rd week. It's his Passion Week. In the midst of that Passion Week, he's cut off. It all works out perfect. The only thing is missing is one of the 7 years, and we throw in the future as a confirmation.
Yeah, but you can't just throw out.
Wasn't he preaching before he got baptized?
When he was
I don't think
12.
he started doing it until he got baptized, right?
Well, when he was 12, he did, but I don't think that counts. He wasn't weaned yet.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
when he was in the wilderness before he was in the wilderness with Satan, he wasn't preaching the gospel before then.
We have in the script in the in text we have him at 12 years old preaching in the synagogue at the temple. They lost him for 3 days and 3 nights. His family lost him.
Yeah. And they don't count that. They don't count them years.
Oh, I wouldn't either. No. Yeah, he had to be weaned from his mother, and that happened at the wedding at Cana. That's why he said woman. Like he said it to. If you look at Mary, oh, hark the herald angels sing and all this stuff. The shepherd saw it and everything, but Mary didn't even catch it. She's like, and Mary didn't understand these things, but she pondered it in her heart. And then at 12 years old, they left for a day and noticed Jesus was gone. It took them a day to get back, and they looked for him for a day and found him at the temple. And they're like, dude, we've been looking all over you for it. And he says, how have you been looking for me? Don't you know that I would be at my father, doing my father's will? And Mary didn't understand it, but she pondered it in her heart. And the same thing with the wedding at Cana. She's like, hey man, they're out of wine. And he's like, dude, I'm under your authority until you release me. And she finally told, not the servants of the wedding, but Jesus's first two apostles. She told those two guys, do whatever he says. And then he did his first miracle. So we see that as he was weaned, he couldn't really have done anything until after the baptism and after he was weaned. But that's a funky point of view.
I mean, in all the Gospels that I recall, he gets the Spirit and then he's tempted. And Mark's the shortest version of it. I just went to see where he read the Isaiah scroll. I haven't read that part yet, but I mean, it says he begins his ministry after being tempted. And
John's the best. We can use John to backtrack to deconstruct, whatever you call it, reverse engineer. We can see that he came out of the wilderness on the first of the Aviv, and it was a Sabbath that year, because he's shortly after that reading on the Sabbath that Isaiah prophecy. And then shortly after that is his first Passover. You can reverse engineer it. On the first day, Jesus did this. After he came out of the wilderness, on the second day, he did this. The third day, you can reverse engineer and track it down to Aviv 1 when he came out of the wilderness, and which is genius, because our Ezra 7 that Chris likes to use, the 457 BC. That's from Ezra 7. I don't know if they're boys or girls. Ezra and Nehemiah left on the first of the first month. That's Aviv 1. So it was not only 483 years later that Jesus came out of the wilderness, but it was 483 years later to the exact day.
I mean, I don't know any. You and Chris
Wow.
are in a conversation.
I did not know. So, Mike, I don't even understand then. If you got it, you believe in that calculation too? Like, I just wonder, why do you have trouble with how I interpret the 70 weeks then? It's almost like you believe what I believe almost to a T, except for this.
Yeah. Have you seen Jamie's, let me see if I can, oh, that goes that way. I can't do it. Yeah. Have you seen Jamie's little graph? It's all one continuous thing, 7 weeks and then 62 weeks and then 1 week. They're all connected. And that you only get that last week if you see a 3.5 year ministry of Jesus. If you don't see a 3.5 year week of ministry, then you know that's in the future.
So do you need to put that in the future? Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to put that in the future? Because I don't need to put it in the future with what I believe. I'm just curious, like Hebrew roots, do they send that into the future?
Yeah, we're under the understanding that, quite frankly, yes, we, Ryan, Hebrew roots, are under the standing.
I know. Hey man, listen, pronouns, we already talked about it in Daniel 9:27. Look at the problems it causes. When you say we, I don't know who you're talking about.
Exactly. I forgot what I was going to say.
Now, whenever you say we, I'll just always assume you and Ryan. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, what I'll say is Mark is like real short version too, so you can see that. I already knew this just recalling it, but the temptation of Jesus, then the ministry starts. And then on Mark, it's on the same page, just so everybody can see, because it's the shorter version. But
okay, so this is why I don't like to throw that 3.5. I don't like to throw any years in the future, because I don't see any prophecies in the whole Bible where they they throw years into, throw part of the years into the future. I mean,
First I will send you fishers, and then I will send you hunters. There was 1900 years in between those. And when he says when he says I will confirm the covenant with many,
You cut out, Mike. I will confirm the covenant with many. Is where you cut out. I don't know if Mike heard.
yeah, he can go ahead and interrupt me whenever he comes back in. But see, I just look at this as like it says 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish the wickedness and to seal up the sins and to reconcile the iniquity and to bring in everlasting righteousness and to seal up the vision and the prophecy and to anoint the most holy. And I see all this accomplished in 70 weeks. And to me, it's like I don't know if I made a prophecy. I don't even know, like, how would we even tell the last 3.5 weeks started or anything? It's like I just assume, just go by, like, if they say something happens in 70 weeks, just expect 70 consecutive, weeks, like 490 consecutive years. Expect that, and don't throw anything into the future, because to me, it all fits nicely, because it's like that last 3.5 years until Jesus' ministry. It says, and he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week he shall cause the sacrifice and oblation to cease. So that would be the 3.5 years. So AD 27 to AD 31. AD 27 he gets baptized in the fall, and AD 31 in the spring he's crucified. That's 3.5 years. And just like that. So and right there in verse 27, it's talking about the last week. So in that last week he gets, and so that's why the to say that's years, that makes sense to me. It's 3.5 years. And and then it's like, also, because of what I believe about 31 AD, I believe Passover was in 31. Well, I don't believe it. The Naval Observatory and everything else there is, basically says Passover was Wednesday of 31 AD. So, and that fits everything I believe fine too, because then I'm like, okay, that's one more check mark, because I believe, like, God, I believe the earth was about 4,000 years old when he came to this earth anyway and got crucified. Like, we were on our 4,000th year, so that would be your fourth day. That would be your Wednesday, right? I
can't follow when you guys start. You, Jamie, Mike, when you guys start going into this, I get so lost, dude. Just to be honest.
Oh no! This is just a simple point. Like, okay,
it is not simple. I get so confused.
Okay, well, just this one point.
I don't need to follow along, because if Mike's hearing it or somebody else hearing it understands, I'm just saying I just don't understand what gives you guys the motivation to try to break all these down and predict them. And I don't know,
because you didn't, because Ryan, you gotta look at the graph on how they break it, because they explain, they send it by words. But I don't know if he has a slide to show you the timeline of what he's saying and why he believe it. Because for me, I watch other timelines, and they started from I think the time set when they was in the Babylon for 70 years and they came back. I think they started from that all the way up to the final week of Jesus. That's why they call it. That's why they have that Holy Week celebration.
But Chris, or even Lou, or all you guys, quite frankly, but he says, Daniel, well, maybe it was Jeremiah. Dang it, the angel said these were for the end of days.
Yeah, but the end of days could be to a particular generation or a particular situation. The end of days, in that case, is talking about the end of days of and from my interpretation and my belief, the end of days is referring to the last days of the temple and the inauguration of the new temple, which is the temple that what you call it, the temple that's inside of you, however they want to put it. In order for that temple movement to be in order for that temple movement to grow, that old temple need to get rid of. That's why they say that they label in what I learned is the old temple is the old heaven, the old Israel, the old Jerusalem. The old temple is the old heaven, and the new temple is the new heaven.
Verse 14, Daniel 10:14. Now I am come to make thee understand what shall befall thy people in the latter days, for yet the vision is for many days.
Yeah, but we already read in the book of John that he said, like, this is the last hour or whatever, and that's when John wrote that. So it's like, I mean, it's confusing human beings are thinking last days. Like, to me, that doesn't sound like 2,000 years, but the book of John wasn't written yesterday either. So, I mean, that's saying last hours. Like, so we got to take a step back and like think about how we're looking at time. And
it's okay. It's okay if I can interrupt real quick. Then I would bring you to Matthew 24, verse 15. Jesus speaking. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let what his in the mount Judea flee into the mountains, let him in the housetop, etc.
So okay, go further.
So how were the first century people?
What is the point? What is the point of that, Mike? Go further. What's the point of that? Are you saying that's going to happen in our lifetime right now? What are you saying?
Yeah.
Yes. Give me a time.
Well, in our future,
20 years, 100 years. Give me time. 100 years, 20 years, 10 years. Tell me when I need to look for this. I mean, if you
nah, bro, you can't.
I know. I'm not interrogating him to be like, oh, you're wrong. I want his estimate, why he's bringing it up. I just want his understanding. That's all I'm asking for. Not to say, oh, look, Mike's wrong. In 5 years, God willing, we're both alive. I'm just trying to get his understanding. He's saying we're in the last days. I'm trying to get his understanding of what he means by that. He just said we're in the last days, so that's what I'm asking. It's not like let him answer it.
We've been in the last days.
I don't know.
I just want to say we've been in the last days since the first century.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's how I view it, Lou. So that's why I'm trying to understand what he's trying to say. Like,
well, you're trying to say it was all. Well, Chris apparently, or Jamie too. They're trying to say Daniel's all done with. I'm trying to show you it's for the end days, and then you say, well, it could be end days, like their end days. I'm just showing you in Matthew how Jesus told us to watch out for this abomination of desolation.
So you're watching out for it because you're just saying I'm trying to watch out for something. Jesus watch out for it. I get that far, but. So when are you claiming you think it's going to happen by breaking down all these prophecies? What is your estimate? That's the next logical question. If you say I think an earthquake's going to come, I'm going to ask you when. I just want to estimate. You don't have to be right. Just give me your guess. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, the abomination of desolation took place, of course, in prior to Jesus. But he spoke of a future one. So it had to be the temple of 68 AD or 70, and there must be a future one that's going to be terrible. That even the tabernacle itself will be an abomination, because it speaks of unto the end, many desolations unto the end, even unto the consummation.
But that didn't tell me at all
what abomination. What abomination is going to be in the temple? Like what is that person going to be doing to be an abomination?
Just any temple that was built by stone will be an abomination in and of itself. And once they start the sacrifices again, there will be many abominations.
All right. Well, I'll just.
But to this day, the Temple Mount is desolate. It's got Islam stuff on it. It has nothing. It is absolutely flat. Nothing Jewish anymore. The entire temple's gone.
So when the temple is built, that mean the Jews is going to be ruling the land, right?
Well, they might get permission. They have most of the land, but like the Muslims own like the Temple Mount, part of like Gaza or something, or the West Bank or something. But yeah, Jerusalem's current borders are not the God-given borders, and even within those borders, there's people squatting.
Then that means the Muslims and the Jews are going to have to get together and call peace in order for that to happen. I mean, and I don't know if they have the law of animal cruelty over there to be doing all them. I mean, that's going to be one pretty bloody sacrifice, and the agriculture animals over there is going to come into a low in other countries. I don't think other countries are going to allow that.
Well, it's kind of funny because it's kind of funny because the first time in history, the Islamic nations have. I don't know if you remember, Trump set up the flights. You can freely go between a couple different 3 Muslim nations now and Israel without having to wear a mask or whatever. But they are, and with this new prince in Saudi Arabia trying to build NEOM, yeah, they are trying to. They just might give the entire land back to Israel just to cut a deal with them. But no, they if you've seen any recent like Temple Mount tourist guides, I watch a lot of tourist guides walk around Jerusalem. I'm trying to memorize it so I can, whenever I see an aerial view from it, I can pick out where the East Gate is, where the Temple Mount, or the temple used to, stuff like that. But recently, yeah, it's very, very liberal. The Muslims are letting the Jews do a lot of things, and the Jews, oh my goodness gracious, for 2,000 years they've been looking for a red heifer because they need to kill a red heifer to use the blood to sanctify the new temple. For 2,000 years they've been looking for a red heifer, and here all of a sudden they found 4 in Texas. They just shipped them over.
I saw that YouTube video too. I think our algorithms are just the same because that guy's video popped up on my feed too. No, seriously, that dude, I don't know, man. He doesn't have a billion.
I've seen that.
I
didn't watch the
video. It popped up on all our things because of what we do.
Yeah, it popped up on mine.
Yeah, it did?
Yeah, I didn't watch the video.
Because I saw, dude, and I clicked on it. I don't know why we all clicked on it, but I clicked on it too.
Yeah, it was a couple months ago. They were down in Texas, and they were down there with their magnifying glasses looking at every hair on every part of and they're like, oh, we think we found one, and they found 4.
Dude, you guys,
come on.
So you think they're going to transport it to Israel?
They already did. Yeah, they're in Israel now.
Oh.
And the Temple Institute, you can probably Google them. It might be the Temple Treasures Institute, either that or it's the Temple Institute. Those guys, since Ron, what's his name, Levitt, whatever his name is, Levitt from the 80s, they have made all the pans, the altar of incense, the table of showbread. They have made all of those already. They have practiced the priestly duties. They have the garments. They have everything set in place. So when the Muslims turn their back, they're going to pounce. They've got the whole thing built already. They just need to put it together.
They got everything but God to help them. Anyways,
amen.
They read the same. They read the Torah. I mean, they don't see that written in the Torah not to do it. That's what's going to lead to the abomination of desolation. They don't read that. I mean, I don't understand that.
They're still looking for their Messiah. They don't even have the first come. That's why they're building the temple. Oh, our Messiah took the temple away. We're now the temple, or he's the temple, or he's the temple in us, or we are. You know what I mean? There's no own temple. And quite frankly, yeah, the one prophecy that David's tabernacle will be rebuilt is best described as a tabernacle, not a temple. David refurbished the wilderness tabernacle before he got permission to build a stone temple. So it could be.
David never got permission to build. Solomon built the stone. I know you know that. You just misspoke, I think. Because David got the supplies together, but he wasn't allowed to build it. You know that. I know you.
Yeah, and the plans or some such, but amen. Yeah, he was a murderer or a killer or
Yeah,
something.
shed blood. Yeah,
But
yeah.
the question, it begs the question: is it the wilderness tabernacle? If it's David's tabernacle that's going to be rebuilt in the future for God, for Jesus to rule from, David's offspring, is it the wilderness tabernacle, or is it the tabernacle like we're doing right now? Tabernacle, where you dwell in booths, you dwell in a tabernacle. So that's the only question, but certainly not a stone structure.
Yeah, all I know is I didn't pay much attention to the fact that after Jesus said this, because I have, obviously read this, I don't memorize this verse or anything because I never try to put these prophecies together, but he does say, this is fulfilled to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. So if anything, and this is right after he went through the wilderness and right after he got baptized. So, I mean, I don't know, Chris, from reading this right here, I would have a hard time advocating a 3.5 year ministry. It looks like to proclaim
Amen.
the year of the Lord's favor is pretty clear here.
Yeah, but then you gotta explain that last chapter in John where he writes everything that Jesus done.
Oh no, listen, Lou. I think Jesus was everything he did from a child was teaching people. Like when he was in the temple, he was teaching. Like, so I'm just going by what the scripture title says here as far as begins his ministry. So I can agree with you that maybe it's an error because maybe I'm putting too much weight in the title and not what the scripture, the verse itself says. So I think you did just check me there enough to like say, well, wait a minute, I'm putting a lot of weight in this title.
Yeah.
Because no, I'm not under the belief that he wasn't teaching when he was in the temple and he was a child. It says, he was teaching, and it fulfills, Isaiah 7:14, God will be born of a virgin prophecy where it says right after he'll know what's right or wrong when he's still eating curds and honey. So I'm of the belief Jesus was teaching from the age of a child. You know what I mean? I'm not a person. So for me, it's like I don't know what to call that, if you call it a ministry or not. And honestly, the fact you just said that made me kind of be a little careful because I did see this title and I kind of put a lot of weight into it, but the verse is not saying the same thing as the title. So I will be careful. That I appreciate the feedback. I'm still
No, not that. Not about when he was younger. It's just John in that last. You go to book of John to the last verse.
Yeah, he says there's
The
not
last
enough
chapter.
books. There's not enough books in the entire world to write down everything he did. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that verse you read that says, this is the acceptable year. Basically, where he started his ministry. You know what I mean? I don't think that 1 year he did all that to where you can't. There's not enough books for him to write.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. When you said that, it made me like reread what I was reading there, and I was putting a lot of weight in the title. So I guess that's the lesson I should take from that. I should be a little careful because sometimes I do read the titles, and the titles can mislead you if you don't see it in the verse, and that I don't know that could have a bias. I gotta look into that more because I am in the belief like he was teaching when he was a child type of thing. I know some people don't think he was teaching until he got the Holy Spirit. So that's the difference in theology. Yeah. I guess is that's the essence of the theological difference. I'm assuming. Some people say he wasn't a teacher until that occurred, but that yeah. I mean, Mary was said to be pregnant with the Holy Spirit. So, I mean, we know he was a virgin birth. He wasn't, he wasn't your average child, to say the least, The three wise men worshipped him when he was still in the manger, child, young, whatever. So, they're not worshiping a person or being that's not divine at the moment they're worshiping it, So, I don't know.
That's my first time hearing about that 1 year ministry. I ain't never heard that one right there.
Oh,
I never heard of it. Mike's the first person I've ever heard that from.
Well, I got excited because the title and then the verse right after it. So I'm glad that Lou said something to make me question it right away because I shouldn't jump to a conclusion. But if you just read the title, it could definitely mislead you. But none of us should just be reading titles and getting excited either. So I needed a second to think. But I don't see where you see just 3.5 years either, Chris. Because like I said, I believe he was teaching like from a child's age. So where are you coming up with this 3.5 years?
From the time he was 30 when he got baptized, and then so
you are putting it to baptism.
Yeah, so I'm starting it at his baptism, which would be the fall of 27 AD. And then so the spring of 31 AD, he'd be 33 and a half, right around there, give or take a little bit, but right around there. And so that's when I think he got crucified. So, and to me, it just, like, I mean, I'm not trying to throw dates at you or nothing. It's just like, to me, there's just something like a little like kind of interesting there, just because this was like, you know, most people are young earth creationists. I am. And it's like, we know that the earth's been around for about 4,000 years when Jesus was born. It was right at, I mean, it was in its like 4,000th year, you know, so that would be basically like Wednesday. You know, if you were going to make a 7-day week calendar, it would be Wednesday. So I just kind of think it's kind of interesting that, you know, not only would have been like a Wednesday in a 7,000 year, you know, week, right? Be the 4th day of the 7,000 year cycle, but also like in my calculations, he got crucified on a Wednesday. Not only that, it was also in the middle of the week of the Daniel's 70-week prophecy. That last 7th week was right in the middle of the week. So it's like, I like see like triple confirmation there. Then, but that's just me, maybe. I don't know, you know.
What provoked you when you read the Bible? Because I've read the Bible. Like, what provoked you to start trying to figure out all these timelines? What scripture was it? Was it the famous Daniel? What verse was it?
Basically, it was because I was like, I was just kind of curious, man. Like, I was like, well, I mean, I was just like, okay, I just want to. Well, I couldn't figure out like why these people were struggling with a 458 date, and then also I get in arguments with people because it's like they want to believe in a Friday crucifixion, and that doesn't fit. And then I just kind of noticed that all these things were kind of lining up. That the same people that were fighting for a 458 BC date want a 30 AD crucifixion because they want a Friday crucifixion. So but see, I noticed that those same people, when they come up with timelines of other things, then they start messing up other timelines, and those timelines are out of whack. So I'm like, okay, so they're pushing those basically to 30 AD because they need that 30 AD crucifixion. But to me, things look like they're out of whack. Everything looks nice and all in lockstep when you push it to 31 AD. But a lot of people want to fight that because the majority of the world want to believe in a Friday crucifixion, and that just fights things. So they're always trying to push the time or find some other reason for the times not to match up that way. But to me, I can believe Jesus, you know, got crucified on Passover on Wednesday, spent 3 days in the grave, rose just before the start of what we call Sunday. So he rose right before sundown on Saturday. So that's your full 3 days. He got crucified, was in the grave right before sundown on Wednesday. 3 days later, right before sundown on Saturday, he rose. And it said, as it began to dawn towards the next day of the week. And that word dawn does not mean daylight. That word dawn in there means transitioning to like the dawn of a new era. That doesn't necessarily mean light. That just means the start. And that word, that Greek word right there, is like episkous or something like that. And that's what it means. It just means like a new, like a beginning. It doesn't mean daylight or nothing. And the Jewish reckoning of time, they go from evening to evening. So that's why I'm like, it has that. That's why that has to fit. If not, I mean,
if you have that in such great detail, where is your 3.5 years later? What is it? Stoning of Stephen, or is it Peter's vision? What happened 3.5 years later to complete your 7 years?
I would right now. I'd probably lean towards stoning a Stephen. I still got to calculate that time down because, like I said, like I want to make sure every piece fits. You know.
Yeah, that's my point. Jamie and all those people, they can't prove it. The time out of the scripture or historically.
It
Yeah,
seems
I'd have to
most
look
guys
that up.
figure prophecy out or seem to know every time Jesus went to the bathroom, man. It's like, man,
Yeah.
I don't know where
Yeah.
you guys get all this stuff from. I just
Yeah.
read the Bible and I just move on to the next chapter after I read some prophecy, and I'm like, okay, maybe this is fulfilled. Maybe I don't start doing this timeline on, okay, I caught Apostle John in Galilee on year 130. He had a witness from Josephus, and it's like, whoa. What provoked you to get this urge to try to figure this out? Like, is it because your head's on the swivel looking for the Antichrist or the temple?
No, man, dude. As far as this goes, like I knew who the Antichrist was. Like I have no doubt in my mind it's the Catholic Church and the papacy.
That's what I mean. You guys are all just like.
But I don't need to look at all this prophecy to figure that out, man. I mean, it's like it's just obvious. But because to me, it's he's got to sit in the temple of God, claiming to be God, and it's like anti doesn't just mean against; it also means substitute for. And so I mean,
have you seen the Pope sitting in the temple of God, proclaiming to be God?
Yeah, in the Catholic Church. I mean, amongst the people. I mean, the human body is a temple too.
Oh,
so that's
gotcha,
the spirit of Satan sitting in the temple of God, claiming to be God. I mean, that's how I say. Like, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna fight over people too much right now over it, but I mean, just the history of the papacy. I mean, it looked like it created darkness, and it wasn't until the Protestant Reformation over.
Okay, but what about Stalin? What about Hitler? What about this guy? What about that guy? Like, why do we just pick out who's bad to us or this or that to say, they're the Antichrist because they're associated with religion? Then how come Joseph Smith's not it? How come Muslim people aren't the Antichrist? Because they're Muslim and they're saying Jesus didn't even die on the cross. Like, do you understand the problem I have with?
Oh well, he claims to be Christ, though. He claims to be Christ and has a billion person following. Like Hitler did not claim to be Jesus Christ. And the Pope says when he gives out those papal bulls and everything that he
claimed to be Jesus Christ.
They all claim to be it. They're all the vicar of Christ.
Vicariously Christ on earth. At the commission of Peter, they were given the power of God Almighty on earth to tell us what to do or not.
But that's not claiming to be Christ.
Well, he also thought to change times and laws, because it's
everybody in this chat. I've read the chat tonight. Sorry to interrupt, but I've read the chat tonight. Half the people in here think they've had the Holy Spirit giving them dreams on when the apocalypse is going to come. Are they all the Antichrist too? Because they're just saying they have the Holy Spirit, or do people just go around saying Jesus told them stuff, and that's just what humans do? I mean,
some people do. Oh, go ahead, Mike. You go ahead.
No, I just didn't catch his analogy. It's
people
cool.
in the chat are saying they have the Holy Spirit and are getting prophecy for end times. The Holy Spirit is coming from the Father and through Jesus, so it's like saying you have Jesus ordaining you a prophecy, just like Ellen White would be saying. Why don't I just go through and say everybody that claims that? Because you guys are saying the Catholic Church is the Antichrist because the popes are saying it's ordained from God. So what's the difference between them and an average citizen saying the same thing? That's my question.
They're saying they are ordained by God to be God vicariously on earth.
Yeah, the Pope.
The vicar of Christ vicariously. Christ is up there. We need somebody down here. It's going to be the Pope. He hears directly from God. He is God. He just doesn't sit in the holy place unless you think his place is the holy place, which is what I tend to believe.
Well,
like he thinks
Muslims saying that Christ never died on the cross. Why is that not just?
Oh, many antichrists, but only one the Antichrist.
But many popes have died. So which pope are we talking about? Every single
one.
Right.
Well, he's like the ultimate Judas. He's the ultimate Judas.
But I'm just telling you how many popes have died in the last 2,000 years. So which one are we talking about?
No, the whole thing.
So
It's-
it's Antichrist plural. But again, why are the Muslim people trying to get people to worship a rock and commit idolatry, not the Antichrist too?
Well, they are. They're not the Antichrist.
That's my point. There's billion, like I'm sure there's been billions of
So why Stalin and why not Stalin and why not this guy and why not the Mormons?
Why not the people that worship the devil? Why not?
Right,
them?
because they don't claim to be God, I think is what me and Chris are saying.
But they do claim to. Some people claim to be teaching prophets from Muhammad, and they're pushing a religion that they claim is from God. Joseph Smith claimed he was a prophet from God. Like I don't know. I'm not familiar enough.
Right, but Joseph Smith didn't proclaim to be God, since God is away.
Yeah, but I don't know the Catholic Church enough to so maybe you guys know.
Oh yeah, it's terrible,
you
bro.
know it better than me what their exact stance is. But for me, the Antichrist definition would be having to say you are Jesus Christ himself returned, the Messiah, when Jesus Christ has already came. That's why they want that 3.5-year ministry to make him have all those things taken care of, so there is no second coming, such tribulation, so to speak. Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying one of them would have to be claiming to be Jesus Christ himself.
Yeah, the Pope does.
But you guys,
but is the Antichrist one man?
That's my question.
Is he
yeah.
one
Well,
man?
the Protestants and earlier Christians didn't teach that. They taught that it was going to be like one office in a series of men. I mean, there were some that taught one Antichrist, but then it's like once they started seeing like how long everything was taking, they started teaching that it might be a series of Antichrists sitting in the seat of Pope. Pope Gregory, for instance, in 606, not 606. Hold on, let me think of that date now.
I'll look it up in the Catholic Bible.
I think it's Pope Gregory around 606, but I can't remember if it's 606 or not. But he said the first bishop to accept the office of universal bishop will be the precursor to the Antichrist. So this is where this all starts from.
The preacher is the Antichrist because he preaches antinomianism, and one of his apostles is in the building now. Randall, welcome to the stage, Randall. No, I'm kidding, Randall. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not one of Perry's apostles. That's not even remotely funny to me. But yeah, no, there will be many antichrists. Well, they were right whenever it says the vicar in Christo, like he's the vicar of Christ. The Pope claims to be Christ himself. So the Bible says that many will come in my name, saying that I am the Christ, and like basically saying, "Follow me, I am the way." Now, Christ is not divided. That doesn't just include the Catholic Church. That includes really just all religion that claims to know Jesus, but they still preach sin. They all preach a Jesus that doesn't take sin away. And religion, like with Catholicism, the only way that you can actually get forgiven of your sins is if you go to a man, and it's just another business making money off of shame, guilt, and condemnation. But
how do you justify 1 John 4:3?
1 John 4:3.
When he said the Antichrist is here.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is. I mean, even in Jesus's time, and like literally, like everybody who says that God can't make you perfect, anybody who says that that Jesus does not take away sin, that they still sin, that even though they claim to believe in Jesus, they are an antichrist.
All right, stop calling us.
Okay, if you're saying that, then it's people putting that title on the Catholic Church because the Catholic Church wasn't even born around that time.
Right. Well, Peter was the one who denied Christ in his works. He wouldn't let Jesus wash his feet. Peter was also the one who chopped off the high priest's ear whenever they came for Jesus. And Jesus said, "He who lives by the sword shall die by the sword."
Peter's the one who Jesus said, "I'm going to make you the rock of my church."
Exactly. And
he asked Peter if he loved him, and Peter said,
"No, upon this rock."
No. That's where I was going, Ryan. That's exactly where I was going, Ryan. he even asked him several times, "Do you love me?" And he was like, "Yeah, I love you." And he used the word phileo, not agape. And then on the third time, he's like, "Do you love me?" And that time he used the word agape, which is like a sacrificial love. And Peter was grieved. But so Peter was all about the talk. He's all about the talk.
Bro, slow your roll, man. What are you talking about? Peter was carrying out Jesus' work, raising people from the dead.
Right.
And what are you talking about?
Right. So, but Peter told him at one point in time, Peter told him, Jesus told Peter at one point in time, "Get behind me, Satan." So he called Peter Satan, but it was because he didn't savor the things of God. Peter was still carnally minded. And that's also why Paul withstood Peter to the face, because Peter was trying to have people circumcised, the Gentiles, And he said, "Why are you trying to put something on the brethren that our fathers couldn't even, withstand?" So he's trying to bring them back under law, and that's why Peter was withstood to the face by Paul, because he was basically trying to make them drink the old wine in a sense.
You're crazy.
I'm not crazy. Well, they tried to turn Jesus into.
I can't even respond to that with like an articulate argument because it's just blasphemous.
What do you mean? What part's blasphemous, Brian?
You're insulting the fact that God chose a disciple to do something and then gave that disciple the Holy Spirit, and then that disciple sacrificed the rest of their life.
Not insulting. I think
you're going to be on one of the 12 gates.
Ryan,
if you're lucky enough to get to heaven.
Ryan. So you're being carnally minded. So like let's take up Judas for instance.
Do you know what he said about?
Please,
you know
Ryan.
what Jesus said about?
Let him, Ryan. Let him
Ryan,
explain his
let's take up
position.
Judas.
Explain your position.
Well,
let him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ryan, let him explain his position.
So God chose out of the 12, and one of them just so happened to be a devil. And Judas, he was one of the ones who supped with Jesus in the cup. Like he had the bread. Jesus gave him the bread and commanded him to do what he did. Now that word used for bread right there is a little bitty morsel, and that ties over to the feeding the great multitude with just 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. But my point in saying though is that even though they had to die for it, like Peter. Peter died for it. Judas had to die for it, but they did repent. And in the long run, God knew that they would repent, and that God would be the one who he built his church off of the ones who humbled themselves after the fact of they realized like, oh man, I actually killed the guy who, or I didn't even know what he was about, but God uses the Peter types too, and that goes into the Catholic Church. Like I know there's people that are there, they're really just trying to serve God with their heart, but in all reality, like the verse says, it says that at one point in time God winked at this ignorance, but he commands all men to repent now. And so that used to be the way, but now there's no need for these sacrifices, these weekly sacrifices. Literally, it's just faith. Just trust God, and you're made perfect upon belief. And then the next part is more intimate than anybody could even think, but you have to trust God in everything you do. Some people will be like, oh, well, that doesn't mean everything you do. No, dude, read the Song of Solomon. Look at how God loves us. Trust him in everything you do. But that's my point.
What is your position with Peter? I don't know why Ryan getting ecstatic and stuff. What's your position with Peter?
Well, Peter, he left his first love. He was, and he talked big shit, pardon my French, but he was like, I would never deny you, Jesus. And then what did Jesus tell him? He's like, well, you with all this confidence in your flesh, I'm going to let you know that you're going to deny me 3 times before the cock crows, So, and then, he was like, oh, suffer it to never let you die, Jesus. We'll lay our lives down for you. And he's like, get behind me, Satan, because it's something that had to be done. And Peter didn't even understand spiritually what was going on because he was still carnally minded. He just thought like, all right, I'm going to serve this guy and lay my life down for him. But he doesn't even realize that he was coming to lay his life down for us. And so Peter was still in that, the two witnesses got anointed, and immediately they're like, well, should we call fire down from heaven? And then Jesus is like, you don't know what spirit you're speaking of.
What about when that dumbass Peter predicted that Jesus was the Messiah, and Jesus said to him, oh my gosh, Peter, that is from the Father. Blessed are you. You will become the rock of my church. Like,
right.
What about when that dumbass Peter predicted that one? What was that?
Right. So it goes, so like Pergamos, one of the 7 spirits of God in Revelation, you have Philadelphia, Ephesus, Thyatira, all that. Well, Pergamos is one of the ones that he actually, and it's a spirit of God, but he calls him, he says that you sit where Satan's seat is, and you have not denied my name. So Peter never denied, like, I guess in a sense, like the 3 times, like whenever he denied Christ. But yeah, Pergamos, for some reason, he sits where Satan's seat is, and it says that he never denied his name.
Who is he? Who is he who sits where Satan's seat is? Who?
The spirit of Pergamos, out of the 7 spirits of God.
What's that got to do with Peter?
So he sits he sits where Satan's seat is, and Jesus called him Satan.
So you're bro. What was the point of Jesus asking Peter if he loved him 3 times? Like, you already quoted those verses.
Because he already knew. He already knew that Peter didn't really love him in a sacrificial way. Peter loved him in a brotherly way. Peter didn't actually
deduce that Jesus loved Peter and Peter loved Jesus. You didn't deduce
Well,
that.
all y'all keep talking about the Greek and all that stuff, but if you look at it, there's different words that are used right there. He asked him the first time, Peter, do you phileo me? And
right, but it's feed my lamb, feed my sheep, feed my sheep.
Right, there's 5. Well, there's 5 different words that are used for love, and one of them is eros, which that means like an erotic type of love. The other one's Philadelphia, which means like a brotherly type of love, and then there's agape. I can't remember the other 2, but agape means like a sacrificial type of love. So whenever he first started talking to Peter, he's like, "Hey, Peter, do you love me?" And he says phileo, which means like a brotherly love. And Peter's like, "Yeah, I love you like a brother." And he asked him the second time, he's like, "Do you love me?" He's like, "Yeah, I like to love a brother." And then the third time he says, "But Peter, do you agape me?" Which that means like, "Do you love me enough to lay down your life for me?" And Peter got grieved right there, because, well, I mean, it's just a point.
What are you saying? Peter a bad guy?
No, I'm not saying, dude.
Yeah, he is. Everything you're saying, he is a bad guy. What are you talking about?
No. Peter, he just was still carnally minded, and God made it that way. So, because I mean, dude, after Jesus went, there had to be somebody.
Peter hasn't reached the level Randall's gotten to her. I get it. Is that what you're saying, Randall? Peter,
Shut up, Brian. Shut up, Brian. No, I'm not saying that at all.
Is that what I'm supposed to get?
Shut up. No, you quit it. No, I'm not saying that. Come on.
I'll check Peter's porn search history just after I check yours, right?
Well, I mean, more so, bro. What I'm trying to say is that, like, Peter is an example of like the person who they want to believe, they want to serve God, but they're still trying to kind of doing it in their own way, And God actually, he uses that. It's like, God doesn't just want you, if you go based off of your own vain imagination. It's not like God's like, all right, he fucked up, he's done for it. No, like, he uses that so you can, use that on the next. And I thank God that I haven't been brought through that type of tribulation, but it just makes me think whenever Jesus said to all the disciples at the Last Supper, he's like, one of you is going to betray me. And then they all of them, they all looked within themselves and they all asked Jesus. They were like, well, Jesus, is it me? Because truly, they all knew that possibility was in them. So, in God, he numbered the footsteps from the beginning of the foundation of the world. That's what a believer does. He just walks in the steps. So, like, literally, whoever Jesus did choose to be a Judas, just like how Jesus gave him, whoever sops in the cup with me, Jesus gave him that daily bread. That dude, who is that person? It's only because it was ordained from God and he had to be that way. It even says that, like, if they had known what the implications would have been, they would have never crucified the Son of God. But there had to be somebody, and it's just like Joseph and his brothers. His brothers screwed him over. They sold him into slavery. And then at the end of it, he was like, well, at the beginning of it, he was like, brothers, y'all are all going to bow down and obeisance to me someday. And then at the end of it, his brothers were.
We got to have conversation and not a 20-minute sermon. So.
Oh, my bad. I was just making a point.
No, I know, but you made 12.
But yeah, Joe. Well, let's just tie back to Joseph and his brothers. Did Joseph's brothers, are they going to be in hell? Are Joseph's brothers going to be in hell?
I highly doubt it, but it's
me
God's
too,
judgment.
bro.
It's God's judgment. It's not
right.
mine.
Well, that Yeah.
Let me ask you a question about the Antichrist.
Yeah.
Could Caiaphas be the Antichrist?
Probably. There's a lot of them. I don't even know who Caiaphas is. I just assume it was somebody who.
That's the high priest.
Oh yeah, Caiaphas. Like that was the one who. Well, whenever Jesus got crucified,
he sat on the seat. Can he be the? He sat in the seat in the temple before the destruction. Could he have been the Antichrist?
One of them. There's many of them, and they don't.
No, I'm talking about Caiaphas, the high priest.
You're talking
You
about
know when they
people that
say
determined to kill
the
Jesus
abomination,
type of
when
thing.
they say the abomination is sitting in the temple, something like that. When
Yeah.
the abomination is in the temple, could
Yeah.
Caiaphas be
Well,
the abomination in the temple?
so like probably one of them, but like really, and this is just my from what I can feel, what God's revealing to me, and the way technology is going. You know how you have the social credit system over in China? Well, like right now as it stands, all your wrongdoings are just based off of public opinion, whatever people saw in public. But whenever, basically people take in this creation of man and put it in their temple, everything they do, it can't be hidden and they can't repent from it because they're going to forever be labeled as a person who, smoked in public, or a person who broke the speed limit, or, you know what I'm saying? So like the big antichrist, no, so there's many of them, but the big one I feel is going to be like whenever AI becomes sentient and everybody starts worshiping man, and the worship of man and stuff. But there's many antichrists, and that's why there's many religions. There's many people that say that I have a way in order for God to love you, and they say, "Follow me, be followers of me." That's why it says that many will come in my name and shall say, "I am the Christ." They're saying that I am the way, and all their ways lead to bondage. And their Jesus that they preach does not take away sins. They still have to fight and work away their sins in some way, shape, or form by obedience.
Do
And
you
this
see a
big
difference of the beast?
antichrist.
Do what?
Just real quick, Lou, and you can hit it up. You can answer this later. What do you think the beast is then? If do you think they're different, the Antichrist and the beast? Who do you think the beast is? Sorry, Lou.
Well, the beast is the mark of the beast. The beast is him and his children. So
Okay.
anybody who is doing anything in complete defiance against God, they have the mark of the beast, because they have the bitterness and the anger of them feeling they have to perform for their salvation. When in all reality, God doesn't require all that. He did it all on the seventh day when he rested from his works. So like Cain thought he was bringing the fruit of his own hands to God, when in all reality, God created the soil. He gave the increase. But Cain was sitting there thinking that he was given something of his own. That's the mark of the beast. Abel was just doing everything in faith, and he was just giving God what is already his. And so that's the difference between, the mark of God and the mark of the saint. I mean, the mark of the beast. The mark of the saint is the blood over your housetop, kind of like on the Passover. It's the blood over your forehead, and it's marking you, and you're sanctified. You might be just like all of them. You might be a lot like them, just like how Lot lived in Sodom and Gomorrah. But there's a mark on you that sets you aside, because you do everything in full faith, not in full defiance willingly against God. And so anybody who preaches the aspect of you having to, practice abstinence and policing up your own flesh in order to try to please a living God, those are all dead works, and that's somebody who's part of the mark of the beast.
You talk so fast, like, man, you got
Well,
it.
y'all said that one time I came on, you're like, "Is he on meth right now?" Bro, I'm telling you, I just got a fire in me, and this is just how I am. I've always been this way.
Yeah, but you also just say it's like 20 different points too. You gotta like let us conversate, like make a good point, like let us take a break, conversate, say, go ahead, let us answer back. And
Well, I stopped when
you
I
say
did on
no,
purpose.
you just
but-
that's why you get done saying 20 points, and it's hard to
So,
start. Like where
yeah.
to
So you think the beast and I think I caught it. You think the beast and the Antichrist are essentially the same, or?
The Antichrist, is somebody who's anti the Son of God, somebody who takes away the sins of the world, the person who gives freedom. And yeah, the mark of the beast is all the people who they still like. It doesn't even matter how good you do in a church building, bro. There's still people being like, "Well, you still got to do this. You still got to do," because there's no end to the end of their doctrine. There's always something you have to do, some way you have to work in order to earn it. But in Jesus tells you have to sell everything, and then I'll give it
Does
to you.
anybody? I'm sorry. Let me talk behind your back real quick, Randall. Does anybody think he answered my question? Did
I have no idea. I have no
Uh,
idea.
He wasn't even listening.
No, you're just like the Micro Machine Man. And by the time, I don't know if you're old. I'm sure most people here are old enough to remember him, but you get done talking, and I'm just like, whoa, Micro Machine Man.
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, Ryan, this might piss you off, but you can't hear me because, well, it's a spiritual thing. But anybody who's God's child, it'll make sense.
I don't have ears. I don't have ears.
Basically,
Well, I mean,
what
it's fine.
he's saying, Mike, is he's giving you a whole different view of what he believes is the mark of the beast.
It sounds like
you
he's
answered your question.
The mark is sin. The mark is sin. You do anything willfully against God, you are a sinner. And
you can't buy or sell. You can't buy or sell if you're a sinner. If you take this mark.
Well, also again, so why does God tell them, the unprofitable servant, go back and get the money from them? And then he goes to them, he's like, oh, how much do you owe? 200, give me 100. So like the buying or selling, it doesn't literally mean to buy your, sell your flat screen TV or your house. That's why the people that Jesus talked to, they were grieved, because they thought it meant they had to get rid of all their riches. But in all reality, it's the fact of you thinking that you accrued your riches to yourself, sell it all, and then acknowledge it as a gift of God. So everybody in this world, they still have their own, wisdom, accolades, and their achievements of good works and everything, and they think that's what makes them right in the eyes of God, and it doesn't. God doesn't give a shit. John 5:41, I receive not honor from men. So basically, the mark of the beast is you thinking that you're a mule, having to work for God. You know what I'm saying? And trying to earn your keep. In all reality, that's not the mindset of God. God loves you.
What's that got to do with buy and sell? What are you? What?
Buying and selling righteousness. Yeah. Sell all lies, buy up the truth. I know it's spiritual. You want to sit there and look at it literal, but in all reality, the carnally minded cannot see it.
But how do you explain?
I think it's written you can't buy truth. But go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, how do you explain in Revelation, I think it's 19 or 17, where it says the mark of the beast represents the name of a man?
Right, yes, man, self-worship. The man was made on the 6th day, and it talks about the mark of the beast being 666. So these people, they worship themselves and their own works. They,
that's man. That man is singular.
Right. They worship man, the worship of man, and probably the Antichrist system. Whenever that real Antichrist shows up on the scene, it's going to be a worship of man, and just like how it is right now.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
let me correct myself real quick. I'm sorry, Lou. Proverbs 23:23. You can buy truth, you just can't sell it. My sorry. Continue, gentlemen.
It's all good.
All right. No, what I'm saying is the mark of the beast, 666, represents the name of a man.
Right.
So how do you reconcile that with what your belief is?
Well, again, dude, I mean, so the man was made on 6th day, and God rested from all of his works on the 7th day. So the man, in their own vain imaginations, they feel that they have to have to right whatever wrongs they made in the past. They feel like they have to earn it. They have to work for it. And that was the curse that was actually made in the Garden of Eden. He says that, from here on out, you're going to have to till the ground but yeah, that's the mindset of an unbeliever. They feel that God is some sort of overbearing taskmaster who's always looking over their shoulder, making sure that, oh, you didn't cuss, and oh, you didn't do this and that. But in all reality, God doesn't condemn us at all. And given the state of this fallen world we live in, how could he condemn us? Like, there's times where I sit there and I go through, bouts where the devil's accusing me. And he's like, why are you so grumpy today? And then I have to go ahead and rely on God's word and then realize, like, man, I'm made in his image. And why wouldn't somebody be grumpy in such a self-centered and psychopathic world?
That, how could God accuse us? I mean, take a breath. No, not right. How wrong could you be? Not right. How wrong could you be?
Because people condemn themselves. That's the thing.
People condemn other people.
And that too. And while they condemn other people, they
you sound like an
themselves.
idiot. You sound like an idiot. You have no knowledge of sin. Your knowledge
David?
of scripture
Oh,
is
David,
horrible.
wow.
It's horrible.
David, go back to sleep, bud.
No, pal. The problem is that you're doing the same Perry Green bullshit.
You're just like
and in fact, you're worse than
Perry
Perry Green.
All you want to do is fucking.
No, you're worse than Perry Green. You are proven to be an absolute ignoramus
You
on
are
this.
proven. Why are you even here in this conversation?
Because
bro?
I
We're
need to
New
educate
Testament.
you.
We're New
Because
Testament. You don't even
obviously
give a shit
you
about
are an
the
ignoramus.
New Testament. All you care about
You're
is
a moron.
You
You
understand
do
the
not
Old.
understand the
You
Bible.
don't.
You do not
I
understand
do.
any of
I
this.
fully understand. I stand
If you
under
no
the
no no
Bible.
you
I
don't.
know
You
even the
still do
word
the Perry Green
understand means.
bullshit that think that you could
Okay?
sin and it's not a sin. It is
Oh
the most
goodness.
retarded
Like
thing
David,
that only
seriously, in
somebody with
high
your
school, I
doctrine
would
could
have beat the
follow.
shit out of you in front of everybody. I don't know
Say
why
that
you
again. I'm sorry.
bully me. You can't bully me. You can sit here and state things over and over again, but
Oh, that's right. I
you
could
don't
state the
acknowledge
Bible. That will prove that you're full of
you don't
shit,
even
and I've done
acknowledge
that
the
before.
Old Testament. You only acknowledge parts that actually idolize what you
Oh, look at this.
want.
Right. You want to go over the Old Testament that differentiates intentional from non-intentional sin, then like a pussy you run from all the time?
Like a pussy, you're gonna
No,
run.
I'm being
No, David,
serious.
I'm not
So
gonna go
stop
off of
being a
this
pussy
sap
and tell me intentional versus non-intentional. Every one of you guys runs from that. I am sure Ryan and Lou and Mike and
I'm
Chris
not running.
want to
Am I
hear how
running?
you're
Am I
going to do
running?
this, but you're going to run like a pussy.
So intentional is after you understand the truth, because the Bible says that you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. So
Okay,
for
so you're
some
going to use the
people,
New
you
Testament
don't
to
even want
prove
me to
the Old
talk. No,
Testament.
I
You're
know.
going to do
It's
more
okay. You can
bullshit.
go
So
ahead.
let's
If you want,
let's
keep
do that.
talking. No, what do you want me to answer to, David? Because you're just really
What
here
is
to.
the difference between intentional and non-intentional? What were
All
the animal
right. Hey, can
sacrifices
I
for?
answer? Do you
What
mind?
were the animal sacrifices for?
Do you
Go.
mind? Do you mind? Okay. So intentional is essentially after you know the fullness of God's truth. The in Amos, I think it's Amos. Anyways, the secret of the Lord. Once you know the secret, and the truth is that God rested on the seventh day from all of His works. After that, if you want to go back to your own trying to earn it and everything, that's intentional. Once you know the truth,
Oh,
you are free. Once you know the truth,
tell me when you're done, and I'll dissect you. But go ahead.
you're not even listening, and you don't even care what I say.
No, I'm not listening because you even have the definition wrong.
Then why even ask me any question, David?
Because I wanted to expose you as the clown you are.
You're not exposing shit,
I'll tell you
David.
the difference.
Name one point you've made. All right, fine. You know what, Mr. Expert? Go ahead, tell me what intentional and unintentional.
Okay, I will give you this.
Please do.
Non-intentional sin? No. Believe me, you're going to
I
want to
said
learn
please
this.
do.
I'm giving you good
being a willing
information here,
participant,
Randall.
David. Grow the fuck up. I'm willing.
Randall, I'm giving you really good information here. This way you don't
I'm a
sound like an
willing
idiot.
participant. Just shut the fuck up and say what you gotta say, dude. Like, quit with the bullshit. Come on, spit it out.
Boy, are you
Speak
rude.
to me
Well, are all
plainly.
Christians like you?
Yes,
No.
I'm bold as a lion out of your own book. I'm bold as a lion.
Actually,
Wickedly,
you're
but no,
more
they
you're
have
more
to
like
hide from
a
God.
gerbil. No. Here's the difference. If you look at a woman and you have massive thoughts, that's non-intentional sin because that really has to do with your instincts that God put there.
Really?
That's
What are you talking about?
non-intentional sin.
What are you
Whoa,
looking
am I
at?
allowed to finish now? I'm looking to educate you. However, if you act on those impulses and assault that girl, that's intentional sin. Now,
But
I
you
know
already
according
acted
to
on it
you,
in your heart. You already thought it. You can't
no,
unthink it.
no. That's your misinterpretation of
No, that's what
scripture,
Jesus
which
said,
is
bro. But
exactly
go ahead. Keep going with the bullshit.
again. Don't use the New Testament to prove the New
I
Testament.
know, and
Stop
that's why
making
we
my
can't
life that
even
much
have a
easier
discussion because you don't
because
give a shit
clearly
about
you don't even know this. You're clearly clueless on all of this.
No, I'm
So you're
not. You're just
telling.
that's surmising right there. That's what you're surmising again. Just like
Surmising. Oh,
Perry.
wait a minute. So assaulting
Surmising over and over
somebody
again.
and having thoughts is the same thing. That's what you have
You
in
have
your
no
little brain.
evidence in what you're saying. You're just
I
going
have
based
no
off your own
evidence. Actually, I
feelings,
do
just
have
like every
evidence
other
because the
antichrist.
entire
You're an antichrist,
Spanky,
David. You are
the
an
entire
antichrist. You are antichrist. You don't leave. You are. You are.
Go jerk off to porn and then tell me
Yeah,
how
well, I know
honorable
you
you
don't
are.
know about the Antichrist because it's not in your book, from what I can gather. But in all
Believe me, I
reality,
could read your stuff and I could tell that you're a clown
then
that doesn't even know
fucking
anything
dude. I
about
mean,
this.
seriously. Even the Quran talks about Jesus being a
And
person that is of
oh,
importance.
tell me how much you've read the Quran. Please
I
give me
mean,
surah and verse and tell me the exact story.
Surah
So do
3,
yourself a favor and stop
Surah
being a
3.
bullshit artist and admit you're
Well,
ignorant.
anyways, Surah 3,
Yeah,
when
that's
it
what I
talks about
thought.
the
You know
family.
nothing. Okay, so you
Oh,
quote
I'm
shit
trying
that you
to
have
tell
no
you,
idea
David.
about.
Quit your
Typical.
steamrolling bullshit. You're a fucking bully, and I'd fucking punch you in your cocksucker in a heartbeat if you were in front of me.
Really? You
Yeah,
would
I
hit
would.
me?
Yeah, I
You
would.
would hit
You
me?
fucking you would
Oh my
fold like a
goodness, you
fucking.
would hit me.
Yes, I would. I would, David. If you kept
okay.
on with this cocky bullshit, and
Oh,
I would make you sit down, and you would respect me, or you'd get your ass beat because you wouldn't talk to me
yeah,
like this in
I
public.
seriously doubt it.
You wouldn't
One
do
thing
this
I
to me
can
in
tell
public.
you.
But anyways, let's
you
go
mean
back.
that?
Okay, fine. Even the Quran says that in chapter Surah 3, and in the about when it talks about Imran.
Read the entire sentence and don't do the cherry picking bullshit that
Dude,
you and
shut the
Perry
fuck
do.
up. We don't have the time to read the whole
Right, you don't have
Surah
the
3,
time
okay? And
to
also,
get
we don't have
everything in
the whole time
context.
to read
More
the
cherry
Surah
picking
about
bullshit.
Miriam. There's a whole Surah about Mary and her life.
Right, that you know nothing about because you never read it.
Dude, okay, that's another surmising. Actually, I know a lot about it. I've read it a lot.
So
you're
fine, so
just
give me a
basically
summary of
talking
it
out
and
your
tell
ass.
me what it means. I mean, I could do that with the New Testament. But
Blah
you
blah
do that
blah. Tell me
with
what it means. You don't you already made up your mind, David. I can tell you. I already told
Yeah, I
you.
made up my
I've read it
mind
several
based
times.
upon my
I went to
logic and
Iraq
based
in
upon
08
my
when
own.
I started reading the Quran. I'm very, very, and I know a lot of Muslims, but you keep on making all these assumptions without any evidence, and that is the definition of a surmising, and that's
I
devil.
know the difference between intentional and non-intentional sin
No,
that
you
your
fucking
Old
don't apparently,
Testament
because you keep on
constantly
doing it
separates,
unintentionally, and
and I
I
can
love.
go throughout entire scriptures that you know nothing about because you're basically nothing more than a servant to
But
Mary and you
anyways,
listen
you
to his
guys,
bullshit.
this
So
is just one of the
seriously, when
ones
it
that
comes to this stuff,
crucified Jesus.
why don't you respect the guy that actually
You
knows
can
his
try
shit
to
and you know
crucify
nothing?
me, David, but it's not gonna happen, buddy. It's
What's
not.
up, buddy? What's buddy?
All right. Calm down, guys. No, try
I'm
to
calm.
be.
I've been very, very calm.
He's trying to take out his beef with Perry on me. That's what he's trying to do.
Well, because you sound like him. You sound as stupid as he does.
Well, that's just your opinion, and to be honest with you, David, you're just
He
a
also
scuffle.
said it would be an insult if you called him a Perry follower. So
He is a Perry follower. He does the same thing. K.
Well,
Mitty
that's
does
what
the
he
same
does. Like, I mean,
thing.
basically, he does the same narcissist bullshit where he tries to tie you to another person who has bullshit ideologies, and he himself has bullshit ideologies. Bro, I'm untouchable. You can go ahead and swing your sword all day long, but you're not touching shit.
Wow, you sound exactly like Perry. He knows the book perfectly.
You can't
He knows the
convince me that
doctrine
God doesn't love me.
perfectly.
You can't
He
convince
knows
me
it
that
as well
Jesus
as
did
Jesus
not
Christ
save me.
himself.
Jesus saved
Same
me.
kind of dog
Jesus
shit that you hear from him.
saved me, David.
Congrats.
Jesus saved me. You can't convince me otherwise. I'm not going to fall into your bondage of death where I'm trying to.
Bondage of
Hey,
death.
Randall. Let me read Revelation 13 and 18 to you.
All
Look
right.
what it says. It says, this
13,
calls
like
for wisdom. 13, 18. It says, this calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his
Right.
number is 666.
Yep.
What do you get? What do you get the creation part from?
Well, just like how Jesus rebuked Peter, he says, "You don't savor the things of God." And actually, it was it was Paul who he withstood the face of Peter, and he said, "Peter is to be blamed." Okay, so some people are still carnally minded, but yet they still claim that they believe in Jesus. They still, they claim that they sin, but they still claim that Jesus took away their sins. It does not make sense. Either God made you perfect on the seventh day when he rested from his works, and the truth is Jesus is the fulfillment of that seventh day. That's why you can walk in every step in full faith of God, because it was all preordained at the beginning of the foundation. You were chosen, elect, so you can just walk in the steps in full faith and trusting God. And no matter what it looks like, if somebody cuts you off in traffic, or if an officer gives you a speeding ticket, it literally, we all deal with the drama of this world, but there's one difference. Some people do it outside of faith, and there's some people, they just trust God in everything they do. And that's really all you can do, Like, doesn't that make sense? Like, I mean, either, because he's in control all the time, wherever you are, no matter where your foot goes, isn't he there? So why not just trust him?
Do you trust God when you're like beating off the porn?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of funny because like I used
Okay.
to be. No. Can I answer that? Because that's actually a hot topic. So like that was what brought me back to religion, and like that's what brought me to my knees because I just couldn't stop, looking at women. And also there was other parts like smoking cigarettes. For a while, I had a problem like trying to quit smoking weed, but in all reality, like the truth is, you're never going to stop doing things that you consider sin. Like there's always going to be, the moment you think that you conquered something, there's going to be another thing that pops up, and you're not going to be able to. It's a never ending thing. The only thing that ends it all is just you trusting God in all things. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm not a man of like passions. I am just like you. I'm a man of like passions. But the difference is I do everything in full faith, and I am justified. Now, I'm not telling you to go out there and be a piece of shit. Okay? I'm not by any means. I'm just saying that at some point in time, you're going to do that thing that you consider yourself to be a piece of shit by. And I'm telling you that Jesus paid for it. And I'm not telling you it's a free reign to go out and just be a piece of crap. It's just we're just left with the consequences of stupid decisions. If me and Ryan, we go out and kill a 30-pack tonight and we wake up in county jail tomorrow, first off, me and Ryan are dumbasses. But second off, we can thank Jesus that it is finished. There's nothing that we can add, there's nothing that we can do to add or take away to what is finished on that cross. And to think that we can somehow take away to what was finished or add to what was finished, that's cocky. And that's
Okay,
arrogant.
so wait a minute. So you and Ryan go out and finish a 30-pack. You all go driving.
Yeah.
You wind up running over a child.
Yeah,
And you're going to say that that's going to be
no,
fine?
fuck it, dude. Go ahead. Your M. Night Shyamalan story. What? Go ahead.
No. This
Child
is nothing to do with
somehow gets
Shyamalan. I
raped
mean,
or some messed up shit, dude.
this has nothing to do with messed up shit. This
I
has
was
to
giving
do.
a real-time example for
Well,
people
I'm
who
giving a
actually-
real-time example as well, and unfortunately, you're
No,
saying
you're not.
that-
You're just like taking
No,
it
you're
right
saying
to, like,
actions
what
have
do you want to bring up,
consequences.
child rape next or whatever, David? What the
No.
fuck?
You're
No.
look.
Fuck
I hate
off,
to tell
David.
you
You really?
this.
I can't even have a conversation with you because you don't even acknowledge.
Well, yeah, because you
You're
don't have
just
the brains to
trying
think
to
your way through, and this is the
say
problem that you
you're
have.
a fowler. You're a
You
fowler.
seem to
You're trying
think
catch
that
people.
your
That's
magic
all you're
man
doing,
will
dude.
forgive
That's
everything.
all you're doing, David.
And this is the whole reason why you sound like a complete
And David,
retard, because that's not the
really
way
do.
it is.
Even though you spit venom at me, I
I'm not
still.
spitting venom at you. I
Yes,
actually
you
pity
do all
you.
the time,
Nothing
dude.
to
You
do
do
with
all the
that.
time. Every time I'm in the same room as you, all you're doing is trying to fucking just tear
But
it.
but when you start making a comment that
When you
somebody that
stop
has
making a comment,
wait a
no,
minute.
listen, dude. Adam
When
and Eve were
somebody
naked
has
and
impure
unashamed from the beginning.
thoughts
Now you're trying
versus
to tell me
acting on those
that
impure
somehow
thoughts,
the
and you're
curse
saying it's the
never
same
be
thing, I'm going to call
the curse
bullshit.
will get lifted.
I'm going to call
The curse got
bullshit.
lifted
You
on the
just
cross.
assaulted somebody
It's the
versus
person that was
having bad thoughts
prophesied,
about
and
them.
that you
And
don't
because you're an
even
ignoramus, you
the
just can't
person that
seem
was
to
said
stop
that
talking your
before the
bullshit.
sins of the
It's
world.
ridiculous.
Guys, one at a time at least. Try not to drop an F bomb.
David's got a call now
Okay.
for me.
No,
Wait a
no.
minute.
I mean, this is more for Randall because he doesn't police himself at all. I mean, Dave
Right.
swears, I
Ryan,
swear, but Randall, you gotta try not to swear a little bit up here, just out of respect for other people. I'm not
I
telling
better
you.
never hear you swear ever again, Ryan.
it's his channel. He can swear if he wants, but he hardly ever
Right, so that's
does.
hypocrisy. So, like, you know, I've heard him swear, but
Randall,
if I swear,
you
Randall.
just said, I swear, when I told you this, I said out of respect for other people, try not to swear every other word. Bro,
you too, Ryan. You too, Ryan. You put that law on yourself. You do that too.
I
See if you
am.
keep
That
it.
law.
You moron. Oh,
You don't keep it.
I am. You. Where am I?
Oh,
not?
you almost said it. You must say, I am, you fucking moron. You wanted to say it, bro.
Oh, I
But you
wanted
see
to, but I actually policed myself because I'm not
Right,
like
right. But you don't do it all
lie
the
and say
time.
God
You don't
allows
do
me
it all
to
the time. You can't. Don't be
do
fake.
whatever
Dude.
I
Don't be fake.
want.
Randall, you're avoiding the question, and you know
I'm not
you're
avoiding
avoiding the
shit,
question.
David.
No,
No, I'm
don't
not
Yes, you
point
avoiding
your
are.
shit.
finger at everybody else every time you step in something, bro.
What are you talking about? How am I pointing a finger
What
at
am
you?
I
I'm not
talking
condemning
about? I
anybody.
tell you to stop swearing every other line, and then Ryan's a hypocrite. When Ryan
Well,
prefaced
Ryan, that's what you're
when
doing. You're
Ryan
telling me not to be a
prefaced
certain
it,
way,
you
but
can
then
rewind the
you know,
tape
you
with
said
Ryan saying,
you said
I
nigger
swear
one day,
sometimes
you said
too, but
fuck
try
one
not
day,
to. All right,
like,
you're
you
gonna
know,
talk
but
one
I
more.
gotta,
All right. Now you're just gonna
well, I'm
get.
just saying, like, you
You're gonna
know,
just talk every fucking second I talk, bro. There you go. You got it out of me. You and your satanic nonsense. You want other people to be scum like, act like you. Just be a satanic scumbag. Okay, you got it out of me. You happy now? Just keep talking and provoking me like a 2-year-old kid when I'm trying to talk. Just keep talking on the microphone, blah, 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 like a 12-year-old. Come on, bro.
It's amazing. This is Perry Jr. Although ironically, he's just like Perry, except he's dumber. Which I
Whatever.
didn't think that would be
Satanic
possible.
nonsense got me to say the F-bomb because he's just it's like, dude, it's like unbelievable, dude. It's like, yeah.
No, it's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. He knows zero.
Yeah.
One thing I could say about your channel, and I've seen this, a lot, sometimes I just come in and I listen and observe. You notice that neither you nor any of your guests claim to have 100% knowledge, but there's always something you could learn. You always something that you could look at from a different point of view that you never saw before. And it's like you're open-minded to that kind of stuff. The problem with the Randalls and the Perrys of the world, they literally think they understand everything perfectly, and they are not going to listen to anybody. And if you try to say otherwise, you're all of a sudden the Antichrist, devil, or whatever the hell kind of thing that says. It is absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. For him to say, and I've said this stuff before regarding sin, there is a massive difference in the Old Testament, which I believe is part of the Christian Bible, between intentional and non-intentional. And none of these guys that follow this doctrine have ever been able to explain it. Basically explain everything else, everything's the same, and that is completely illogical. Having impure thoughts might not be a good thing, but I think it's not nearly as bad as physically assaulting the girl. And they never seem to want to come over that.
No, the arrogance is what gets me, dude. Like you were just saying, it's like everybody up here can say, you know, I might not know something or this or that, but he just, Peter was this wicked person, and he was carnally minded, and Peter was this, and it's like, bro, you're talking about one of the 12 disciples, where literally Jesus said, you know, you're gonna be the rock of my church, and you know, he's, I don't know, one of the greatest men that ever lived, and you're gonna just exalt yourself over them, then you're gonna just, dude, it's like just the 12-year-old nonsense where it's like you're gonna talk while I'm talking. So it's like I have to talk louder because you're talking while I'm talking. So that gets me angry. So then eventually, yeah, whatever, man. It's like I don't need people that are gonna push my buttons like a 12-year-old, like somebody on the phone that's just gonna talk trash to me. Like I really don't need it. But whatever, man. He wants to you know, be who he wants to be. That's fine, but he doesn't shut up. He interrupts everybody. He talks while you're trying to like make a good point to help him. He'll just talk right over you. He doesn't listen. So it's like he never shuts up. He just talks while you're trying to tell him stuff, and he doesn't
It's
even
the
try
same
to.
doctrine over and over again. It's the same as Perry. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't change.
Yeah.
It doesn't change.
It's the same thing as Perry. The fact he tries to separate himself from Perry. Tell me one difference in his doctrine than Perry's. There's none. They're the
There's
same
none.
doctrine. It's the same doctrine. Jesus did it all. Jesus is gonna, you know, I'm gonna copy Jesus' hallmark, you know, on Judgment Day. And because of that, Jesus reconciled all things, and I can do whatever I want. I can go shoot a school bus up and, you know, kill a bunch of little kids tomorrow. And, you know, Jesus is perfect, and I'm perfect from Jesus. So that's it. That's his religion. That's his doctrine. That's his
Well, here's the thing. The reason I brought up the porn, and people that produce porn are going to be damaging who their so-called actors and actresses are. They're going to damage them for life. And you're participating in that product. So to me, the, you know, partakers of a lot of porn, I'm not going to say all, there's those that volunteer to do it. Okay, fine. But those that really don't volunteer but in a bad spot, to me,
They're
I see
eating
nothing
poo. They're
different
eating
than
poo in porn nowadays. They're eating poo in porn nowadays. It's so downhill, brother. It's ridiculous. I remember YouTube got famous back in the day, maybe '08 or something, because of the reaction videos to people watching a nasty one of those.
Yes.
Remember 2 girls, 1 cup? Oh my God,
Yes.
disgusting.
Right. But the thing is, that, okay, so you are damaging people. And that something tells me that in and of itself is, you know, breaks a certain kind of biblical law that maybe I can't exactly recite off the top of my head, but you're harming people. This is different than having thoughts about things. And of course, you can't expect these guys to really go through it. I mean, Randall, as I say down south, bless his heart. I mean, I think, unfortunately, he's ignorant, and he's going to remain ignorant. And he just doesn't have the brain power to realize just how foolish and stupid what he's trying to push here. I don't know what else I could say.
Yeah, I don't mind him, but if he's gonna just be mad disrespectful and just like anytime you try to check him, he's gonna like call you falsely call you a hypocrite when I literally preface that with, I know I occasionally swear, but try just out of respect for other people to not do it. Then his first words out of his mouth are just, Ryan, you're such a hypocrite. You know, I've heard you swear on this show. And it's like, how do I not get angry after I just prefaced it with, bro, I know I occasionally swear. Like, literally didn't do anything he just claimed I did to him. Like, how do I not get somewhat annoyed? And then when I'm trying to say it, he's just over there going, do da 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 da, do I diddy, do I diddy, do I diddy. So I
Yep.
can't talk and even say it to correct what he did. And, you know, I don't know, man. It's like people, whatever. And
But now he wants to hit me, which is like, my goodness. He wants to go fisticuffs. This is interesting. All
Yeah,
right.
the weak thing is to say, oh, the devil caused me to do it, and because he's working through the devil, blah blah blah. No, it's just my own character flaw. Like I said before, an angel or Jesus isn't going to act a certain way, no matter what satanic evil they're around. So, you know, it's not being one with God, and that's the bottom line. But, you know, like I said, you're talking to somebody that's not perfect, and
Well, he makes it sound like the Old Testament people that did sacrifices had to do like one sacrifice, and they're good for the rest of the 40 years in the wilderness. It's like, dude, they would have starved to death.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He can't think.
no, he's got the once saved, always saved doctrine. That's it. That's all it is. It's the once saved, always saved. And once you're saved, Jesus does everything for you. And you can go mow people down with a machine gun tomorrow, but Jesus saved you because Jesus was perfect and the cup is full. And no matter what you do, you can't do anything. So anybody that tries is the real satanic scumbag. Because they're
Correct.
actually trying to please God. And they're the ones who don't have faith, because if they had faith, they wouldn't try. Like, that's literally his logic. And when you hear somebody say it, it's just so wrong. It's like, what are you talking about? You're accusing the people that actually try to emulate God and do what God taught us as the real non-believers, because they're trying to do what God taught us. It's the most amazing doctrine to point the finger at the people that try to do God's will and accuse them of not having the faith, and him to exalt himself and say, well, I have such great faith that Jesus did everything, that now Jesus made me perfect and I can do whatever I want, when I want, however I want. It's like, did you read the book? Did you catch anything? Do you think if you were in the 12 disciples like congregation with Jesus, do you think they were just doing what they wanted, when they wanted, how they wanted, and after he is, you know, resurrected, they were just out, you know, doing whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, or were they doing God's will? The whole point of what Jesus did was he was obedient to the point of death. Philippians 2:6-11 tells you Jesus was obedient to the point of death, meaning he was obedient to something. What was he obedient to? God the Father. So it's like, if you're not going to be obedient to Jesus or God the Father in your actions, then you're not doing anything. And you have to have some sort of things that you're following to be obedient to. You can't just say, my only obedience is to believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. Cool.
Yep.
The devil and demons knew that. So what?
Yep. I mean, what you're saying is it's logical. Look, I think one thing I've always said, I've always believed that biblical people and people today, basically, this, you know, same thing, same desires, same wants, whatever. So, just a question for you: the Jews, I don't know, the time of Jesus to, I don't know, 500 years before Jesus. How many of them do you think ate unclean? I'd say a large percentage.
I don't.
Do you think
no
this? Do you think it would be the same as today? I would.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't say that. No.
Yeah, I would. I definitely would say that.
Biblical times, no, I wouldn't say it. I mean, no, not in the. When are you saying up till when?
No, I'm saying back then, I would think that people
What's
would have.
back then? No, say it again. What years are you talking?
I'm talking about whether or not the time of Jesus, 500 years before Jesus, 1,000 years before Jesus.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you think that every one of those people followed the food laws? I'd say under no circumstances they did. There's going to be those that would have to break. I would think somebody would say, hey, you really got to try this bacon, man. This stuff is outstanding. And
Well, they were in captivity, and there's incidents where Daniel, would fast and only eat vegetables and not eat the diet. But your point is that a lot of them, but that they're bad examples because they were also worshiping false gods and doing bad things. So to say that a lot of them did break the food laws is accurate, I'm sure, but it's not like it's a good example
right.
to follow because
I'm not saying I'm not. Here's the thing: I'm not saying the Daniels or the Isaiahs or the Jeremiahs. I'm not talking about the superstars. I'm talking about the average Joes out there. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, the food laws, like I said, are very different to me because back then they didn't have any FDA or science. So I think unless a person can start to tell me why morally eating food affects them, then I gotta say that if Jesus came and made something common that was unclean, that's not because he wanted more people, because he had a reason, because he wanted the whole world to be able to worship God and not have certain obstacles that the old covenant had. Then I don't see, I don't know. I don't see the old people doing it as much though, because they were in a stricter environment where the death penalty was around for certain acts.
I'm not sure. That's my point. I'm not really
killing
sure.
each other. See, the thing is, they were killing each other a lot. Where Jesus also made it like where people stopped policing themselves and killing each other as much, and God Himself was then the judge, which God always was the judge. But I'm just saying, they were killing each other a lot, policing each other, and after Jesus comes, you don't really see that. You see if somebody dies, it's because God Himself, supernaturally put him to death.
Let me ask you this: do you think that during the time of Jesus or 500 years before, you had a fair share of atheists? I do.
Different. I don't know, man. I don't know. Atheist is a more modern concept to me because I think back then people's survival was so dependent upon the rain for the harvest and hunting for food that atheism is more of a modern idea.
As I said, I'm not. How modern is modern?
I'm talking
how many
the
centuries did you go back?
last couple hundred years. If you have to pray for rain for your crops, or you have to hunt for your food, you're way more likely to be religious than somebody that's going to a supermarket or McDonald's today. So I think atheism is way more rampant today than it was back in the day. Because if I'm on Naked and Afraid and I need water to live, and I get some rain, for my crops, or I get a deer that I can kill, you're much more likely to thank something for it than you are today going to McDonald's and saying, "Oh, well, I don't need to thank anybody. I just ate a lunch. Why do I gotta thank God?"
Well, you work extra hard to make sure that you're near a nice fresh body of water. I don't know. Look, you're entitled. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't think people have ever been different throughout history. I think the only thing that changes is technology. Just my opinion.
Yeah, but you got to admit that, for instance, how common is multiple gods today? Show me a religion today that's back in the day they had a god for this, a god for that, a god for that. Tell me what modern religion is really doing that today. So things do change.
I think only Hinduism, if I'm not mistaken, but even Hinduism has a Grand Poobah on top.
Well, the point is, like I said, is more about the survival. Like I said, if your survival depends upon something, you're going to treat it much differently than if it's just something you take for granted. So, that's the main thing. Like I said, it's like people don't start praying to God until they're sitting in a jail cell or about to die. Like that's human nature. You know what I mean? So,
true.
I think the times we live in lean towards more atheism than in the past. That's what I'd have to say. I don't know. I can agree with you. Human nature has been the same in many ways, but I do think the powers that be and where you're at culturally defines a lot of things that occur. So, the problem is this: is they were getting policed by each other, just like the Israelites were. Most cultures, they were policing each other so much more. Where it's like, you didn't have, I mean, people were getting killed for practicing science in Europe in the, you know, Dark Ages and stuff, or Renaissance,
Sure,
or
agreed.
whatever it was. So it's just like, how could you, you know, make the argument that atheism was so as prevalent when people were literally getting rounded up and killed, where today people are freely being atheists? You know, it's like, of course it would be more underground at least, but it also, because of that, would have to be less popular, because less people would even be hearing the ideas that would be needed to be shared for it to grow.
I mean, look, there are people in atheist societies that are sneaking Bibles in and are looking for something bigger than them to believe in. There are people that are in Western societies that have had full access, and they're like, "Nah, I'm not interested in this at all." I've seen people that were believers became atheists, then became back to believers. I mean, it's like I've seen the full gamut on this. And as I said, it's just my opinion. That
Brother, I bet you ain't seen nothing like I won't even say his name, but I bet you ain't seen nothing like that, brother, in recent times. That is the newest, craziest theology I have ever heard. Kick back on your laurels and beat your wife in front of your kids, and you're still going to heaven? Come on.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, you know, what's even better with that, he actually improves on the Islamic version where you could whack your wife as long as you hit her with a stick that's thinner than your thumb. I mean,
Oh
hell,
my
yeah,
God.
you use a tree trunk. I mean, what difference does it make? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. Yeah. Yeah,
There's not many people in history that will have that doctrine. I have to say that that's a hybrid of atheism and believing in Christ. That's literally what it is. I don't know if they understand that. It's like literally
Well, it sounds like they're their own God, quite frankly, right?
yeah, yeah.
You know, the interesting thing is I've heard 3 people actually push this doctrine. I mean, Randall is one, Perry's another, Carrie. Have you ever had Carrie on here? Because I love listening
She
to her.
hasn't
She
talked
might be.
on here, but she's been in the chat. I have her watching sometimes. She's newer to the channel, but yeah, I mean,
You got to bring her on board.
I've
She's
asked
got
her to come
bottom
out.
in.
She didn't have a phone like set up or whatever.
Believe it or not, her knowledge base of scripture is very extensive. I mean, I think she's nuttier than a fruitcake. But if you put her against Perry, it's just like she will slaughter him. It's absolutely priceless. But yeah, she's another one that's awfully interesting. But yeah, if there's a way to get her on board, that would be pretty good.
Yeah. Well, Chris, I'm sorry. The swearing started with Randall, and then I said one, and Dave, or 2, and Dave
We
said
did 6 hours. I pay attention to that because I cuss like a sailor, and I have to control myself in here because of the little ladies in the chat. And for 6 hours, nobody said one word. And as soon as he came in, about 4 minutes in, was the first one.
Yeah, no, we went 6 hours and there wasn't one. So yeah.
Not one. Yes, in the past we have. Yes, in the past you have. Blah blah blah. But to throw that in your face when you're trying to on your channel, when you're trying to correct them, hey brothers, let and you didn't say it mean. You're like, hey, let's try to.
True.
You're like, hey, let's try to, you know. And all of a sudden, well, what about you? Oh my God, here we go. What are you in 3rd grade? Come on.
And I literally prefaced it with, I've done it in the past. You know what I mean? It's like, it couldn't have got more politically like impartial. Like, hey man, I know I've done this too, but people in the chat are complaining. Let's just try to do it. Then the first things out of his mouth, well, Ryan, you're just a hypocrite because I've heard you swear. Bro, I just said, like, how am I not going to raise my voice to get it? It's like impossible. Like, I'm trying so hard to be the person I want to be.
Exactly. It's like typing in chat and you do a typo and they just jump. They completely discount what you're trying to say and they jump all over you. You're an idiot. You can't even spell, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I think perfect in sinless is Randall, and he's trying to tell us the Bible has cuss words, and now he's going to teach us that Peter was swearing like a sailor, and you know, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Oh, battered donkey. I think are they in the back? Who's
Oh, that's
batting
Carrie. That's Carrie. That's Carrie, actually.
There's
That
Carrie?
might be Carrie.
in the
Wait a minute.
backstage?
Is this Carrie or Randall?
He said Peter be swearing.
No, I'm sure he will, but
Oh, okay.
all right,
Does Peter have a Pornhub account? I mean,
worse than a swearer. So I'm sure.
Oh, this is Randall. This is Randall.
That or
hey,
Donkey.
Randall.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Where's
Why
Carrie?
did you come back under a different name, Randall?
I'm on my laptop now. This is the one I actually like make videos with, which I haven't made really any except for like 2. But
Love the picture. Love the picture of the donkey. My daughter works with horses and she takes care of donkeys as a side. Yeah, I love that picture, man. That's awesome.
love donkeys. I love them, man. Yeah, no, well, Jesus, he rode in on a donkey and a colt's ass or whatever they said. But like there's also parts of the Bible like where donkeys, like, well, Balaam, he was beating that donkey and there was an angel in the way. But that's why I chose the name Battered Donkey, because yeah, it's a great story. And actually, what's kind of crazy is like, you
Like
guys
you're trying to warn us though too, right? Like you're trying to warn us. Yeah.
Well, it's not really. Well, yeah, but like, so like, how you guys keep on trying to tie me to Perry. What's wild about it is like Perry was kind of a Balaam in my life. And I realized that Perry was just another religious person. He just wanted riches for himself in this world. He had no care about what the next world was. He cries on video. He'll sit there and say, I love you and all these things. But he really doesn't, you know? But what was wild about it was like when I met him, it was kind of like the whole John, and then afterwards, because like I was in religion, I was keeping the law of David. I'm telling you, I was doing my best at the Feast of Tabernacles, the Passover, Sukkot, whatever, all the I was doing it for like 2 years. Not anything crazy, but all the time I was searching the scriptures and all of it. Because I was trying to keep, one of the commandments, the Sabbath, and then I was still like breaking it because like at the same time I would, occasionally lie to people who knew, like what it would be about. I'm not trying to say like I would make huge blatant lies. Like me, to be honest with you, I've done my best to live honestly among all people, but I was always falling short in some way. A lot of times it was always something based off of lust. Like if I went to the grocery store and I was always bringing myself to like hate any woman that was dressed provocatively in front of me. I was just like, oh my God, get out of here, woman. Like I'm not trying to, so like, and then one day, like, so here I was going to a Sabbath keeping, we're all keeping the law, but I was realizing all these people around me, none of them kept the law. And also the pastor and all of his, we had like Passover, like we had foot washing ceremonies, all sorts of stuff. It was very, very cultish, I guess. And any, to be honest with you, every religion is cultish. But like I one day I was, after I left it, because I kept going back because I felt so, because I felt like it felt wrong to me, because it was just like they were all acting a certain way, but they weren't that way. In all reality, underneath that, I could see it. And then, so one day I came back home and I was sitting on my back porch and I opened it up to Romans 14. Now, David, I know you don't acknowledge the New Testament, but that was what got me saved. Romans 14. And it says, like, he that acknowledged the day, he doeth it unto the Lord. And he that acknowledged not the day, he doeth it not unto the Lord. Let every man be convinced of his own conscience. So like I realized on the seventh day, God rested from all of his works. He did it all, dude. There's nothing I can do. He just chose me. He loves me. And Jesus, he fulfilled that law.
What was so hard about keeping the law? What was so hard about keeping the law?
30 seconds. But I've been subconsciously judging myself off of that law that God made my entire life. But I realized that Jesus did that to set me free so I could be just like Adam and Eve. And I'm just here to love. David, that's why it pissed me off whenever Perry said that about your wife and shit and everything. Like, dude, David, no, they're just all asleep, dude. We're all gonna
wait. And I appreciate that, Randall. I appreciate that, and I mean, and believe me, I take what Perry says with a grain of salt because I consider the source.
Please do.
But right, but here is where I've got the issue with it.
Okay.
And let me just borrow your New Testament for a moment. When you're going to give me the verse James 2:10, you break them one, you break them all.
Yeah.
I cannot follow that for the simple
Neither can
reason you
I.
can't tell me that stealing a stick of gum and murdering a busload of children is the same thing, because you break them one, you break them all. That's illogical.
Well,
And
no,
that
no, no, no,
is.
no, no. Okay, so like,
Whoa,
dude,
whoa, whoa,
literally,
whoa. Let me
it's all about your
finish. Let me please
conscience.
finish. Let me please finish.
Oh.
So there's something where it's like I have to just dismiss that or imagine that it probably has been misinterpreted and there's probably a deeper meaning to it that I'm not fully aware of. I will give it that.
Okay.
But the
Yeah.
one thing that I do know about the Old Testament, and I know this very well, there was a difference between intentional and non-intentional. And they never, the Messiah was never supposed to take care of both intentional and non-intentional. Non-intentional is the ones you can be forgiven by. Intentional, no. And this is the reason why you cannot assault people. You cannot hurt people. You know, if you're walking in a store and you see a woman that is like real provocative, yeah, you're going to have thoughts, because guess what? Nature put them there. God put them there. Make your own determination. But if you're talking about, I'm going to now act on those thoughts, that's a very different level of sin. And it's like, and this is the one issue I've always had with Perry, that, you know, because he says, no, one is there. And what will he do? Perry will ignore 1 Kings 8:46. He'll ignore Numbers 15:27 through 30. He will ignore the book of Hosea. He will ignore what is in the book of Job. And so very simple. He's going to cherry pick only what he likes and ignore everything else. And this is why I claim his sinless doctrine is complete and utter bullshit, because he's doing exactly what so many others over the centuries have done with that book. They've cherry picked and manipulated it to create their own religion. And that's why you've got so many branches of Christianity and so few people that are actually able to think this stuff through.
Right. Well, Christ is not
Willing, flesh is weak.
Well, it says that Christ is not divided, but yet they're all divided. But in all reality, so like, you know, David, he was chosen, but in all reality, he made some stupid decisions that he had to suffer consequences for. But afterwards, after those consequences, the most wise son of all came from, you know, after that. And it was really all just about loving one another. And, you know, I can't remember what the translation means. I think it's like God is salvation or God is my light, something like that.
Right.
But like it was a prophecy, I think, in that a prophecy of Judas, you know, and the fact of, because it's a grand, since this fallen world that we live in, this has been a grand scapegoat for, I mean, really, it's for all movies. It's always about, you know, the villain and the person who's being persecuted, and then a martyr in the movie and stuff like that. But it's all centered about this injustice that we all live in. And so like when it comes to Jesus, he came here because everybody, they're all in bondage to, like, in their own mind. And that's what the 10 Commandments, if anything, that was a guidance to help them, you know, because like, you know, because after Adam and Eve, they ate the fruit, God was like, why'd you hide from me? You know, remember, no, the verse, it says that, you know, the righteous are as bold as a lion, but the wicked flee when no man pursueth. So God came to the garden that day, and then Adam was hiding because he was naked. And God was like, why are you hiding from me? He was like, well, because I was naked. And God's like, who told you were naked? Because beforehand, they ate the knowledge of the good and evil. And like I'm saying, beforehand, they didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, but then they ate of it, and then they got ashamed. And that's what everybody's trying to cover. And they have to realize that Jesus, whenever his righteous blood was shed, it covered that part of us so we can live our lives freely, just to believe that God is true, and we can love one another. That's the whole covenant. It's to believe.
Yeah, good luck. I don't know. Good luck. There's a flaming sword to get back to the Garden of Eden. Good luck getting back to the Garden of Eden.
The tree of life. Grab hold of the tree of life. That's what it is.
It's in the garden.
Believe, faith, trusting him in all things. In all things, they were just naked and unashamed. Now they couldn't even trust him being naked. Dude, you got to trust him being naked. Read the Song of Solomon. That's
right. So if you think it's a mental attitude that you just have to have faith, that's not going to get you through that sword that is protecting the garden. There has to be.
No, it is. It's faith. That's all it can be. That's what separated them. It was the idea that they could be their own gods, but in all reality, we come from him. That's why Jesus said, ye are gods.
Can I ask you this? You brought up Uriah and David, Bathsheba.
Yeah, it was a tragic situation, but
Okay,
it is what we all deal
just
with.
a question for you. Just a question for you. David was a man, right? He was a
Yeah.
very powerful
Just
man.
like you.
He was a very successful man. He was a man that was able to lead his people and his nation to great victories. He was a man that created all this other stuff.
Wanted Saul.
So
People wanted Saul, though. That's the part.
Right.
Perry is a Saul type. Perry is a Saul type. Everybody.
Okay.
Like, so Perry is the kind of person he will say, like, "Oh, he takes care of my sins, but I still gotta go out there and fight my own wars." And that's what Saul did, dude. He was
Randall.
making his own sacrifice.
I know.
David,
Randall,
remember
do me a
Saul?
favor.
That's where he fucked up. He was
Let's
making
take
his own
David. Let's take
sacrifices
David out
on
of the Bible.
battlefield by himself. He's
Okay.
like, the priest wasn't there, and he made it
Okay.
himself, and then he fell on his own
Okay.
sword.
Yeah,
just like
but I
Judas.
know the story.
Judas was Saul.
Take David out of the Bible. Take David out of the Bible. So he's this powerful guy that has
I'm
been
not
super
taking David
successful.
out of the Bible. What do you mean?
Just
Let me
saying
finish and I'll explain myself.
example. Randall,
I'm taking him out of the Bible. I'm just looking at him as a man. He lived a very successful life. This guy was able to bed lots of different women. Life is written.
for about 10 seconds.
David, the whole time, David hid in the wilderness, just kind of like
Oh
how.
my God,
Randall,
it's amazing, Randall. Your brain.
All right,
It's impossible to talk to you. It's
To be honest
impossible
with
to
you,
talk to
as
you.
long as you'll acknowledge the New Testament, David,
No,
I can't have this argument
Randall,
with you.
don't tell me to
Because you don't
acknowledge
even listen to the
anything
New
because
Testament. You
you're a
don't give
broken
any
record.
shit about what I say. You
No,
have no respect
all
for
you've
me
done
whatsoever.
is you
expect
are
me to
one
have
continual
respect
run-on
for
sentence.
you.
No,
You are a
start.
run-on sentence. You are a run-on
You have to
sentence.
acknowledge-
Your capability of thinking is really suspect. You didn't
I
even
know.
let me finish where I was going with this.
All right, let's start over. Let Dave finish. Try not to just hear yourself talk. You might see a different perspective. You might agree with it.
The foundation of the conversation I have with you, David, has to be Jesus. Unless you can acknowledge the New Testament and what Jesus said, I
Okay,
can't
we all agree
acknowledge
on
anything
that.
you have to
As
say.
Christians,
Don't tell me
we
what
agree
to
on
believe,
that.
Randall,
Let
and I
David
won't tell
believe
you
what
what
he
to
wants.
believe.
No,
Let
David,
God
you have
find
to
him in his
realize that
time. He
Jesus
finds him.
fulfilled it for you.
You
I
know
love
what,
you. Here's what I tell
Randall?
you.
If there weren't other Christians on this panel, I would absolutely start to roast your ass
I
right
am
now.
a Christian. I am of Him. I have the mind of Christ. I'm
Right,
trying to
and you're
mislead
also a
you.
brain dead fool right out of the Perry mold, and you're proving this because you don't listen to anything. You don't care
You can
what
try
anybody
to
else to
insult
say.
me in any
You're
type
the
of way.
same person that knows.
Words, but it's
No,
not hitting
Randall,
anything.
you know everything perfectly. So you're just as much of a whack job as he is. You're just as much of a whack job as Terry is on this.
Crazy. It's
What I was
insane
going to
to have
say,
Jesus committed.
what I was going to say
You can
was,
try to have
if
me
you
committed
took
too.
what I was
It's not
going to
gonna happen.
say, if you were going to take David out of the Bible.
I'm not. What are you talking? What
Well,
words
oh
am I
my
not?
God,
God, it's a
Randall,
thought
do you have a
experiment,
fucking
man.
brain in your head? Can you shut the fuck
I
up
know,
I
and
have a
just
brain in my head.
listen?
But how can you premise anything
What a
if
fucking
you're going to
parasite
take
you are. Just
David
shut the
out of the
fuck up
Bible?
and listen. It might help you in life.
I love you,
Man,
David, but stop it.
you just did the same thing. Like, stop. It's a thought experiment. That's all it is.
How can you premise anything if you're going
What
to
if
take David?
somebody said,
This is
Randall,
amazing. This is why this
Dude,
dumb
now
shit lives down south because he's probably got a 98. You are a fucking retard. Did you
See,
hear
now
what I
you
was
got
looking to
Dave.
say?
All right,
No,
just
retard, dude.
now
I'm
you got
just solid,
Dave
bro.
amped up too. All right, listen.
No, Ryan.
David,
This is
I'm not
pathetic.
even going to try to
he
rub
just
shit
got
in your
This is
face for you. I
absolutely
love you.
pathetic. This
I'm
guy
telling
can't
you.
shut his mouth. He can't shut his mouth.
No,
Nobody else is allowed to have a complete sentence
No.
because this guy just can't shut his mouth.
Yeah, no, I
It's
gotta
unbelievable.
start hitting mute on him. Like, I try not to hit mute on anybody, but like certain people, it's just insane. You have to do it. It's like,
What I was going to say is take David out of the Bible. Look at the accomplishments this guy had. Look at what he was able to do. Look at the amount of women that he bed. He probably had one hell of an ego on him. And who wouldn't? Look at what this guy did. So would he normally think it was that big of a deal? He just like knocked off a friend because he thought that the guy's wife was a piece of ass? No, I bet it was probably, yeah, this makes sense. I'm David. I'm
It was
entitled to
his
this.
best friend.
And then he had, you know what, Randall, shut the
Dude, it
fuck
was
up
his
and just
best
listen.
friend.
You know, Randall, just shut up and listen and stop being. Listen, your inbred, behavior is really getting annoying.
Nice one. Nice. Go ahead.
The issue is that he did this, and then he had to be brought back down to earth. Like, nope, you are not allowed to do this. If you take a look at what Solomon did, Solomon is considered the wisest man that ever
Where did he come
ruled.
from? He was the son
Okay,
of
but it's just like
He was the
oh my
prophecy of
God,
true
Randall,
you really. Let me ask you something, Randall. Is that really your picture? Because it's like, I really think you probably look like this donkey, except that this donkey looks smarter than you do.
Dude, it's insane, Randall. Like, we
It's
let you
unbelievable.
have 20-minute talks and just go talk about everything: sports, weather, what president you like, what your favorite food is. We let you say it all. And then when it's somebody else's time to talk, it's like you just gotta interrupt every sentence. Just chill, bro. You'll get your time to respond. Enough.
So, I mean, Solomon also, great man, accomplished a lot of great things. You don't think he's going to have an ego to match? Because think about it. He starts praying to other gods. He thought that much of himself. I'm just saying, these were human beings. They were not perfect people.
Okay, go ahead and respond now, Randall.
Well, even Solomon, he had his, end issues that happened with him, just like how with what happened with David. Whenever he did what he did with Uriah, he was always at war, and that's kind of the way our world is right now. And that's also why Jesus said with his disciples, he said, I won't have this drink again until I'm with you in the heavenly kingdom. Because currently right now, everybody thinks that, heaven is some sort of everlasting thing. But in all reality, everybody, as long as they sin, they are still trying to pay for something that has in all reality been paid for. That's why it says the secret is with the righteous. The secret is God rested on the seventh day from all of his works. That's why Jesus, whenever he said, I'm coming to walk in the steps that my Father already prepared. Guys, when we were created in his image, and we're already walking in the steps that God already prepared before the
He baptized. He was, or God finished on the seventh day. Why did Jesus have to get baptized?
Well, that was also part. He even came to John. He said, and John even said to him, he was like, I don't have, you need to baptize me. And Jesus said, no, this is part of it. I have to do this. And that's whenever Jesus, because it was already ordained at the beginning. And Jesus actually tried to fight it because everybody always called him a devil and everything. And he was just on the Sabbath, he was going opposed to the law. And everybody thought it was like, no, the whole option, the law prophesied of him. And he was trying to tell them like, dude, it's all about, we need to love one another as we love ourselves. And the lies that we think that we're going to hold against one another, and the lies that we're delivering up other people for spiritual death, like when we're putting out the fire in somebody's heart, like that's really what the murder is. Whenever thank
you for answering. When you were following Torah, what was so hard about the laws? For instance, maybe the feast of the Sabbath. How could you? What was so hard about keeping the Sabbath or whatever?
Okay. So yeah. So about keeping the Sabbath. Well, for one, like I would still be like there. For one, the Sabbath community is already divided amongst a lot of others. I was able to actually drive to the building, and we were able to use electricity and do all this shit. But like the other part was like I'd still like I would feel convicted over the dumbest stuff. Like my mother, I would go to have dinner at my family's house, and they'd be like, oh, how was it? And I would want to say like, well, actually it was really dry, or I would want to give my honest opinion, but I would say that was delicious. And then I would feel like that was sin for me, just for trying to make my mom not feel, what I'm saying, like people do. Or like whenever your girlfriend tells you, like, how do I look in these shorts, and you're like, you look great, honey. I'm not trying to say, that's not my recent experience, but I'm trying to give a general example. That was something, the type of stuff I was feeling convicted about all the time.
You haven't answered a thing.
Huh?
You literally have not answered a thing. Telling your mother that her
what his question
meatloaf
was
dry. Trust me, I think she could accept that criticism.
Huh?
telling your mother that her meatloaf was dry, I think she's, could accept that criticism.
Well, no, but
If
like,
your
so I was
girlfriend gained
literally
20
trying to
pounds and
keep the
her
Ten
ass was
Commandments.
big in
Don't
those
lie.
pants,
Don't
I
tell
think it would
lies.
be better to
And
be
I was
honest
still
about that.
lying over
But you
dumb
brought
shit.
nothing. You said
And that's what I
nothing
was
about
feeling
David or
convicted about,
Solomon when I
David.
brought up because
No,
you don't, you
David,
can't
that's what
think.
I was feeling
You
convicted
can't
about.
think.
I was
You're
lying
a Perry
about
drone.
petty stuff, and that
I
was
think it's
still
lovers of a
like
lie,
I was
not just
worthy of
liars. I
God's.
think it's lovers of a lie.
No, this is amazing. I thought that what I brought up. I mean, I'm saying like, okay,
What do
because
you
I can
mean?
see
What
the
do you
humanity
think?
of David and Solomon. This guy can't even see because I mean, his French toast is buttered in Jesus. This is all that he's really interested in. He doesn't really. He can't even think.
No, I literally just think about God and everything I do. Even
Yeah, I know
like,
that, and you didn't answer the question. You didn't hear what was said, and that's pretty obvious. You didn't hear anything that I had brought up with David and why I would have taken them out of the Bible and looked at
you
them
weren't
as
even in that
individual men
conversation.
because
None
you don't
of
have the
this
brain
was
power
I
to do
was
that, Randall. You don't.
You want to take David out of the Bible? No, I'm just kidding, brother. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I mean, there's times that I like to look at stuff. What happens if you took them out of the Bible and all of a sudden you see their humanity? It's a thought
Why
experiment.
would you want to? The Bible is there for. Why would you want to look at anything as
Because David and
if you come out
Solomon
of the
were
Bible?
men also, and they were imperfect, and they
Yeah,
made
that's what the
mistakes,
point
and they did
is.
all these things.
That's
And
the
so, you
point,
know what?
David.
So, in this particular case, David was a powerful man that accomplished a lot of stuff, and he thought he was bigger
So
than
you
his
just
own
want to
britches
you want to
until
blot out all
he
the
was
things that
brought
he did.
back down to earth. But the problem
He's
with
still
you,
worthy
Randall,
of the
is
book
you
of
don't have the brains to see where I was going with this. I mean, and you refuse to. You went back on your diatribe about Jesus this, Jesus that.
David, it's
Wasn't
just
talking
you're
about Jesus
trying to
at
use
this
the
point.
sword of your mouth to try to slay me, and it's not going to happen.
Oh
Go
my
fuck
goodness,
yourself.
what a little victim we have here.
No, I'm not. I'm not a
What a
victim.
little
I'm
victim. Poor
I'm a
baby.
fucking. Dude,
Poor
you're a little
baby.
bitty ass
I
giant,
know
and dude,
your mother's
no,
dry
you're not gonna
meatloaf,
slay me.
completely,
I love
took
you, and
away
I don't want to
your,
slay you.
your ability to celebrate the Sabbath. I mean, I totally get it.
Celebrate the Sabbath, blah blah
You
blah.
know,
Do
the
you know
woman had a
Jesus
big
is the
fat
Sabbath?
ass, and
You're
that all of a
trying to
sudden you
worship
can't
a
tell
day
her
of the
she's
week
got a
that
big
the
fat ass.
Sanhedrin was
Yeah.
done away with 500 years ago, and you're trying to do
Yeah,
it based
whatever.
off of your own, based off
Whatever.
of the Greek calendar. You're doing it. It's idolatrous and it's sick. You're not
It's
keeping the Sabbath.
idolatrous.
It's not. All you do is break the Sabbath. No, you can't keep it. The Sanhedrin's done away
Really?
with.
How
It's
do you
not
know
even
that? How do
ordained
you know what
by
I
God
do? How do you know what I
anymore.
do on a
You're full of
Friday and
shit.
Saturday?
You're full of
How do
shit.
you know
You
what I
don't
do on
keep
a
the
Friday and
Sabbath. You're
Saturday?
a breaker of the Sabbath.
How
That's
do
why
you
in
know what I
Matthew
do on
5 it
Friday and
says that
Saturday? You're making an
whoever shall
accusation
break
that you
these
can't back
commandments
up.
and teach others, they shall
You're
be
making an
least in the kingdom of
accusation you
heaven.
can't
That's what
back up.
you
You're a
break the
bullshit artist
commandments
just like
and you
Perry.
teach others to break
You're
the
a bullshit
commandments.
artist
You'll be
just like
least
Perry.
in
You're a
heaven.
dumb shit. I mean,
Bottom
the only
line.
thing you and Perry have in
Jesus
common is
was
both of you bopped K
and
Mitty. Other than that, I
and
don't see what the hell you guys,
you will be
have what
great in the kingdom of
separates you two.
heaven. You read Matthew 5 and you think it's about you, and it's not. And
Why
I'm
would I
really,
think
really
Matthew 5 is about me when I reject the entire New Testament?
no, I know. That's why I said
Because
you think you should read Matthew 5.
I mean, this is
But
ridiculous.
you teach others
Mike,
to
I
break
also
them,
I was married to a
and
Christian
you
woman.
break them.
I
You're
mean,
least
it's
in
like
the
I don't
kingdom of
have
heaven.
anything, but it's just like this guy, Randall. You could turn somebody
No,
off to
you
Jesus
break the
just by
commandments
talking.
because
You
you
know that?
can't keep it, dude. The Sanhedrin was done away with 500 years ago. You cannot keep the Sabbath. It's not even ordained
Why
by
can't you
God.
keep the Sabbath? Explain
It's
to me why
all your
somebody cannot keep
imagination
the
based
Sabbath.
off of the Greek calendar. It's not even there. You break it.
Why would
James
I be
2:10,
using a
you're
Greek
guilty of
calendar when
all.
I use a
You
Hebrew
cannot keep it, and
calendar? I
that's
mean,
what
keep
Jesus came to
explaining what
prove
an
to you.
idiot you are.
You can't
Keep
sit there and say,
explaining what
"Oh,
an
I've never
idiot you
committed
are.
adultery."
I
Jesus
mean,
tells you if
seriously,
you
is that a
lust after a
family
woman,
portrait you have
you
there,
break it. You
Randall?
commit adultery.
Because you seem to
And you
be as
can't sit
dumb
there
as
and say,
that damn
"I've never
picture.
murdered somebody." Jesus says, "If
Right,
I hate
because you in
somebody,
Alabama
you
seem to know
committed
so much
adultery.
about
You committed
Judaism
murder,
and
and that's what
Jewish
you do. You
law,
hate me.
which
And that's what
basically
you do. You commit
makes you
murder,
just about
David.
as much of
Even
a
though you
dumb
probably
shit
never
as
Jeffrey
Perry.
Dahmered
And
somebody,
here you go
but
again, blah 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 blah
you
blah
do
blah
hate
blah
me, and you're
blah
a
blah blah
murderer,
blah
David.
blah 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 blah
Bottom
blah.
line.
Yeah, talk
I
shit
think
and
most of it
no,
is actually
absolutely
very admire
perfect.
me, actually. I love you, Nunya Babe.
no, because you're an idiot. Seriously, Bud,
No,
you're
I'm
a
not an
retard.
idiot. I'm
You're
a
a
donkey.
complete
Yeah,
retard.
but dude,
You
I
made
hold
an
the truth.
accusation. How do I not
I
keep the
love
Sabbath?
Jesus, and
Please
he
go
did
into
make me
detail.
perfect. He loves me as
Please
I
go into
am.
detail. Trust me, you're not
You are
perfect.
at war with
That
yourself,
donkey is
sir.
more perfect than you right now.
You are
Is
at
that
war with
is all right,
yourself,
all right,
sir.
all right, guys, chill. Is that Balaam's donkey talking to us right now, though? That's what I'm trying to figure.
Yeah, Balaam's donkey. Yeah, well, that's what Pergamos
All right,
taught people to do, and that's why Perry is Pergamos, and everybody tries to, attach me to him.
Pergamos?
But I'm trying to tell you,
Pergamos, did you say? Pergamos?
yeah,
Oh,
Revelation.
no, just for
it's-
clarification. Just for clarification. Okay.
Yeah, Pergamos. Yeah, it's what. Well, he has the two-edged sword, and that's why Peter tried to use the sword to cut off the guy's ear, and Jesus had to come in afterwards and heal his ear.
What does that
So,
have to
like,
do with
and Jesus
how I
told him,
celebrate the
listen,
Sabbath?
David, please, 1 second.
What does that
Well, no,
have to
Jesus
do?
told
You
him, he
made a
says,
claim.
"Who
I
lives by
want
the
you to
sword
back it
will
up.
die by
Stop
the
moving
sword."
around
And
and
that's why
actually
he said
back it up.
Pergamos, and that's the spirit of God.
Why don't
David,
you
please,
back
1
it up
second.
instead of being a bullshit
Well, no,
artist?
I am
Because
backing
I
it
will
up with scripture.
continually
That's why he
out
tells
you
Pergamos,
like
he
this
says, like,
for the
you who have
absolute
the two-edged
ignoramus that
sword,
you've
you
proven
see
to
where
be.
Satan's seed is. And that's what
Yeah, Satan's
Jesus
seed.
called Peter Satan whenever he did that. And then
Yeah, I
also
know
look
that.
at
So in other words,
Saul.
you can't
Saul, no,
answer
David,
about the
Saul,
Sabbath, so you're going to run and do a typical Perry tactic. Okay.
Listen. Saul,
Whatever you say, Perry.
Saul, he was going after David all the time. No, Saul was going after David all the time. Actually,
Oh my
David was
goodness.
chosen.
I know the story better than
No,
you do,
no,
schmuck.
David,
I was
shut
trying to make a
up, no,
point, but go ahead.
please, you really are such a prick sometimes.
No,
But listen,
listen, bud, I'm sorry that you're
please,
stupid,
no,
but you
just
got to
stop,
blame your
just stop.
parents, not me.
I'm not blaming my parents for anything, dude.
I would
I
blame your
just trust
parents
God
too. I
alone.
mean,
Now
something happened.
listen. Saul
You
was
did
the
not
one
get
that the
the
people
quality
chose,
DNA.
and that's why
Well, I don't know
Saul
if there
fell
was
on his
any,
own
but you
sword.
certainly
Saul
did not
committed
have any.
suicide. Saul committed suicide. Saul
Really,
committed
really,
suicide, just like
really.
Judas, and that's why you are part of the people who killed Jesus, just like Judas. You
Yep,
are
yep.
part of it, David,
Yeah, it was
unless you
there. I
can
had my
find a
sword,
way and
and
actually
and I
humble
looked pretty
yourself.
damn good for 2,000 years old, wouldn't you say?
Dude, I love you. I really don't even really.
No,
To
I
be
got
honest
to
with
ask you a
you, I don't
question,
even pay
Randall, and
attention
maybe you can
anyways.
answer this. What were you doing? What were you believing in 2,000 years ago? Either you were a Jew or an idol worshiper. Pick one.
Dude, God decided what I would believe
What
at the
were
beginning
you
of the
2,000
foundation of the
years ago?
world.
You were either a Jew or an idol worshiper. Pick one. I mean, I
God
want to
decided
try to
what
get
I
you to
would be
think, and I know truthfully it would be
before the
easier to get
beginning
an
of my
orangutan to
mother's
think than to
womb.
get you to think.
He numbered
But
the hairs on
let's
my
let's
head.
have you think. You made an accusation.
He
I killed
decided the
Jesus.
time
Okay,
I
so
would be born.
obviously I'm looking for 2,000 years.
I don't care about science and whatever, all that stuff. All I know is the truth.
Yeah, you don't care about brains either, but you keep talking.
I mean, dude, your brain's divided. Mine's connected by a very narrow and
Oh,
straight way.
please. You made I'll bring you back again. You made a statement saying that I don't keep the Sabbath. I want to see where your proof
No,
is.
you don't. You can't. It's not possible. It
How's
has
that?
to be ordained by
How is
God.
that?
It
Explain
has
to me how
be.
you keep the
The
Sabbath. Explain to me
Sanhedrin
how you keep the
Council was
Sabbath.
done away with like
Explain to
a
me how
long
you
time
keep the Sabbath. Clearly, you don't know. So if you're talking from
because
ignorance, why are you even
okay,
speaking?
well, David, and I'm not trying to be. I promise, I'm not trying to be rude in any way when I say this, but it says that therefore there remaineth a Sabbath for the people. But that Sabbath that you have to enter into is the Sabbath at the very beginning, where God rested from His works. It has nothing to do with you. That's the mind flip. That's the
Chapter and verse.
reveal.
Chapter and verse.
Well, I mean, where do you want me to start, David? We would have
Well,
to
you
have
could start at the
honestly,
beginning. You made
this is
a
why
claim,
Jesus spent a
and I
lot
will
of
right
times
now
in the
expose you on your
synagogues, and
ignorance.
he's just sitting there having conversations, and he's trying to reason with them, and he's trying to say, like, guys, this is what it meant, and it's all
Chapter
about.
and verse. I don't care about what you're making up right now. Chapter
Okay.
and verse.
Okay, well, can we agree on one thing first? So Adam and Eve, before sin came in, they were going to live forever,
Mike,
right?
this is really being a waste of time. I
No,
mean,
it's not. No, it's not.
I
Dude,
mean,
you
seriously,
No,
he's
they
brain dead.
never ate of the tree of the life. They never ate of the tree of life. They weren't supposed to live forever.
Right. So Isaiah 53:5, it says that he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. Upon him, the iniquity is laid for all. But the last part is the important part. It says, with his stripes we are healed.
All right,
Healed.
all right. Now I'm allowed to respond now because now I will tear your entire argument up. You went from Adam and Eve.
Why?
You went to Isaiah. Wait a minute. You completely overstepped the entire 10 Commandments where it is actually mentioned. You go to Isaiah 53:5. You don't bother looking
That's
at
all
1 through 4.
spiritual
You
too.
don't
The
bother
whole
looking
Ten
at Isaiah
Commandments are
52.
spiritual.
You're a bullshit artist. And you're cherry picking nonsense. This is the same kind of dog shit that Perry does. I really don't
You've
need to
been
hear this.
murdering by
So
the
if
Ten
you don't
Commandments
know the
this whole
Bible, just shut the fuck up, learn it, and then come back.
The whole Ten Commandments are spiritual, by the way. Honoring
Oh,
your mother
you
and
know what?
father.
You don't
you
even know
that
what is
David
or what's
commanded
not. You're ignorant. You know
it's the
nothing
mother,
about this stuff.
the Mother Earth and all that shit. You have no
Yeah,
clue what
Mother
honoring
Earth.
your mother
Right.
and father is,
Right.
and actually
Tell me
knowing
again
what
how
the
I
end of
killed
all
Jesus.
is. No,
Why don't you tell me
you
again
don't
how
know.
I killed Jesus? Please. Please do that. Tell me how I physically killed Jesus. Because, you know, a moron like you,
Dude, I
somebody
have the
like
mind of
you,
Christ, and
you
you've
know,
been
a millennia
talking
ago,
retarded,
decided to
dude.
kill people
I already
based
got
upon what was
killed by
done in
everybody
that
in my
book of
spirit
yours.
a
And
long
I'm
time
sure
ago,
you would
David.
love to just stick a knife in people because that's
Let
basically the way you are. Because after all, you're sinless.
20
What do you care about?
20 seconds, please. Just 20 seconds. I already got murdered by society and even my own flesh and blood and everybody that I love in what they're on the sword of their tongue a long time ago. But I've always had a hope in me, David. And
Mm-hmm.
it's always been him in me. That's why, you know, it even says like his name is Yahweh, you know, like he is the breathing in, the breathing out. You know, it's the breath in you. Like, you know, either you're clean or you're unclean, either you're holy or you're unholy, either you're at war with yourself or you just know that I am, and you are, and it's the mind of Christ, dude. That's what he died to set you free from, because you are still at war with God, with yourself, based off of the things that you think God expects from you. But Jesus came here and he fulfilled what you think that God expects from you, so you can walk honestly with God and just love it. Dude, I love you. Let's just love each other. That's what it's all about. I'm not some fucking hippie, but you would rather kill me because I'm telling you that you're made in his image, dude. He made
How are
all of
you
us. That's
loving
why he
us
said,
when you tell us all we don't have faith because you're saying we're trying to still do things so we don't have faith? How's that loving
right. Well,
us?
so like me and you, like the other day,
Tell
you
me
know,
how
say
that's
like,
loving me.
huh?
Tell me how that's loving me. You tell me I don't have faith because I still
Right.
think I sin. Tell me how that's loving
Well,
me.
so the other day, and thank you for Brian for having me on your channel. But like, so the other day I was on your channel, and you were like, "Well, hey, I'm gonna go off to, you know, I'm going to church right now," and I was like, "Dude, he doesn't care." Because that actually goes from the fourth commandment to remember the Sabbath and keep it holy, and that's a big argument between the Jews and the Christians about either it's Saturday or Sunday.
Guard
And
the
y'all,
Sabbath. Guard the Sabbath. Guard it.
guarded, right. Well, in all reality, that's why Jesus said, you know, come unto me, all you who are labor or heavy laden. You know, it's like kind of like an ox that's like, you know, working all the time. But all you are heavy laden, you know, and I will give you rest. And that's what everybody's trying to do. They're trying to work for it, and they don't realize that Jesus, he came here too, and it's God in the flesh to come here and show that it's really God's graciousness and his love. Dude, that's what it is. To know God's goodness is the fact that he just loves us. And that's why he even gave us this life. And really, this isn't the current inheritance. This is the fallen world. The next life is our inheritance.
Let me ask you this: in the next world, do I get better real estate because I'm one of the chosen?
Fuck yeah, dude. You can't even, dude,
All right, so
the
I'm high in
boundaries
the
are
clouds
without.
then and shit. I'm not going to be in the welfare section, right?
No, David, not at all.
Okay.
No, dude, you've read it. You're part of the Old Testament. Like, I'm just telling you that, like, this is, I've been studying the Quran more and more. But what's crazy about it is, like, they call themselves Islam, and they call Jesus the King of Salem, which is Salem. Which, think about it, that's actually a time where they hung a bunch of witches, is what they called them, like a bunch of people, like all acting free and stuff. But
Melchizedek, the king. Melchizedek was the king of Salem, which became
yes, and what's
Jerusalem.
crazy about that? In the Old Testament, either you were a king or a priest. Nobody was ever considered the both, but Melchizedek was the both. He was a king and he was a priest. And
Amen.
nobody can find where that country's from. Where you go look it up, David, look it up. It's nobody can find where it's from. It was Jesus, and that was actually a prophecy, and that probably was Jesus back then too.
Wait a minute.
It's the spirit of him.
Stop for a second. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me just go with my Bible history here. Melchizedek was prior to Jacob. Am I correct? I think I am.
Man, honestly, you're taking me to
how
my.
is he going to be? My guess is he was a different kind of priest because obviously he wasn't a Levite because Levites weren't around yet back then. But the problem that you're going to have now with Jesus being a priest as well as, I thought that Jesus was from the tribe of Judah.
Well, so David, if you
Yeah, that's
look
where
at
Hebrews explains that. That's where Hebrews explains that never was there a tribe spoken of that would be a priest, except that's why the old priesthood was never done with the Levitical priesthood was not done by an oath. The Melchizedek priesthood was done by an oath in Psalm 110. I, Yahovah, swear and will not repent. You are a Melchizedek, the high priest. So that's where we get the priesthood change.
Thank you. Okay, you know what? I didn't know that before. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay.
So Jesus, he was part of like that. And also, like, even whenever it came to they said that Elijah would come again before that great day. So, like, you know, everybody asked Jesus all the time. They were like saying, like, well, they said that Elijah would come, and he said, well, you know, if you had already known that he already came and you did what you wanted to with him, and that was John. He was the one crying in the wilderness. Like, that's kind of how, and to be honest with you, David, I'm not trying to sound vain or anything. Like, but that's how I feel a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's a lot of people that I love, and it really feels a lot of times like when I'm trying to tell them, like, in all reality, God made you perfect. He covered you. He made you sinless. And everybody, they just want to kill me. In all reality, whenever I get yanked out of here, I have no problems with letting you die the first death, which is appointed to every man to die once. Your soul will be saved afterwards. But I have no qualms with it. I love you. And so whenever I get out of here, I'm not going to feel guilty when I don't look back like, you know, Lot's wife. I will not be Lot's wife. I am, you know, I'm getting out
No,
of here.
and that's fine. And you're entitled to whatever you want to believe. That's fine.
But dude,
I'm
just
entitled
telling
whatever
you,
I want to believe. That's fine.
bro, I love you. Dude, I'm telling you, that's the mind F or the mind fuck or whatever everybody wants to say. It's the red pill. Your sin, it's the whole thing. It's Cain and Abel. Cain thought he was bringing the fruit of his own hands. He thought that he was trying to bring something to God, like he is something. But no, God doesn't respect persons. And
Where are you getting
Abel,
that from? The text simply says his countenance was low and he was angry. That it doesn't say anything about.
right. Well, that's why he said that sin crept at his door. That's why he said that, you know, and like, if you will do well, and that's why God was actually kind of, just kind of, I wouldn't say joking with him, but he was like saying, if you do well, you know, like you'll do well. But if you don't, sin is creeps at the door. And that's the whole lie from the beginning, is that you can somehow you can perform and you can fall short. You know, it's like, it's all about sin is missing the mark. So in all reality, you were made in his image from the beginning, and you never can miss the mark. And it's all about walking in every step and trusting God in everything you do.
Okay. Let me just give the scripture I was quoting was Hebrews 7 about 10 plus, and it just talks about how the Levitical, those words I said. I just wanted to throw I wanted to give the exact reference on my quote earlier. Continue. Yeah.
No, I'm pulling it up. What is it? Hebrews what?
No, we don't need to go over it. Yeah, Hebrews 7 10. For he Levi was in the loins of the father when Melchizedek met him. If therefore perfection were by the Levitical priesthood, for under it the people received the law, what further need was there that another priest should arise after the order of Melchizedek and not be called after the order of Aaron? For the priesthood being changed, there is made of necessity a change also of the law. For he of whom these things are spoken pertaineth to another tribe, of which no man gave attendance at the altar. For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. And it is yet far more evident, for that after the similitude of Melchizedek there ariseth another priest, who is made not after the law of a carnal commandment, but after the power of an endless life. For he testifieth, thou, God Almighty, verse 17, testifieth, thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. Psalm 110 is the reference.
Okay. Wow. No, actually, there was a lot you read right there, and my mind kind of erased on a couple things. But can we stay in Hebrews though? If you don't mind, Ryan, can I present something really quick? Wait, how do you do that on here? Let's see, share screen.
I think he fell asleep.
Is Ryan there? Okay, bro, can you do this? Hebrews 4. So, like, how it says that, Jesus is the Lord of Sabaoth, right? Sabaoth, I think is what it says, the Sabbath. Jesus is the Lord of the Sabbath. But Hebrews 4:2, it says that for some of us it did not profit them, for it not being mixed with faith did not enter into his rest, And then it talks about how, like, how God swore from the beginning, even though the works were finished from the foundation, that, they shall not enter into my rest. The reason why some of them don't enter into their rest is because they think that somehow they're above everybody. Like it talks about, like, Lucifer, who thinks that he will, ascend above the highest heavens, and the one who thinks he's above everybody. That's the part of, Acts 24:16, where it says, "And herein do I exercise a conscience void of offense towards God and towards men," because all men are made in the image of God. So, like, that's the part that we're exercising out of our mind, is the being void of offense towards everybody. And like that actually comes to the parts where you have to realize, even about the people who fuck you over, and even though my whole life has been that, but nothing but Judases and people screwing me over, but that's what it's all about. But
yeah, there was no rest and there was no liberty with the post golden calf laws still on the books that Jesus had to take away. So there's four different laws. If you read anything in the New Testament, you have to understand there's four different laws. Paul is, and if it's Paul you're reading, he's probably quoting the Old Testament. So there's Moses' one law where he says, "Don't come against your wives." There's the pre-golden calf laws, the post-golden calf laws, and then there's the Pharisaical laws. If you can differentiate between those pretty easily, quite honestly, once you recognize it, in the New Testament, you'll see that he's not getting rid of the whole law, the whole, like, let's get rid of like everything. It's like there's a specific thing, the Levitical priesthood and sacrifices after the golden calf, done away with. Yeah. What are sin? Those still apply. God is still the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. His abominations to him are still the same. Don't do your sister. Don't murder. Use equal weights and measures. Don't mix fabrics. Oh my God, we better not mix fabrics. No. Now you just don't do a sacrifice for it. You go to the good Lord, repentance. But I understand you don't believe in that. Oh, is that you? What's up there, brother?
Oh yeah, no, this is me. Yeah.
I gotta zoom in my picture thing there. Scattered, battered donkey. Yeah, what is that little banjo? Is that a banjo clock on your wall or a real banjo?
Banjo, yeah, it's a 4-string I got from my grandpa. He took it to Vietnam and stuff, and yeah.
No way, man. Your brother with
like
your
basically a country ukulele.
Let me just show you what I got out in my front. It's all torn up, but that's the way battle flags look. This is not a battle flag. I just bought it some years ago and the wind blew it. But no, go ahead and continue to talk. I'll show you this flag real quick in respect to the Vietnam guys.
Let's see this battle flag. Oh no. What is that? You got
It's a killed in action. It's a killed in action flag.
Oh really? Oh nice. Oh heck yeah. That's very relatable. Been killed in action several times in this life.
And then this is my old shirt I had made for Christmas one year, early on in my studies. You know how the Muslims say, Allahu Akbar, Allah is greater. Allah is greater than the Jewish God. I said Yahovah. I put Yahovahu Akbar on my shirt.
It's kind of, that's awesome. It's kind of crazy because, like, in all reality, that's kind of why the Muslims were created, was to destroy the idolatrous Jewish God. Because in all reality, the Jews were the God's chosen people.
Yeah, the Catholics. You're talking about the Catholics institution of them?
Yeah, that, and to be honest with you, it's like that and Jehovah's Witness, like every, people, they're all divided, yet they hold the truth in a lie, which, holding the truth in a lie is like saying, like, yeah, Jesus died for my sins, but I still sin. They don't know the truth, which is, just to walk in the steps, to just, love one another, and even in the areas where you fall short, like, it's all preordained from God. Like, even with Judas, like that was all, dude, there's some people I've met in this life I've tried to reach out to, and they just, for whatever reason, they can't hear it. It's not possible for them. And all I'm telling them is that, like, dude, God loves you the way you are. You're perfect, and they still think like, no, this thing is still wrong. And really all the root of it is because they have unforgiveness to somebody who's done something like that to them in their life. But the thing that sets them free is the fact they have to realize is the reason why that person did it is because sin's in the world. It's all, we're living in a world that everybody's in prison to their own minds. They
Right.
all think
They don't know anything about Torah, written Torah, and they look at they'll use like Paul's 5 or 7 or 9, drunkenness, fornication. They'll look at that as their sin. They'll be like, oh, I sinned today. I looked at a woman, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man, fucking grow up,
You also got to realize, like, in the New Testament, like, what's crazy is the New Testament has a lot of deep meaning. So when it talks about fornication or adultery, it's talking about you cheating on God. Remember Song of Solomon, and the same thing with I'm sorry, what was the word you just used before that? I apologize.
Oh yeah, drunkenness, fornication.
Yeah, drunkenness. So yeah, and I apologize. I had some tequila earlier, but anyways,
Right. Where's it in the law? Where's it in the law that you're not supposed to
No. The drunkenness that I had earlier, the tequila, that's not the drunkenness that everybody else does. That drunkenness is what they do in the church buildings every whatever Saturday, Sunday, whatever they think it is, and they even call it, like, I've heard they've used that in the spirit, but dude, that's all they go there one day a week with a grocery list of things they did throughout the week, and they say, let's slap Jesus back on that cross again. But Hebrews 6:6 says, that they crucified Jesus unto themselves afresh and put him to an open shame. And Romans 6:10 says that he died.
If they go back to the sacrificial system, yeah.
Right, but Jesus, he was the culmination. When he said it is finished, like, that's what
in Revelation, he says it in Revelation too. Go ahead.
No, I don't remember that. No, I don't have that. I mean, honestly, I have a lot of stuff. Remember, I read a lot, but like, I'm still like, I can, I'm still reading. But no, I don't have that memorized. He said it's finished again. I know it said every tear will be answered for, and every cry, and we'll sing a new song. Essentially, we're all in the beginning, all the host of heaven, they used to sing a song, which is kind of funny. We're musical people, and how the devil was given the gift of like music,
supposedly the god of the airwaves or something. Yeah,
right,
go ahead.
Right. Yeah. But we're all gonna sing a new song, but it's actually gonna be something we've never heard before. Everybody's gonna get a new name and stuff. The 144, that's gonna be Kings of Priests. I know that. I mean, it's like, whenever you're one of those, people are gonna hate you automatically because you're gonna sit there and try to tell them, like, dude, no, he made you righteous. It's just because if they can't believe it, then they can't see it, and it's just a gift from him. Like, it's all grace. It never can be, and like, unless you can completely die to yourself, you can't see it because
Right.
because it has nothing to do.
Flesh is weak. Spirit's willing, flesh is weak. Right. Something else. Anyway, welcome back, Ryan.
We walk after the spirit, not according to the flesh. That's why it says they who are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh. Dude, I don't mind my flesh. I'm sitting here without a shirt on, and I'm just kind of chubby. It's not like I'm sitting here trying to show off my six pack or anything like that. Like, I just don't care. I'm trying to show you that I'm being genuine. I'm real. I'm a person. Like, I can sit here, we can be next to a campfire and, play guitar and, smoke a cigarette, maybe, who knows, have a beer with each other. We can actually be, have fellowship with one another. But, the thing is that you have to realize that, like, I'm a free spirit. There's, who knows, like, me and you, after knowing each other for hanging out 6 months, we might have an argument, but like, it's talking about, like, the book of life, as being friends, like having the being of Philadelphia. Me and you, we might have, but that's why he says there's conditions. We can't judge, and we have to forgive. Now, also, we have to go to one another. We can't sit there and, like, I can't use it as an opportunity just to abuse you and use you. You know, like it's about love, and God is the one who knows the inner intents of the heart. You know, I can hide the fact that I tried to use you, abuse you, but then I'll turn into a Judas. You know, it's all about love. And even in those aspects, like there's sometimes where I fall short in the aspects of, well, I wouldn't say fall short, because I literally, the only strength I have is from God, but I want to be there more for the people that I love. You know, I really do. My heart's intent is to want to be there for everybody but I can't sometimes. Sometimes, dude, I'm just tired. I work a lot, you know, and then like I get grumpy. Sometimes like I just want to take the whole day and just shut off from the world and just play video games, or even though I don't play many video games anymore, I'm
You
just
work?
using, huh?
Do you work 7 days a week now that you don't do the Sabbath anymore?
Well, you know what's
Woo, I
funny?
get to work 7. All right, 7. Here we go. I'm just, in fact, there's not even, after 7 days, there's not even a day off. You just go right back to work on the next day, and it's like, oh my God, I'm doing 7 again. I used to
Yeah,
have 4 days off a year. Yeah, and I worked every day. I had 4 days off a year every day, and it was 5 a.m. till 2 a.m. 110 to 120 hours a week. 2 full-time girlfriends that didn't know about each other. I don't know how I would sleep in my truck. It was a little delivery truck for a local hardware store. I had 6 trucks, 20 drivers. They all were in the Air Force. They all worked on Air Force. Well, it's up in Omaha here. It's Air Force 2. It's not, but they had to follow the plane around.
Wait, you had 6 trucks? What'd you do?
I had the delivery contract for a local hardware store.
Oh, that's funny. You know what
Yeah.
I do? I'm a dispatcher for a chicken company.
Yeah, and it,
I have like
yeah.
probably about like 10 drivers a night, but I work night shift for a company.
Yeah, this was in 2000, and we were the first to get like GPS. We would have to go to boat selling stores, stores that sold boats, to get the first GPSs, because only fishermen would use it. And when we were trying to do our GPS, it was actually creating the roads we were driving on that had been, because those roads weren't even on that map yet of that GPS system. It was creating the road, as you know, your little red, when you see it on Google Maps, you see your little blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were drawing where we drove was the new map. If we were driving down the interstate, it would draw a new, because it didn't have hardly any roads on it. It was ridiculous. I had maps on my wall for because we could, as soon as we got a delivery, we could immediately tell, leaving the store, whether to take a left or a right. You know what I mean? That we had it down to that much of a science. We've had people say, hey, oh yeah, just drive down and take a left at the flashing yellow lights, and when you see some sticks in the ditch, take a right on the dirt. You know, and we get there, you know, but we still got it done. We delivered entire houses to like Kansas, because if you get a delivery out of state and they don't have that store in that state, you don't pay sales taxes. So people would buy like entire houses from us, and we'd deliver on like a 20-foot. I wasn't a semi truck driver. It was like a 20-foot straight truck with a hoist that would just dump the lumber on, you know, somebody's job site, you know, or maybe a fountain that we would unload by hand or something. But rocks, tons and tons of rocks. I got the first in Nebraska, the first donkey forklift. It's the forklift that goes on the back of a truck, and then you take the whole forklift with you, and you can unload the pallets to the job site. Oh yeah, it was fun and beautiful. But I got a thing on my wall where I owed $320,000 in taxes, and we prayed over it one time, and they forgave it. I've got that on my wall that I'll find it and put it on camera someday. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Say that one more time, please.
Which part? The $350,000 tax bill?
Yeah, right. Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, we went. I went to a Pentecostal church because I seen this pastor. We kind of live in the ghetto, and I seen this pastor drop off a $10 bill to this girl. And I'm like, what the heck? And he goes, oh, he gave me money for gas to get to church. So 3 years later, I looked this guy up, and so I went to his church for a while, and I fed the hungry. I put a sign out, and I said, if you're hungry, free food. And we would have people come in and do free food and everything. But man, they would do sex like right in front of you. We had to really police it. Oh, we had to police. Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. But we fed a lot of people. But anyway, this pastor, the Pentecostal or whatever, I asked him, you know, I've got this thing going on with what do I do? He says, well, you go to the tax guy, and since it's his like authority. It's his tax. It was the IRS. Since it's the IRS that's got the problem, do whatever they say. Do whatever. Put yourself under their authority and do whatever they say. And I said, okay, fine. And we
said, render under Caesar what is due to Caesar.
Right, but Paul in Rome is going to be standing in the correct place in the court, and he's going to be going 55 miles an hour on the interstate. So anyway, I went in there. Well, I'm not going to do nothing like funky. I'm not going to do nothing illegal, right? Like, hey, do whatever he says. But anyway, he said we prayed over it, and they took it away. They said we'll never come after this. Like 5 years later, they sent me a tax lien release form. And it had all these figures, and at the bottom it was like $290,000, something like that. It's really cool. I'm very impressed with corporate prayer.
Huh. Corporate prayer. What do you,
well, we had the whole church pray for it. Oh, hey, we got this. Can we pray for it? It's not like I took it in my closet and said, hey, man, just you and me, Lord, I want to pray over the. No, it was there's different prayers. You can corporate prayer. Chanting. We don't want to chant too much. Your own personal private prayer, stuff like that. Praying for others. Elders.
I'm sorry.
No, what's so hard about the Sabbath keeping, brother? Dang.
Oh, no, hold on. Was your name Mike? Is that what you go by?
Yeah, Mike, or either anything. Yeah.
Right on. So I mean, for one, the Sabbath keeping. You're just trying to keep law. And even if you say some people humbly try to say that they're not trying to keep it, they're just trying to honor God. But even whenever you sit there and try to say that, all you're doing is setting an example to other people that somehow they should keep it. And guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna fall short 10 times out of 10. Nobody can keep it.
Do you think that means the lake of fire if they fall short?
That's why they're in the lake of fire. That's why David even said, though I make my bed in Sheol, how can he, if he's alive writing Psalms, how can he make his bed in hell right there? It's because being in bondage against yourself. That's why in the New Testament it says instructing those that oppose themselves, instructing, they're already in bondage to the things they naturally do, and some people, it's even to dude, I will sit there and ask somebody, you can ask, fine, let's just break it down Barney style, 1 + 1 = 2. But some people, you can ask them, is murder sin? Even though, let's look at Abraham, he was told to actually murder his son in full faith. But that's I'm not saying, even though God provided a way, but I'm saying that's a point. But literally, if somebody were to break into your house, you're allowed to defend your family out of love. And it's because you love your family more than this idiot loves your flat screen TV. Or
that's in the law. If you catch the thief, you can kill him. But if you catch him,
it's really all about your at the end of the day, it's all about your conscience. But that's also why in 1 John 3 it says, if our heart condemn us, God is greater than our heart. And if our heart condemn us not, then we have confidence towards God. And the only way we can have confidence towards God is by looking at the cross, because Jesus, he fulfilled all that so we can enter, because it was all fulfilled by that's why whenever he died, he said, it's finished. And when God rested from his works on the seventh day, that was already prophesied. And, it was, the prophecy was made actually in the garden whenever they sinned. They hid from God. And God's like, why are you hiding from me? He's like, because I was naked. He's like, who told you were naked? Because beforehand, they had no knowledge of good and evil. You got to take hold of the tree of life, which is just to believe. Have faith, and you're going to get through it in this trial of your faith. And it doesn't matter. You're going through it, dude. I'm going through it every fucking day. I'm sorry I said the F word, but dude, I can only be myself. There's no way I can sit there and try to, I won't cuss in front of them, and I won't, eat bacon or yada, yada, yada.
Randall, you go on long tangents. Sorry.
Dude, you haven't been here for a minute. I thought you were gone. My bad.
I thought you fell asleep.
I've been for 15 minutes, but I've been back. I'm the one who controls the screen, so whenever
he probably heard you the whole time in there using the restroom.
I've just been listening. You guys have been talking too, so I'm not trying to jump in, but I gotta jump in at some point because you don't stop talking, so I'm interrupting no matter what if I talk. So I got to just say, like, what is being born again? What did Jesus mean when he told Nicodemus, you have to be born again if all you do is just believe in Jesus because he did everything and don't change
Right.
who you were? What is being
Yeah.
born again to you?
Well, he says that all things are become new. So, like, you used to live your whole life, precept upon precept, letter upon letter, basically just living the way that people should tell you to live. But in all reality, you should just really be yourself and love one another. All things now, because now you died to yourself, which is that old man, the whole, comparing yourself amongst everybody and trying to be, out holy one another and trying to be Peter perfect. No, you can just live your life in the moment and love being the center point of treating everybody as your equal, flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone. Like, that's literally what it's all about. Just love. God is love, and we're not in condemnation.
Yeah, I have a problem. I have a problem with your answers. So just to clarify, when he asked the question, your answer would basically be, it's a spiritual thing.
Yeah,
Divine.
murder is spiritual. I mean, dude, say if you came to me with like I don't know, let's use an example. Like, say if you came to me like, oh, dude, I just found out I got herpes, and I just looked at you and I was like, dude, you're disgusting. You're like a leper to me. Oh, that's nasty. That would be like spiritual murder. In all reality, who's to keep me from catching AIDS or fucking getting hit by a bus for that reason? You know what I'm saying? Like, making somebody feel like they're dirty and unclean. That's why Jesus had to come and cleanse lepers, like people that they caught diseases that, they couldn't help it. There were some people that they were disputed. They were like, well, is this guy, was he have that because his parents had sinned? That's what they were asking about. But it was
Yeah. I don't see the answer. I'm gonna hush for a minute, but Ryan, and no offense again, but I don't see you answering his question. Didn't you ask him I'm going to hush for a
What
minute.
being born again is, and yeah, you kind of like you jump around to like your same overall doctrine every time, Rando, or it's like other
What are you
people are
talking about?
self-righteous.
My doctrine is love. To love one
Okay,
another.
love is a good answer. Love is the most important thing. I agree. But
So to be reborn, we must love. When you are reborn, you will love.
Right. But Ryan, if you break into my house and you try to harm my family, I will blow your brains out because I love my family more than I love you. And I will feel righteous in God in that. Like, that's why it says the righteous are as bold as a lion, but the wicked flee when no man pursueth.
No, he would do the same to you, but he would verify it was you first. He wouldn't just shoot at anybody. He would make sure it was you first. If you broke
I'm
into
using extremes to make a point because you have to literally be able to trust God in everything you do. I'm not telling you to go out and do stupid stuff. I'm telling you, you already probably do stupid stuff in some way, shape, or form. Everybody does, and like even the people that go to buildings once a week, they're at war with themselves and the things they naturally do. But I'm telling you, like, literally, just the only strength you have comes from God,
okay, cool.
and
All right. Let's read what Jesse said because he wants to read this. It has to do with the being born again. We'll just read it. It's only half a chapter, so I'll just read it.
Yeah.
Now let me read it. Don't interrupt, please.
Go
This
ahead.
I say and testify in the Lord that you must no longer walk as the Gentiles do in the futility of their minds. They are darkened in their understanding, alienated from the life of God because of the ignorance that is in them due to their hardness of heart. They have become callous and have given themselves up to sensuality, greedy to practice every kind of impurity. But that is not the way you learned Christ, assuming that you have heard about him and were taught in him as the truth in Jesus, to put off your old self, which belongs to your former manner of life and is corrupt, though deceitful desires, and to be renewed in the spirit of your minds, and to put on the new self, created after the likeness of God in true righteousness and holiness. Therefore, having put away falsehood, that each one of you speak the truth with his neighbor, for we are members one of another. Be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your anger, and give no opportunity to the devil, that the thief no longer steal, but rather let him labor, doing honest work with his own hands, so that he may have something to share with anyone in need, that no corrupting talk come out of your mouths, but only such as is good for building up, as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. And do not grieve the Holy Spirit of God, by whom you are sealed for the day of redemption. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you, along with all malice. Be kind to one another, tenderhearted, forgiving one another, as God in Christ forgave you. So yeah, I mean, the whole point of that seems to me is that we're changing. If you used to be a thief, you don't sin. If you used to be in the flesh, you're not just giving in to the sensual desires. If you're greedy, you're not greedy. I mean, what do you say to that? Because that's pretty relevant, right? I mean,
Man, like you read a lot, and no, I thank you so much for, even though like some people are hardcore KJV, but even there in the ESV, like that all just it rings so true. But even while you were reading that, I know that whenever you read that, it's completely it's a whole different thing than what I see. And
okay, so let me just tell you quick what I see. I see that I have to change who I used to be.
That's right. You think that you have to be like Cain. Cain, you think it's from...
Can I answer, please? I answered for 10 seconds, and you told me what I thought. Okay. I think I have to change. When I read that, I think it's really clear God's telling me I have to change. I used to be a thief. Now I can't be a thief. I used to be sexually immoral. I have to try not to be sexually immoral. I have to try to change who I was. So I don't understand where you're saying me and you read it differently, because it seems to me that God is being clear that we all have to be born again and change who we were. But you're saying, no, Christ did it for me. I accept Jesus. I can still do all these things because Jesus did it perfectly. I don't have to change. So
and take your time answering. Don't try to go through a whole bunch of things. Just take your time answering. Please.
Yeah, just tell us why that my interpretation is wrong. You said we see it different. Go ahead.
Can I answer now? Okay. Well,
yeah.
Okay. Why do you think that you can step left or step right, and that somehow you can throw off God? In all reality, He preordained everything since the beginning of the foundation. The thing is that you are at war with yourself in the areas where you think that you took a step off the narrow path. In all reality, it's very narrow. And the only way you can always be on it is by faith and trusting Him, because in all reality, the shitty things are always going to happen, Ryan. It doesn't matter. Dude, I went through a divorce at one point in time. I got family members that are going through divorce. My parents went through divorce. Like, there's people that have like terrible stuff going on in their life. I mean, even if you look at people in the Old Testament, David, I don't know, Samson, dude. Samson had a very scandalous life, but he was chosen by God. All these people were all rough around the edges. But the thing is, the only thing that gets you through is knowing that God, He already took care of it, dude. He took care of it. Like, literally, there's nothing you can do that can, oh no,
you don't believe in free will. You just said essentially that everything was just determinism.
Well, that's what the gift of prophecy is. So like, it talks about these spiritual gifts. Some people have the gift of tongues, some people have the gift of discernment, the gift of teaching, but it says the one thing you need to covet is the spirit of prophecy, which is the I am, the Father in me, Him in me. And it is that breath that goes in and out of you, because you are made in His image. That's why in the beginning, that's why everybody gets tripped up on that whole Trinity thing. But in all reality, we were all there in the beginning. God elected, and that's why I said, let us make man in our image. And that's why the stars and everything represent the heaven, the hosts of heaven, But yeah, dude, like, you coming to be a lot of this, I'm coming to realize that unless you are one of the ones that are chosen, you're never going to be able to see it. You're just basically going to look at me and be like, you know what?
Randall, the way you see it is you're exalting yourself for saying,
no. I'm telling you, I'm a man of light passions, like you.
Less than 10 seconds, man. I mean,
I just immediately say I exalt myself, and I have to correct that. My bad.
Okay. The reason I say you exalted yourself is because you just said, I'm coming to realize the only people that'll see it are the people that are like you and mine. So to me, that's a way of exalting yourself. If I said, Randall, you just can't see how wrong you are, only people like me can see it, then you would say Ryan's exalting himself. So if you want to still
I
correct
would
me,
just
you
hope
can.
that that would strike fear in you that would make you challenge this whole performance system that you have. Like, because that's what you think, that, like, you know, God is a taskmaster looking over your shoulder in every single thing that you do, Ryan, even though you still do the things that you tell people not to do.
Randall, is faith an action? Are you actively doing something to have faith?
I don't judge you at all, dude. I'm
Randall,
trying to
it's
tell
a
you that
question.
he
I'm
doesn't
not.
judge
I
you.
didn't ask you if you judge me. Is having
Right.
faith
That's acting in
an
faith, not
action?
judging. Like,
Is having
that's
faith?
why
This is a
nobody
simple
can be
question a
themselves,
second
by the
grader can
way.
answer. This is a
Right.
second grade question. Is having faith an action? Are you
Yeah.
actively doing something?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you are actively doing something to have faith, you are actively changing who you are and doing something to have faith. Your action is your faith. So why are you going to
So-
say if someone has another action, they aren't serving God as you are? So if I have another action like going to church or keeping the Sabbath, why is that a self-righteous behavior? Why? Why is another
Okay,
act
so-
towards God's will bad?
Right. So like, well, let's look at the life of Jesus. You know, let's look at his actions. There were times where others did actions around him where they caught a certain person doing something. They were like, let's stone that person. And he stood up and he said, well, you know, whichever one of you, you know, it's all about justice, you know, righteousness. And it really has to do with, well, even Solomon, you know, he prayed to God. He said, give me a heart to judge amongst, and like there was the two women, you know, that the baby died. And then Solomon was like, let's cut this baby in half, which sounds crazy. Like, how is this guy going to cut? Well, we know why, because it was to execute judgment, you know, between the two. Let's go ahead and, but, I'm sorry, I'm seeing him cover his.
Sometimes Randall, you
It
start
was
telling
three. It was three that time. He started out with the adulterous woman, and I was thinking to myself about all those debates where they say, "Oh, that part ought to be taken out." I don't care if it's taken out or not. It doesn't add or deny to like salvation. And then he went to something, but yeah, it was three that time. But I think I caught it that time actually.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Randall, is like you go through, like, we all read the Bible, so you'll like tell us all these stories that are in the Bible, and that's good if you're relating it to like the question that the people are asking, but it's not good if you're just relating the stories and not, you know, you're just saying the stories, but you're not relating it to the question. The question was, why would something that, because faith is an action, we all agree that's something you have to consciously be doing. You have to do an action to have faith as an action. So why would another action such as keeping the Sabbath, going to church, praying, giving to the poor, fasting, why would these extra actions that God in the Holy Scriptures clearly defines as righteousness be bad things for people to practice? Tell us.
Well, the actions are Acts 24:16, and herein do I exercise a conscience to be void of offense towards God and men. It says that physical exercise profiteth little, but spiritual exercise profiteth. That's all it is, and it's all about you. For one, you gotta stop. You know, judge not that you be not judged, and forgive everybody. That's part of becoming the new man. Look in Corinthians. There was a guy who.
No, I don't have to do those.
Can I
Those are
answer ever? Like, no, it's okay. Make your accusations again. But
no, Randall, you just said some things that I don't have to do because those are actions. Why would I have to forgive somebody? All I have to do is have faith. I don't have to forgive anybody. That's an action.
well, no, because that's a fruit of the fact that you believe. Because if you want to sit there and go ahead and judge people for drinking beer, even though you still drink beer, then guess what? You're going to be judged by that measure. You're a fucking hypocrite. You know, if you want to judge people for saying cuss words, even though you still say cuss words, well, guess what? You're just a hypocrite and a murderer because you're trying to like publicly crucify someone. Oh, don't cuss on my channel, even though you do. That's hypocrite shit Brian. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm trying to be honest with you and be real with you. But that's what it is. We are.
Well, he didn't say it at the first time he didn't say it the first time you said it. Come on now.
Anyways, dude, come on. Let's stop being lukewarm and shit about this. I'm telling you that God even accepts the woman at the well, and she was probably a prostitute. And he told
Why
her
do
not
you
to eat.
talk about everything except the actual questions, bro? Why?
I don't know, man. If you were spiritually minded, you would know what I was just saying. It's like I'm talking about hypocrisy, and that's what we were just talking about. The woman at the well was a hypocrisy situation.
Let's talk about every random story in the Bible that has nothing to do with the question asked. The question asked is, I don't care if you do, because you're not listening. It's frustrating because you tell us the
I do
stories of the
listen.
Bible.
You just don't like my
We're
answers.
all reading them. No, your answers
You so
aren't
badly
answering the
want to condemn somebody.
Okay, you said all you have to do is have faith. That's an action. I pointed that out. Then you started to break down, well, to have faith would mean to forgive. I stopped you. I believe you have to have forgiveness.
Did not Jesus say, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They don't know what they do. Father, forgive them. If you're not at that point yet, then you haven't arrived yet.
I know.
If you're not at the point where you say, Father, forgive them, they don't know what they do, then you're not there yet. You're still condemning Judas. You're still condemning Saul. Even David did not kill Saul. Like, David knew that Saul was chosen. So, like, dude, if you haven't came to that point where, Father, forgive them, they don't know what they do, because literally we are in an insane asylum, surrounded by psychopaths. If you haven't gotten there yet, if you still think that you have an upper hand on anybody, you're a joke and a hypocrite, and God will find you out on that day. There's no way, and you will be judged by the same man.
What we're doing.
And if you are not,
there's different denominations. Somebody's got to be doing it right. Forgive them for they know not what they do. Forgive them for they know not what they do. Are you saying that we don't know what we're doing?
Well, if that's what you gathered, but like if you haven't arrived at this aspect, then yeah, dude, you're one of those too, man.
What's
Take
the
it as you
aspect
will.
that we have to arrive at? The fact that Jesus did our homework and we don't have to do anything anymore?
You're the same monster that you try to blame everybody for being.
Stop pointing fingers. Stop judging me.
I'm not. You're pointing
Stop bearing
fingers, dude.
false
I'm
witness
telling you you're
against
perfect.
me, and
I'm
maybe
telling
we'll
you
get
you're
somewhere
perfect.
in the conversation. You're so self-righteous that anytime I question
wait,
you,
what
all your
point did I
answer
tell
is,
you, dude?
Ryan, you're a scumbag. Ryan, you're a hypocrite. Yet I'm not calling you either of those things, but you
Because
keep
you
calling
have
me
your moral freaking high grounds that you.
Oh,
try to take
Ryan,
to
you want to get on your knees and pray. You're so self-righteous. Don't you know how to actually serve God like I do?
Dude,
That's
real
what you
believers don't
say
get on their
out
knees
of
and
your
pray. It says
mouth.
that the
You
Spirit
sound
prays
like a
for them.
moron. Oh,
Sure,
Ryan, to
dude.
get on your knees is to pray. That's so self-righteous. Why would you tell people to do that when you don't do that, Ryan? Why are you such a hypocrite? Like, that's what you say.
Joseph's brothers
Literally,
got on
Randall.
their knees.
Huh?
Joseph's brothers got on their knees.
Bro, I know the Bible. You don't have to tell me every story, bro.
Oh,
I know
really?
all the other stories. If the story's going to relate to what I'm saying, tell
All
it
right,
to
then
me.
who were Joseph's
Don't
brothers'
tell.
dad? Who was
Don't
dad?
use
Who was
don't
Joseph's
use
brother's
the
dad?
rebuttal.
Who was their
Everybody's a
dad?
hypocrite. I already
Who was his
understand.
dad?
Everybody's
No,
a
who was
hypocrite.
their dad? Who was Joseph's brother's dad? Who was their
Jacob.
dad?
Jacob.
All right, cool. I just wanted to see because like some
What
people
was
sit
your
there and
point?
all day.
What was
I
your
don't know.
point?
Could be
Dude, I
Israel.
see so many people, they really don't even have like freaking like basic Bible knowledge sometimes. So like I just thought you
What
were
was
doing
your
some
point
Bible dance
of
bullshit.
telling us that Joseph's brothers got on their knees to pray? How did that relate to me saying to you, why are you condemning me when I say like getting on my knees and praying is a good thing? Why are
It's
you
still
condemning
that
me?
whole
And why do you bring up Joseph's and his brothers when I say getting on your knees to pray would be a good idea? I'm demonstrating how
man.
ridiculous your doctrine is.
I
That
guess
you
there's an
say that if
aspect
somebody
because
says
David got on his
charity,
knees to pray after he killed
bro,
Uriah.
everybody's a hypocrite. We get it.
It was
We
after
freaking get
David
it.
was on the
We
yeah.
get
No,
it.
I was that
Uriah,
person.
we
I
get it.
was that
David was
person.
a sinner
No,
too.
I
We
was
get
that
it.
person. No, I
We
was
get
that
it.
person.
David sinned too. We covered
I
that.
love
We
the
read that
lineage of
chapter.
David. I feel spiritually very much so. Like I'm telling you, I was that person. I was on my knees. But after
Yeah,
I
you
let
did it
that
once
child
and then you
die,
never had to do it again, just like everything else in life, because there's so many things in life you do once and you never
Dude,
do
who
them
knows?
again.
Maybe now I get it,
That's
and
why
now I'm
God
at war.
says,
Now it's
hold
like my whole
fast.
life I'm at war with everybody. You know,
You're
because
at war
nobody
with
else.
people because you don't listen to anyone else and you're just not
It's a
able to
secret
answer
place,
their
man. It's
questions.
called the
All you
secret
can do
place.
is
That's
call them
what David
hypocrites
had
when they
with
try to
God. It
talk
was
to
the
you.
secret place. That's why they call it the key of David in
No,
Philadelphia. He who no man shutteth
yeah.
and no man openeth, he who openeth no man shutteth. It's the key of David. I got that
Keep
shit.
exalting yourself because God says
I'm not
don't exalt
exalting
yourself.
shit. He did it, dude. That's
No,
what I'm saying.
you're exalting yourself again and
No,
again. You
you're
say
just
you're the one
insanely
who has the
jealous.
secret key, and I don't have the secret key.
Well, if
That
you
fits
don't
the
get it, man,
definition.
I would
That fits the
happily tell
exact
you.
definition of exalting yourself, bro. If I say I know some secret stuff you don't know, ha ha ha, I am exalting myself. Do you know what
I'm by
exalting
no
yourself
means trying
is?
to rub shit in your face. You're just
You
getting
just
fucking
did.
pissed about
You
it.
just did. You said, I guess you don't get it. You're not one of the special ones. You don't know the
What are you
secret
talking about? Yeah, it's okay because you can sit there and
That's
use the
the
front of your tongue
definition
and do
of
the same
exalting
shit all the
yourself.
time in your little debate channel. But whenever I do it with some truth, oh no, you're a victim.
No,
all
you
the
don't have truth. You're spreading false lies.
No, it is true.
If
Jesus took away
Jesus told
sin.
you to
Your
give to
Jesus,
the
the
poor,
Jesus you preached didn't take away sin. That's the difference.
no, Jesus did take away sin.
But you
But you
sin,
think that
so you
Jesus
believe
is
in
just
Jesus.
going to
But no,
reward.
time out. You just said Jesus took away sin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I question, Ryan. Do you sin?
Yes.
Then you're full of shit. My Jesus took away sin.
Oh,
Sins
so
that are
that,
past.
so Jesus,
No.
so Jesus
Redemption
took it
for
away
sins
in
that are
the
past.
way
No,
that it doesn't exist
Type
anymore.
it in.
No,
Ryan.
Jesus took
I
it
love
away
you.
as
No,
far as
stop it.
there's
I love you.
forgiveness
It
for
is.
sins.
No, stop it. You can stop being at war with yourself and you can live freely and just love people, dude. That's
No,
what
you
it's
can
about.
live like you're a god, and you can live
Stop it,
like
dude.
you
I'm
don't
not
have
some
to ever
fucking
be
hippie.
judged
And
by
you can go and
God.
try to
And
nail
then
me
you're
to a
going to
cross too.
realize
But
you
I'm telling you
acted
that
like the
God loves
devil
you
when
and
you
you're
did
perfect.
that.
He did not make a
Because that's
mistake
what
when he
the
made
devil
you.
did. But whatever, Randall. You don't see that's what the devil did, I guess. That's
Remission for sins that are past. Remission for sins
Jesus
that are
put an
past. It doesn't
end
talk
to
about
sin
people's
in the
sins.
manner
It doesn't
that
talk about
we
people's
have
sins,
a
Ryan.
chance to receive the Holy Spirit and be righteous and be one
Unless
with God.
you come to
That
the
doesn't
moment of
mean
belief,
that people
that's when
are
you become righteous. You're still in
can't
sin.
sin.
You can't be
That doesn't
righteous
mean
if you're
that
still
people
in sin.
can't sin still, Randall. You say
No, a
Jesus.
good tree cannot. No, a good tree can't bear evil fruit, and an evil tree cannot bear good fruit. Jesus would not lie on that, dude. Matthew 5:48. Be ye therefore. He's
So
not
who
digging
told you
some.
you're a good tree? Did you get an email from God? Like, let me know. How'd you know? How'd you know you're a good tree?
Ryan,
How do I know if I'm a
Ryan,
good tree? Tell me. How do you know you're a good tree, buddy? No, you just said a good tree can't bear bad fruit. Go ahead, tell us. How did you find out you were a good tree?
Ryan, who?
No,
who
God
am I?
must have told you because you wouldn't have just said that parable without having a reason for it. So tell us, when did God tell you you're a good tree? Because I need to find out, and I gotta get into contact with God too, just
When I
like Randall.
believe the truth, Ryan. When I believe the
Okay,
truth.
so you never heard it from God yourself. You believe it.
I did. I read His word.
But God didn't say
I
anything
believe it.
back. You believe that you're a good tree. You exalt yourself then.
Well, the Bible actually prophesied about this. That's why it said, "Blessed are your eyes." Like Abraham, even Abraham wished to see my day. The
But
people
all
who
you're
there
doing
was
is
no
making
signs,
mentions of
nothing. All they had to do was just
I
read the
believe.
word and believe it. That was all
I
prophesied
don't
about.
care, dude. You're gonna fall on your own sword, but it's
You're not
okay.
gonna fucking corner me, Ryan. Stop it. You keep on
Not
doing. Oh, you're
cornering
overriding me, Randall. But no, all you do is fucking override me all the time. And like, no, I'm not gonna be fucking cornered or bullied, dude. I'm not a
You're not
victim.
getting
I will
bullied
fucking,
or
no,
cornered.
dude, I will
You're
cut you up with the scripture all day long. But I love
you're
you,
not
Ryan. I'm
cutting
telling you,
anything up
dude,
but yourself. You're a
well, dude, you're
suicidal
really
teenager
just.
slitting
Oh,
their
man,
own
I really
wrist.
should just leave so you don't hate me more because I
I
really
don't
think
hate
that's
you
all
at
you're
all. I
doing is
could
that's
care
all
less
you're
what
doing is
you
just hate me
do.
more and more.
I just can't fathom how self-righteous you are. It's an
What
amazing
do you
ability.
mean? How is it me making me righteous? It's Jesus who made me and you, but you won't believe it.
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
Ryan, no, seriously, I'm telling you, I tried to do that whole
No,
get up my
Randall,
entire life.
seriously, I told you. Jesus said, if you love me, keep my
Oh,
commands.
Ryan,
Keep
Ryan,
my
I tried to
commandments.
do that shit my
What are
entire
Jesus'
life.
commandments? What are Jesus' commandments then?
To believe and love one another, Ryan.
Okay, so is not stealing from somebody loving somebody?
Ryan, that's why he even said,
Why do you not answer
7
any
times 7.
questions?
You
Why
talked
are
about
we?
this today. 7 times 7, Ryan. Shut the fuck up. You know what he
Why?
said today. 7 times 7. You really don't even get those. That you're like, oh, let's just go ahead and do literal math, 77 or whatever the fuck. You don't even tell. You can't even tell what he's spiritually saying, dude.
What's he spiritually saying, Randall? Tell me.
Life is situational, and that's why Moses had to make judges. They even said to him, Moses.
Does
like,
that have anything to do with what Jesus said in the 77? Tell me the answer to the question. Like, if I ask you a question,
I'll answer the
question.
questions about the book out of the book, dude. If you really get all pissy,
Good.
you'll be like, oh, you're
Make
Jesus,
sure
oh,
you
you're
don't
pissy, 'cause you
quote
don't fucking know
every
the book.
random story along the way. Then what? Tell me
Every
how I
random
don't
story. No,
understand
it's
the
not random,
77.
dude. It's
Go
all
ahead.
purposeful. That's what it's all about. Even about battered donkey. You know what I mean? Like it's about people seriously thinking that they can work and try to. Well, that's a whole nother. But dude, seriously, you can't work your way to earn it. Like, and you're just hoping God catches you on a good day. That's really all it is. You're just hoping that, like, oh, I went a week and a half without looking at some porn. You know what I mean? Like, you're one of those guys. You do your best, but every now and then you do it, and then you like really hope that God doesn't come back on that day. And that's what I'm telling you, that like literally there's a way out from all that shit. And it's just
Not
walking
to
honestly
just
with
stop
God.
caring and do it every day. That's the way out, right?
No, like what are you talking about?
Oh,
Like,
that's
dude,
your
I'm
answer.
not-
What are you talking
Okay,
about?
no. Listen, dude. I drink beer every now and
Okay,
then.
in
I
your
drink
world, what's
tequila.
stopping me from doing it every day? What's stopping me in your world from doing it every day?
Nothing. What's stopping you from doing it anyways?
Okay,
You do
so
it.
you
You
just
do whatever
time
you
out.
want to
Time
anyways.
out.
You
You
just do
just
it
said
willfully against God, not
you
trusting
won't
that
let me
you're of the
talk
Spirit.
because it'll prove how dumb your idea is. You just said I'm one of those guys that I'll do it once every 2 weeks, then I'll feel
I just
bad
go,
about it
man. I know the mind of men. I
and
know
repent
the way of
towards
the
God.
world.
So I'm one of those guys. You're right. I am one of those guys. Your solution to the problem is you can just do it every day. Correct?
Well, stop making promises you're not going to keep, because he says that
Will you
he
answer
should
the
make
damn
vows.
question?
Yes,
Will
I'm
you
fucking
answer
telling you
any
that, and I
question?
just answered you with the truth. Stop that shit, Ryan. I
Okay,
did. I
so
am
your
saying that.
solution is I can do it every day then, right?
I wouldn't recommend it. There's still consequences. Like, dude, okay, just because he abolished the law for jaywalking doesn't mean walk across the street all the time. You'll get hit by cars. You might cause a wreck. Yes, there's consequences. If me and you go on a fucking 30 beer bender tonight and we wake up in jail tomorrow, first off, we're dumbasses. Second off, thank God that there's nothing that we can do to what is finished. To think that you can take away to the blood of Christ, to what God did, that is just cocky as fucking arrogant. And to think you can add to it, once again, cocky as fucking arrogant. I'm telling you, dude, we have eternal security. Once saved, always saved. Believe, and nothing you do is. I'm not telling you to go out there and be a piece of shit. I know that at some point in time you are, in some way, shape, or form. We all do it every now and then. I have road rage. I don't always wear my freaking seatbelt. Sometimes I drive 5 miles over the speed limit. I'm not telling you, dude, seriously, he even says to obey the laws of the land, but you don't always do that, you know? Like, so literally just do everything in full faith. Even if, like, dude, the apostles were in jail every now and then. They were in full faith. They weren't like, oh no, I'm the scum of society. I'm in jail right now. You know, Jesus chose God ordained for Barabbas to be chosen over Jesus, for Jesus to die. You know, it all is pointing to the fact of, like, you know, us realizing the sickness in society, and that is unbelief, which is sin. Everybody living willfully against God and bitterness against God, thinking they have to perform to try to earn his love, when in all reality, God loves them as they are because he made them in their image, in his image. Like that's oh no, he went on a tangent. He went on a bunch of things. Dude, I go by the Spirit, man. I love you.
Cool.
All
Cool.
right, but
if you go by the Spirit, then tell me, why would me praying, why would me giving food to the poor, why would me loving my neighbor in any way, why would that be me being self-righteous, not accepting that Jesus did everything for me? Why would me
dude,
doing
prayer's
good
fine.
acts?
No. Prayer's fine if it was charity, okay? But as long as you think that your own actions influence what your prayer actually the outcome of is, that's why it says in John 9:41, God heareth not sinners. So he hears no unbelievers. If you still think that somehow that, you know, your fastings and your time given over, it's
I
all
don't
about,
think that. Why are
I'm
you
not
so
saying
bold?
that. I'm not saying that.
I have to mute you because you won't shut up and let me actually talk. I don't think that. I've made it abundantly clear. Everybody that believes what I believe doesn't believe that. We believe we are saved by grace. We read the same New Testament books you do. We just don't pervert them into a license to sin because the same New Testament books tell you not to pervert that into a license to just sin and do whatever you want. You keep trying to condemn people that say, oh my God, you guys think you have to do this, do that, do that. Well, maybe it's a voluntary choice because it's an example God set. Maybe it's because we want to do something right, almost like we care, almost like we think it would be better if we did that. Your response is, well, I guess you shouldn't do it, all the time, but it's okay. You do have the license to do it every day. I mean, I wouldn't recommend when you said, well, you're one of those guys that prays every 2 weeks when you do something wrong. Yeah, I am one of those guys. And your solution to it is, it's okay, bro. Do it every day. Sounds a lot like what the devil would tell anybody because he would say, don't worry about what God says. Do whatever you want. And when I call you out on it and say, can I do it every day? You won't answer a question. You'll tell me about Joseph's brothers, and then you'll tell me about Moses crossing the Red Sea, and you won't answer anything I say. So your solution is literally, I can do whatever I want every other day, not every other day, every day. No matter
Ryan,
what.
Ryan,
That's
please.
your solution.
Okay. So let's not even, I'm sorry we used that example, but sometimes we live in a world that, I mean, it doesn't matter where you go, the gas station, the drive-through, we're in a world of psychopaths, and there's just people, it doesn't matter, where you go, they thrive off of destroying, another person. They just really enjoy just trying to tear into one another and everything. And the only way you can find
about other people. Maybe I don't live to judge your righteousness because I know I'm not supposed to do that. Maybe I just want to try to please God. Just like if you have a dad or a mom and you want to do something and please them, maybe you would follow what God showed us as an example of righteousness in the Bible to the best of your ability because you're trying to make your Father in heaven happy. Is that a crazy concept?
Well, you wouldn't think so, but after a while, there's a problem with that is that God already did it. So whenever you go about to try to set about your own standard, basically it even though you don't keep it, it's what leads to people being, burned at the stake and stuff like that.
So if I try to do something righteous, it's because my intent is it's lack of gratitude for what Jesus did. That's your explanation. If I do anything righteous, it's because I don't have gratitude and faith for what Jesus did. That's literally what you're saying your explanation is. Do you realize how ridiculous that is?
Well,
Ryan, can I ask Randall one question if that's possible?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, Randall. Hey, Randall, and hi to the platform and to the people listening. Randall, you made a comment. You said, Ryan's just hoping that God catches him on a good day.
That's how everybody is.
Have you ever read the book of Jeremiah, chapter 18?
I mean, yeah, I've read it before. I don't have it memorized, but yeah, I've read it before.
You need to memorize it, and I'll tell you why. That chapter.
All right, no, Jeremiah 18, verse 7. What's the verse?
That hold on, let me just finish for a second.
Standard. You're full of shit. No, stop it. You need to memorize it.
Can I speak for 10 seconds?
Full of shit. No, I cut you up from the beginning. You need to memorize. You're trying.
Can I speak? Can I speak it for 10 seconds?
Have it memorized.
Chapter 18 is speaking. The entire chapter is exactly what you said. Is talking about God catching you on the right day. Because God says in that chapter, to the righteous man that did righteousness his whole life, and when he returns that one day he did evil, he's going to the lake of fire. To the evil man that did evil his whole life, but turned from his wicked ways before he came, he's going to the kingdom of heaven. So the comment you made, oh, catching, you're just hoping God catches you on the right day. That's the whole entire concept of the Bible, is us becoming a new person. Is us becoming a new person in hopes when he returns, we get caught on the right day. That's the whole point of the scriptures, brother.
Yeah. Well, he said the kingdom of God is at hand. He already, like, he's talking about that day. He's the Lord of Sabaoth, the seventh day. All right. Like, either you're going to be caught up on that day at the very end of it or the beginning of it. But I've already entered into what was already the beginning. All right. Like that day, everybody else, they're hoping that God will catch them on a good day. But in all reality, it's going to take them like a thief in the night. It's going to. But either you're righteous or you're unrighteous. Either you're justified and sanctified, like the word says that believers are. It says that you are sanctified. That means set apart. That means you're like them, but you're just set apart. Okay? Like, you know, it even says justifies the ungodly. The ungodly. Jesus justifies the ungodly. Like, what do you mean? Are you going to go ahead and continue?
When Christ said the kingdom is at hand, when it says
inadvertently following
within you, being in peace at all times.
Yeah, when the Bible said the kingdom of heaven is at hand, what it's meaning is it's close, it's near. That's all that means.
What
So
about when he says
basically,
it's within you? What about the part when he says it's within you? What does that mean? Is that close?
what
Or
it
is
means is our body is a temple, so we shouldn't pollute it with
That's why
cigarettes,
the temple got
with
destroyed when you got
prostitutes,
crucified.
with drugs, because the
earthquake.
kingdom is within us. It was.
There's no
Can I
need for the
speak, Randall, for a second?
Ryan,
You had the floor for an hour.
You're not going to catch me up.
He doesn't stop. Like he's mad obnoxious, man.
Yeah, Randall, you had the floor for an hour. Just give me 10 seconds. When it says the kingdom of heaven is in you, it's speaking of our bodies being a holy temple, and we want it to be pure so the Most High can reside in us. So when you smoke cigarettes, and listen, I'm not pointing fingers at you because I'm not perfect either. I battle with sin every day. But if I put something evil in my body,
I'm perfect.
you're sorry?
He interrupted you to tell you he's
I
perfect.
said I'm perfect. He made me perfect.
And that's
He
not
just
exalting yourself, right, Randall?
No, it's just confidence in
Calling
Christ.
yourself perfect
It's
fits the
confidence
definition
in
of
Christ.
being
Jesus
humble.
is that good. Jesus is that good.
So
He did it.
calling
dude.
yourself perfect is humility. It's being humble.
He called me perfect. That's the difference.
I'm asking you a
It doesn't
question.
matter about
Under
what
your
I think. It doesn't matter
definition,
what you
is
think. But
calling
Jesus made
yourself
you perfect too.
perfect being
Jesus made
humble.
you perfect too.
Is calling yourself perfect being humble?
I believe, I'm persuaded he did it. He set that law. He fulfilled that law that I would honestly, personally judge myself. I would normally be hard on myself by that law, but he fulfilled that law. So by his standards, I am perfect, and he did it for me because he loves me. So it has nothing to do with, like, you know, me thinking about my performance and everything. It's my honest intention and charity to want to be good to people and goodwill towards David. Goodwill towards everybody.
You won't answer any question. I asked you an honest question, and you didn't want to.
Your shit, you don't like it because you're trying to.
If-
I'll say this, Ryan, like if I could say,
Randall, hold on, Jesse, 10 seconds. Randall, if I went through and somebody said to me, you know, are you perfect or are you a human being that has some character weaknesses or some things you need to improve on? And my answer was, I'm perfect. In what other context, besides talking about this subject, is somebody calling themselves perfect the definition of being humble? Tell me. Give me one other example where somebody calling themselves perfect. Say, are you good at basketball? And you tell me you're perfect. Is that also being humble, Randall? Tell me one other spot. If I say, are you good at anything? And you tell me you're perfect, is that being humble in that situation too?
Well, so like I wouldn't dare challenge my God and say that he somehow made me ill-equipped on this day, even though like he numbered all the hairs on my head. He made me just the way I am.
So
like,
God, why did God tell you to be humbled? So you could say you're perfect?
I am humbled. Like that's why I can't sit there and say that it's nothing of my own. He did it all. It's my Father in heaven.
At
Like
least you
it
say
has
it's nothing on your own. At least you said that. Go ahead, Jesse. At least you said
I have no strength.
yeah, I was gonna tell Randall. He seems like an intelligent guy. I just think he's possessed with the same spirit that was in the garden, that I can be like God's spirit, that, you know, I'm perfect spirit. The question I have for him is this: when Christ returns and there's a huge number, actually more than are saved, of people that are going to go to the lake of fire, that Christ said that these people prophesied in his name, they claimed they knew him. Who are these people that Christ are throwing? That's a way bigger group than he's saving. Who are all these people then, Randall? If all you got to do is just be happy that Christ, we're not wrong in whatever we do. So who are all these people that are being destroyed?
So that's the innumerable multitude. They're like the sand of the sea. But he says, like, they say to him, they say, like, have we not prophesied in thy name? Have we not cast out demons? Have we not done all these good works? And he will say to them, I never knew you, which that ties to 1 John 3:6. But he says, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye who practice iniquity, ye who sin. So, like, you know, he never.
No, I get that you're able to recite it. What I'm saying is, who is this man that's practicing sin, that claims he got rid of demons and he can never sin? Who is this man today in this present day?
Well, I'll give an example, but I don't know if it was you who brought it up earlier, but that would be like the Catholic Church, or, you know, the whole body that's all divided. Even though Christ says I'm not divided, all this whole religious community that claim they all believe in Jesus, they hold the truth in a lie. They hold the truth. They say that Jesus took away their sin, but yet they all claim to sin.
So you know better than all these other people on how that they're supposed to worship, because you've been anointed by, I don't know, some
David, why are you
right?
coming to a New Testament conversation whenever in all reality
Well,
you're
clearly
just
you need to be educated on it. I guess the
clearly
problem that
you're
I
not
have with
educated on it. You don't even know
No,
your about your
here's the
Old
problem that I
Testament,
have with
David.
it.
Why don't you go
Here
ahead?
you are talking about the
David,
entire Catholic Church, who, by the way, I've
All
known
right. Hey,
many
guys, it was a
fine
pleasure.
Catholic
Y'all have a good
people,
one.
but
David's
according to
here.
your
Y'all
bullshit doctrine,
can all have a
they're all
little.
going in the lake of fire.
Welcome,
Which is like
Bill.
telling me you seem to that you're the one that wants to be God. You're the one that wants to make all these decisions.
David, what are you
You're the
gonna
one
do?
that
You're gonna
thinks that
bring
you
up like
read
a
this book and you actually know
child
what it
rape
says, and you're the
situation?
one that can't recite a thing out of the book. You're a bullshit artist, Randall. You're just as bad as Perry is. One thing I will give Carrie credit on, and she's another whack job to the max, but at
Yeah,
least
you're
she
not
can
gonna sway
recite
me. You can go
actual
fuck
scripture to
yourself,
back
bud.
up her position. You can't do shit. I don't care about your opinion.
Are you kidding me? I've been using nothing but scripture, David.
You
Shut
know
the
you
fuck
haven't.
up.
Listen. I have been
Yes,
trying to
I
get you
am,
to
David.
think,
I've
and
been
you've proven to
using
be
that's all my
incapable of
whole
thinking.
argument is based off of. It's all
You're
scripture.
proven.
I sold it
No,
all, and I
bud. You're
bought up
proven
the
to be
truth.
incapable of
I don't
thinking.
subscribe to lies.
You can't
I don't
think.
subscribe to lies.
You are
I
telling.
only
You
bought
are.
the
You are
truth. I tell
basically
nothing but the
saying that
truth,
you're going to
David.
determine the salvation for all of these people
I don't
who don't believe
determine shit,
exactly what
David.
you believe,
Jesus came here and
because
he shed his
clearly
perfect blood to
you,
go ahead
some
and determine the
numbnut, an
salvation for
inbred
everybody.
out of
He died for
Alabama,
the sins of
knows this
everybody,
book better
David.
than
You don't
everybody
believe
else
it.
in the world,
You don't
and you
believe
don't
in
see where there's
Jesus,
anything wrong
David.
with that.
No, you think that's a ripoff of a deal. One guy
No,
died for
because I think that you're arrogant, and I don't think you have any
people.
reason to be
You know
arrogant.
what
I
I mean?
think that
That's
I think you're
a
ignorant.
ripoff. It's a
No,
ripoff.
you're
You know,
ignorant.
like literally, dude, he took away the sins of the world, David. And I'm not
You
going to
see,
sit
here
here
you
and
go again. You're gonna do the same bullshit because you can't possibly
no, because
think
David,
and
I'm
give
gonna do the same
a
fucking thing
an
you came
intelligent
here and
answer.
did. I'm gonna fucking just spit off at the mouth, and that's what all you're doing right now.
No,
You don't
you know,
care
you're
about
the one that
all you
seems to
care
have
about
no
is how
problem going after the Catholic Church,
you're
which,
trying to
by the
use
way, I
that
don't have a
really, really
dog in that fight because
irresponsible
clearly
sort
I'm
of
not
your mouth.
Catholic.
You're trying
But I don't
to
think that a
slay me.
moron
It's
like
not gonna
you
happen,
has
baby.
a right to
It's not
say
maybe.
all
You're
of these
swinging.
people in this world are screwed
You're hitting
because some
nothing,
numbnut from
baby.
Alabama thinks that he knows the Bible better
Nothing. You
than
know,
any
like
Catholic that's
literally,
out there.
if
I
we were
mean,
actually
if
talking about like
nothing
what
is the
Jesus
height of
did, you
arrogance
wouldn't
more
care
than
about
that.
what
So spare me.
you don't give a shit. You're
All
part
right,
of one
so
of the ones.
tell us to answer Babylon's comment. Just tell us, how are you different than Perry? Because we're all confused. We think
He's
you're close.
identical to Perry.
Well, that's what I mean. Let him
Great
answer it. Let
question.
him
That's a
answer.
great question.
How are you different than Perry? Tell us all.
Right. So Perry, he still is one of the ones. He tells you it's based off your performance. You know, it's based off of you got to convert people. You got to sit there and preach to people and yada yada yada. But in all reality, I'm here just because it's on my own account. You know what I mean? I'm just doing this all in fun. But he
You're
was
preaching.
well, I do. Like that's actually the fruit of what it is. But that's just Jesus in me.
So
That's
in
why
other words, you're full of shit and you're the exact same thing as Perry.
no, like David, Yahweh, like the breathing in, breathing out, the spirit, that's what God did. He breathed into Adam. Like that's what's in me, dude. Like, what do you think? Why do you think my heart beats? Like it's the Spirit of God.
Yeah,
Like,
your
I'm
heart
being
beats is
reconciled
based
to
on
that. No,
biological
this is what
reasons,
the
but go
Catholic
ahead.
Church tried to hide from. This is what you were in darkness to because of the partial hardening of Israel, and that's also scripture.
You know what? Look, if you're ignorant on the subject, you should keep quiet and actually listen.
I'm not
What I was
ignorant on
mentioning
shit. I
about
mean,
the
yeah, I
Catholic
am ignorant on
Church,
stuff. I'm not gonna sit there
what
and
I
say
was
I know it all,
mentioning
but I will speak
specifically about the
confidently on
Catholic
what I do
churches,
believe in.
you've got over 1 billion people. You've got a lot of devoted Catholics, and even though I do not agree with their
Yeah, they're
doctrine
part of the
at
whole
all, I don't agree with it. I don't agree
idolatry.
with a lot of what they do. To
Call no
start
man
making the
father, yet
statement
they call a
that
man
you
father
are
every
going
Sunday.
to, you know what's going to happen to them, that is beyond the height of arrogance. It's amazing how you and Perry put yourself on the same level as
What do you
Jesus.
mean? Like,
It's
shame on me
unbelievable.
because I
And
understand
what
what
a
the prophecy
bullshit
of the book
artist you
says?
are.
Are you kidding me? You mean to
What?
tell me if, like, all of a sudden that if you understood the prophecy of the book and then because everybody disagreed with you, you'd be like, oh yeah, well everybody.
No, you're full of shit because you
No, I'm
can't
not
even
full of
explain your
shit. It really
position.
talks
You're a
about that
bullshit
the
artist.
one of God, they do not sin.
You are a bullshit artist.
No,
You
I'm not a
couldn't even
bullshit artist.
listen.
You're
Again, I am asking you, how is it that you know this book so perfectly, where the people
Dude,
that
I
have been
don't like,
students
you know,
of
tell
this
me like
book
here's another
admit
one.
that there is some wiggle room, but yet some
Another
invert from
one. So Perry says
Alabama
he hasn't
or some
memorized. I know
retard
what
from
memorized.
Chicago is going to know it
I know one.
perfectly? Okay, and let me tell you something. You have everything in common with Perry. Right down to Bop and
Whatever,
Carrie.
dude. You
Everything
honestly
is the
probably
damn
want to
same
kick
thing.
Perry on the
Give
mouth.
me a
Why are
break.
you not going over there already? I think he invites you over all the time, doesn't he?
Do you really think I would lower myself to go into anywhere
I don't know.
near
I've
him?
heard you. I've seen your comments. I don't know. Maybe you were like about
Do
10
you
classes behind
think
him,
I
but you
would
said you were
ever?
like saying like, "Oh yeah, I'll come
Anybody
out
that
there."
first of all, I
Maybe I'll
require
come out there.
comfort
Because
and
you and
luxury. I
Perry,
think people know that about me.
because you and Perry are basically the same, dude. You're one of those
Oh,
murderous,
me and Carrie are now
annoying
basically the
motherfuckers.
same.
That's what y'all are.
All right,
Yeah, you and
Randall,
Perry.
in this verse on
Yeah,
the
I mean, look at this. So you can't answer again, Randall. You can't answer. You
What are you
can't answer
talking about? Your
anything. You
accusations
simply
are
spew
all
the
over the
same
place.
bullshit. The
Randall,
difference with Perry has the same 6 verses he repeats over and over again. I don't even think you've got 6 verses.
You know what,
Randall,
And
dude?
you
I'll
can't
bet you
even
$100
think. And this
that
is
I
the
haven't
biggest
even
problem that I've got with
verse
you. You
that
can't
since I've
think.
been on this train.
all right, Randall. Why in this verse here does it say this is in 1 Samuel 2:3? This is Hannah's prayer. She's barren. She's praying for a child. This is before she has the prophet Samuel. She says right here in verse 3, talk no more so very proudly. Let not arrogance come from your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. So are you claiming that since God sent Jesus Christ, he stopped weighing everyone else's actions?
Oh no. I mean that's
So
why
what
it says
actions
that,
do we take? What action? You said faith is
Right.
one, so let's start with faith.
Right.
Is there a second action we have to take besides faith? Or what does
Well, so
faith
he
mean?
says
What
that
do you do
not.
if you have faith?
Well, he
If you have
says that
faith,
not.
what do you do? What are
Well,
the
he
actions
says that
of faith?
Well, so he says that not one jot nor one tittle of the law shall be fulfilled. I mean, shall be taken away till all be fulfilled. So for the believer, it did get fulfilled. But like, you know, when it talks about, you know, talk no,
So
you know,
heaven
no
and
more.
earth have also. So heaven and earth haven't passed yet.
Right. But again, like, you know, so Paul, he said that, you know, I'm not counting myself to already to have attained, but I press on to the things that are before. So why would he say the things that are before? If he's pressing on to something that's beforehand, he's basically pressing on to something that was basically ordained at the beginning of the foundation of the world. That's why when Jesus saw Nathanael, he says, behold, an Israelite in whom there is no guile. And he said, I saw you when you were under the fig tree. When he's talking about that, he's talking about like before the foundation of the beginning. So basically, anybody who has the Christ consciousness, they enter into the ideology and the understanding that God already, well, he made you in his image. He numbered the hairs on your head. He formed you in your mother's womb. There's nothing, you can't step left.
Okay, so Jesus said if you're married, you can only divorce your wife for sexual
And
immorality.
that's talking about
So
the
I
law.
believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in Jesus Christ, and I want to have multiple wives, or I want to get divorced and have another wife. And she did nothing. She didn't commit sexual
Look, do you
immorality.
remember the prayer, not your will, but thy will be done? It
Please
says,
answer the question, and
I'm
don't
answering your
just say
question.
Jesus
When he
did
said,
everything
when we
right.
pray,
We
we
all
should
know
pray like
Jesus
this.
did everything right, My
Well, you're
question
talking
is
about your
to
own
you, am I
intentions.
committing adultery if I get married again, according to what Jesus said in that parable? Am I
You're
committing
talking
adultery?
right.
So
Right.
your
So
answer is, I am
you're
committing, let me get it right though.
no,
Your
no, no,
answer
no, I'm not.
is,
I'm not.
I am committing adultery, but Jesus didn't commit adultery. So that therefore at salvation, Jesus is going to pay for my, take responsibility for my adultery. And all I have to do is say, thank you, Jesus. I believed in you. I knew you were the Son of God.
Paul told the believers to be single-minded, but he also told them if they did marry that they had not sinned. You know, if they took a virgin amongst themselves, and then we are also viewed as virgins in Christ. Dude, you can do what you want. You are going to have consequences, especially if you know. I don't even care. Even if you find a good woman, you know, like you're still going to have drama in the flesh. You know.
Let's not get distracted about what women are like and how pretty they are.
I'm not, dude. I'm telling you what Paul said. Like, you know,
If I
literally,
commit adultery, am I committing adultery if I have 4 wives?
No, you're not. Like he
So
literally.
why did
That's why
Jesus teach the people that? And why did the disciples say, "I guess it's better for us to not even have wives"? Why was the disciples' conclusion so different than yours? Because your
because there's
conclusion is,
he even
I
said
can
that
have
like
4
you burn your
wives.
flesh. Dude, there's
Hold
some
on, let's
people
look at it.
that's their
Teaching
work of the
about
flesh.
divorce.
That's their infirmity, you know, and like they you know.
The conclusion the disciples had was it's better for people to not even marry because of the risk of committing adultery in this parable.
That's funny you said the word Mary, but like Mary and Martha, they complained.
You're saying that it wouldn't matter if I got married 4 more times because Jesus reconciled all things, like Perry says. So the disciples said to him,
Look, Brian, I wouldn't wish that upon you, though. That's the thing. Yeah, he did reconcile you being a dumbass. Yes, Brian, he reconciled you being an idiot.
Why are the disciples not understanding Jesus's words as well as you are when they were sitting
What
right?
he's talking about, they do. He even said, like, if you do marry, you have not sinned, you know. But he advises that you shouldn't be that way. And then also,
What do you mean? You just said if you do marry, you haven't sinned. It's right above it what Jesus says. And I say to you, whoever divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another commits adultery. So what are you talking about? Jesus didn't say that. He said it right.
Let's tie that to Hebrews, where it says that a woman is freed from the law as long as her husband is dead, and if she be married to another, she is no adulteress. That's all. I mean, dude, go ahead and pluck your eye out, chop your hand off if that's the case. If you want to go ahead and go that deep with me,
do, and you have an actual legitimate thing. They make
no, I'm not. I just said to you. I told you what that means. It's talking about the law. That's what it's talking about. But that's why I was tying it to Hebrews.
Bro, you don't realize how similar. How are you different from Perry? That's what we're trying to get. Because every answer you give
is free. Perry will sit there and say that you still have to make a fair show in the flesh, and that's what everybody wants to do. The lust of the flesh is self-righteousness, and that's what Perry likes to do. He wants to sit there and say you have to do A, B, and C in order to make sure that you're saved. And I'm telling you that Jesus already did A through Z, and you're perfect and saved the way you are. Perry is a cult leader, and he likes to lure people in because he is a narcissistic psychopath who likes to lure people in so he can feed off of them. He's basically a vampire. I don't even know how else to put it. Like spiritually, he's a fucking murderer, but he is the Judas of my life. I love Perry. I do forgive him. I did. I went up there. I got to know Perry very intimately. You know what I mean? I lived amongst his family. I ate meals with him and his family. Got to know his kids. You know, like I took up a job, lived in his hometown, got my own apartment up there, you know, met people amongst his hometown, like really got enveloped in the community. Perry royally fucked me over. He royally fucked Carrie over. And you know what, David and all these other people that bring up all their little jabs at Carrie and stuff like that, dude, you know what, out of all the people I've met in my life, and I'm not just saying this because Carrie is my friend and my sister, but seriously, like she came out there with the dude, just a servant mentality. She saw the truth of Jesus, and she just came out there. And David, I see you unmuting your mic and whatever venom you got.
There's a reason. I'll let you finish, but there's a reason why I go after Perry.
Shut up, dude. Perry is a complete psychopath, and there's just a lot that happened out there. I don't even blame Carrie for what all that stuff.
You want to know the reason why?
What?
And I'll give you the exact reason why. Carrie came on Nick's channel to start exposing some of Perry's.
So the only reason she did
nonsense. Listen to me. Just do me a favor. Just listen. There was something, and I think it was Nick that had brought up that Perry was sent out shirts of Bible study, but he was using the Pornhub label. Carrie started going off on how impure it was for you to even know what the Pornhub label was. Now, I found that to be beyond hypocritical, considering that she seemed to spread her legs to a lot of different people, including a married man. And yet you're going to pass judgment? You can go fuck yourself. I don't need that from anybody. That's the reason why. Other than that, I couldn't care less about the girl. What's her private business is her private business. But she's getting on my case because I know what the Pornhub label is, and she's telling me that I'm sinning. I don't need that. I mean, that is the reason why.
I see what you're saying, bro. But yeah, no, I think the reason being is because, like, you know, you were trying to, the reason why Carrie, because Carrie, she's an absolutist, you know, like I am. Like, you can't, you know, like judge somebody for, you know, like, oh, you know, so, you know, like, oh, that's a porno thing, but like, but then in all reality, like, so why do you know that it is that? And that's the only reason why she was, you know, saying that. I'm sure I know Carrie. That's the only reason why she wasn't saying like
judgmental. She was judgmental.
No, she was
because
pointing
I
out
knew
that you're
what
judgmental.
the
The fact
symbol of
that
this
you
was.
even know what it is, it makes you a hypocrite. You know.
Oh, I
If
see.
anything,
So
if you
she
never
spreads
looked
her
at
legs
porn,
and
David,
fucks
then you'd be
Perry
like,
and
"Oh, that's a
fucks
cool
you
logo."
and fucks everybody else, and she's got to
But
be
David, if you
because
didn't
she
know what
is
that
sin
was,
free according to your doctrine. That's supposed to make sense. You
right?
got
But
to
no,
be kidding me.
if
Don't
you didn't
start
know,
talking to
but if
me
you
about
didn't know what the
hypocrisy,
Pornhub
pal.
logo,
You are
but
outgunned.
David,
Okay,
but
she's
David,
full of
no, if
shit.
you didn't know what the
You are full
Pornhub
of shit.
logo
He is
looked
full of
like,
shit.
then
Look, I really
why
don't need
should
this
it
crap
in the
from
first
somebody
place?
like you. This is where you are an absolute joke.
No. I'm telling you, Perry is a jackass. All right.
Yeah, I know
I'm
that,
agreeing
and
with
she
you
is a
there.
hypocrite.
But
For her to actually
listen.
get
The
on my
fact that
for
you
that,
tried to tear into Perry and say like, "Oh, look at him using a Pornhub logo." Well, I do, but if you are somebody who never ever commits adultery, and that's the only reason why you should shame somebody for even knowing the Pornhub logo. But like, then how do you know the Pornhub logo? And it's because that you
how do I
probably
know?
scrolled
Can I
that
ask you
website
something?
before.
When did Pornhub first
You've
get
been on
into
there
existence?
before, David. It's okay.
No,
It's
no.
okay.
When did it first get into existence? Okay, the Pornhub theme. You don't think other people know what that is, even if they haven't watched any of Pornhub's products?
All right, David. Be honest. Where do you know the Pornhub logo?
So here's the thing. She was somebody that spread her legs for everybody that would go near her, and she's going to pass
Oh
judgment
yeah,
on morality.
David. I'd
Get the
love to
fuck
see
out
the
of here.
train wreck that
Get the
spread their
fuck out
legs
of
for
here.
you.
If she's going to be a whore, wear the whore label, but do not
Dude, how many
do not
whores you been
dare
with,
start
David?
passing
Come on,
judgment on
David.
other people because
How
they
many
know what the
women were
Pornhub label
gracious
is.
enough to?
Go fuck
I
yourself.
can't believe.
I mean, this
don't
is
even know
where
Carrie.
you and
You
your
don't know
branch of
Carrie. You don't
Jesus
know. Go ahead,
is an
call Carrie
absolute
a whore. It
hypocrisy.
doesn't matter.
You are pathetic. You are an absolute pathetic, scumbag. It is
As
unbelievable
you're
that
calling
you're
a
going to
woman a
defend
whore that
her
you've never
and
met.
this kind
Go
of
ahead.
bullshit on the fact
Go
that
ahead.
she's going
You're
to
the
pass
one who
judgment.
would
Then this is
stone
what makes
Carrie.
you
The
and
chance
her
on the
and
act of
Perry
adultery.
all a
She
bunch of
admits to it.
hypocrites
Let's
because
stone her
because
according
you
to our
think
law.
that
But you committed
what
adultery
you say
before.
matters.
You're a
What you
hypocrite,
say,
David.
Randall,
And
doesn't
again,
matter
dude, you don't
because
even
you're
go into New
morons.
Testament.
Every
Don't even know
single
why
one
we're
of
even
you. The only
having
thing
this
that I'm glad
conversation.
about is that Carrie never got pregnant because, God damn it, I can't imagine the offspring of either you or Perry with her genes. It would be the mutant.
All right. I love you, David. You have a good night, bud.
No. Go. I mean, you're a hypocrite, and you know nothing
I'm
about
not
the damn book.
actually. I'm
So
not.
do me a
You can go
favor.
ahead and repeat something
Seriously,
over and
you
over again like
nauseate me.
Hitler and hope that everybody believes it, but I'm not a hypocrite, bud.
Yeah, you are a
Hey,
hypocrite.
hey, Ryan,
If you don't
thanks
see
for
there's a
having me,
problem
bud.
with that, you are a
Mike, it
hypocrite.
was nice meeting you, bud. You have a good one.
Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye.
Bye, Randall. All right. Well, that was edifying as it always is, but I don't know, man. It's frustrating. Makes no sense. It's not biblical, and that's why most of us have a problem with it. It's not that we care that he calls us hypocrites or whatever. I don't care what he calls me because we only care what God thinks of us at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, we're trying to help him, and he thinks that we're being hypocrites and self-righteous and judging, and when really he's the one doing all those things because he's judging us. So it's just
He's the same as Perry.
I don't
She's
know.
the same as Perry. It's the same doctrine. It's
There's
all the same
nothing
doctrine.
different. Yeah, there's nothing different between him and Perry. The only thing different between him and Perry is Perry at least. I mean, Perry is even more like interrupting and more like swears more. I mean,
True.
I don't know. Perry's even more obnoxious as far as like the swearing and the interrupting and having to have his way. But Randall, at least, I don't know. I don't know. He at least seems like he's coming from a more genuine place, I'll say, than Perry. As far as, I don't know. I don't
Look,
know.
dude, you're entitled to your opinion.
Well, their doctrine's the same. I'm not saying their doctrine's not the same.
I mean, look,
the exact same doctrine. They interpret scripture identical. You know,
the thing that gets you, they still think that their way is absolute and they're flawless and everybody else is wrong and they're right. And this is and whenever you get that kind of absolutist stuff, excuse me, that's what really sends me off. And that's what I get.
The problem is, like, it's just not what Jesus taught. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's just annoying to hear somebody like say, well, like I try to take him through all the logical like steps and just have him answer questions, but then he won't answer the question. So you can't logically take him through the steps because he won't answer the question. So it's like, I'll ask him, you know, is it adultery to get married again multiple times? Because Jesus is saying this right here to the disciples and to the people listening that asked him about divorce. And I want him to just answer the question and be like, yeah, it would be adultery to get married again, because under his doctrine, it is adultery to get married again, but Jesus paid for the sins, so you can do it. That's his doctrine.
Basically, that's the doctrine.
Yeah, that's his doctrine. But he won't just say that, because if he said it, he sees how it doesn't seem right, because the person teaching that it is adultery is Jesus Christ himself. So he inherently sees the conflict of, okay, wait a minute, I have to not say it because Jesus is teaching it. And then when you simply point out that it would be adultery, he'll just say, well, everybody sinned. What are you, some hypocrite? You say you never sinned. You think Jesus doesn't save sinners? And then he just misses the whole point, because that's what he'll say. It's like, no, bro, we get it. Jesus makes it clear he came to save sinners, but the sinners had to do something, and it was called repentance. They had to change who they were. They had to be born again. They had to do things. They didn't just say, I believe in Jesus Christ with all my heart, soul, and mind, and go shoot their neighbor and blow his brains out. And that's literally how sad his doctrine is.
Yeah, I know.
Is you could just say, I believe in Jesus Christ. He died on the cross for my sins. Let me pull my gun out, blow someone's head off, and then I'm good, because on Judgment Day, Jesus reconciled all things. And it's just like, we try to say the simplest thing, like, no, Jesus did die for our sins, but he tells people to stop sinning. Like, he heals people, the paralytic, and he tells them, sin no more. He heals the woman who had adultery. He tells her, sin no more. He tells everybody that he heals, sin no more. And all he wants to do is say, Jesus opened up the way of life for everybody to sin constantly, and it's a celebration because Jesus died, so now there's no such thing as sin, and we all can have orgies. And that's the exact
More or less
of what Jesus taught.
More or less, yeah. And the thing is, if you take that to its extreme, which is what you're doing, but that is a satanic doctrine. You're essentially looking to destroy mankind, and you know, and unfortunately, you get somebody like Randall, who is so brain dead, he doesn't even see that he's actually preaching against what he's trying to preach for. This is, I mean, because this is what he's saying. He's saying, you know, by, you know, you're not advancing mankind. You're. I mean, it's incredible that there are 613 laws in the Torah, and yet you're not eligible for any of them. You don't care about any of them.
Well, it's like when God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, that was to be symbolism for the future. You know, that was to show what would happen at the judgment day for the unrighteous. And he just uses that as like, oh, well, that happened, and I'm not going to be I'm not going to look back. well, I'm going to have faith. Well, Lot was saved because he was a righteous man in the town. So Lot had some actions within his righteousness. He was doing things, but now dude, it's so obvious to everybody. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know how, if you think under man's laws, you can't do these things, why you think God's law isn't more strict or harder. Like you can't do this because you'll end up in prison. You can't kill somebody because you'll end up in prison. You can't just rob a bank because you'll end up in prison. But for some reason he thinks, no, I'm not going to end up in hell if I do all these things because God is just going to forgive me because Jesus was perfect and I believe in Jesus. Like,
yep.
I mean, the problem is he has like a fundamental thing, which is correct, is that we need Jesus more than our works. Like, that's clear. Like, we can't do it. Jesus did it so we could be forgiven. But we don't get the license to just sin because Jesus did it. That's how you dishonor Jesus. That's like saying somebody went to war, got handicapped because they jumped on a grenade, and they're living the rest of their life in a wheelchair state or dead. They died for you, and then instead of you doing what's right to honor that person, you want to just do whatever you want and say, let me lift up my beer and give a toast to Jesus. It's like insane. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, instead of doing what's right, I'm just going to pick up my beer and give a toast. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you actually have to do, like, they died so you could come home and take care of people and do what was right. Not so every time you got drunk and partied and blew lines of coke and had orgies and killed the person that you felt deserved to die that night, you didn't just lift up your beer and give a toast to Jesus. Like, it's just such an insane doctrine that it's like no sane human being could actually believe it, you would think. But
Keyword sane.
He's not alone. It's him, Perry, Tim, Carrie, and there's other people like it on the internet. Like, it's crazy how people could like pervert what God taught so much.
Look, there's a reason you have so many different branches out there, and so few people actually look like where are the morals? Where is the what's the message that's being delivered? And it's incredible how nobody is looking to pick up on that. The whole reason I got off with the whole thing with the Catholics, I know a lot of good Catholic people. Okay, now do I agree with them? No, of course not. I wouldn't agree with them and I think a lot of what they do is, definitely is eye-opening, to put it mildly. Having said that, I also know that if you're raised a certain way and you're within a certain community, that you could believe a doctrine and you could be a good person, and some inbred from Alabama is not going to make the determination whether or not you're going to wind up in a so-called lake of fire. And this is the crap that really irks the hell out of me. Why he's jumping on the Catholic Church, I have no idea.
Well, he's not supposed to be judging if he's following the book, and at the same time, all he does is judge any of us who try. Like, all I did on Sunday, I didn't brag about going to church. It was 9:10, and I had to go to church at 9:30. Just like if I had to go to work or if I had to go pick somebody up, I would let people politely know why I was leaving. I wasn't saying it to say, hey, look at me, I'm going to church. I was saying, hey, guys, I got to go now because I got to do this. So my two options were make up a story and lie about where I'm going. Hey, guys, I'm just tired. I'm going to head off now. No, I'm not tired. I got to go to church. Or say nothing and just say, hey, we're going to end the stream. Or politely let people know and let the stream keep going like I did. So people don't wonder where Ryan went for the last hour when I left the stream going, and let him, Mike, and Jesse keep going. So he literally has the nerve to pick on things like that, where it's just like, hey, man, I'm, going to church, but you guys can keep talking. And then his immediate response is just, Ryan, you're such a self-righteous jerk. You're not going to gain anything from that. Who do you think you are, man? Going to church is stupid, man. That's worthless. And it's like, bro, who reacts like that? All I did is say I'm going to church, and you jump all over me like I'm the scum of the earth. It's like
Ryan, what do you call Perry
but then it's
refers
so
to
hard to react politely and be a good Christian when people like attack you like that. It's like they're testing your faith to the utmost, because then it's like you want to just be like, yo, what the F are you talking about? Who
Why do
are
you think I respond as I do to them?
Yeah,
Why do you
no,
think I respond as I do? I mean, Perry refers to churches as heathen buildings. I mean, essentially, unless you follow what he says, you're doing everything wrong. Basically, that's what it comes down to. You're doing everything wrong because
Well,
only he knows what's right.
yeah, well, that's
You
the
know.
thing, man. It's just like, you know,
Anyway,
calling a
listen, guy.
Christian-
Unfortunately, I gotta run. I gotta head to the
Cool.
bank. I will
Cool.
catch you on later.
Yeah,
I guess tonight.
God willing, we'll try to get, do this sooner than later. So yeah, just hit me up whenever. Come on.
Will do. Okay. Have a good day, Buzz. Bye.
But yeah, man, it's beyond frustrating. Like I said, all I can say is he jumps all over people, and we're this, we're that, and it's like, dude, just sitting here telling you I'm going to church, and you're gonna call me this, call me that. I mean, bro, that's I don't know, dude. He drives me crazy, honestly. I don't know why. It's like, I guess you try to help people, so it's like you bother, but when people are clearly not going to move from where they're at, I don't know. It is what it is. I don't know. I have no idea. What's going on, Mike? You still here? All right, Mike might be chilling. But I have no idea. I have no idea, man. People are confusing. That's all I can say. I don't know. I don't understand what are we supposed to do when, we deal with people that, test us. We're supposed to turn the other cheek. We're supposed to be, the bigger person. We're supposed to, do what Jesus did, not raise our voice in the streets, not break a broken reed, or a bent reed. Let me check that out, Isaiah 42 real quick. But man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't need to subject myself to being harassed by people that want to call me a scumbag for going to church either. So I don't know, man. Yeah, it's a bruised reed he will not break, but it's just annoying. I try to genuinely be patient and help people, but I know other people do too. And, it's okay, man, but it is what it is. The Bible's pretty clear on not to do some of the things he does. It's the epitome of exalting yourself, which is really annoying to me. Because if I'm going around calling myself perfect and saying other people don't know Jesus and they're the ones who are, gonna pay the price and all this, then you're just throwing stones at me and judging me, and you're telling me I don't know what I'm doing, and God's gonna punish me for it. And that's not right. You shouldn't be telling other people God's gonna punish them and they don't know God. Like, that's like really low. It's like a really low insult, man. It's like I couldn't imagine going somewhere and just saying that to somebody, like even a Muslim or anybody I don't agree with, like an atheist. Oh, God, you don't know God, and he's going to punish you on Judgment Day because you don't know him. Like, that's what he says to us when he's saying, yeah, you don't know. You think you're going to, be saving yourself, and, you don't know Jesus, and you don't understand him. You don't have the Spirit. I do. It's just messed up, man. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if Mike's taking a rest or a break. We've been going 9.5 hours, so the show's kind of winding down here. I don't have too much more to get into, guys. I mean, I don't want to just talk about Randall for the next hour, even though I could, because I want to get it off my chest, how I view him. But I think to everybody, it's obvious that we care about him. We try, but at the same time, all he does is, treat us like we're, not serving God. And and he accuses us of it because we try to serve God, which is the ultimate irony. But hey, man, you get on your knees and pray. Who do you think you are? You're self-righteous. Hey, man, you try to give to the poor. What do you think you are? So going to save yourself by your works, man? And it's like, dude, no. God just taught us to do these things, so I'm trying. Oh, man, you're trying to quit cigarettes? What do you think? You're going to get saved because of that? Don't you know Jesus saved sinners? Don't you see King David and Uriah? It's just like, bro, chill out with the exalting yourself and judging me and not listening to anything I say. And yeah, what's going on, Lou?
Yeah, what's going on?
Where have you been? Where'd you go? Were you listening the whole time, or did you just?
Nah. I just popped up. My phone got hot.
Oh, like actually hot? Like it's gonna?
Yeah, it's an Android, so it notified me that my phone is getting hot, so it just automatically.
No, you cut out. You said my phone was getting hot. My notified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My phone when my phone get too hot, it took me off the live stream automatically until it cooled down.
Oh, all right. But yeah, so
Yeah.
you weren't listening for when Randall was on for the last hour or so?
Nah, I was driving.
You hopped on when Randall was on it, like when he first got on, though, didn't you? Weren't you on? Or not?
Yeah, I was on.
Yeah. Well, you know
Talking
who
about
he
the guy with the
Perry.
donkey.
Yeah, he's Perry. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, what happened with him?
No, he's got the same doctrine as Perry. That's all. That's all I'm saying. He's just.
Oh, good. He don't want to answer. He don't want to answer questions out his comfort zone.
No, he just won't answer anything, and he'll just throw a lot of stones and tell you if you're trying to do anything that you're the sinner and you don't have faith in Jesus. It's just like crazy. It's like,
what do you mean you don't have? What do you mean by don't have faith?
I mean, he says if you try to do anything, and by the way, I just subscribed to you, Babylon, because somebody said you had a channel earlier, so I just subscribed to Babylon. But yeah, he's claiming he doesn't have the same doctrine as Perry, but he has the exact same doctrine as Perry. So if you try to do anything righteous, he'll just be like, "Whoa, what do you think? Jesus didn't do it?" He's like, you gotta just have faith in Jesus and you can do whatever you want. But if you try to do something righteous, then you don't believe in Jesus because he fulfilled it. And it's like, it's just insane. And I mean, he then when you like press him on it, he'll be like, "No, I think it's cool to do good things." But if you actually say like, "No, I'm doing it to try to, serve God," then it's a bad thing. Then it's like, oh, you're trying to do it to serve God, then you don't trust in Jesus. You're going to be thrown in the lake of fire. And it's like, whoa. He's just Perry, man. You know Perry's doctrine. He's got the same doctrine. I mean,
making up stuff.
Yeah, he just makes up stuff and
To
won't
fulfill
listen.
his I mean, when somebody is trying to fit the Bible with their lifestyle, I mean, I don't take heed to that. I mean, the Bible has nothing to do with your lifestyle. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're gonna use the Bible to represent your lifestyle, I mean, you practically playing with fire. You're trying to use the Bible to justify your lifestyle. You don't know what your purpose is of God allowing you to be created. You don't know what your purpose is.
Well, you're blaming God for your sin. That's what you're doing. You're really
No, it's not they blaming God. They're using God to justify.
Yeah, as an excuse.
Yeah.
It's like God told me I could do this, so it's an excuse. It doesn't matter if you believe in multiple wives because of the Bible, even though Jesus told you, you're not supposed to have more than one wife, then you use the Bible to justify multiple wives. You're really just blaming God with the Bible. You know what I mean? And it's a messed up.
That's That's why that's one belief. One thing I agree with dispensational people is I believe in this with God there's a dispensational time. You know what I mean? At a certain period, he does this. At a certain period, or certain generation, or certain century, certain decade. He adapts to the dispensation of time. What's going on at that time? You know what I mean? Because I mean, we can't serve God how these people serve God way in the beginning of Genesis and Genesis 4 chapter 4 verse 26, where it says, "At that time, men begin to call upon the name of God." We don't know how they were worshiping God at that time. You know what I mean? And then in the time of Abraham, we can't worship God how Abraham worshiped God. We can't worship. You know, it's just a dispensation of time. If you read the Bible, I mean, it's like worshiping God has a sort of a evolution process in it. You know?
Yeah, yeah, it does evolve for sure.
Yeah, because 1 minute when they go from worshiping God inside a tent to worshiping God inside a temple to worshiping God inside a house to worshiping God inside a church building. I mean, it changes in the course of time. Because I mean, a person come up to you right now, Ryan, and say, "Where in the Bible it say for us to worship God on the internet?"
Nowhere.
Nowhere. Yeah, I mean, you can't show nobody worshiping God on the internet or preaching about God. I mean, you know, it's an argument of silence, but even though, you know, I mean,
Well, you
worshiping
can
God
you
has
can go to
evolution in it.
so many scriptures. Exactly. You could go to so many scriptures and say, well, here in Deuteronomy 6 or whatever, we're taught to always talk about these laws and principles, or you can go anywhere and try to make your case, but does it explicitly say worship God on the internet? No, it doesn't. So it's like, you know, you have to use your best judgment when things aren't written. And it's like, for him, it's like if it's not written to not go kill 100 people, it's like, okay, so I can go kill 100 people. You know what I mean? And it's just like, bro, that's not what Jesus. Like he thinks Jesus was just when the rich man came to ask, like, what do I need to do to inherit eternal life? Out of Jesus's own mouth, he told him like 6 of the 10 commandments. You know, and it's like he just wants to throw away everything that Jesus said while he was alive. And it's like, why would you do that? Would Jesus, who's full of grace and truth, tell somebody to do something and that not be truthful things? Because everything's gonna just totally, you know, change when he dies. Yeah, things are gonna totally change when he does the sacrifice. But that doesn't mean what he's saying to that man is thrown away and not still what Jesus wants from us. Like you're supposed to read the book and see what Jesus wants from us when Jesus says something out of his own mouth and try to do it. Not say, "Oh no, he died on the cross and now we throw away what Jesus said." I mean, it's like I don't know, man. I have no idea. I really don't.
Hold on, Ryan.
Yeah. The guy's a difficult guy to deal with. That's all I gotta say. He'll push your buttons and test your patience because he won't listen and he won't change his mind to even remotely think about what you try to tell him. And yeah, it's a very frustrating process to say the least. But I don't know. I don't know what to do, man. I don't know. Try my best.
I mean, I'm like, hold on, man. I'm waiting for this dude to get out the spot so I could back in.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Yeah, my spot is open. Yeah, I was waiting for no reason.
Where are you at?
At the customer.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man, with people like that, man, they just trying to use God to justify that. Hold on, Ryan.
Yeah, no, I mean it's
My bad. I was at the wrong door. I'm about to back in right now. 439. All right.
Yeah, it's just a hard one, man, to swallow, a hard pill to swallow when you hear somebody so stubbornly convinced that God wants them to do whatever they want, just watch all the porn they want, drink all the alcohol. You know, God came to try to heal those people. That's why AA is all about like being powerless over your addiction and letting God fight for it. It's like, you know,
Yeah, the
handle the
thing
battle
the
that you
thing
can't
is
feel.
the
You
thing
know?
is the thing is with that is I don't hold to God paying attention to the flesh. What you do in the flesh is what you do in the flesh. You know what I mean? But I believe God holds on, really condemn you for what you do in the what you do with your spirit. You know? I mean, if he hold on, I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Hold on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't see him changing either because it's like if he really believes that he has nothing to change and he's just good, then he's not going to change. It kind of speaks to the topic of the show, the fear of the Lord. So if you don't fear God and you just, you know, and he's going to be the first one to throw 1 John 4:18 about if you have any fear, you're not perfected in love. He'll be the first one to take that verse and take it totally out of context. But if you don't fear God, you don't fear hell, then you're gonna just do
Yeah.
whatever you want and
If
not.
if I'm back now. If
Yeah,
he
yeah,
feels that what he's doing is right in his eyes,
yeah.
you know, and he's led by the Holy Ghost, I mean, let the Holy Ghost work. You know what I mean? For me, I don't condemn Perry for what he's doing, what he believes in. You know what I mean? If he feel like that's the work of God, that's the work of God. You know what I mean? That's what he feels. You know, but by the end of the day, we know God has an answer for that. You know, it's not up to us to try to make them wrong, you know, and say what they're doing is wrong. You know what I mean? Because the more you tell them that they're wrong, the more they're gonna do it. You know what I mean? But the more you make them feel that they're right, they're gonna come to a point where they're gonna think things over. Because you know, I mean, I'm pretty much sure they're not gonna be on live. They don't put so much out there to where, like, say for example, Perry. Let's take Perry for example. If Perry was supposed to admit everything he was teaching was wrong, man, that'll be the biggest fall of his life because he done taught so many, I ain't gonna say so many people, a couple of people his doctrine and they followed him, you know? And for him to come online or come on the internet and say he was wrong, everything he was preaching was bad and this and that. I mean, at the same time, it'll be a good thing, but at the same time, it'll be a horrible thing for him. You know, that's why
Why would it be bad for him? Why? Why do you say
why
it'd be bad?
because he got to sacrifice himself, you know what I mean, in order to make in order to make it look right in front of the eyes of God. And when somebody sacrifices themselves to God, I mean, you basically confessing and submitting your life to God. And when you do that, everybody has to see it. Everybody gonna see it, you know. And for him, it'll be wrong because you know he's living life of the flesh and not of the spirit. You know, I mean,
Yeah, but why would he changing his mind be bad? I don't follow you why that would be bad.
what do you mean change his mind? Yeah,
You
it'll
said,
be bad for
if he
him.
were to go on the internet and say I was wrong, my doctor was wrong. You say that
Yeah,
would be
when
bad.
you
How would that be bad?
when you guilty of something, right? Isn't it considered a bad thing for you, right? because
Yeah,
you're
so
guilty.
you're trying to say like ignorance is bliss and he's better for him to just stay ignorant. And I understand in the scriptures it says the servant that knows will be beaten with many blows, and the servant that doesn't will be beaten with few. But it's like, you know, it's still not better for him to keep doing what he's doing because he's affecting other people. He's tricking other people, and just
No,
for
it's not.
himself.
It's not him. It's not him. It's not him feeling what he's. It's not him. It's not. That's basically what I'm trying to say is that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, you know when Jesus said, "Follow me, leave everything behind, and follow me. Grab the cross and follow me."
Yeah.
You know, and when it was time for people to literally do that, nobody wanted to do it with him, but only one person. Well, they asked them to carry the cross for him, but nobody wanted to follow him. Nobody wanted to go to that cross and be crucified along with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Jesus knew literally they're not going to do it, but he's speaking from a spiritual aspect. Give yourself up. Give yourself up and give yourself up to God. You know what I mean? Like when you come to God, you feel guilty. And the reason you feel guilty because it's bad for you. In order to feel guilty, something has to be bad. Something has to be bad for you in order for you to feel guilty of doing it. You know? It's not that I'm not saying that if he doesn't do it, then he's gonna continue feeling like, know what I mean, that he's doing good. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say that. It's just in his own eyes. He feel like it's good, but in the eyes of God it's bad. You know? But when he feel like it's bad, then in the eyes of God it's good. Remember, you know that proverb, in the eyes of a man they think is right, but at the end of the day it's wrong in the eyes of God. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. It's a reversal of position. Like when you got into your car accident, you know what I mean, you came to God. To you, the way you were living was good, but to God it was bad. And then when you got into a car accident, then you see like, damn, the way I'm living is bad, but in the eyes of God it's good. You know?
I didn't repent just from a car accident. I mean, I was praying to God, but I didn't even know Jesus and the Father were God at that point. I was saying Jesus and the Father's name, but I didn't know they were God yet.
Yeah.
Took
But the
me,
moral is you came to God as a bad person.
well,
You called
yeah,
yourself bad.
yeah, I called on God, but I didn't even know Jesus and the Father were God. I just called God's name God. And then I'd
Yeah.
say Jesus and the Father just because I'd pray to every other God that existed too, because I was just praying to God for help. But I wasn't in the faith yet. Like I obviously was because I believed in God, but
But when
I
you
wasn't
came into the faith,
I wasn't giving it proper reverence.
yeah, but when you came into the faith, you know what I mean? You
That was
realized what you were doing.
5-6 years after the car accident is when I discovered Christianity.
Yeah. But when you came to God, you felt bad, right?
When I came to God, I was being hunted by the devil. I felt very happy to get saved by God.
Why is that?
Because I thought I was going to die being possessed by the devil forever.
And it was a bad thing.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you come to God already good, then what God is going to forgive you about? What are you coming to God for if you're already good?
Yeah, I understand God comes for the sick and not for the
Yeah.
healthy. I mean, he gives that parable for that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't understand your argument saying Perry shouldn't change. Of course he should change. Or Randall shouldn't change. Of course he should change.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't change. No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're saying they'll be condemned more if they do change, which I don't understand that either.
Okay, let me repeat it again. If
Are
Carrie,
you saying they will be condemned more? Yes or no? Or if they change, are you saying they'll be condemned more by God? It seems like you're saying it's like better for them to not change. That's like kind of what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is if he comes tomorrow and confess everything he does, he know he's gonna feel humiliated. But in the eyes of God, God looking at him as him, you know, doing something good. But to Perry is bad. That's why he. Well, let me not say Perry. People, what's that antinomianism people?
Yeah.
If they step forward and make a live and confess everything they teach was wrong, they're gonna feel humiliated.
So what?
You know? See, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In the eyes of God, they doing something good, but in our eyes, or some people's eyes, that's not going to discourage him. Like, oh, I told you so, and this and that, and you know, they're going to make a mockery of him, or her that confess that everything they were teaching was wrong.
So why? So people that make a mockery of them are bad. I think more people.
They bad. I mean, Perry.
I think more people will say, "Hey, man, that's awesome! You finally got there. I support you, and you know, I want to help you and grow with you." I think he'll get way more support than hate.
Okay, like the way you come at Perry. Do you think Perry will literally wake up one day and come to you and say, "You know, Ryan, you was right. Everything I was teaching and saying, I was wrong." Do you think he's gonna feel comfortable doing that?
Over his dead body, never.
Yeah, because when he come at us, you know, we always trying to show him that he's wrong. Everything he's doing is wrong. Like for me, I don't approach people about their belief is wrong, you know, but I'll challenge their belief, but I'm not gonna make them wrong, like, you know, judge them upon what they believe in and giving them judgment already, because this is what the Bible's saying you're not doing, the type of stuff. You know, I don't do that because, you know, you never know, one day that person might get discouraged, and then one day they want to sit down and talk and admit that they're wrong. You know, you gotta, when I conversate with people, even when I conversate with people, you know, I'm not scared to say that I'm wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not scared to say that I'm wrong about something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I want the person to feel comfortable about, you know, them being wrong about something, you know. And if I like if I'm right, if the person tell me I'm right, I'll say all right, and I'll just move on like it never happened, you know. And, you know, you just got to find a comfortability. You know, I mean, if God could do it, why can't we? You know, because I mean,
yeah, but at the same time,
yeah,
you got to try to help people. So you'll challenge, if you challenge them, but you're not making it clear to them that they should change something, then you're just like, all right, well, I'll leave it in God's hands, and God can do anything. So God will reach them when it's time. That's like saying to a drug addict, like, I'm not going to tell you to quit doing drugs, but I'll ask you, you know, questions about it, but I'm not going to tell you it's bad. I don't think that's the best thing, man. I mean, obviously the drug addict probably already knows it's bad, so that's kind of like a bad example, because it's really not a good analogy, because in this case, these guys don't think what they're doing is bad. So they think we'll use the drug example, but they think they're using it medicinally, or it's like performance enhancing. So like if it was a drug example, they think, you know, using drugs makes them smarter or whatever. It's performing enhancing. So they're like, no, man, using this Coke makes me smarter than I normally, or E makes me smarter, you know? So you try to tell them like, no, the drug's bad, but they're just like, no, I'm better than other people because of this. And, you know, it's hard to say that if you don't tell them it's bad, that you did the right thing. If you just said, cool, why do you like doing it? And then you don't tell them, then aren't you like, I don't know, you're hurting them more than you're helping them, no?
Nah, I don't see it that way. The way I see it is, I know it's bad, so I'm not gonna tell them it's bad. I'm gonna question about them. I'm gonna question them why they doing it. You know, some people get into a certain lifestyle, but they don't know why they're in that lifestyle. You know, they get into a certain doctrine, but they don't know why they're in that doctrine. Did I choose it, or did life, or did my surroundings choose it for me? Was it peer pressure, or was it me who chose it? You know, and for them people who just who just get into the wrong path in life because of what they gone through and all that stuff in life and what surround them, is the peer pressure that caused them to do it. Versus some people, they do it because they want to do it. You know, they feel they want to do it. Dumb people, you know what I mean, is then, you know, then I mean, is the only help they got is God. I'm not gonna go back and forth with them. You know, they got their mind made up, and there's no changing it. But it's some people, they don't have their mind made up. You know, sometimes they don't know why they're doing it. You know, but it's dumb people you look for and interaction with people who are in the wrong path. Then you'll see whether they doing it because they was under peer pressure, or they doing it because, you know, they did and they sin and ain't no turning back. You know, some people you just gotta, you know, you just gotta talk to them and you know, see why they doing it. What's the purpose of
Yeah,
you
but
doing
bro, the problem is with your methodology is it all depends on how detrimental the behavior is. If somebody's doing something that literally could kill them that day and you don't say anything and then that person dies. So say they're doing an amount of drugs. We'll keep with the drug example. Say they're a heroin addict, but they're shooting up an amount that you know could kill them. You have to tell that person when it gets to that point, you have to say something. Otherwise, they might die. So you have to, at times when somebody's doing something that could literally cost them their life, you have to tell them. And in this example, it could cost them their soul. God only knows if it will, but it could. It has the possibility of harming them. It's like, you know, like I said, if for example, in the drug example, if somebody was shooting heroin and they were going to possibly die, you wouldn't just walk away from that conversation asking them questions. You would tell them, yo, man, you know, you can die from that amount, right? Don't ever do that amount. You know, you would say that if it was that example, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So why
Yeah.
is this example any different with your possible soul?
Okay. Okay, let's use your example for
Yeah.
let's use your example, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about a situational issue. You know what I mean? Where a person in a situation where they continue doing, they're gonna die. Okay, if that was the case, if that is a more if that was a better strategy to use towards a person like that, why is it that when somebody about to commit suicide, they don't use that strategy?
What do you mean?
They don't tell them suicide is wrong. Like they trying to point fingers. I ain't gonna say point fingers, but they telling them it's wrong. Don't do it. It's wrong. It's bad for you. This and that. You know what I mean? When somebody about to commit suicide, and then you have the suicide talkers come and they trying to talk them out of it. You know, they trying to basically make the person right about everything instead of making the person wrong about everything. You see them trying to make the person right about everything. You know?
I'm very confused. In the suicide example, what are you saying they're trying to make them right and wrong about? Like
Okay.
what are you saying?
You got the suicide, because if you're doing heroin, you basically
Yeah,
committed suicide.
Yeah. So what are you saying? The person on the phone's trying to make them right. They're saying, "What? Go ahead, go through it. Go ahead, whatever your idea is. Go ahead."
Okay, it's the art of war. When you're dealing with somebody in that life and death situation, if they tell you the sky is purple, you're supposed to believe them. If they tell you that elephants could fly, you're supposed to believe them. You can't, if you go tell them man, you wrong. The sky's not purple, it's blue. Elephants cannot fly, pigs cannot talk, this and that. Then you bringing them down. Then they gotta prove to you that they not stupid, they know what they talking about. But when you continue to tell them that they wrong, they wrong, they wrong, they wrong, then they're gonna feel like they being challenged. They gotta prove to you what they're thinking about is not stupid. For them to be like, for them to come to you and be like, all right, you're right. They not, it's gonna humiliate them. They're gonna put in, because a human put in all this work to create something in their mind and they live off of it, only for somebody to tell them that they wrong. All it just take one person to say that they wrong, and everything else everybody say goes out the window. Then they feel like they got to prove a point to this person. What I'm saying is true. Then another person say they wrong. Now they got two people and the multiple people telling they wrong. Now they gotta, instead of facing the people that tell them that tell them that they right, you know what I mean, or don't question. Not, it's two things that tell them that they right and that stay silent. They leave them people aside and then trying to defend the people that say that they wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you're going to die that day, then there's a sense of urgency that the person, you don't have the luxury to not warn them.
Yeah, you could warn them, but
what if the person has like a 7-year-old kid and it's not going to just affect them, but it's going to affect their family too, their 7-year-old kid, and nobody's going to be able to raise that kid, and who knows where that kid's going to end up. Like, you wouldn't leave that house without saying, yo, man, that amount of drugs can kill you. You got to really be careful about that. You would warn them in that situation. I don't know what you're trying to use analogy wise to say you want to warn them, because I think like you have a moral obligation to warn them. No,
I don't have a moral obligation to warn them. I mean, if
of course you do.
A human being know right from wrong. They know what's right, they know what's wrong. It's not like as if the person was stranded in the island and seen a heroin, a needle, you know what I mean, and didn't and stuck it in them. You know what I mean, not knowing whether it's wrong or right because there was only one in the island. But if you here in America, I mean, it's all over the place. Heroin is bad. It's all over the place. It's all over the place that we know what's right and we know what's wrong as an adult. They teach you that in school. They teach you that in church. They teach you that in coach. They teach you that in everywhere. What's right, what's right and what's wrong. Because if you teaching something, right, even in a cult, if a cult is teaching you something, they teaching you something because something else is against what they teaching. And in order for them to teach you what's against them, they're going to tell you about what's against them. It's just like when we preach God. The only reason we preaching God is because we know God is against the devil. You got to preach what God is against, and God is against the devil. I mean, even growing up, I mean, whether the parent is taking drugs or not. Say, for example, the parent taking heroin. I mean, some parents will tell their kids don't do it, but some parents will tell their kids to do it. And then they're going to explain why to do it, why to do it. And when they do it, the kids go venture out in the world, and the world will let them know, it's wrong. I mean, they'll see that it's wrong, because they don't see nobody else doing it.
But your example you used, you just said like people get, they're getting taught like they know what's right or wrong. So somebody had to teach them at some point. Somebody had to say this is right, this is wrong. I just think, dude, if something's, not, good.
Oh, no. As an adult, I'm talking about a grown adult. A kid, that's different. But a grown adult know what's right and what's wrong. I ain't gotta tell them using drugs is wrong.
That's not true. That's not true though. These guys are like fully convinced in what they believe. It's like, to use your example of a cult. That's not true. People that were in Jonestown that drank that Kool-Aid to kill themselves, they didn't know what was right and wrong at the time. They even had their kids get killed. It takes sometimes the people to get out of the cultural like situation of it and time, like 10, 20 years, it's like being in a bad relationship. You get out of it and you look back at it and you're like, well, what was I doing? You know what I mean? But you don't think that at the time. You're just in the moment in the time. So people in cults are a perfect example. Grown adults, just because you're an adult doesn't mean they know what's right. You could still make bad choices.
Yeah, in order for them to join that cult, they had to make a choice. Either they're gonna do it or not.
They could have been that could have been a deception that they believed that was the best choice for them. Somebody could have been using the word of God, like a lot of cults do, to convince them.
Yeah.
Like a Hebrew Israelite doctor, like, hey man, come join us. Like, you know what I mean? The people that are Christians, they don't actually worship God. Look, you're supposed to keep the Sabbath. Look, it's right here, and go on from there and trick people who actually want to serve God to doing something else with their lives. Oh yeah, by the way, man, keep the Sabbath, but don't forget to tell that white guy he's an Edomite and God doesn't love him. Like, yeah, let's add that little portion in.
Let me ask you this.
A's philosophy in the building. You've met A before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What up, yeah, go ahead, Lou. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. If a person join a cult, right? It's their decision to join it, right? Whether a person is manipulating them or not.
Yeah, they still have a choice.
They still have a choice.
Yeah, they still have a choice. Yeah.
They got manipulated to join it, right?
Yep.
And they in the cult. The cult gotta teach them. The cult gotta teach them outlaw doctrine. Why are you in this cult for? You're in this cult because these people teach that, and that's not true.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's up to that person to make the choice on whether they want to follow it or not. Because if you when I grew up in church, my church told me this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. You know what I mean? But I want to see what's so bad about what they teaching me. I made the choice. But a person can easily say, oh, because your parents, that's what your parents taught you to grow up in church, this and that. Yeah, because I'm living under their roof, so I got to follow what they say, what they tell me to do. You know what I mean? But when I turned 18, that's when I started exploring things like, let me see what's outside of church. Well, let me take that back. I started gang banging when I was like 13, 14.
Yeah.
But I still was obligated to go to church because I was living under my parents' house. And after I turned 18, I moved out. Then I explore what's outside of church. I used to think going to church on Sunday was mandatory. Like it's like a Sabbath. And when I stopped going to church on Sunday, it felt different. But the thing, what I'm trying to tell you is I made the decision to investigate or explore or, do my research and stuff to see if what the church was saying was true. And eventually it was true. And I stuck with it. But these people who are in the cult, they don't take the time to research what's being taught to them, because it makes, like I told you, go back to what I was telling you about Perry. It feels good to his flesh and make his flesh feel good,
Yeah.
So he continued to do it.
Yeah, I get
he
that.
He don't want to explore what's outside his flesh. What's outside your flesh is the spirit.
Yeah, but like I said, if somebody that had gangbanged and had just come home from doing 25 years, like OG Bobby Johnson for killing somebody, came up to you while you were gangbanging and you met them for 5 minutes and all they did is say, hey man, how you doing? And that's a cool shirt you're wearing. But they never mentioned to you that, watch out for this gangbanging stuff, man. It ruined my life. Like, that's my point. Like, you have a responsibility, a moral obligation, if you know something's wrong, to at least try to help somebody or warn them. Like, why was John the Baptist screaming, repent because the kingdom of heaven is near? Why was Jesus telling people to repent? Jesus was warning people. John the Baptist was warning people. they weren't just letting people, go about doing the
Oh,
same things they were doing without warning them.
nah. I'm not saying that. Of course, I mean you gotta. It's just the way you approach it. You don't antagonize them saying they wrong. For me, I mean, for me, if like I got my little nephews and cousins or whatever, I let them know about the street life. You're gonna get in the street life. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. This is what you're gonna face. You know, and but I don't tell them that they wrong for doing. Well, my little cousin, I ain't tell them that they were wrong for doing it, but I let them know this is what's gonna happen if you do this. This is gonna happen if you do this. This is what's gonna happen because I've been there, done that. I know it all. You know what I mean? All these friends you have, I guarantee you, by the time you hit this age, probably only 2 or 3 of them going to be left. But for me to confront them and tell them that they wrong, what they doing is wrong. I mean, I don't do it. I don't do that. I let action. For me, I'm more of an action person. I let action speaks for itself. And Lord and behold, my little cousin, I mean, he witnessed it.
Well,
Everything
Lou,
I
Lou,
told
let
him
me
was
ask
going
you
to
a
happen.
question. Is it wrong
Yeah.
to tell them they're wrong? I mean, if they're wrong.
No, it's not wrong to
Okay.
tell them that they're wrong.
All right. That's just not how you go about it.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's just. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you're right. I don't go.
I'm more with Ryan here. I think if someone's wrong, you have to. It's not like you hate them or want them to feel sad, but you got to be able to tell someone.
No. The thing is, what Ryan is saying is 2 different things. What I'm trying to show Ryan is with Perry and them. You can't keep you can't keep attacking them that they wrong. They wrong. They stuff is
No,
wrong.
I
Their stuff is
disagree.
wrong.
I think that those people need to be told they're wrong as often as possible.
But then how you going to make the person comfortable with confessing to you that they're wrong if you keep telling them that they're wrong?
Well,
Because the way you telling them that they're wrong, they feel like if they really wrong, it's going to be embarrassing.
or whatever. Yeah, when they have to humble themselves. That's part of the process.
Have you let me ask you this. What was the biggest humbling that you had to do that you felt so guilty where you have to force yourself to humble yourself? Have you ever been in that shoes?
Yeah, I'm sure everyone has at some point. You mean in terms of my process of repenting, or like just in general in life?
In general in life, well, everybody pointing fingers at you. They're saying you're wrong. They're attacking you. You're wrong. And to where the way they're attacking you, and you're gonna feel like, to where you feel like, man, if I tell these people I'm wrong, I'm gonna be totally humiliated.
Well, I see your point, but when you think about it, me feeling ashamed is not as bad as continuing in whatever I was doing. So it's like sometimes when you get humiliated, it feels bad, but that humiliation is what motivates it. But they don't want to feel that anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the humiliation or the wanting to avoid humiliation that forces a person to change. If you don't feel humiliated, then that's the whole point of what humiliation is if you're actually doing something wrong, not just like people trying to accuse you, but if you're actually doing something wrong, and someone, like, let's just say, like, committing adultery or stealing or whatever it is, someone calls you out, it feels bad. It's supposed to feel bad. But that's, if you don't feel bad about something, when are you going to change? If people just allow you to continue and comfort you, that's not going to be as strong as someone, trying to come right out and do the right thing. If they do it
because they love you. Now, there's people who will do it because maybe they want to hurt you and cause you shame. But there's two people who can say the same exact thing to you for different reasons, and it may cause you to feel the exact same way. But you know, I feel like ultimately, if you care about someone, you're gonna tell them what's best for them.
Okay. Yeah, I understand your point of view. I understand where you're coming from. But what I'm trying to tell you is humiliation. Like when Jesus came down to humiliate himself in order to save, in order for us, for our sins, you know, to be forgiven, in order to save the world and all that. You know what I mean? Have you done something in your life to where you had to humiliate yourself, you know what I mean, in order to feel good about yourself?
I mean, yeah, because there was a time where, I think like a lot of people, you think you're right. When you think you're right and then you find out you're wrong, yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
doesn't.
give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example of my humiliation, right? Okay. Growing up, I thought I could do it all by myself. I didn't need no help. I don't need nobody for nothing at all, whatsoever. You know, I always preach that to everybody. I don't need no help. I don't need nobody. My mom will always tell me, sometimes you need help. You can't always do it by yourself. I never follow that. You know, I never follow that. I always stood by that. I always stood by that. You know what I mean? I don't need nobody for nothing. I don't care if I'm broke. I don't care if I got one leg. I don't care. I'm not going to ask nobody for nothing, you know? And then one day, my truck broke down. This happened like last year after 39 years of living. My truck broke down and I had nothing. You know, all my money was gone spending on a hotel to live at until my truck get fixed, and I ran out of money. And you know, and I thought to myself, I'm like, damn. Now if I go ask my family for help, then everything I was saying is wrong. I'm gonna be wrong for everything what I was saying, you know. And then I decided to just humiliate myself, and you get the people that's gonna say I told you so, type of people, and the thing to even make the humiliation even more worse is it wasn't the adults that helped me to catch a plane and stay at the hotel the long way. It was the little kids, you know. And I'm looking at these little kids, man. I would have never in my life asked out for even a quarter, and they're the ones who helped me. I felt humiliated, and I own up to it. I own up to it. You know, I mean, yeah, people like I told you so, and and some people come to me and say, "Hey, that's what family here for." It was a total humiliation. I felt humiliated, but at the same time, I felt good. You know, because a person who know me knows. I mean, I stand on business. I stand alone. You know, I'm not with the calling people up for help and this and that. And I humiliated myself. That's the humiliation that I'm trying to bring to the table. You know, something you did to totally humiliated you, but at the same time made you feel good about doing it afterwards. You know, even though you humiliated. You know what I mean? I can't go to people and preach that, hey, be independent, don't ask for nothing. Hey, you got family and friends, you need their help, ask them for the help. I was totally against that. I used to, man, God gonna help me, God to do something, God to come up with something. And and God finally showed me, hey, you got family and friends for a reason. You know, that's the biggest humiliation I ever faced in my life. That's the humiliation that I'm bringing to the table. You know, have you ever been humiliated to where, it felt really bad, but afterwards it felt good to you? You know, and you're gonna deal with it to where you have to change everything you stand on. Well, not everything. I'm not gonna say everything. Well, you have to change a couple of things that you stand on. You know, Now I don't preach that. Hey, do it by yourself. Have faith in God, and God will figure it out for you. You know, just have faith in Him. You know, now I tell people that, you know, I mean, hey, use the help that you have. You know, don't do it by yourself, man, because you're gonna suffer. You know, that's the humiliation that I'm talking about. I didn't want to go and tell my family, uh, you know, that I needed their help and I was wrong and this and that. I didn't want to tell them that. You know, and when I tell everybody, you see, that's what we're talking about, this and that, and you know, I faced the humiliation. You know, but my family at the same time didn't tell me that I was wrong every time. You know, they didn't tell me that I was wrong every time. That would make me felt comfortable to come to them. But if they would have kept telling me that I'm wrong, then I would have proved that I don't need you guys. I could do it all by myself. I'm gonna find a way. And that's the mentality that I lived by. Anytime somebody tell me I can't do something, I feel like I gotta prove that I could do it. You know? That's where I'm coming from. But where you coming from, I understand. I mean, that's general. I mean, that's something, that's an everyday thing. But to do something where you like a humiliation that Jesus faced is what I'm looking for, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I can think of a couple examples in my life where I screwed up pretty bad, and I mean, sadly, there were times I got things wrong, and then the person that it was with moved out of my life. Now I think back, I never got a chance to even apologize, but yeah, it was situations where thinking back, I know I did the wrong thing, and it sucks to know that.
Yeah.
And then at the time, these people were telling me, you're in the wrong, and I refuse to acknowledge that because we just want to do it our way, and cause problems for other people. I'm not, I'm obviously being just very broad and
yeah,
not specific, but yeah, like when I was in college, I had a lot of problems, and it led to me like just doing stupid things that involved other people, and they're like, you really screwed up. And I was like, I didn't apologize or nothing. I didn't ask for forgiveness. I didn't even say I felt sorry. Now I think back to it, it's like, I guess you gotta recognize when other people are telling you something, they might be seeing something that you're not.
Yeah. Yep.
Are you still there, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm at 10 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm letting you guys kind of have the
Yeah,
conversation.
I was gonna say I went to sleep last night and I thought I saw that you were streaming. Then I woke up this morning and I was like, "Yep, typical Ryan."
Yeah, I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of closing my eyes and dozing a little, but I'm listening. But
Last night I was on
did you
Praise
catch
I Am's channel. Have you ever heard of Praise I Am?
Yeah, I heard of him only because he insulted Jamie and made a video about it, and then because I followed Jamie, saw it, and then I subscribed to his channel for like a couple, like 2 weeks, but I don't like his style, so I unsubscribed.
Yeah, I mean,
Praise I Am. He's not an atheist, right?
no, he's a Christian.
Oh,
Or
okay.
it's a Christian channel, but sometimes when I hear people, and I think that these people, he's got like 12. I think he's got at least 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, he's got like around there, yeah.
So, but he has streams almost every single night, and
He's just like a reaction video, throw stones at other people type of streamer, which
yeah, it's kind of immature. It is.
Yeah,
but
it's like every night let's find a video on the internet and just kind of pause it and trash talk other people. It's like, okay, where's the actual like help?
yes. Well, the thing is, sometimes they actually do. I mean, behind all the childish antics, do discuss important things.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're just, doing this drama. But man, I tell you what, I just think Christianity is in such a bad state. It really, like, sometimes when I see these debates,
Yeah.
and it's like I saw a debate. I think it was actually yesterday on the Gospel Truth, where it was like, was salvation by faith in the Old Testament or faith plus works? Now, in my opinion, it's faith plus works, because God commanded the Israelites to obey the commands, the 10 Commandments, the law. And he told them if they didn't obey the law, they were going to be cursed and condemned and destroyed. So I don't see any other way except to say, but then they took an audience poll near the end of the debate, and 70% of the audience, which was, however many people, said it was just by faith. Like, just believing. You don't actually have to obey the law.
The debate was for the whole Bible, or just the Old Testament, or just the New Testament?
Just the Old Testament, because the one of the guys in the debate believed that the salvation in the Old Testament was by works, and then God changed it when Jesus came to just faith. And then the other guy was that it was faith the whole time. So there was nobody who thought it was salvation plus works in both time frames, which is what I believe.
Yeah, it's always been both. I mean, it's always been faith foremost, but it's like, the problem is people just throw out the word and they'll loosely throw it out. So they'll say, well, it's by faith. Then you say to them, okay, get out a piece of paper, start to define. And then they'll start to write it down, and they'll say, oh, well, faith is doing what God said, obeying God, doing this and that. And then when they actually start to write down the definition of what faith is, then the works are just what they write down for what having faith entails.
Yeah, that's why I can't stand when people say you're saved by faith, because what does faith even mean? But
that's the point. You tell them, yeah, okay, you're saved by only faith. Okay, write down what's faith, and then they'll be like, well, obey God's voice. Okay, so you're obeying God's voice. Is that not an action? Is it a verb? Is it an action? Are you obeying God? I tried to do the same, this conversation with Randall earlier, and because he's an antinomianism guy, and yeah, it's just, people don't want to understand that faith requires action. It's not like, you're doing nothing. Oh, I just have it. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, so that's why I don't use the word faith. I use the word obedience. You're saved by obedience, because there's so many people out there, and they're not trying to be bad people, but when they hear the word faith, they immediately assume just believing in something. You don't actually have to do anything. And it's not that it's wrong to say you're saved by faith necessarily, but it confuses people. So that's why I don't like the term saved by faith, even though that's the word the Bible uses. And that's probably, well, I don't think that's what Jesus actually said, but it's definitely in the Bible. But I don't say it, because the word is not clearly defined, but could potentially be defined in such a way that is wrong for a lot of people.
Well, in the New Testament, in Romans, was talking about giving thanksgiving for eating, any food you eat. And it says anything that doesn't proceed from faith is a sin. So it's showing you that you need to believe things are, believe that you're doing it for the right reason. But I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that if you're obedient to God through doing something, like you have faith, like that's what God wanted you to do, then yes, you are on the right track. But you have to have obedience, like you said, to what God told you, because otherwise everybody's going to have a different idea of what God's requirements are. So yeah, in order to have faith, you have to be obedient because you have to be following the instructions that God gave you. Otherwise, you have faith, but what are you what's your faith's different from the guy next door's faith, and his faith's different from the other guys on the same street. And so the faith, and the obedience requires following God's instructions. So I mean that's the dude, it's just rhetorical when you start asking people to, like, well, qualify what faith is. They'll say, well, it's just to believe in God. And then you got to ask them, well, what's God? And then they'll say, well, God is this, God is that. And then they'll say, okay, so what's God's nature? And then, so the more you ask them to define what faith is, it's like rhetorical that they are required to be obedient to God's laws and commandments because they're required to be obedient to God's nature.
All right, someone said, does someone here have a debate with Perry?
John Spot guy asked me if I'll debate Perry, and I said sure, but we haven't even talked about a topic yet. I just said sure, but yeah, Perry's going to debate the John Spot guy tonight. I never heard of the John Spot guy, but he came on the show earlier and said he was going to debate Perry tonight.
Oh, okay. I just saw it in the chat, and I was wondering who's debating Perry.
Some guy named John Spot, who I never heard of before, but he's going to be on Praise I Am's channel tonight. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, so you'll catch it.
Is Perry the guy who in the chat? His name is TXDAP.
No, that's not Perry at all. That's David. David's not like Perry at all.
What's Perry's name in the chat?
He's not in my channel because he just stopped coming. I didn't block him or anything.
Yeah, I know he's not here today, but if he were to show up, what would
he's got a channel, The Preacher. Perry, his name's Perry.
Okay.
His channel's The Preacher. He calls himself The Preacher.
Yeah, I knew that. I just sometimes their names in the chat are different from their YouTube channel names.
Yeah.
So
But the guy Randall who came on earlier, so he's very similar to Perry. So.
Yeah, Battered Donkey.
Yeah, Battered Donkey. Yeah.
Yeah, these people.
They're
I hate to say it, they are just. I don't. This brings me no. They're hellbound. They really are, unless they repent and change. They really are.
I don't know if they're hellbound because only God knows what their fate is.
Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't be so like definitive like that, but
only God can know what their actual like heart feels when they do something, because like your heart condemns you when you do something that you think is wrong. So they say, like, in these hypothetical situations, like, is it okay to murder? And they'll answer like, yeah, it is. But I don't think most of them are going out and actually murdering people. So it all depends.
Yeah, but they're
well, let's put it this way. The point is they're not practicing their ideology to the extreme that they claim it exists. So that's what I'm saying. In order for us to know if they're hellbound or not, we have to understand because under their ideology, it's okay to do anything. So it then would depend if their heart condemns them to do these things. So, for instance, if there's money to steal, are they still stealing it because they believe that Jesus reconciled all things, or does their heart condemn them to not steal? You know what I mean? So,
well, here's the thing. What they believe proceeds from their inward ideas and who they are. So for them to have this idea shows me they are in a state of rebellion against God. Even if they're not actually going out stealing, killing, and doing all these horrible things, they still. Right.
Right.
Well, I don't want to talk about. They're not here to defend themselves. So
no. We can talk about them. They come on here. They can defend themselves. We can talk about them. They talk about us. We can talk about them. What you just said is very important. Is they claim to have humbled themselves and done true repentance, but if they had truly humbled themselves, then they wouldn't have the belief system they have, because I mean, only a low intelligence person can believe the Bible teaches what they say.
Well, I actually, I hate to admit this. I mean, there is a way it can be twisted as to defend what they believe, and it's not. See, this is the problem. When I first started looking into Christianity really seriously a number of years ago, I was shocked by what Calvinist preachers were saying. I just couldn't believe it, that they would believe that this could even be considered Christianity. But then the more I looked at it, the more I realized, okay, the way they read these words kind of makes sense. It's like they're not just making things up and just out of thin air. They're actually like reading things that seem to confirm what they believe. So it was kind of interesting to me to recognize that and try to figure out how to deal with it.
I understand what you're saying. If you want to read something, but it's like I said, it's like if you read something that says the law is done, you're saved by grace. Like for instance, that's something they easily can start to use to make their doctrine. Then you can make the argument that okay, the law is done. But then if you read another page of the Bible, you'll see Jesus saying, John came to fulfill, up to the law and the prophets, but not a jot or a tittle of the law will disappear until heaven and earth pass away. So, and I missed like one part of that. John came to fulfill up to the law and the prophets, but I'll have to type it in to get it. But I don't feel like going through scriptures because I'm too tired right now. But the point of the matter is, like, Jesus will give like the same type of doctrine that Paul writes, but he'll make sure he also like gives the opposite to show that it's like a contrast, and it's like you have to make a pragmatic decision when you have two choices within, they can seem to conflict, but they really don't conflict type of thing. I'll give you a better example. I mean, I just gave you the perfect example. So here, I'll just Google the verse so you can see. I'm not going to start Googling.
No, yeah, I understood what you were saying. Something I wanted to ask that's completely off topic, and if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, because not many people do, and it's only. But there's an election coming up. Do you all think it's important for Christians to vote?
I don't care about people voting.
Really? I see. I gotta disagree with you there, Ryan. I think when you look at what's going on, I think Christians need to be engaged in the culture, in the political scene, because we're seeing what these secularists are doing, and I really recommend registering to vote and finding out the most Christian aligned candidate and voting for them, because we got so many Christians sitting things out, and these non-Christians and secularists are just destroying our society and passing laws that are so destructive to the Christian way. I really think it's important that Christians recognize the importance of voting and being part of that process, because that's part of doing what's right. When you have people who lead politically and they're evil, that leads to real suffering. So voting is actually a work that affects other people. And I heard, the common refrain is, well, it's just one vote, it doesn't matter. Well, I always say, well, imagine 1 million people feel that way. That's 1 million people who could have made a difference. So I really think do you even know if you're registered to vote or not, Ryan? I'm not trying to call you out or anything. I'm just,
No, I'm a felon, so I never went through like going to try. I probably could, because I only had one, arrest where I went to jail, and I could probably get it back if I tried. You know what I mean? But I don't really care to. I mean,
It does. It depends on the state law. So different states have different laws.
yeah, I mean, it was just, I could probably get it back, honestly, because, I mean, it was just one, did my time, did an 8-month sentence, it wasn't like I, did something crazy, but.
Yeah, but well, I would look into it because it is important. And
How old are you, How old are you?
I will say more than 20, but less than 40.
It wasn't a trick question. I don't know why you.
Yeah, I don't want to. I kind of try to stay anonymous as possible. I know you're not trying to like be, you're just curious, but I will say I'm about 30.
Okay. Yeah, because the younger you are, the more idealistic you are about politics. So I just was curious because when you're younger, you think that politics, you could change the world and every vote counts. And, people are, when they get in office, they're going to do things. But then you realize it's like, there's just a whole system in place and that they're all taking money. So both, no matter who you say is more Christian or not, they're both taking money from different places, and then when they get in the office, the money that they took affects their decisions. And basically, what I'll say is politics is not a place where morality is, really.
Yeah, but that's because the moral people do what you do. They don't even try. You're guaranteed to fail if you don't try. And I used to think that way. I used to think that voting, it doesn't matter because there's so many other people and it doesn't matter. It's just one, drop in the bucket in the ocean. But I begin to think like, there's probably in the United States, or let's just say my state. In my state, there's about 10 million people. Well, imagine like just 500,000 people probably think that way. But some of the elections in my state come down to 100 votes or so, less than 1%. So it's like it does make a difference if you just think, oh well, it's just me, but there's probably 100 people who live within a mile of you. Well, depending on how, if you live in the city, there's probably like 100 people who live within a mile of you who say the exact same thing. So when everyone thinks that way, it adds up to a lot after a while, and you do make a difference. You like in my state a couple of years ago, there was an election at the state level where like tens of thousands of people voted in this for this one race.
What are the Christian principles that you are saying are important for a candidate to have? Are you talking about certain stances on what issues?
So there are big ones for Christians are abortion and
where in the Bible does it say that abortion is there's not one verse that says abortion is against God's law. There's not one verse in the Bible.
Yeah, well, it's not the word abortion is not used, but like a lot of things, the concept is there because well, first of all, the Ten Commandments say thou shalt not murder.
Yeah.
And the Bible also says that we are a being known by God inside the womb. So
have you read the verse in Numbers when a woman who committed adultery is supposed to go before the priest and the priest puts a curse on the water, and if she's guilty of adultery, then her womb is closed up and she'll lose the child and never be able to give birth again? Have you read that verse?
Yeah, I've heard people talk about it, and it's
well, what is that? What is God doing there? If the woman committed adultery and she drinks the water and she loses her child, what is that?
Well, that's like, God has the right to do what God wants, but like God, killed a lot of people in the Old Testament. But he
No,
still,
no, I know, but what does it seem like that is? Is that
to be
God
honest,
making sure that
I haven't fully studied that. I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't fully investigated it to see its full context and what
the
is.
full context is, and you can just Google it verses. It's like Numbers something, I don't know, 18 or something. It's in Numbers, but like I said, a woman commits adultery. She goes before the priest. He says some prayers and curses over the water. If she's innocent because she got accused of adultery and she's pregnant, she'll drink the water and nothing will happen to her and she'll be fined. And then, the person that accused her will, whatever, pay a couple, some money or nothing will happen to them. I forget what the penalty was for the person if they, accused her and she passed. But if she had committed adultery, then she loses the child and her womb is closed. So let me ask you another question, since you want to investigate that one further. If an Israelite woman was raped by an Ammonite or an Amorite or an Amalekite man, and she was pregnant with a child, since we know that the male carries the seed, she was raped by one of those people, would God want that child to be born?
Yeah, this is one of the interesting moral dilemmas about the abortion debate, and good people have come to different sides. So if a woman is sexually assaulted, does she have the right to, or should it be permissible for her to
But
abort?
I'm talking about from a specific nation that God doesn't want. You know how he says destroy all the Amalekites, destroy all these certain people. So a man from that nation raped her. Would God want her, from your understanding of the Old Testament, would God want her to have that Amalekite child?
Well, I can only say what my opinion is on the
Yeah,
matter.
that's all I want. That's all I want is your opinion.
And I honestly,
It would be your opinion is it's 100% God would want the child to be born, obviously, because you say God doesn't ever want abortion, so you have no doubts, and it's 100% that God would want the child to be born, and that's why abortion's in the Bible, clearly, right?
Yeah,
No
it would,
doubt.
it
You
would
don't
seem
even have
to
a doubt on
me.
the question, right? Because how could you have a doubt on the question? Because then you would be doubting if God wanted an abortion. So your answer is clearly you have no doubts, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
You go know God's nature. You just told us that we should elect people where God, would want us to not have abortion. So if an Amalekite man raped an Israelite woman, I already know your answer is clearly that God would want that Amalekite child to be born. Right?
Yeah, because it's that child is a human being. It's not just an Amalekite or Canaanite. It's a human. So I do think that the right thing to do is to have the child, but then there's the fact that maybe the woman doesn't want to have the child. So there is this interesting question about, like, well, how do we figure this out when it comes to the woman's rights? Because I don't think that the baby is at fault. The developing baby is at fault here. But the question in the abortion debate is, well, the woman is going to have to carry this pregnancy that she didn't ask for, and that was basically forced on her. And we need to ask ourselves, is it right to force a woman to carry a pregnancy? Because that's not an easy thing to do. And she has her life, and some man came along and did this, and it happened to her. So that's really where the debate is on that matter.
So what if it was 1,000 Amalekites raped 1,000 Israelite women, and then they were all pregnant? And we know that God says the seed goes to the man. So now 1,000 Amalekites would be born in the land of Canaan and the land of Israel amongst God's congregation of his people. Is God going to want all 1,000 of those children born too?
Well, again, I don't see them as being born Amalekites. I see them being born as humans. Now, are you saying that these
so when God would God change Numbers 18 then so to fit your understanding? Because he says the seed goes through the father.
Well, is it like a situation where these Amalekites capture these Jewish women in battle
Yeah,
and have
yeah,
like enslaved them?
they captured them, they raped them, they impregnated them, yeah. And now these women are back in the land of Canaan. They escaped, and they're all pregnant, and they came home to their husbands, and then they prayed to God and Moses, and then Moses came back, and he said, "This is God's answer." What would God say about all those babies?
Well, God, God can say anything he wants. It's
No,
like
we know he can say, but what do you think he would say in that situation?
what do I think God would say?
Yeah.
Um,
Not what you want. What do you think God
I
would say?
honestly have no clue what I would assume God would say for the women to keep the children, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay. I disagree like wholeheartedly. I'm not trying to slander the nature of God. I just think knowing what I know about God in the Old Testament, I think God would not want those children born because then he would be breaking covenant promises he made with the Israelites about destroying the people that are in the land because they are unholy people. They worship idols and they'll pollute and destroy the Israelites. But not only that, he has a covenant where because the Amalekites or certain nations fought against the Israelites, he says none of them will ever be part of his congregation. So if the male passes the seed on, and the Amalekites would then have their seed endure within the land of Canaan by not getting rid of these children, I just don't see where it's consistent where God would want them to be born in the
Well,
land of Canaan.
I don't think this is necessarily related to the abortion debate because you
Oh,
can
it
say
100% is. What do you mean?
well,
How does
you can say the same thing about the adult Amalekites. So they were all supposed to be wiped out. So
yeah, exactly.
So it's really like, what should we do if God commands us to kill anyone? And if God, if I really thought God was telling me to do that, and obviously I would have to have a very high standard of proof for that.
Yeah.
Then like Abraham, he commanded Abraham to kill his own son. This may sound crazy, but if I thought God was telling me to kill my own offspring, I would do it.
Well, you did the right choice then, because that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
but then again, I'd have to be absolutely certain that it was actually God. Like God would have to do some kind of amazing miracle for me to like be like, okay, you're God. Like I can't deny you're God anymore. Like
yeah. No,
it's not like even if I saw like some being of light appear in my room and tell me to go kill somebody.
Yeah.
That's not enough for me. That being actually has to prove that it's not like some devil in disguise trying to trick me into just killing some random person,
Yeah. But I still don't understand how people can get away from Numbers 18. I don't know what chapter, sorry, but I could Google it in 10 seconds. But when an adulterous woman, and this is just an Israelite, congregation having sex, not an Amalekite. I just bring up the Amalekites to give people like a thought experiment to show like, okay, tell me what you think God would do in the Old Testament, because we all know when they went into the land of Canaan, God told them to destroy everybody without mercy. So why would he change his mind and want 1 or 1,000 Amalekites if the Israelite women were raped? To me, it's not consistent with what he speaks. But and that's not to say God's nature is cruel or bad. That's just to say God's nature is consistent. It's not saying it's cruel or any. I don't see that as being cruel. I don't think it's cruel if a woman was raped by a nation that she hated, just like if a woman was raped nowadays by somebody that she didn't want to have sex with. I think it's cruel to make her carry that child and give birth to it. Imagine having a living creature within you from somebody that tortured you. Say they raped you for a week straight and they had you locked in their house and they tortured you, and you can't even, forget what they did to you from all of the sodomy and evil, violent things they did to you while they had you captive. To me, making that woman carry that baby is a punishment. Like, are you to this stance nowadays where you think Let's not talk biblically, just in that situation. Do you believe that a woman who's raped has to carry a baby, or where are you at with that type of abortion?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You are getting into extremely specific examples that it's like,
Okay,
all right, we have to think
let's
about, but they are general.
let's be less extreme, because I've had this happen to somebody in my family, and it's a close person in my family, so it's not somebody that I don't talk to ever. It's somebody I know in my family. Women get certain pregnancies where they go to the doctor, and the doctor says this is a high risk pregnancy. You can die if you don't get abortion, and this is before the baby's far along. You know, it could be 3 weeks in, it could be a month in. Are you against that abortion? Are they supposed to? Are they supposed to try to have the pregnancy? Are they? The doctor's telling them this isn't right. This isn't how it's supposed to be. There's a good chance you're gonna
Okay,
die.
so if it's a situation where the woman has a very high, and it's like the doctor is like, we know you have a high chance of dying,
Yeah.
and it's dangerous.
Let's just
Yeah,
say
in that
let's
case-
just say 50%. Let's not even make it a hard, like, 90%, 99% situation. Let's just say the doctor tells you you have a 50% chance of dying.
Yeah, in that case, I would say that would be a situation where the woman, yeah, that would be like, yeah, she has a chance of dying. That is
50% chance.
Yeah, 50% chance. Yeah, even like 10 or 20%. Like if there's any, but most pregnancies aren't like that. Like a vast
No, they're not. But they do happen, and it's happened to people that I know and people in my family, and it happens to people. And there are politicians that are anti-abortion that claim to be Christians that run under the platforms that even rapes, even high risk pregnancies, even this and that. I mean, our Supreme Court just got rid of the rights, so now certain states you can't have an abortion if you have a high risk pregnancy.
Yeah, well, actually, the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, which was an unconstitutional decision in the first place in 1973, and all they did was basically, if you look at the United States Constitution, there's no guarantee to the right of abortion. It's just not there. So what that means is, according to the Constitution, it falls to the state level. So all the Supreme Court did was send it back to the states, and different states have different laws on abortion. So very liberal states, which are usually run by people who are not Christians, have laws allowing abortion even up to the moment of birth, like California and New York. But the more conservative states, which are usually run by Christians, yeah, some of them have laws. Actually, I think there's a couple states now that have completely banned abortion. Like you cannot have abortion in those states.
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah, if it's a high risk pregnancy,
that's actually the way that our Constitution was designed, was to allow the different states to choose how they deal with abortion. So it's not like abortion is banned in the entire United States. It's a state issue now, which is the way it always should have been according to the Constitution.
Why is it everything just a state decision then?
Yeah, most things. Well, if you look in the Constitution, there are what's called.
Why is it the right to own guns a state issue?
Because
the Constitution to have the right to bear arms.
There are certain rights that are guaranteed at
inalienable rights that all Americans deserve to have.
Well, yeah, because if you look in the Constitution, there are certain rights that are spelled out as being rights for everyone in the country.
Yeah, well, for me, if it had anything to do with my health and there was a chance I could die from something medically, I should have a chance to make my decision. Like if they gave me an option and I went to the doctor and they said, listen, you either cut off your leg or your hand or your pinky finger, whatever part of your body you want to make this in this hypothetical, or you could die from it. I want to have the choice to be able to cut that part of my body off. I don't know about you. I think that seems pretty American to me.
Yeah, but you have to realize unique about the case of pregnancy is that it's a separate human being that is created in the image of God. So it's not like your toenail, which is some pro-choice people will say, when you clip your toenails, you don't give them names, do you? But toenails are not, they don't have their own DNA. They don't have their own ability to feel pain and have a life ahead of them. So it's not the same.
Well, it's not separate from the woman who could die from it. So how is it so different from a person that chooses to cut their hand off so they might not die?
Well, I guess the answer is because it's a human being with a soul. Like your toenails doesn't have a soul.
But you're saying that human being is separate from the woman when she's not. She's involved with the women's fate. If that child was just in the nursery and the woman couldn't die from that child's soul at all being harmed, then yeah, I got your point. But if it's attached to her, then no, it's not the same. It's not an analogy.
How can the baby is defenseless? So it's if you and there's a lot of science now showing that, like, how when a woman gives birth to a baby and it's outside the womb, when it's inside the womb, you can look at that newborn baby and see that it feels pain. If you pinched it, it would feel pain. If you did something to it, it would feel pain. But when it's inside the womb, it can feel pain too. And it can feel pain after just a few months of development. So these babies in the womb, they are very similar to human beings not that long after conception.
So does a woman who has a high risk pregnancy, just say 50%, have a choice to get an abortion? Yes or no?
I would say, and this is going to be a unique case, but yes,
it's not as unique as you think. There's a lot more high.
Well, honestly, every pregnancy could theoretically end in the woman dying, because
but I'm saying these high risk pregnancies,
that's a loophole they all use. But there'd have to be some sort of abnormal circumstance where it's like this pregnancy is different from all the other pregnancies because X. Because I know there's certain types of pregnancies called ectopic pregnancies where So in that circumstance, there's a reason to believe that this pregnancy is different from a quote normal pregnancy and could lead to the woman dying. In that case, I think it's crazy to say a woman can't choose to have an abortion. But if you're just talking about some woman who wants to utilize abortion as birth control, which is a vast majority of the cases, this is where a vast majority of the debate is about. It's not about sexual assault cases. It's not about cases where the woman has a reasonable chance of dying. It's about if I just get drunk some night and something happens and I'm in college, I need to get rid of this thing.
Should we use that same logic if people aren't using guns to defend themselves, but instead using guns to murder each other too? Should we ban guns? Because people aren't using them to defend themselves. They're using them to just murder each other and kill each other. So should when you moral logic and ban guns?
Well, when you are
the majority of them, most cases when people buy a gun, it's not because they're using it in self-defense when they shoot somebody. Most shootings are criminal and they're shooting people to hurt people intentionally, criminally. Most shootings aren't in self-defense. You're aware of that. So guns should be banned under the same logic, right?
No, because because guns are unfortunately a necessary evil.
So most shootings are in self-defense is what you're trying to tell me?
I agree, yeah. So let's just say only 1%. I see what you're going. There's only 1% of shootings are murders, but nevertheless,
well, I'm saying most shootings, people only shot because it was citizens that were defending
I think most of the time, a lot of times when people use a gun, it is for self-defense. But you know, you're right. There are obviously people who just want to kill the people they don't like. So
Well, not just kill. I'm just saying shooting.
well, let's go back to my original point.
Okay, let's go back.
We brought up abortion, which is an interesting case, and it's one of the most difficult.
You know, there's Bible verses that say don't steal your neighbor's ox, but there's not a specific Bible verse saying not to have an abortion. Isn't that interesting how people say, well, the Bible says don't have an abortion because, you know, God made sure to make a point to say don't steal your neighbor's ox and don't covet your neighbor's property, so on and so forth. But he didn't write one specific verse, but he did write.
Well, you know that the Bible does say thou shalt not murder, right?
Yeah, thou shalt not kill.
The argument centers around when do we attribute personhood to a developing fetus. So, like, let's take a baby and let's try to go back in time. Let's say it's a newborn baby, just born 5 seconds ago. If that baby comes out and you chopped its head off, that's murder, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go 5 minutes back in the past. It's still in the womb, but it's right about to pop out. Let's say you were somehow able to cut that baby's head off in the womb. Is that murder?
Is the baby inside of my body?
The baby is still inside the woman's womb.
But I'm not the woman. No. Anything I did to the baby would be me killing the baby.
So it's okay. So you're saying
so if the woman told me,
so you're saying
if the woman told me to kill this baby inside of her, am I cutting? What's the woman's choice in this? Is she telling me to kill the baby in her womb too? Is she saying kill it?
No, we're trying to define when.
Or is she saying don't kill it?
Get at here. When is the baby a person with rights?
I don't know. You tell me. When you shoot sperm out of your dick and it's alive, it's living sperm, and you waste your seed and you don't put it in a girl, is that an abortion because you didn't give that seed a chance to impregnate an egg?
No, because
why that sperm could have been a baby?
Because a human being can only be, life starts at conception. So sperm is like
life starts at conception according to you. To who?
Because for a human to develop, a sperm needs to unite with an egg. So just the zygote itself is not a living being. It can be considered as such. And so basically
how does one get pregnant without the other?
Yeah.
Don't you need both? You
can't have a human being without the meeting of the sperm and the egg. So the egg by themselves are not human beings.
Okay, but you don't look at your sperm as life yet, even though it could possibly become a child.
Right.
Okay, so what about a pregnancy of 1 week? Is that a child?
In my opinion, but yeah, I think at some point everyone has to recognize that fetus is a human being with rights. And in my opinion, I think my opinion is that at the moment of conception, it's a human being. It might be a one-celled human being, but it's a human being because it's going to become right after the sperm and the egg unite, like division starts immediately. So that thing starts to divide and become 2 cells, and then 4 cells, and then 8 cells right away. So that thing's off. So when that process starts, that egg and that sperm uniting and the egg shuts, that is going to become a human being. Yes, that is the beginning of life. And there are laws. See, humans are different from a lot of other animals. Like if you look at a bird, they lay eggs, so their babies develop outside of the womb. But there are laws protecting the eggs of endangered species because we recognize if you go and step on that egg, you're killing a future endangered bird. So there are very strict punishments for killing, for stepping on the egg of an endangered species. But it's like,
Do
well,
you,
it's just
do
an egg.
you do you understand God had rules about you could eat the eggs, but you can't kill the mother? Do you know that's actually in the Bible, that exact example you brought out, that if an Israelite found a nest, a bird's nest, they could eat the eggs, but they can't kill the mother?
Are the eggs fertilized or not?
I'm just talking about like a bird's eggs that they could eat for food.
Yeah, well,
I'll Google it and show it to you because I don't.
yeah, I understand. Yeah, I don't disagree that it's there. I'm just saying, like, there's so that when it comes to bird eggs, there are fertilized eggs and there are unfertilized eggs. Like when you go buy eggs from the store, those are unfertilized chicken eggs. They're not going to develop into a chicken because they weren't fertilized by a male or a rooster's sperm. So there's no chance of them becoming. So yeah, you can eat them and you can put them in the refrigerator, and they're never going to turn into anything except a rotten egg at some point. So yeah, you can. That's what, like, when a woman has a period, that's basically the same thing as a chicken laying an egg. Like it's the period, it's the egg being removed from the body, essentially.
Well, I just want to see God's laws, like what God's nature is, because we're talking about what people we should elect that are Christians. Let's look at what God says. Deuteronomy 22:6-7. If you come across a bird's nest in any tree or on the ground with young ones or eggs, and the mother sitting on the young or on the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. You shall let the mother go, but the young you may take for yourself, that it may go well with you and that you may live long. So if I was gonna learn something and try to apply it to the abortion discussion from what God's telling me here, is God telling us that he would agree or disagree with abortions in high-risk pregnancies?
Now, wait, is this suggesting that you can eat the egg? Because it may not, I'm not sure if it's saying that here. It doesn't specifically say anything about eating it or destroying the egg.
What do you think they're doing with the young or the eggs?
They might be capturing it for domestication.
No, bro. No. I mean, I'll give you A+ for creativity and say yes, it is possible, but I don't think that's at all what's being implied here. I hear that I didn't anger set for it is I'm not lying.
I don't know if it's. I think you might be roboting, Ryan.
No, it might. No, you're not wrong. It could be.
Okay. You were roboting for a second there. You were breaking up pretty bad.
Okay. Well, no, I'm saying you're a smart kid. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I didn't even look at that angle, but I'll give you credit. Like, they could have been taking them and not eating them. I just read it and I thought, okay, they're gonna eat the young or the eggs. You know what I mean? But it's not.
And maybe that is what it's saying. I just haven't, honestly. I don't know every verse in the Bible's like memorizing it. So
no,
I'm sure that there's like some rabbi who.
These are the two verses right here. This is it. This is the two verses. So it's not explicitly saying one way or the other. The way I read it is just differently. I just read it as you don't take the mother so she can have more eggs and the cycle of life can continue, but you can eat the eggs of the young, essentially. That's how I took it. But you took it differently, and it's kind of impressive. But like, I don't know, if you took the young ones or the eggs, like, how are you going to domesticate them and say they're going to survive without the mother? Like, doesn't the mother have to feed the birds and the baby birds? And are you going to, feed them worms? And I don't know. That's just kind of like a far-fetched position to me. I always just read it as you could, they're taking them to eat it, but leave the mother for the cycle of life, because domestication just seemed pretty far-fetched. But, I'm going to give you credit that I can't say that it's not a possibility, because the verse doesn't explicitly say it's not possible.
Yeah, I think this it would be an interesting question to ask like a rabbi to see what the tradition says.
Yeah, but I just rather stay with what the Bible says and just go with what the Bible says and go with our interpretation of it. And
Well, let's say your interpretation is correct, and that it is saying that you can take the eggs and eat it, because that's what would pose the biggest problem for me. And I would say that
I mean, it's far fetched that you're going to take the eggs, wait for them to hatch, and then when they're baby birds, you're going to be digging worms out of the ground and feeding the babies and not eating them. To me, that seems kind of ridiculous, but I understand.
You're right.
Possible, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's theoretically possible, but probably not the correct interpretation. I agree.
Yeah. So God's nature is telling you in a high risk pregnancy of 50% the mother may die. What's God's moral, radar telling you that what God would say, That's just the question you can ask. It's kind of rhetorical.
All right. Well, that's an interesting discussion, Ryan. But I guess my point is, well, let's use an example that's not so fraught with moral dilemma.
Okay.
Like, let's say there's a candidate running who wants to run the school system and teach Satanism.
No. I'll seal off abortion before we move from abortion.
Okay.
What I'll say is most abortions are irresponsible. Yes, they are. They have been totally misused. They should be, as the woman's own morality, be treated almost as murder and criminal by the way certain women have used them. And also we all agree at a certain point, it's really, really very irresponsible to legally allow it, such as, like you were saying, 5 minutes before birth, or even at a certain point, if it hasn't been addressed early enough, then it is cruel because the being within the woman is so much more conscious of the suffering, or the soul itself, for all we know, is more developed than it was, at an earlier state. That's all speculation. Clearly the soul could be the same before the heartbeat, but we don't know. If it's still a zygote or whatever, and there's not even a heart developed, is the soul in there? We don't have that answer. So, we don't know when God puts the soul into the child. Does it have to at least have a heartbeat at that level of life? We don't know. So I agree, abortion has been an epidemic, but like I said to you, do we outlaw all guns because people aren't getting shot only in self-defense? No. So our society is hypocritical, because if we really care about life and we're just taking the Christian moral high ground about life, we would say Jesus Christ never taught us to shoot a gun. We don't need guns. I mean, it is what it is, man. It's hypocritical to say everybody.
I think it's different. It's totally different issues. The gun rights issue.
They're not totally different. They're similar, and
there are similarities and there are equivalences that can be made. But the reason
America's got a gun problem, man. If you look at Australia or England or all these other countries that have passed gun laws where the people don't have the guns, it's not just a bunch of criminals killing everybody. It's just totally less gun violence and less crime. And yes, we understand.
Actually, I have to correct you. The murder rates in some of these anti-gun countries are higher than the United States.
Which ones?
Like what happened? Well, what happens is people kill each other in different ways. So, like if you look in the UK, yeah, the guns are banned, but they just stab each other. There are more murders with knives in the UK, in London, than there are murders by gun in New York City, for instance. Last I checked, which was I think that came out a couple years ago, but it probably hasn't changed. So it's not like people aren't dying and being murdered; they're just being murdered in different ways. Like way more people are killed by knives than guns. Most people don't realize that. And when I say killed,
but you're not including suicide either in that. For
yeah,
sure.
Well, I understand that, but suicide is different because again, if you don't think if these people didn't have a gun, they wouldn't find another way to try to kill themselves.
They would try, but they might not succeed as often. That's for sure. It's a lot
That's
easier to
probably
kill
true.
it's a lot easier to kill yourself when you have access to a weapon that'll do it
Yeah,
properly.
but here's the problem. There are reasons we need to have
And,
guns.
I'm not just blindly accepting what you just said about there's more knife murders in London and than New York City gun violence. Yes, New York City has strict gun laws, and I don't know what the populations are. If they're comparable, that would be very interesting. But I honestly never heard that, and I'd have to do my own research before I just
So, have you
buy that
looked at
premise.
the United States Constitution? Do you know what it says about gun rights?
Yeah, everybody has the right to bear arms. I know.
Right. So that's the Second Amendment. And do you know why they created that? The founding fathers put that in the Constitution.
Supposedly, the story they tell us nowadays is because they don't want the government to be a dictatorship.
Yeah. You don't think that's important?
Do you think every citizen in America owning guns would stop the American military from being able to defeat the American citizens in a war?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, not that I think the United States government would want to do that at this point, but if let's say the government passed a law banning Christianity, which would again violate another part of the Constitution, but they're taking away your freedoms. And if you practice slavery, they're going to put you in prison and execute you. Like, don't you think at that point we need to rebel and wouldn't it be hard to do if only the government had guns?
Well, only the government has automatic weapons, or supposedly is allowed automatic weapons. Only the government has tanks, airplane jets, drone bombs, the atomic bomb. Only the government has all that sort of firepower. So are you suggesting that the terrorists in Afghanistan who are armed with the guns were a match for the American military's forces?
Apparently they were, because look at Afghanistan now. Who won that in the end?
That you think that we didn't conquer Afghanistan and we also used all our military might in Afghanistan? Like we just sent
Well, all I'm saying is look at what's going on. Look at what happened. Look who runs Afghanistan now.
Yeah, but
the Taliban.
Was that a conscious choice by our president to take literally 100% of our troops out of Afghanistan? Are you claiming that our troops are still in Afghanistan right now?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying, like, we couldn't sustain the war because it was just dragging on and on and on.
We couldn't sustain it?
No, that's why we had to withdraw.
So when our troops were in there, we were losing the war?
Well, we were able to control for a time, but the point is, all I'm saying is,
to take a drone and just shoot them out of their caves with our jets and our.
All I'm saying is, if we don't have guns, we don't have a chance. Like,
you don't have a chance with guns.
You don't understand, Ryan. Imagine take yourself out of the United States in some random place where the government is trying to enslave you. Do you feel better? And they're going to enslave you and enslave your family and make you a robot like in North Korea. Would you rather have a gun to defend yourself or not? Or would you rather just be a slave? Because some people would prefer to just be a slave and not have any freedoms.
Well, it's the illusion that you think your gun's going to defeat the government in the war, which is the problem. It's a lie.
Why is it a lie? There have been
because if I want you dead and I'm in the American military office in Washington, D.C. right now, I can send a plane or a drone or a tank or any sort of more sophisticated weapon or a missile and launch and go on Google Maps and type in your GPS coordinate. And guess what? Ace Philosophy's house is going to be blown to smithereens before I'm done finishing my sentence. And your AK-47 that you're gripping tightly is going to be put into your coffin in the cremated dust that it is in after the missile I shot you with hit your house.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is if you don't have a gun, stand far less of a chance than if people are allowed to carry. And by the way, and so the point is, people don't recognize. You might think that okay, the government's just going to wipe people out, but the reason the founders put that in there was because they thought the people should have the right to protect themselves from tyranny. And if a politician is trying to take away your means of defending yourself, to me that indicates that politician wants to control you. And there are politicians right now who want to ban weapons in the United States just like they do in Europe.
You made a good point. You made a good point. So if all the citizens in America voted right now, we'd all vote to pay 40% income tax like we all pay when we work on our paychecks, right? We'd all unanimously, 100% of America, we want rights. We don't want the government to, oppress us in any way. Everybody in America is going to vote for the income tax we pay on our paychecks, state and federal, right? We'd all agree to that, right?
No, I mean, well, what's going to happen is there's going to be
I
one
went household to household down the street and I said, listen, I think we should rebel against the government. I want to pay 0 income tax and 0 federal income tax. Are you with me? And I walked down my whole street. We'd all be, or at least the majority of the people would be in favor of that tax that we pay, right? You're saying the majority be in favor of it because otherwise we'd rebel against the government, right? We're in control. Listen, we got our guns. We're in control. We're not going to settle for tyranny, so we're going to rebel, right? We got guns.
No, well, because there is a constitutional.
What's the point of the guns? What's the point of the guns?
The point of the guns is if, like, the government, let's just say this, God forbid, happened, and I'm not saying there's anyone who's proposing this at the current moment, but let's say the government says we're throwing out the Constitution, no one has any rights, we're doing away with the democratic process, and anyone who disagrees with us is going to a slave camp to, be put away for the rest of their life. So that would be a situation where the guns would be necessary. But like, if you have a democratic process where people vote for tax increases, which I think is stupid, but let's just say it happens, then you have to accept the results of the democratic process, which is permissible under our current constitution. Now, 40% taxes is insane.
So the representatives represent the people, right? So if I went down the street, everybody would agree with the current taxes we pay?
No, it's not about everyone agreeing on everything. It's about
the system represents what the people want, so that's why we pay the taxes we pay.
Not necessarily. I guarantee you, if you actually went into the minds of the average North Korean, they wouldn't admit it to you, but they would tell you that they're not happy with the system. But if they try to complain, guess what? They're going to disappear. And the reason,
if I taxes, this cruel slavery that you're talking about would happen, I would be put into a slave situation and be put in a prison cell in this country, America, that's free. But I could use my gun to shoot the police when they came to put me in jail for tax evasion, right?
So I actually don't understand the point. What point?
Well, the point is, you said we have our guns in case the government comes to take us and puts us in a slave camp someday and take away our rights. So when the government comes to put you in jail for tax evasion when you don't pay taxes on your money that you earned because you own your own business.
Yeah, there are civil laws that we have to follow, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is a situation.
The point. We don't have to go. We have our guns, so the government can't just take you and put you in a prison.
You're talking about people who want to disobey the civil law. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a situation where, let's say there's a military coup. And
I know what you're talking about, but I'm trying to show you that you think you have an illusion of freedom which doesn't exist in the current society we live in, is what I'm trying to show you. What you're doing is you're using a hypothetical, like, well, what if the government demanded that they had total control of us all of a sudden?
Yeah, that actually happens all the time. All the time.
In foreign countries, that they do have dictatorships. In America, what they've
Yeah,
done
you know what they do? First, they make sure that the guns are gone, that no one has a chance to defend themselves, and then they institute the coup. And this has happened over and over and over again in history. And you act like just because this is the United States, that can't happen. Well, one of the reasons it can't happen here is because our founders were brilliant enough to see that people needed guns to protect themselves from government tyranny, which is most of human history. Most of human history is the government controlling and enslaving the population. We have freedom.
Were our founders equally as brilliant when they determined black people were 1/4 or 1/3 of a human, and that women can't own land or vote? Were they equally as brilliant when they?
Okay, first of all, you are very much demonstrating your ignorance right now of history.
That wasn't in the Constitution. Women couldn't vote.
That was in the Constitution, and there are some people who say that was a better idea. But anyway, that's nothing. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right.
Hold on. Wait.
So let me get this straight. The freedom that our country was founded on, we decided black people could be slaves legally. We decided they were
no. You are so ignorant of history. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Slavery wasn't legal, and the American Constitution found.
Hold on. All right. Do you really want a history lesson? Do you want a history lesson?
Sure. Give me a history lesson.
Okay. When America was founded, and when the Constitution was created in 1790, there was slavery in the entire world. It wasn't just America. There was slavery in Africa. There was slavery in the Middle East. There was slavery in South America. There was slavery in Asia. So the Constitution was created in a global environment where slavery was the absolute norm. So they had to work in that environment to create a country that was dealing with this global history going all the way back to the dawn of mankind. So they didn't start slavery when they created the Constitution. It was inherited from all of human history before that. So that's the starting point. And when you talk about the 3/5 compromise, which is in the Constitution, that was actually it was not these racist white men saying, "Oh, black people are only 3/5 of a person." That's not what it was.
What was it?
Huh?
What was it then?
It was, believe it or not, and this is why I can't stand when people misinterpret this. It was abolitionists reducing the power of the slave states in Congress. So you have to think about it this way. In the context of that time period, if you wanted to limit the power of slavery in the country, you had to limit the authority of the slave states in the Congress. So in that time frame, the way that was done is the slave states actually wanted slaves to represent a full person, because that would give them greater representation in Congress, because the Congress is decided by allotted by population level. So if the slave states had more people counted towards their number, they would have more representation in the Congress. So what the abolitionists said, they actually wanted slaves to not represent anything, because that would limit the power of the slave states and allow slavery to be abolished more easily. But what happens is, in the modern time frame, people forget that context, and they just say, "Oh, it was just racist white people making blacks less than a full person because they don't like blacks voting." That's not at all what it was.
Okay. Well, what you just said seems like it'd be logical, except for the fact that you're giving these founders so much credit that you're calling them brilliant, but yet they created something like the Electoral College, where a slave wouldn't have a voice really, but he would count towards more votes in the Electoral College. And then the people that were elected, aka the minority, 1 or 2 people that were elected to represent the state, would then abuse that power because their state would be bigger because of the slaves, and then they would just have a voice to condemn slavery. Whereas if everybody actually had a voice, like a true democracy would, like if 20 of us were in a room, I wouldn't elect one person to represent, each 10 of us, especially if one half of the room had 9 slaves. I wouldn't just elect that one person to come and join with the other one person who represented the other 10 people.
So you believe in pure democracy, which everyone votes on every single issue, and 50% plus one vote wins. That's what you believe.
Well, in theory, I believe that's what we all.
Wow, I want to tell you something, Ryan. That is exactly what the founding fathers knew would lead to failure, because they did not want true democracy. It's been tried in history. It is a terrible, terrible form of government.
Why?
Because if you have 50% of a vote on something, you can annihilate the order of society and institute laws that are completely violate people's freedom. So what the founders did.
So in the presidential elections, the popular vote, when like somebody wins the popular vote for the whole country, they shouldn't win. We should still do the presidential election.
That's a different issue.
No, it's this. No, you just said that's a dumb failure, and it's failed many times.
Well, you're talking about pure democracy at the general.
Pure democracy. I'm talking about pure democracy on the state level, on the federal level, on both levels. Yes.
Yeah. So actually,
in our elections for the president, say I get 10 million more votes than you, but you win the electoral college. That says to you that the people elected you because you won the states that had more electoral votes?
Well, at the time frame, the electoral college made a lot more sense because.
Okay, so you're already changing your concept here. It's interesting.
Well, the reason the electoral college made sense.
It's so fair. I don't think I would change if it was very fair.
Well, you do acknowledge that some people are better at making decisions for society than others, right?
So we're not all equal.
Because the electoral college.
Some people are smarter than others. So is it the people that go to Harvard are smarter than the farmers? Who's smarter than everybody in this world?
Yeah, so the idea behind the electoral college was
I get the idea. Trust me, I got the idea.
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense, but in our current time frame, people just want to say everyone gets a vote no matter what, and it's like that actually doesn't work out too well when you think about it because you have.
But you told us every vote counted. Like to when you first asked me, like, do you think it's important if Christians vote? You said, well, it's only one vote. And that's a bad mentality for people to say, no, my vote doesn't count.
Yeah, well, if you have a chance.
So now you don't think every vote should count because that way we would be deciding the presidential election depending on the overall vote. That would mean every vote would count.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have the right to vote, you should utilize it because it does make a difference. What if the electoral college guy was like, no, I'm not going? If you have a right to vote, you should utilize it. Everyone should.
Okay, so when does like fair at like if we're in a room of like 5 people or 10 people, we agree everybody should have a vote in that size of a room, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what about 100 people? 1,000 people? When does the number get so big that we just say, screw it, every vote doesn't count anymore. Let's just have the electoral college. When does the number get big enough where we just say, screw it?
Well, I think you're confusing the electoral college with representative democracy. So it's actually two separate issues.
No,
so,
I understand the need for representative democracy, especially in times when people aren't able to access, the information for whatever reason. They have other jobs or they just communication. But in a more developed society where we all have, communication nowadays, that's becoming less of an issue in some ways. And we could still choose to elect representatives, but we could still count every vote too. So I don't know.
Yeah, Ryan, I really think you should think about this, and I also recommend. And I'm not trying to patronize you, or belittle you,
but Let's
Go
go
read
back.
it.
Let's go back to the 3/5 of a human being wisdom. Let's go back to that. That you were making a lot of sense at that point. So we'll go
What
back.
I'm trying to say is, I'll finish on this because I have to go soon. When it comes to I want to talk about the 3/5 compromise real fast.
I got the logic of it. I got it, and that's why I rebutted it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So you understand, but someone who's watching may not, because a lot of people, because of how it's taught currently, because of the lack of context, think what happened is you had these racist white men who thought black people were less than a full human. And that's literally the opposite of the truth. What happened was, if you look at the history of the 3/5 compromise, which is still in the Constitution, but it's been I think it's been revoked by another amendment. But because slavery was abolished. It actually didn't apply to black people, but slaves. So it didn't actually say black people. It said slaves. But either way, most of the slaves are black people. What it was an attempt by good people on the side of the abolitionists to limit the representation of the slave states in Congress by saying that slaves cannot count towards a full representation of a person in the Congress. So it was actually white people. The Constitution was written by white people, but the 3/5 compromise was put in there by people who sympathized with the slaves and wanted to end slavery by reducing the representation of the slave states in Congress. So it was actually a very progressive and beneficial thing that had nothing to do with slavery or racial prejudice or anything like that.
Well, to say it had nothing to do with it is quite an interesting take.
Well, it wasn't motivated by hatred or prejudice. It was motivated by a desire to end slavery. But unfortunately, people who hate America and hate the Constitution want to distort and lie about history and say it was simply racist white men making black people less than a full human, which is completely false. Completely.
No, we know they were treated just as well as any white man was treated back then. So that would have been a ridiculous assertion by any human being to think that they weren't treated just as well as any white person was treated. That would
that's not what I said. But
no. I understand the logic. You don't know. I just for people that want to understand the logic is this: if there's 20 people in a room and just say 10 are from the north, 10 are from the south, and 9 of them are slaves in the south, and there's one white guy who's running the south. If all 9 of his slaves count, but he's the representative of the south, then when he goes to Congress, he would have equal power. So what A's is trying to say is it was this brilliant, ingenious thing for those 9 to only count as 3/5. So that way, when that one Southerner went to meet the other 10 people that were pro-slave and fighting for the slaves' rights with all their heart and soul, then the Southerner would have less power when he met the 10 representatives in the north. That's what A is trying to say. So element of to what he said and the spin. Oh, okay.
All right, Ryan, you got it. Glad to hear it. You're a smart guy, so
I'm not. I'm not that slow. I picked up, but anyways.
All right. Well, I
Hold on.
gotta head out, Ryan.
One last thing, because you said abortion wasn't covered in the Constitution by the brilliant Americans who founded it. Did any women help write the Constitution?
No.
Isn't that interesting that abortion wasn't addressed? Okay, that's it. We'll move on to another day.
No,
another day.
Not all women believe in abortion. That's also should be stated.
I understand, but it's interesting that this brilliant document that forgot to include it had 0 women help to write it. Pretty interesting, you know. I don't know. It's a coincidence, but
well,
anyways.
go read it because it's not perfect, but it's pretty darn good, and it's better than it's given us a quality of life that up to the time frame it was created was unthinkable. So I just think that we should be thankful.
What the best thing about it was, and you already know what the best thing about it was. What was the best thing about it, What was the most important thing they wrote in there? You know it, and I know it. Go ahead and tell us.
I don't know what you're getting at, to be
The
honest.
most important thing they wrote in the Constitution was that these rules could be changed. They could be voted on, and the Constitution
Yeah.
could be amended.
That's true. That's true.
That was the most important thing they did. There's no other thing that compares to that.
Yeah, and it's not an easy process, but they did recognize that there would be a need for changes, and I think you can call the Constitution flawed, but I really think when you look at it, you're looking at something that was created with mankind's best interests in mind, and by people who were way ahead of their time and who were very brilliant. And yeah, they had their flaws, just like everyone does, but they did pretty well for where they were and where they were, at that time. So, all right, Ryan, thanks for having me on.
All right, another day. We'll get
Yeah.
at it. Nice
Later.
having you. Talk to you later, buddy. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed the political side of the show. That was that was the political discussion that we had. Me and Ace. I hope you guys enjoyed it, but it wasn't it wasn't anything personal. Obviously, like I said, I just don't agree. But it is what it is. He's a smart kid. I like hearing his perspective. We're all more idealistic when we're younger. So, the older you get, the more cynical you get. But it is what it is. Yeah, it's all good. All I can say is all good. And yeah, we're almost at 12 hours and I'm alone and no more soup for you guys. So you're gonna have to find Jamie Russell's stream or somebody else on YouTube to entertain you, or you could just watch old videos of Ryan Apologetics 747. We have 100 or so videos in our catalog, and yeah, enjoy yourselves going through that. So anyways, all right, guys, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless. Take care.